Chapter 221 Water Source. In the morning, Serdek sat in the woodshed, took out the gifts he had prepared, and placed them on the simple bedboard. I didn't expect that life at home would be so embarrassing. Only then did I realize that the gifts I had prepared seemed impractical. They included 2 pairs of exquisite women's lambskin boots, a soft silk dress, a gold necklace inlaid with rubies, and an exquisite silver kettle is far less practical than a cow, a goat, a few bags of wheat, and daily necessities. Now that old Sheila was willing to accept him, Serdek began to figure out how to subtly change his current life. There were subtle footsteps coming from next door, followed by someone lifting a heavy barrel through the separated wooden boards of the woodshed. He happened to see Rita walking out of the yard carrying a barrel. Only then did Serdek think it seems that there is no well in the yard at all. The water for the whole family should be carried from the creek on the edge of the village. The barrel itself can weigh 20 kilograms. If it is filled with another bucket of water, it should weigh 50 or 60 kilograms. Serdek regretted not considering this when taking a shower last night and wasting a large bucket full of clean water. Rita held her long blonde hair casually, and when she was carrying the barrel, her right shoulder was pulled down by the heavy barrel. She walked out of the yard with her body tilted. Serdek walked out of the woodshed and found that the only thing in the simple bathroom was one of the wooden buckets was carried away by Rita. The water in the water tank placed at the bathroom door had bottomed out. Thinking that there were 2 magic scrolls of water gathering in her bag, she took out one. This kind of water gathering magic scroll is usually used in small group journeys. During the trip, it is often inevitable to encounter the embarrassing situation of not being able to find water sources along the way. This kind of water magic scroll, as long as it is unfolded, the water gathering technique's magic pattern circle will automatically open, and water will continue to gather. Since this magic scroll is very convenient to carry, it has been widely used in various brigades, adventure groups and armies. But this kind of magic scroll is actually not suitable for ordinary families, because it itself is not cheap to make. Just like a magic scroll, Serdek unfolded the magic scroll and felt the weak magic power flowing slowly in the magic pattern array on the scroll. Then some water droplets appeared on the water tank and fell into the water tank. The most convenient thing about this magic scroll is that there are 4 autumn leather nails on the 4 corners of the parchment, which can be temporarily nailed to the wooden wall. Obviously, using the water-gathering magic scroll to fill the water tank with water is a bit luxurious at this time. If there is an extra wooden barrel, Serdek thinks there is nothing wrong with going to the river to fetch water. It is refreshing. The water flows into the water tank. If this kind of magic scroll is used normally, it can probably last for a day and a night, and all the magic power on the scroll will be exhausted. Serdek walked into the yard, and Gubalai's horse was tied next to the stone roller. The horse was munching on a pile of grass in front of it with its head lowered. When it saw Serdek coming over, it quickly nodded affectionately with its head. Serdek looked at it, and saw some foam hanging from the corners of its mouth. He pushed it away with disgust and untied the reins, so that it could run around in the yard for 2 laps. It's just that it seems that the ancient Bolai horse is not satisfied with such a small range of activities in the yard. It is close to Serdek's side. It seems that he wants Serdek to take it out to the village. This kind of war horse cannot be kept in captivity, and each meal must not be full. And you must run and train every day. Otherwise, once you gain weight, you will not be able to run. Serdek got on his horse, and Gubalai's horse was so excited that he couldn't help but neigh. Natasha happened to come out with a water basin, and she was so frightened that she quickly retreated to the door. It seemed that she was going to make breakfast, but she was frightened by the sound of horses honking. Serdek turned the horse's head, held the reins with one hand, and said to Natasha, "I'll go outside for a walk and I'll be back soon." Wall Village is in a small ravine, because this ravine has a small stream. There are some barren slopes on the left and right sides of the ravine. The villagers grow some barley and cassava on these barren slopes. These are probably the entire village. The daily rations and land that can be cultivated are gathered near the river. This river flows on the surface for about 3 kilometers and then seeps into the ground. Therefore, the land that can be cultivated is only these 3 kilometers of floodplains. Serdek walked up the creek and soon left the village of Wall. However, he didn't go far before he reached the spring in the upper reaches of the creek. It was only about the diameter of a bowl. The clear spring water emerged from the stone hole. It came out because it was the rainy season and the spring water was quite abundant. However, the limestone geology here has many cracks and holes in the rocks, which could not hold water at all. After the spring water reached the river beach downstream of the village, it all seeped into the ground. Serdek jumped off the horse, squatted on the rocks next to the spring, took a handful of cool spring water, and took a sip. He felt that there was a faint smell of sulfur. In fact, if he looked at the spring water like this, he would be able to drink it day and night without stopping. Spring water flows out of the ground, which is enough for the whole village to drink and to irrigate crops. The problem probably lies in the fact that the geology here cannot hold water at all. In fact, if a larger reservoir can be built upstream, it may slightly change the life in the village. Even in the dry season, the village will not be short of water. Serdek squatted by the stream and thought. He thought a lot. He thought about how to make the reservoir store enough drinking water. He also thought about the energy-saving irrigation promoted in water-scarce areas in his previous life. Of course, the first thing to solve was the water pipe problem. He didn't know that the city of Helensa. Is it possible to buy it? If not, I think I can use a bamboo pipe instead. But these are just preliminary ideas. When she returned to the stone house, Rita was squatting next to the water tank, curiously looking at the magic scroll on the wooden board next to the water tank. The water gathered from the magic scroll was almost filling the water tank, and there was a rushing sound in the bathroom. She scooped a spoonful of water from the water tank with a wooden spoon and tried to take a sip. Her expression was a little strange. And then she couldn't help but take a big sip. "Natasha, come and see. The water in the tank is actually sweet." For Rita, who was used to drinking mountain spring water that smelled of sulfur, the pure water condensed by the magic scroll did have a hint of sweetness. When the sister-in-law and sister-in-law discovered that Serdek had returned from outside, they hurriedly hid in the kitchen of the main house. They were obviously not used to the sudden addition of someone to the house. When Serdek saw that the water tank was almost full of water, he rolled up the magic scroll again, and the water-gathering technique magic came to an abrupt end. Breakfast is still chestnut porridge, but without the unpalatable cassava. The simple chestnut porridge is still very sweet. The only bad thing is that there is a trace of chestnut skin in the porridge. If you want to completely pick out the chestnut skin, it was impossible. So I had to make do with it, even if it scratched my throat when swallowing. But Rita, Natasha, and little Peter all ate it very deliciously. Chapter 222. A bag of gold coins. There is actually a plate of pickled vegetables for breakfast. They are young tree buds similar to Chinese tune tree buds, which are kneaded with salt and then put into jars for storage. They taste very crisp and have a slightly sour musty taste. But they don't have a sour musty taste. It's not bad to eat, especially when paired with chestnut porridge. It's also a good side dish. Even Peter was holding a bowl of chestnut porridge and eating it with relish. Obviously, this kind of breakfast is not often eaten. The square table is not too big. The two plates on the table are made of rough clay. Each person's rice bowl is an open wooden bowl. The wooden spoon used for eating is very rough. All the furnishings have a strong primitive atmosphere. Old Sheila sat opposite Serdek. Her eyes swept across his face from time to time, and she seemed to still have some concerns about him. Rita sat on the left side of Serdek, holding a wooden bowl with her head lowered, occasionally peeking in, her bright eyes full of curiosity. Natasha held Peter and sat opposite Rita, lowering her head and saying nothing. This was the first time that Serdek had formally had breakfast face-to-face with his family when he came here. He tried to control the speed of eating, thinking that it might be rude to finish it too early. But a simple bowl of gruel can be drank up in one bite, so there is no need to sit on a wooden bench and wait for others to finish. Old Sheila glanced tenderly at Peter, who was twisting in Natasha's arms, and said kindly to Peter, "Peter, can you help Grandma get a piece of cassava from the house?" Peter nodded obediently, climbed down from Natasha's arms, and slipped into Sheila's bedroom. Scylla pushed Peter away, put down the dishes in her hands, glanced at Serdek, and then said to Rita Natasha, "He is a close friend that Dak made on the battlefield. He will live in our house from now on. But don't tell Peter his true identity for the time being. We will also call him Dak in private from now on. New." Rita and Natasha replied in unison. It seems that old Sheila still has a lot of say in the family. She paused and said, "I'll go to the village chief later and ask for some wooden boards. We have to repair the woodshed. The current situation of air leakage is not good. We should also open a window in the wall. If conditions permit, we can change our residence in the future. This is the only condition our family has for the time being. Rita, you come with me," Sheila said to Rita. "Yeah," Rita replied, holding the wooden bowl and nodded. It was like the chestnut porridge in the wooden bowl was so delicious that she couldn't bear to look up. Her face is white. Her hair is golden. and her light blue eyes are like a quiet lake. Scylla turned to Natasha on the other side and said, Natasha, you stay at home to take care of Peter. And just tidy up the woodshed. Serdek didn't know how to face Natasha, although Natasha was still his wife in name. Until now, he didn't understand Natasha at all. Natasha had even been deliberately avoiding her. Serdek. But think about it. This is how he should be. With such an embarrassing status. The two of them didn't know what to say when they greeted each other face to face. Okay. Natasha's voice was a little hoarse, which didn't match her fragile appearance. She was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Old Sheila raised her head and looked directly at Suldek, trying to keep her voice calm but dignified, making her look more like the head of the family. She said to Suldek, Dak, you go to the river bend and cut some red thatch and come back. The roof needs to be repaved with a thick layer of red thatch. Otherwise, if it rains, this stone house will not leak at all. Find a way to live in people. It's really time for a good repair. Suldek looked at this simple stone house and thought in his heart. But then he remembered these things, which should have been matters that men in this family should deal with. So he straightened his chest, put down the wooden bowl in his hand, and said to Sheila, Sheila, I will go find the village chief. These things leave it all to me. I think I will do better if you leave this kind of thing to me. Seeing Suldek's calm face, old Sheila thought for a moment and agreed to Suldek's proposal. Okay. Old Sheila looked at Suldek opposite. His appearance coincided with her son's appearance in her memory again and again, which made old Sheila feel a little dazed. Come with me later. I have something to say to you. Old Sheila turned away from the dining table and returned to the room that was both a granary and a bedroom. Serdek had already finished eating. When he heard what old Sheila said, he immediately followed him. At this time, little Peter staggered out of the room holding a piece of cassava. Old Sheila was worried that Peter would fall, so she quickly rushed to hold him up, and then handed Peter into Natasha's arms. Suldek came to old Sheila's room. Old Sheila struggled to pull out the bag of gold coins from under the bed. She placed the gold coin bag in front of Suldek and said, Don't hide gold coins in the cassava pile in the future. I don't intend to help you save these things. Suldek scratched his head in embarrassment. When he left these gold coins, he originally wanted to leave, so that he could at least provide some life security for old Sheila's family. But now he is left behind. Serdek could only bite the bullet and said, These belong to Dak. He's in the army. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by old Sheila. You don't need to make up lies to deceive me about this. Little Dak can't have so much money. Although our family is a little poor, it's not ours, and we won't take it. Suldek felt that he should make up a more reasonable reason. So he said, This is what our second team got by hunting monsters together and killing evil spirits. Old Sheila took a deep look at Suldek, and the warning in her eyes was obvious. Although she was a country woman with little knowledge, it did not mean that she was a fool who could be deceived. Old Sheila said, If it's for the entire squad, you have to find a way to distribute the money to their families. Serdek felt that once he agreed, the hundreds of gold coins he had worked so hard to collect would be divided into 13 parts. Although he did not mind providing some financial assistance to the other family members of the second team, this did not mean it means that he is willing to divide such a large amount of gold coins equally. And he also has a little selfishness of his own. The money is your own, right? Old Sheila stared at Suldek and asked seriously. Serdek nodded, but he immediately said, It belongs to me and Dak. Seeing his persistence, the ice in old Scylla's eyes finally melted a little bit. Old Scylla couldn't help but ask, Why are you willing to help us? It was your son who dug me out from under the corpse of the evil spirit, and later led others to carry me to the military camp of the 57th Regiment. He took care of me in the military camp for 3 months. At that time, I listened to him talking to me all day long. He said that he was about to retire, and when he retired, he would take me back to Helensa with him, no matter whether I got well or not. Later, I slowly got better, and we waited for him to retire and return to Helensa. For this reason, I didn't even join the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. Suldek had to recount those experiences again. He was spotted by Baron Sidney by chance. He was promoted from an ordinary first-class soldier to a squad leader, and later to a squadron leader, and was awarded a knight officially canonized by the Green Empire. But he didn't expect it. After listening to these stories attentively, old Sheila's eyes darkened, probably thinking of her son. She blinked her old eyes and hid the tears. She said to Suldek, Maybe you just care about us. I am curious about the life at home, But no matter what, I am very happy that you can come here to visit me. You don't have to care about those promises. You should also have a life of your own. I'll go to the village chief to discuss repairing the house. Soldek stood up quickly and said to old Sheila. After saying that, he turned around and ran out. Chapter 223 Visiting the Village Chief. The residences of the villagers in Ware Village are not densely populated. Nearly 50 households are distributed in the mountain valley along the stream. The stream stretches for nearly 3 kilometers in the ravine. In addition to some barren fields on both sides, there are some a simple stone house. Soldek's home is located on the lower reaches of the creek, not far from the tidal flat at the river bend. The residence of Village Chief Bright is located at the uppermost reaches of this creek, and is at the highest point of this ravine. Although Wall Village is a rather barren small mountain village, with only more than 50 households of civilians living here, this small mountain village still has a very strict class division. In Wall Village, the higher the status of the people, the higher the place where they live. It is located in the upper reaches of the river. The closer you live to the upper reaches, the more convenient it is to use water, especially during the dry season. The water flowing out of the spring is even less than 1/10 of what it is when rainfall is abundant. At this time, it will be more convenient for residents living upstream of the News to use water. And the fields on both sides of the river will also be fully irrigated. Walking up the winding path in the village, Serdek rode through this road in the morning. He also saw the stone house of the village chief Bright, which was a spire house. The roof is also covered with thick red thatch. Although it doesn't look like a 2-story building, there is a small glass window on the red thatch roof. It should be a small attic. The house is elevated high enough, and the entire house is made of limestone strips. The wooden window frames also look very strong. There is a simple fence outside the house, and there are a few hens in a fence. It looks like one of the nicest houses in the village. The name of Bright Village Chief was something Sheila told herself in the morning. Old Sheila also told Soldak that the village chief preferred young people to call him Uncle Bright. And almost all the young people in the village called him Uncle Bright. Serdek stood next to the fence outside the village chief's house. The fence was covered with plum beans. These plums had small purple flowers, and the dense green leaves were full of pods. He pushed open the fence. Walking along the wooden fence gate, you can see the village chief Bright sitting at the door of the stone house, holding a sickle in his hand and whittling a wooden stick. Sitting next to him are 2 young men who also have knives in their hands, with a wooden stick. When I got closer, I realized that the wooden stick was actually the carcass of a hardwood longbow. The difference between this kind of hardwood bow and the military standard alloy bow is that it does not have stronger metal bow pieces. The pulling force of the hardwood bow is completely determined by the toughness of the hardwood itself. This kind of hardwood bow is an ordinary hunting bow with an average range. Cannot be used on the battlefield. It seems that these 2 young men are learning the craft of making hardwood bows from the village chief Bright. The head of Bright Village has gray hair, and his face is full of wrinkles. He always likes to squint his eyes and look at people. This is probably a habit left over from being a hunter when he was young. Hearing footsteps coming from the door, a green hunting dog sprang out from the woodshed and silently bit Soldek's calf. Village Chief Bright quickly called, "Kara, come back!" When the hunting dog heard its owner's call, it quickly stopped and immediately turned around, wagging its tail, and ran to the village chief Bright's legs to lie down. Only then did the old village chief see Soldak and hurriedly greeted him. "It's little Dak. Come and sit here. Are you still used to living in the village? It's okay." Soldak came over and found a wooden pillar to sit down on. When the 2 young men saw Soldak, they quickly stood up and greeted Soldak. The village chief Bright introduced to Soldak that one of the 2 young men was his youngest son Charlie, and the other was his nephew Luke. A middle-aged woman in civilian clothes came out of the house, gave Soldak a cup of tea, and then smiled at him before leaving the house. The village chief Bright said, "Thanks to you for coming forward in Bago pasture yesterday. Otherwise I don't know how the matter would have ended. If this pasture is gone, life in Wall Village will be difficult in the future. If these yellow sheep have no place to graze, and I really don't know what else the village can exchange with the foreign caravans for some daily necessities such as salt, silk thread, and iron pots. I'm glad I can help you all," Soldak said politely. Seeing that Serdek was not arrogant, Village Chief Bright breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Serdek would bring up topics such as the ownership of Bago grassland when he came up. Supposedly, the retaking of Bago grassland was all due to Serdek. But even so, he could not give it away easily. After all, the village was closely related to the grassland. livelihood issues for everyone. The bow tire in the hand of Village Chief Bright has been shaved almost completely. The entire handle and the back of the bow have been roughly chipped out. Only the fine balance of the bow back is left. Soldak said to Village Chief Bright. Uncle Brett, are you making a hardwood bow? Village Chief Bright handed the hardwood bow tire to Soldak, then dusted off the sawdust on his body, and replied, Well, September is about to enter. The weather will gradually cool down, and the lizards in the mountains will also come from the cracks in the mountain walls, climbing out. This time of year is the best time for hunting. I hope my luck will be better this year, and I can catch more gray rock iguanas. Cerdak asked curiously, Will the gray rock iguanas that are hunted be sold in the city of Helensa? Village Chief Bright paused for a moment before saying, Well, there are usually caravans who come to buy it, and then they transport it to the city of Helensa. The city of Helensa is too far for us. Is this kind of gray rock iguana used for eating? Cerdak asked. Charlie, who was sitting aside, said to Soldak, Of course. The iguana's meat is very tender and delicious. It feels a bit like tender chicken. But one piece of this thing can be exchanged for almost 2 silver coins. And no one in our village will be willing to eat it. The wooden bows in their hands were very average. Village Chief Bright took it in his hands and inspected it, pointed out the shortcomings and gave suggestions for modifications. It seemed that Village Chief Bright had a lot of experience in making hardwood bows, and it looked like this is a village-wide hunt. Cerdak also participated in some hunting activities when he was in the second team. In addition to hunting evil spirits, he also hunted timfish, swamp giant crocodile, and devil antelope. Uncle Brett, can I participate in the gray rock iguana hunting? Soldak felt that he should also participate in such an activity. Mayor Bright replied, Of course. When it's time to hunt, I will notify everyone in advance. Later, Soldak explained his purpose. Uncle Bright, I want to buy some boards from the village to repair the house. Mayor Bright pondered for a moment, took out a pipe from his pocket, and took 2 puffs. The wrinkles on his face were like those carved by a knife and an axe, and his bronze face was covered with traces of time. After pondering for a moment, he said, There are wooden planks in the warehouse in the village. I heard that Wall Village will be your fiefdom from now on. These wooden planks will naturally be included in your private property, and naturally you will not need to pay for them. When Cerdak heard that Chief Bright wanted to give him the wood for free, he hesitated before saying, Uncle Bright, I am still a reserve knight, and have not obtained a fief for the time being. Besides, even if the Lord of Helensa turns this land into my knight territory, the supplies in the village belong to the villagers here, and have nothing to do with me. I'd better pay some money. Village Chief Bright opened his eyes, and banged the walnut pipe on the wooden table hard twice. His tone was a little high, and he said loudly, How much is this wood worth? Then he realized that something was wrong with his tone. He immediately lowered his tone, and said sincerely to Cerdak, The land in Wall Village is barren, and cannot produce much food a year. In the future, this place will become your fiefdom, as long as being able to reduce some taxes during bad years is the greatest favor to us. Of course, Cerdak also knew that the villagers in the village usually had a very difficult life. But at this time, he could not make any promises. He could only continue. I also want to ask someone to help repair the house at home. Uncle Bright, are there carpenters and masons in the village? Everyone in the village has some skills in masonry and carpentry. In addition, you have to pay attention. You don't need to pay for asking people to help repair houses in the village. If you give them money, it is equivalent to looking down on them. Village Chief Bright said to Cerdak said. Soldak looked at the bottles of Charlie and Luke. The 2 young men nodded repeatedly. It seemed that what the village chief said was true. Mayor Bright continued. But according to the tradition in the village, the owner who is renovating the house needs to prepare some stew and wheat cakes, and treat the craftsmen who are renovating the house to a good meal. After all, it is a laborious job, and it happens to be here. And a salty pork leg. Chapter 224 Repairing the House. Village Chief Bright and a dozen villagers stood on the bank of the tidal flat in the lower reaches of the river. In front of him was a large submerged reed pond. There was also a large amount of red thatch growing on the periphery of the reed pond. Only in the summer, when rainfall is abundant, can the grass grow. Streams will continue to pour into this tidal flat, and currently the river bend has turned into a wild lake. In autumn, this area will be completely dry, in addition to using red thatch to repair roofs and reeds to weave mats. After these grasses are dried and crushed, they are also used as winter rations for the yellow sheep in the village during winter storage. Such a large tidal flat the ground is the biggest guarantee for the yellow sheep's ability to survive the winter. The dazzling sunshine shone on this wild lake, and a few wild ducks were burrowing in the reeds. A dozen young villagers rolled up their trouser legs, holding sickles in their hands, and stepped into the tidal flats covered with red thatch. They harvested clusters of red thatch and transported them back to the shore. The mud at the bottom of this wild lake is so soft that it will almost flood up to your thighs if you step on it. It is very difficult to walk back and forth on the riverbank. Therefore, the red thatch is almost always relayed to the shore. Sir Dak originally wanted to go down to the river to cut the red thatch in person, but Uncle Bright stopped him and said, "How can you, a majestic knight of the Empire, go to the wild lake to cut thatch?" Just when Soldak was asking the village chief Bright for advice on how to hunt gray rock iguanas, a villager ran from a distance and shouted to the old village chief, "Uncle Bright, there are people from Good Village again." When the villagers who were cutting red thatch in the wild lake heard someone shouting loudly, they stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to the shore to watch. The old village chief standing on the bank quickly pointed at the villagers and shouted, "Hurry up and cut the grass. It will take a long time to dry the grass before you can use it on your house. After that, it will not dry anymore. Go and dry the grass in Good Village." People brought here. When the villager heard the old village chief's instructions, he quickly turned around and went to find the person from Good Village. When two villagers from Good Village drove a dozen yellow sheep and led a yellow and white cow over here, the bright village chief was a little dumbfounded. He popped his beard and glared at the villager and said angrily, "Can't you find a way to resettle the cattle and sheep they brought? And you have to rush here? Uncle Bright, they said these sheep and cows were given to Duck. I don't dare to place them casually." The young villager ran directly to the old village chief and said in a low voice. Sir Dak heard the villager say this and asked in surprise, "For me? Before you?" The young villager could answer the question. One of the good villagers holding the cow said first, "Sir Knight Sir Dak, the people in the village offended you before, and this time I brought you some gifts. Sir Knight, please accept it. This time I return the Bago grassland to Wall Village. I also want to ask you not to hold grudges against Good Village. I ask you to forgive me for any offense I caused in the past." I forgive you," Soldak said. Then he looked at a dozen yellow sheep gnawing on the grass next to the river beach and said, "However, I can't take your cattle and sheep. These cattle and sheep are yours. It's better to rush back. Sir Knight." The faces of the two Good Village villagers were bronzed by the sun, and their faces were covered with dry areas. At a glance, you can tell that they are honest farmers. The two of them stood in front of Sue with embarrassed faces. In front of Erdek, he put on a posture of refusing to leave until he gave this gift away. Soldak felt that this matter was dragging on, and it would obviously delay the progress of repairing his house. If they were two villains or cunning people, Sirdak would have a way to deal with them. However, they both looked dull and honest. Sirdak rubbed his forehead in distress, turned around and asked the old village chief in a low voice, "How much would these cattle and sheep be worth?" Village chief Bright frowned and murmured, "A yellow sheep costs about 7 silver coins, and a cow is even more expensive. It can be sold for at least 1 gold coin in Helensa city. That's 2 gold coins." After Soldak finished speaking, he took out 2 golden coins from his pocket behind his back, grabbed the ancient pagoda villager, stuffed the gold coins into his palm, and said to the ancient pagoda villager without any doubt, "These I have accepted the cow and sheep. Please give these 2 gold coins to your village chief, so that the grudges between our two villages can be settled." The good villagers looked at the gold coins in their hands in shock, and looked at Soldak in confusion. "If you have nothing else to do, please come back," Sirdak said to the 2 villagers of Good Village. The 2 ancient pagoda villagers held 2 gold coins in their hands. After being stunned for a moment, they quickly left with a look of joy on their faces. Sirdak looked at the cows and goats grazing next to him with some distress, wondering whether he should drive them to the Bago pasture. Or village chief Bright told the villager who reported the news, "Go and take these." The cow was taken to Dake's house and handed over to old Sheila, and the 15 sheep were rushed to Bago pasture. "I understand, village chief." After receiving the specific instructions, the villager quickly followed Bright's instructions. The red thatched grass on the river bend has basically been cut. It can be completely dried under the scorching sun as long as it is exposed to the sun for half a day on the edge of the river beach. As for how the red thatch will be laid on the roof, it is also very particular. The red thatch needs to be tied into bundles and tied to the hardwood rafters of the roof. If the bundles are tied too tightly, there will be gaps between the red thatch bundles, which will inevitably cause leakage when it rains. But if the red thatch bundles are not tied tightly, the thatch on the roof will not be able to withstand strong winds. Once there is a strong wind, the thatch on the roof will be blown into the sky. Surdak returned home with the villagers who were harvesting red thatch, only to find that work was also in full swing at home. The roof of the stone house has long been lifted off, and several carpenters wrapped the interior walls of the old house with wooden boards. This way it looks like a stone house from the outside, but from the inside it looks like a very elegant wooden house. The main part of the roof is the beams are still strong, but the rafters are a bit sparse. Some villagers climbed to the roof and added some new wood to make the rafters more densely arranged, so that the thatch on the roof would not be lifted by strong winds. The firewood shed belonging to Soldak next to it has been completely dismantled. Several masons have built the wall as high as one person, and have expanded a new stone house next to the old house together with the bathroom. It seems that the posture is still ready to be built. A small window opens in the roof. This kind of limestone strips can be seen everywhere in Pagalos Mountain. This kind of stone is not very hard and is very easy to dig. People here are used to using this kind of limestone to build stone houses. It feels like building blocks with ease. The mud used is clay mixed with lime. This mixed soil will become stronger and stronger under the erosion of rain. The kitchen of the old house had been dismantled to pieces. Old Sheila asked the masons to build a simple stove in the yard. Old Sheila gritted her teeth and took Rita to build a few egg-laying hens in the house. Kill them! Prepare to mix these chickens with the salty pork legs brought by the old village chief. Stuff them with some peeled chestnuts and stew them into a pot of stew, and entertain the villagers who come to help. Many women from the village came over to help, making the yard noisy. When it was almost dark, the dried red thatch was spread on the roof, and a new stone house was built on one side of the old house. Although the main frame of the stone house was built, and the main beams and roof where the thatch has been laid, but the carpentry work inside the house has not been completed. Several carpenters will be busy for at least one more day tomorrow. In this dinner, the villagers not only ate the 6 hens that old Sheila had, but also half a bag of wheat flour. Old Sheila also asked Rita to make the last half bag of wheat flour into baked wheat cakes to entertain the helpers in the village. The good land for growing wheat in Wall Village was very limited, and it was rare for the villagers to have a meal of baked wheat cakes. There was almost nothing left from more than a dozen baked wheat cakes, when the villagers who had eaten and drank enough were dragging their tired bodies away one after another. The yard was in a mess, and it would take a lot of time to clean it up. Old Sheila was a little worried looking at the empty flour bags, and was harvesting new things. Before we came out, probably the only things people could eat at home were chestnuts and cassava. Old Sheila didn't expect that Surdak would actually start such a big battle. Not only did he renovate the old stone house, but he also asked the villagers to build a new stone house. The 2 stone houses, one high and one low, were close together. The closets in the 2 rooms are connected to a chimney, and old Sheila knows that this winter will not be too difficult. Chapter 225 Gift. After breakfast the next morning, Surdak took out the gifts he bought in Bena's city and placed them on the dining table. 2 pairs of exquisite ladies' lambskin boots, a soft silk dress, and a gold necklace inlaid with rubies were gifts for Rita and Natasha respectively. The exquisite silver kettle was a gift for old Sheila, who had forgotten Peter, that gift. So Soldak took out a fine silver-handled dagger he had with him and prepared to give it to little Peter. Originally, Soldak was still worried about whether old Sheila, Rita, and Natasha would accept these gifts. Unexpectedly, after seeing these expensive gifts on the square table, old Sheila was just a little surprised. But she did not refuse these gifts. Old Sheila looked at the silver kettle in front of her, and was sitting at the dining table in a daze, seeing the faint sadness in her eyes. She probably thought of her son, who died on the battlefield. Rita couldn't help but gently caress the exquisite gilt patterns on these lambskin boots, looking at the shoe straps mixed with gold and silver threads. The pointed toes of those little leather boots almost pierced her heart. Her heart was pounding loudly. This pair of leather boots was more exquisite than any sheepskin boots she had ever seen. She had seen a similar pair on the feet of a bride who married in the village, but they are definitely not as beautiful as this pair. She was sitting at the dining table, looking excited and excited. She wanted to touch the leather of the sheepskin boots to see if they were soft, but she was worried that she was not reserved enough and would be scolded by Sheila. She couldn't wait to try it. Natasha, who was sitting opposite Rita, seemed much more reserved, but her eyes were also attracted by the magnificent ruby necklace on the table, and the one made of unknown fabric. The fabric of the skirt looked as soft as the clouds in the sky. But the thinner the gauze material, the more translucent it seemed. She felt that wearing any petticoat underneath would definitely look very tacky. But who could have the courage? Wearing only such a see-through silk skirt when going out to meet people? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Natasha's fair face. However, little Peter grabbed the dagger in his hand unceremoniously. Old Sheila was worried that he would be hurt if he accidentally pulled out the dagger. So she took the dagger from little Peter's hand and threatened to keep it for him for a while. Little Peter looked at his grandmother stupidly and wanted to struggle out of his mother's arms and snatch his little toy back. You actually prepared these expensive gifts for us. Dak is not as careful as you. So it cost you money, old Sheila said to Soldak. Then looked at Rita and said, Rita, put these away first. I was still worrying about your dowry before. But now I have something I can use. Rita blinked her big lake blue eyes, with a hint of joy on her face, but tried hard to remain as reserved as she should be. Old Sheila said to Natasha in a soft voice, Natasha, since it is Dak's heart, you should accept it. Natasha nodded to Soldak and said softly to Soldak, Thank you for the gift. She rarely spoke to Serdak, and her slightly hoarse voice carried a very special magnetism. But after saying this, she turned around and ran into the room holding her gift. She seemed to be a little excited, maybe thinking of some sad things. Magic is very mysterious to the people in the village. But just because you've never eaten pork doesn't mean you've never seen a pig running. After Serdak used the water-gathering magic scroll to fill the water tank with water, old Sheila asked not to use this extravagant method to fetch water. And these magic scrolls must be reserved for use when necessary. Old Sheila didn't know that magic scrolls also have a shelf life. Once left for too long, the magic in the magic ink will evaporate, and the magic scroll will be completely scrapped. However, Serdak was not prepared to refute, but took the initiative to lift the barrel, take on the work of fetching water at home. Since there was a cow and a horse in the yard, Rita had to cut the grass every day and milk the cow every morning. Little Peter could drink fresh milk every morning. In addition to little Peter, Soldak also had a glass of milk for breakfast. As for Rita and Natasha, they did not have this treatment. Their breakfast was still chestnut porridge mixed with some cassava. A cow can milk almost half a bucket of fresh milk at one time. But old Sheila plans to turn the milk into cheese and save it to be taken to the city in exchange for some salt. Soldak was practicing chopping with a Roman sword in the yard. He used half a piece of wood to cut a wooden sword for little Peter and practice with him. Little Peter ran wildly in the yard with the wooden sword. Sweating profusely, old Sheila sat on the threshold of the door of the house, holding the dustpan in her hand. Her eyes always fell on little Peter. When she saw little Peter began to imitate Soldak's sword-wielding movements, the look on his face finally a happy smile appeared. The carpenters from the village arrived to continue the work they had not finished yesterday. They wanted to lay oak boards on the walls and floors of the new stone houses, and also customize some wooden furniture for these rooms, such as Soldak's bed, cabinets, desks and chairs, etc. The old village chief moved almost all the oak boards stored in the village warehouse here yesterday. For Wall Village, there are no forest farms nearby, so it is also a very expensive resource. These wood were all purchased last year, before it snowed in winter. Chief Bright led the villagers to cut down the wood from the mountains near Helensa city. Sheila's dinner for the carpenters was cream of mushroom soup and roast duck. There are some wild ducks hidden in the reeds in the river bend and tidal flats. As long as your archery skills are good enough, you can hunt some wild ducks. However, Serdak's archery skills are very average. He can rarely hit even the evil ghosts on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain, let alone wild ducks. The wild ducks used to entertain the village carpenters were sent by the village chief's son Charlie. In the morning, Charlie and Luke carried brand new hunting bows on their backs and built a simple raft made of reeds next to the tidal flat. The two of them took the raft made of reed grass and entered the center of the tidal flat with their bows and arrows. In addition to hunting, we arrived at a few plump wild ducks and picked up a wicker basket of wild duck eggs. In just 3 days, the new house was filled with furniture. The oak board furniture looked very heavy, and the carpenters had completed all the work. Serdak originally wanted to give some wages to these villagers who were good at carpentry, but they were angrily rejected by these villagers. Sitting on the wooden bed in the house, Soldak exhaled softly, thinking to himself, finally, he has a decent-looking residence. The room was a bit damp and filled with a faint smell of resin. Lying on the wooden bed, the room felt a bit stuffy, but it was much better than sleeping in a sleeping bag. There was a sound of water splashing from the bathroom next door. He hadn't had a good night's sleep since then. Serdek lay on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 226 Caravan. In sleep, Serdek seems to be floating in the endless star field. Countless stars appear dim in the star field. Only about 20 stars are lit up and connected by a faint thin line. Countless stars shine from these stars. It emanated from above and shone on Serdek's body, dispelling the fear in his heart. There were whispers in his ears, and the sound of chanting Sanskrit. The two sounds were intertwined and made him upset. Those murmurings came out from the bottom of my heart with countless negative emotions. Like a piece of chewing gum that has been chewed repeatedly, changing various shapes in the gaps between dozens of teeth. And those negative emotions were mixed in, destroyed, reorganized, and then destroyed. And those Sanskrit words were intertwined with the melodious and sacred songs, as if they were constantly purifying the soul in his body. The soul in his body was washed and as transparent as glass, constantly twisting in Serdek's body, wanting to break free from the cage of your body. Only the sacred aura exuded by the lit stars could make Serdek feel peaceful. He tried hard to close his eyes in the extremely dark void, examined his almost transparent body, and felt the holy light passes through the body, warm and peaceful. Serdek tried to get closer to the stars, but found that the stars were extremely far away from him. He could only use his mental perception to contact the stars that were lit in the star field. The next moment, the surging power of the holy light appeared like a sun above Serdek's head. Serdek only felt that the spiritual sea was filled with extremely brilliant power of holy light. The spiritual sea seemed to have been broken by some kind of force, and Serdek's body was swallowed up by countless holy lights. Serdek woke up from his dream and found that it was almost dawn. He was lying on a brand new wooden bed wearing Warcraft leather armor, and the faint golden holy light gradually disappeared from his skin. Serdek discovered that 2 more nodes in his body had begun to sprout sacred aura, and there were already signs of being lit. He sat up from the bed all of a sudden, feeling that some changes must have occurred in his body, and the world became much more real and clear in his eyes. He clearly saw the lines on the inner surface of the lizard nut SHL on the wooden table, saw a small long-legged bee quickly crawling across the windowsill, and then heard the sound of cows grazing outside. He could even picture the yellow and white flowered cow munching on the grass. This feeling is wonderful. Just like standing naked under the blue sky, Serdek can clearly feel the moist air around him wrapping himself. When his hands touch the surrounding air, he no longer just touches the tenderness. In the morning breeze, there seemed to be countless elemental particles floating in the air like fine dust, and his body was like a magnet in the air. The thin sacred power floating in the air kept touching his body. Serdek stepped outside the stone house, and with a boom, he felt that everything in front of him had become extremely vivid. Details that he could not pay attention to in the past could be seen at a casual glance. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner surprise, walked to the yard, drew out his Roman sword and tried to chop a few times. When the tip of the Roman sword cut through the air, it actually brought up a faint white streak. Serdek felt that he should go to Helensa city. In addition to buying some daily necessities, he should also go to the Knights again to test his current level. "Dak, are you okay?" Rita saw Serdek standing in the yard, holding a Roman sword in a daze, and couldn't help but ask. Her eyes, as clear as lake water, looked at Serdek curiously. She was not the kind of weak girl. On the contrary, her round and white arms were full of strength. She could even easily lift 2 wooden buckets filled with water, and walk swiftly on the path, with a healthy blush on her fair face. When she spoke, she always had a smile unconsciously. Serdek shook his head and said, "Nothing." Before Serdek could leave for Helensa, a caravan from Helensa arrived at Wall Village at noon. They came from Gouda Village. This kind of caravan will roam everywhere in the mountains at the southern foot of Paglos Mountain every year during this season. They brought a large amount of daily necessities from the city of Helensa to Helensa. In the villages on the outskirts of the city, they sell some daily necessities to the villagers here, such as salt, silk thread, iron pots, as well as some seeds and farm tools. Their luggage is always full of various supplies, like a huge grocery store. The caravan usually only stays in each village for 1 day, usually arriving at noon, then camping at the entrance of the village for 1 night, and then rushing to the next village the next morning. This caravan has a total of 12 horses and 6 mules, and each mule is loaded with supplies. Horses generally don't carry much material on their bodies, and merchants are also used to leading their horses on foot. They are wrapped in a layer of gray linen, and when viewed from a distance, they completely blend in with the gray limestone mountain. The caravan arrived at the entrance of Wall Village and quickly cleared an open space. Then they set up some tents at the entrance of the village. They then unloaded the supplies from the mules, spread them on the ground with some rawhide, and arranged the supplies in categories. Come out. Of course, businessmen would not rush into the village and disturb the villagers. The first ones to discover these merchants must be the children in the village. When these naughty children see the caravan coming from a distance, they will gather in groups to guard the entrance to the village. At this time, businessmen are often not stingy. They often take out some maple sugar candies and give them to the children, one each. Then the children will run back to the village happily and bring the caravan to the village. Word spread before the village. When merchants come to the village, the first thing they do is not to sell goods, but to purchase materials. They purchase various goods from the villagers. The scope of the goods purchased is very wide, such as grain, flax, cattle and sheep, as long as the villagers can get it. This thing has a certain value, and merchants will give a price. But don't expect the merchants to give high prices for those weird things. After gathering a certain amount of supplies, 2 merchants will be sent on horseback to transport the purchased supplies back to the city of Helensa. The villagers in these remote villages basically have no spare money. If they sell the goods they brought from the beginning, it will be difficult to sell them. Only by purchasing the materials in the hands of the villagers will the villagers buy and buy until they spend the money. Just keep all the money in their hands, because even if the money is left in their hands, it is basically of no use. Dang dang dang. The old village chief, Bright, used a hammer to knock the badly broken iron shield hanging on the dead tree at the entrance of the village. The villagers came out of their homes and took out the materials they had accumulated for a long time. The land in Wall Village was barren, and the food they grew was not enough for self-sufficiency. They only took out some eggs they had accumulated for a long time, and drove out 1 or 2 yellow sheep to sell to the merchants. In fact, what the merchants most hope to purchase is the sheepskin, which is more convenient for storage and transportation. However, the villagers think that selling the whole sheep can sell a few more copper coins, so they will never kill the sheep and skin them for sale. The most popular items in the caravan are salt and silk thread. Farm tools and iron pots are urgent needs, and every villager has them at home. However, these commodities are expensive, and you will only think of buying them again if they are completely damaged. In fact, iron pots can be exchanged for new ones, as long as you put some money on them. Occasionally, some villagers will try buy some plant seeds. Of course, trading with the villagers here is not the main purpose of the caravan, and this kind of business actually makes little money. The reason why the businessmen came to the village at this time was actually to discuss the purchase of gray rock iguanas with the village chief. At this time every year, the gray rock iguana will crawl out of the cracks in the rocks in the mountains. This kind of gray rock iguana has delicious meat, and is very popular among the upper-class nobles. There are always such caravans running around the edges of Paglos Mountain. Negotiate a purchase agreement with the villagers here. Agree on a date, and arrive in advance to transport these gray rock iguanas. Chapter 227 The Sale at the Entrance of Wall Village. When Soldak led little Peter to the entrance of the village, the entrance of the village had turned into a lively little market. The villagers are queuing up to buy salt, which is the biggest necessity in life. The crystal clear salt is packed in paper bags. Although the price is not expensive, a pack of 10 copper coins is much higher than the price in Helensa city. Come out a little bit. Serdak did not line up with the villagers to buy salt. Instead, he squatted in front of the street stall and looked at the various goods displayed on the hard cowhide with interest. The various goods on the street stall were quite complete, ranging from various foods to various products. There are all kinds of seasonings, in addition to agricultural tools and iron pots. There are also things like hatchets, bow strings, and arrow clusters. After living in the village for nearly a week, Serdak felt that if the caravan did not show up again, the gold coins on his body would almost lose their own value. It was a rare opportunity to shop like this. It felt like a very rare thing. Enjoy. Thinking of this, Soldak couldn't help but touch the silver coin that was rattling in his pocket. The leader of the caravan is taking the old village chief Bright to sit under a dead tree at the entrance of the village, discussing matters related to the hunting of gray rock iguanas in the village. Originally, the old village chief planned to let Serdak participate, and every year Wall Village hunts gray rock iguanas. Rock iguanas are a big deal, and this income is directly related to whether the villagers can live a comfortable winter. If this income is insufficient, the taxes paid during the autumn harvest will not be enough. The grain production in Wall Village is insufficient, and the grain cannot be used to offset taxes. Therefore, before winter begins, the old village chief will take the village's strong laborers into the mountains on the outskirts of Helensa city to cut wood. and transport some wood to Helensa city to deduct taxes. Serdek didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to visit a street stall, and he didn't want to get involved in the hypocritical conversation between the caravan leader and the old village chief. Naturally, there was someone in the caravan who knew the goods. It was obvious at a glance that Serdek was wearing a set of Warcraft leather armor. Seeing him standing in front of the stall holding little Peter's hand, he involuntarily lowered his body by half and squinted his eyes. Seong Soldek smiled carefully and asked, "May I ask what you are interested in? I can give you the best price." Little Peter stood in front of the stall, staring at a bag of maltose. His little hands were tightly clasped together, his mouth slightly pursed, and he didn't say whether he wanted it or not. "Does little Peter want some candy?" Soldek knelt down in front of little Peter and looked into his eyes. Little Peter shook his head vigorously and said in a milky voice, "Little Peter, I don't want it. This candy is not good at all. I don't want it if it doesn't taste good." Although he said this, his eyes never left the bag of maltose cubes. However, at this time, little Peter took the initiative to stretch out his little hand and took Soldek, preparing to leave the stall. Seeing his reluctant face, Soldek's heart almost melted as he stubbornly wanted to leave. This stall was surrounded by other children in the village. A naughty kid was half kneeling in front of the stall, sticking his head in, his eyes almost touching the bag of candy. The most terrifying thing was the 2 streaks of snot flowing out of him, which followed him. His breathing was rising and falling, and he might fall down at any time, which made the businessman in charge of selling the goods frightened. But he was in Soldek, and he didn't dare to scare that naughty kid. Serdek also saw black lines in his head and said to the salesman, "Give me that bag of candy." The salesman was slightly startled and did not react. Serdek glanced at him and asked, "Can't this bag of candy be sold?" The salesman was agitated, and then realized that Serdek was going to buy the bag of maltose bars. He quickly bent down to rescue the bag of maltose from the naughty child's sight, and tried his best to smile at Soldek. "Come on, bite the bullet and say, 'Of course not.'" After paying 15 copper coins, Soldek picked up the bag of candy bars. Seeing that the bag of maltose bars was bought and the children in the village dispersed in droves, Soldek squatted in front of little Peter, stuffed the bag of candy bars into little Peter's arms, smiled at him and said, "Okay, children need to learn to share happiness with others. What would you do if this bag of candy belonged entirely to you?" Little Peter's eyes widened and he asked innocently, "Can I share these candies with my friends?" "Of course. It belongs to you and is at your disposal," Serdek said with an affirmative nod. Little Peter thought seriously for a long time. His eyes became bright, and he said to Soldek, "I want to share some with my friends. I promise it won't be too much. I will give the rest to Sheila. She likes to eat candy. Every time I cry, she will take out a candy and give it to me." After saying that, he opened the bag of candy, carefully counted out a dozen candies, and put a very rare candy in his mouth, then ran towards a group of children squatting on the buns with those candies in his hands. It seems that not all children are friends with little Peter. Soldek shouted to little Peter, "Don't run away. Don't leave my sight." Little Peter readily agreed and ran away. Serdek then showed his strong purchasing power, which made the businessman a little stunned. "I want this bag of wheat flour. Is this butter? Whole ham? Bundles of kielbasa, pepper, chili sauce, and other seasonings." In the end, I actually bought an alloy bow and a bag of 3-sided fine steel arrow clusters. In addition to these, I also bought various seeds with unknown functions. In the end, even shovels, iron pickaxes, and iron pots were bundled, of course. Serdek couldn't take so many things by himself, but it didn't matter. The salesman took the initiative to bring over a mule, loaded all the supplies on the mule, and moved them to the house with Soldek behind him. Soldek took little Peter and walked in front. The people in the village got out of the way one after another. Only then did the people in the village realize that the young man in front of them, who had a smile on his face all day long and was not very talkative, was no longer the little Dak he used to be. He is a knight. As for the farm tools and iron pots that Serdek bought, Serdek did not take them away. Instead, he asked the old village chief Bright to move them to the warehouse in the village. Originally, Serdek wanted to supply some wood to the village. However, looking at it now, it is far less useful than replenishing some farm tools. The caravan leader looked at Soldek's back and asked the old village chief Bright, "Who is this?" "He is the knight of Serdek, and he has just returned from the battlefield," the old village chief said proudly. The caravan leader asked in surprise, "Is he from your wall village?" The old village chief nodded, glanced at the caravan leader and said, "Of course." The leader of the caravan sat down with some disappointment and murmured to himself, "So this place will become a knight's territory in the future?" The old village chief didn't know why the caravan leader looked a little depressed. But now was not the time to dwell on these things. He had to rush to move these farm tools back to the village warehouse. Chapter 228 Lizard Hunting. Before dawn the next day, the caravan set off for the next village. The caravan, consisting of 12 horses and 6 mules, faced the white fish belly that had just appeared on the horizon, and walked along an uneven mountain road toward the village ahead. 30 kilometers away, Serdek was riding on the horse, standing on the upper reaches of the highest river in Wall Village. I watched the caravan silently leave from a distance. On the gray limestone formations, the sun jumped out from below the horizon, stretching their shadows long. Serdek also followed the lizard hunting team in Wall Village and entered the mountains at the southern foot of Paglos. The leader of this lizard hunting team was naturally led by the village chief Bright, who had the most experience in hunting in Wall Village. The villagers carried bows, arrows, ropes, and about 7 days of dry food on their backs and walked into the mountains on foot. Going deeper into the Paglos Mountains, you will find that it is even more desolate. The touch of green that could still be seen in the ravines has disappeared by the time everyone crosses a mountain ridge. Looking around, the mountains in front of me are all made of gray rocks. Occasionally, you can see a few animal bones on the stone walls. This is a dead place. Occasionally, you can see some sea buckthorn grass covered with thorns in the rock crevices, with dry branches and leaves swaying in the wind. Village Chief Bright climbed to a steep rock crevice, reached out and broke off the branches of the sea buckthorn grass that had lost its water in the crevice. The wrinkles on his face became a little deeper. The vitality here has almost been cut off. Originally, this area is the activity area of gray rock iguanas. These sea buckthorn grasses are the source of life for these gray rock iguanas. But this year, these sea buckthorn grasses have dried up and died. Of course, there can be no more gray rock in this area. Iguana. The old village chief frowned, took a sip of water to moisten his thirsty throat, covered his face with a linen scarf, waved to the team, and everyone headed towards the depths of the southern mountains. The volcanic crater in the distance, known as the Pustule, became increasingly clear in Serdek's sight. Chief Bright led the village's lizard hunting team and walked like this for a whole day, passing through 4 areas where the gray rock iguanas were most active in the past. However, the situation this year was slightly different. The rock gaps in these places, there is no trace of the gray rock iguana in the area. Not only that, even the sea buckthorn grass that the iguana depends on for survival is almost all dead. The team waited until the sun had set in the mountain col, and then set up camp under a cliff sheltered from the wind. These villagers did not carry tents. Each of them just carried a worn-out blanket, and everyone raised a pile of small tents under the cliff. Everyone was wrapped in blankets around the bonfire, tearing off a piece of some dry food they carried and throwing it into an iron pot filled with water on the bonfire. When the water in the pot boils, everyone will scoop out some food from the iron pot and gather together to enjoy the dinner. This kind of big pot rice is not delicious, and the quality of the food brought by the villagers varies. Some villagers bring roasted wheat cakes, and some villagers bring chestnut cakes. At this time, no one will be picky about the difference in food. But the first day of hunting was a series of missed shots, which made the atmosphere in the lizard hunting team a little solemn. At this time, the old village chief gathered together several villagers with rich hunting experience in the village and began to discuss on an old piece of parchment which area would have a greater chance of having gray rock iguanas. The villagers frowned. Locked up. Things don't look good. Serdek sat quietly leaning against the rock wall. He was beside the bright village chief and listened to the discussion. All the sea buckthorn grass in this area has died. It's too dry in this area. Not a single sea buckthorn grass has survived. The gray rock iguanas must have migrated to other places. The wrinkles on the old village chief's face appeared deeper, and his lips were a little dry. Wanted to take out the kettle and drink some water, but held back and just pursed his lips slightly. The youngest son Charlie looked at the old village chief with a puzzled look on his face and asked casually, "This place is only separated by a ridge from Wall Village. How could the drought be so severe? This is not surprising. This happens every few years. As long as we continue to explore deeper into the mountains, we will always find something." An old villager was skilled in twisting the bowstring while telling Charlie said, "In my opinion, the gray rock iguanas should have migrated in this direction. As long as we continue to chase them, We will definitely find their traces, another old villager said confidently, pointing to the pustule mountain. However, his words were immediately questioned by other villagers. Come on! There has long been a dead land with no vegetation. Do you think the gray rock iguana can survive there? The villager stubbornly said. Whether there are gray rock iguanas or not, we have to do some research to find out. The evening's discussion yielded no real results. Early the next morning, the old village chief climbed to the top of a cliff. He held a piece of red silk high in his hand and felt the wind direction in the mountain. He climbed down from the top of the cliff and continued to set off with the lizard hunting team. And then the team headed into the wind. In the lizard hunting team, only Serdek was holding the horse. This ancient bow-lie horse carried most of the team's supplies. They checked 2 hunting grounds in a row in the morning, but failed in both. The wrinkles on the old village chief's face deepened. In the afternoon, the lizard hunting team from Wall Village climbed another mountain ridge. In front of Serdek's eyes was a jagged limestone forest. These bamboo-shaped stone forests were on a slope. From a distance, they looked like the ground was covered with sharp spikes. Some of the stalagmites were tens of meters high, while some were as short as 10 meters. There were countless mottled cracks on the stalagmites. Finally, in the crevice of a stalagmite, Serdek saw a blue-purple sea buckthorn grass swaying in the wind. In good years in the past, we could catch enough gray rock iguanas almost only in the previous hunting grounds. Although there are many gray rock iguanas in the collapsing rock forest, it is too dangerous after all. I will never do it unless I have to. Won't come here. The old village chief stood at the front of the team, looking at the stone forest in front of him with a worried expression. Is this place dangerous? Serdek asked the old village chief curiously. The old village chief nodded very seriously and said, Almost all the stalagmites here have broken. A slight violent vibration will cause these stalagmites to collapse. Serdek was a little speechless. At this time, the Wall Village lizard hunting group had arrived at the outskirts of the collapsing rock forest. Serdek had already seen countless piles of large and small gravels outside the collapsing rock forest. From a distance, it looked like it was like a cemetery. After hearing the explanation of the old village chief, I realized that these piles of rubble were stalagmites from the collapse of the stone forest. Serdek crushed a crisp piece of limestone with his foot, and suddenly a dark gray shadow sprang out from the crack under his feet and got into the crack on the side in the blink of an eye. Greystone iguana. Someone in the lizard hunter shouted. Chapter 229 Lizard Hunter 2. The 2 villagers standing under the stone pile reacted almost at the same time. They grabbed the special hunting poles in their hands and quickly chased the gray shadow. However, the gray shadow moved very quickly. After escaping from the crack in the stone, he unexpectedly drilled directly towards another stone crevice. The lasso rod in the hands of the villagers could not even touch the body of the gray rock iguana, and the gray rock iguana escaped. Several villagers quickly surrounded the stone pile and inserted the poles in their hands into the stone pile. For catchers surrounded the stone pile, preparing for the moment when the gray rock iguana jumped out of the stone pile, trapping a gray rock iguana. After the stalagmites here collapse, they will leave behind piles of stones like ruins. These large and small stones are piled together. The small ones are only as big as a fist, but the large stones are bigger than millstones. It is not easy to turn over stones on a pile of rocks. All the villagers gathered around the stone pile and began to turn over the stones quickly. It didn't take long for the gray rock iguana to be pulled out from under a stone slab by the villagers. The gray rock iguana slipped out from between the legs of a villager. I got out at once, but was caught by the catcher waiting at the outermost edge. The rope on the pole tightly strangled the iguana's neck, and the iguana struggled on the pole. But the more the iguana struggled, the tighter the rope became. The gray rock iguana couldn't catch the rope with its sharp claws, so it hung on the rope and pretended to be dead. This was the first gray rock iguana hunted by the Wall Village lizard hunting group after they came out of the village. At this time, only then did Duck finally see the full picture of the gray rock iguana. This gray rock iguana looks unremarkable. It is only about 2 feet long. It has gray skin, a pointed head and a short tail, and thick limbs. It looks unattractive. I believe it actually lives in the cracks of rocks all year round. The villagers put the gray rock iguana into an iron cage, found an iron plate and pressed it on the iron cage to block the sun, and then rushed to another pile of rocks. Turning over stones is a very hard physical job, and these gray rock iguanas are timid by nature. After being turned over from the cracks in the stones by the villagers, they will only find the nearest stone cracks to crawl in and hide again. So there is basically no need for hunting weapons like bows and daggers. Serdek originally thought that he would use a hunting bow when hunting gray rock iguanas. So he even bought an alloy bow for this purpose. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the hunting point, this type of weapon would be completely useless, as long as he had arm strength. With a few trappers with quick hands and eyes, they can catch iguanas in the crevices of rocks. After calming down and thinking about it seriously, Soldak felt that he had made the problem a little complicated. It should be like this. What hunting methods do these villagers of Wall Village have in front of them? It was Cerdak who also jumped off his horse, rolled up his sleeves, and turned over the rocks with the villagers. Cerdak was much stronger than the villagers, and could also turn over some large rocks. There were such things everywhere around the rubble stone forest. There are always some gray rock iguanas hiding under the stone piles left after the stone forest is broken up, and they are captured by the villagers. These hunting lizards were put into cages, and kept busy near the stone pile until the sun was about to set. Then the old village chief led everyone to make a fire, and cook under a stone wall sheltered from the wind. Cerdak sat on a piece of limestone and kept talking. I shook my sore arms, and the calluses on my palms were worn away. Charlie, the son of the old village chief, brought Soldak dinner, gave him a simple smile, and asked, "Are you feeling tired? You must have never turned over rocks before. You have to get used to this kind of work slowly. You must not do it. It's too forced. If you use too much force, your arms may be swollen tomorrow. Rubbing and pressing like this can relieve the fatigue of your arms." Charlie didn't press Soldak's arm, but used his own arm to demonstrate. Soldak took the mushy dinner and said to Charlie with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't expect that this hunting method is much simpler than I thought. I also prepared specially for this hunting an alloy bow, but unfortunately of no use at the moment. Only here in the gravel forest can we catch gray rock iguanas like this. Other hunting places are much simpler. Unfortunately, there are much fewer iguanas this year than in previous years. There are no traces of iguanas in those hunting grounds." Charlie laughed, he said, his eyes staring at the alloy bow on Cerdak's back. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and asked Cerdak, "Dak, can you let me see your alloy bow? The first time I went to Helensa city, I saw it once in a weapons store. The hateful shopkeeper thought I couldn't afford it, and wouldn't even let me look at it." Cerdak took the alloy bow off his back and handed it to Charlie. Charlie took the alloy bow in his hand and stretched out his hand to pull the bow's string. Soldak was worried that he would hurt his hand, so he specially gave him a finger cut. Charlie excitedly drew the alloy bow to full string, and said with envy, "It turns out that the bow blades are embedded in the bow handle like this. I will also go to the blacksmith shop to make a pair of bow blades in the future." An old hunter beside him chuckled, patted Charlie on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't think about it. The blacksmith shop in Helensa city can't make this kind of bow piece. You should just use your own. Let's hunt for a bow." The old village chief walked around among the villagers and told them to move their arms before going to bed. Then he sat down against the stone wall, with helplessness written all over his face, and said, "If there were no traces of iguanas in several hunting grounds, who would be willing to turn over rocks in the collapsing rock forest?" The villagers turned over rocks on the edge of the rubble forest for nearly 2 days. In the afternoon, even Cerdak felt a little overwhelmed. Moreover, the edge of the stone forest had already been turned over. If he wanted to continue turning over stones, he would have to enter the dangerous stone forest. The old village chief called to stop. This time the harvest in the stone forest was not bad. A total of 17 gray rock iguanas were hunted. In the evening, the villagers who went out to explore the surroundings finally came back. 2 villagers who went out to explore the limestone iguanas brought back good news. They found traces of limestone iguanas in the direction of the Pussy Crater. Which ones? The situation in the hunting ground is much better than that in the stone forest. If you don't want to turn over rocks, you can walk over there. The old village chief decided that night to leave the stone forest early the next morning. After nightfall, when all the villagers fell asleep, Cerdak quietly crawled out of his sleeping bag and quietly used the power of holy light to treat the villagers with red and swollen arms, watching the painful expressions on their faces in their dreams. After slowly stretching out, Cerdak breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, the old village chief asked 4 villagers to carry 2 iron cages filled with limestone iguanas and leave. They followed the shortcut back to Wall Village. The remaining villagers continued towards the Pustula volcano. Many villagers got up from the blankets and were very surprised to find that their arms were back to normal. Everyone was talking about it. They didn't know what happened for a while. The soreness and pain in various parts of the body disappeared inexplicably. The lizard hunting group continued to march deeper into the Padlos Mountains. In the deserted land, they also encountered a wolf pack composed of dozens of sand wolves. When they saw humans, they first approached quickly. After they smelled a hint of danger, they ran into the wilderness without hesitation and refused to even look back. The villagers in Wall Village here were also scared to death by this group of sand wolves. I had heard that many lizard hunting groups were eaten by wolves after entering the Paglos Mountains. I didn't expect that this time they would be killed. On his head, he was thinking about how to deal with a group of sand wolves. But he didn't expect that they actually slipped away with their tails between their legs and ran very fast, disappearing on the mountainside in the blink of an eye. Chapter 230 Thoughts. The old village chief knelt on one knee on the rocky ground full of gravel, stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of limestone. The stone in his hand shattered into pieces with a gentle squeeze, and the powder flowed down the cracks between his fingers and onto the rocky ground. The village chief Bright, whose face was full of wrinkles, said to Soldak, "It hasn't rained here for probably several months. Even the seed buckthorn grass can't survive. These seed buckthorn grass are the main source of gray rock iguanas. Food. Without seed buckthorn grass, they would just migrate somewhere else." Surdak did not expect that. Just separated by two mountains, the environment in the depths of Paglos Mountain would be so different from that of Wall Village. This area has almost reached the point where no grass can grow. And the gray rock iguana is a lifelong, they don't need to drink water, as long as they can find some seed buckthorn grass in the cracks of the rocks. The iguanas can survive. They are probably the most thirsty creatures. Their body functions have evolved to treat water as poison. Filling them with a glass of water can even kill them. But these seed buckthorn grasses still need a little moisture. Without moisture, even these seed buckthorn grasses will have a hard time surviving. Leaving the collapsing stone forest, we walked all the way towards the Pussy Mountain. There were no traces of the gray rock iguana in 3 consecutive hunting grounds along the way. The old village chief analyzed that the main reason was that the Paglos Mountains were too dry, causing the seed buckthorn grass to grow. They were unable to grow, forcing the gray rock iguanas to migrate to other places. However, the villagers who explored the path seemed very calm and kept leading the Wall Village lizard hunting group towards the Pussy Mountain. After walking into the Pussy Mountain, Surdak saw that the gray clouds floating on the top of the mountain were not clouds at all, but smoke erupted from the top of the Pussy Mountain. However, the smoke did not spread, but only enveloped the mountain. On the crater of Mount Pussy, the road under our feet had become very soft, and a thin layer of volcanic ash covered the ground. Surdak picked up the water bag and drank all the water in it to moisturize his chapped lips. He shook the water bag and saw that there was not a drop of water in it. Then Surdak took the water bag away. "Hang it around your waist again." When the old village chief saw this scene, he shook his head slightly, took off a water bag filled with water from his belt, handed it to Soldak and said, "Save some water and enter Paglos Mountain. Water is more precious than food." Surdak did not take the water bag from the old village chief, but just said, "Don't worry, I have already prepared this." As he spoke, he took out a magic scroll of water gathering technique from his arms and waved it in front of the old village chief. The old village chief was slightly startled, and then he recognized that it was a magic scroll. Only then did he know that where does Erdak's confidence lie? The villagers of Wall Village continued walking towards the Pussy Mountain for half a day. The volcanic ash on the ground was already almost an inch thick. If you step on it, your feet will sink deeply, just like stepping on fine sand. Unexpectedly, some seed buckthorn grass grew on the ground covered with volcanic ash. So the villagers caught some more limestone iguanas in the cracks of rocks filled with volcanic ash. Some footprints were left on the volcanic ash, revealing their whereabouts. So villagers would be sure to find the limestone iguanas as long as they followed the tracks. The villagers were catching limestone iguanas along the way, and unknowingly arrived at the foot of the Pussy Mountain. From the foot of the mountain, you can see some rivers of lava flowing on the mountainside of the Pussy Mountain. These lava rivers are not as imagined, with dark red magma floating on the river, but strips of rock, with plumes of green smoke rising from these hot rocks. In fact, the real magma is wrapped in these strips of rock, is flowing slowly downward. Above the mountainside, there was thick smoke billowing everywhere. Even standing at the foot of the mountain, you can smell a very strong pungent smell. The volcanic ash here can already cover the knees of ordinary people, and it is difficult to walk further inside. The old village chief led the villagers to capture 2 iron cages of gray rock iguanas in this area, which has successfully completed the hunting mission. There was a touch of joy on the faces of the villagers. This time we were able to capture the gray rock iguana successfully. mainly because Serdak's water-gathering technique scroll played a huge role. After the water bags carried by the villagers drank one after another during the journey, Serdak the magic scroll will be nailed to the stone wall, and the magic scroll will be run to collect water droplets. The water element in the air here is quite thin, which is far inferior to that in Wall Village, where a rain waterfall can be formed on the water tank. But the light rain is enough for these villagers to use normally. The old village chief plans to return along the original road early tomorrow morning. At night, Serdak sat on a rock and looked at the top of Pussy Mountain, which seemed to be burning with rolling sky fire, and the countless sparks that shot out formed a large amount of smoke. He reached out and grabbed a handful of dry volcanic ash, an idea gradually forming in his eyes. The old village chief took a sip of water from his water bag with great enjoyment. Since Serdak possessed the magic scroll of water gathering, there was no need to deliberately save the water. He held a pipe in his hand and took 2 hard puffs. The tobacco in the pipe became red, like the fire on the top of the pustule. He looked at Serdak side face and saw a trace of light in his eyes. In the light of joy, he coughed twice and asked Serdak, "Have you discovered anything?" Serdak grabbed a handful of volcanic ash, smiled at the old village chief and said, "These are volcanic ash. Yes, everyone knows these are volcanic ash." The old village chief muttered, "I have been having the idea recently that I want to build a large reservoir upstream of the village to store the spring water, which will not only prevent the village from becoming without water during the dry season." Serdak stretched out with a finger. He lightly touched the ground of volcanic ash to tidy up a piece of flat land, and then used his fingers to outline the topography of Wall Village, and then drew a line upstream of the ravine, cutting off the entire upper reaches of the ravine. The old village chief looked at Serdak with dumbfounded eyes. Hearing his preliminary idea about Wall Village, he didn't expect that the reservoir in Serdak's mouth was more like a dam blocking the upper reaches. The old village chief changed a little. He stuttered and said to Serdak, "Are you going to build a wall on the upper half of the ravine to cut off the river? Not only is the river cut off, the mountains here cannot hold water. If you want to build a reservoir, you must relay the bottom of the pond to ensure that rainwater does not seep into the ground. Moreover, the reservoir must only be used in summer when rainfall is abundant. To store water, not only should we not store water in normal times, we should also increase the amount of water released appropriately." Serdak explained what he was thinking to the old village chief, and then said to the old village chief, "When building the reservoir, we need these volcanic ash. As long as these volcanic ash are mixed with some lime powder, a cement can be formed. The ground of the reservoir made of cement will not seep water." The old village chief asked with a confused look on his face, "Cement?" Chapter 231 Salamander. The old village chief reached out and grabbed a handful of volcanic ash on the ground, and asked Serdak doubtfully, "Can this thing be used to build a wall? It's almost the same. You need to add some lime. You can try it first. Anyway, you won't lose anything," Serdak said. He was not sure. Who knows what difference the volcanic ash in this world will make, if he pats his chest and makes it. If the guarantee is obtained, then the volcanic ash cannot be used at all, which is a slap in the face. The old village chief felt that Serdak was right, and there would be no loss in trying. So he shouted to a young villager, "Oh, Kokoro, put these volcanic ash in a bag and carry it on your back. Go back to the village." The villager named Kokoro was cleaning the slate floor. He swept aside all the volcanic ash covering the slate floor, and then spread the blanket he carried with him on the slate floor. After hearing the old village chief's order, he looked at him in confusion. The old village chief asked, "Uncle Bright, why do we need to carry this thing to the village?" The old village chief thought for a moment and didn't know how to explain it. So he glared at Kokoro with some irritation and scolded, "I told you to carry it. Just do it. Where does all this nonsense come from?" The young villager immediately ran back, found a cloth bag containing dry food, took out the few dry food left in it, and filled the bag with volcanic ash at the instructions of the village chieftain and put it aside. At this time, a villager ran back panting and reported to the old village chief with an exaggerated expression, "Uncle Brett, there seems to be a gray rock iguana over there." The villagers were already wrapped in blankets and lying on the stone slabs. When they heard this cry, they all looked towards the villager. Some people couldn't help but mock, "Kakro, you can find a gray rock even when you run out to relieve yourself." "Iguana? Why didn't the iguana bite your dick off?" Hee hee. Everyone burst out laughing. The villagers who were already preparing to go to sleep got up one after another, preparing to pick up the poles and follow the old village chief to catch iguanas. The old village chief looked at the sky and said, It's so late. They got into the cracks in the rocks, and we can't find them at all. Let's rest first. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. In the past few days, almost everyone who has been hunting limestone iguanas in the Pagalos Mountains has lost a lot of weight, and their skin has also shed a layer of old skin due to the sun. It can be said that the hunting here is quite hard. The old village chief naturally had his own considerations, and did not let the villagers continue to hunt iguanas at night. The old village chief patted Cacro on the shoulder, asking him to take some time to rest, and comforted him. We have captured enough gray rock iguanas this time. Of course, it would be nice to catch some more. At dawn, Surdak was suddenly woken up by someone gently tapping him. There was a faint burnt smell floating in the air, and his mouth was a little dry. There was a thick layer of gray clouds floating in the sky, and traces of dust fell from the sky, covering his body and face everywhere. Surdak saw that it was the old village chief. He was about to speak, but the old village chief held his mouth shut and put his finger to his lips to signal him to silence. Surdak hurriedly got out of his sleeping bag. The old village chief had already rushed to wake up the next villager. 2 villagers responsible for keeping watch were hiding behind a huge rock and were thinking about the Pussy volcano. Surdak walked over lightly, hid behind the rocks, and looked over there. A giant lizard covered in flames lay in the volcanic ash. The lizard was nearly 3 meters long. It looked like an alligator, but it was thicker, with very sharp claws and a pair of eyes as magnificent as a ruby. It looks like it is swallowing a pale yellow stone. Its mouth full of sharp teeth opens and closes up and down, and a large piece of yellow rock is swallowed into its stomach. Surdak had never seen a lizard eat before. The scene before him completely overturned his understanding of lizards. Do lizards need to eat rocks? An awakened villager came over in a daze when he saw clearly the huge lizard with its body burning with flames. It sat on the ground with its eyes staring straight and a cooing sound coming from its throat. It used its hands and feet together, crawling backwards, obviously frightened by this large lizard covered in fire. What is that big guy? The young villager asked in fear as he lay behind the stone. Before anyone could answer, the villager who was lying on the rocks to monitor the big lizard jumped down from the rocks and said urgently, "It seems to have seen us." In addition, some villagers shouted, "Get out of here quickly." Surdak saw that the big lizard just turned its head and glanced this way, then ignored it and continued to eat the light yellow rocks there. He wanted to call all the villagers to stop, but the scene was chaotic and no one was willing to listen to him. The old village chief could only call on all the villagers to gather together and take their luggage with them so as not to run away. After running 2 kilometers from the stone wall and seeing that the big lizard had not caught up, the villagers panted and stopped next to a stone crevice, ready to rest for a while before continuing on their way. Suldek stopped, found the old village chief who was counting people, and said seriously to the old village chief, "I think I should have a way to deal with that big guy." When the old village chief heard what Surdak said, his eyes suddenly opened as big as bells, and he said to Surdak in a stern tone, "Give up this dangerous idea. Little duck, that's an adult. Salamander, I am also a knight." Surdak patted the shield behind him, showing a confident look on his face. At this moment, the villagers' courage had long been frightened by the salamander, and there was no fighting spirit on their faces. Surdak said to the old village chief, "You just need to mark the place along the way. When I kill the big guy, skin him, and mount the horse, I should be able to catch up with you soon. Those who are willing to help stay, and those who don't want to take risks carry the iguanas back." Chief Bright said to the surrounding villagers. When the villagers heard what the old village chief said, they immediately stood behind the old village chief, making it clear that they did not want to face the big lizard again. Only a few young people, including Charlie and Luke, hesitated for a moment, walked up to Soldak, and asked Soldak with a hunting bow on his back, "Tell me how we can help you." Soldak did not refuse, but patted the shoulders of several young people and said to Charlie, "I have a bag of fine steel arrow clusters here. You can cut off the arrowheads of the wooden arrows and replace them with this one. Don't count on the wooden arrows to penetrate the salamander's hide." He took out a bag of fine steel arrow clusters from his magic belt bag and asked these young people to modify their own arrows first. Then he took off the alloy bow from his back, handed it to Charlie, and said to him, "Charlie, you hold this alloy bow first. I won't be able to use it for the time being." Surdak handed the water-gathering magic scroll to the old village chief and said, "Uncle Bright, take everyone back first. It won't take long for us to catch up." The old village chief did not hesitate, nodded and said, "Be smart. We will wait for you in front. Chapter 232 Salamander 2. The villagers carry some wooden arrows with them. However, as long as the arrowhead of the wooden arrow is cut off, the front end of the arrow shaft is thinned, and the arrow shaft is inserted into the mounting hole at the back of the stainless steel arrow cluster. It can be modified. A feather arrow is ready. However, this kind of feather arrow is still not a standard arrow in the military. The balance of the feather arrow itself is actually very important. This kind of feather arrow inlaid with fine steel arrow clusters is basically heavy on the head and light on the tail. And the range is extremely limited. If shot far, this kind of feathered arrow will form a parabola, with an obvious falling feeling in the air. Many times, longbow archers in the military prefer this type of arrow. This kind of arrow is a bit too heavy, which is a great challenge for hunting bows with insufficient power. It is basically impossible to shoot through the thick skin of a salamander with a wooden arrow. So Soldak suggested that Charlie and Luke replace the wooden arrows with stainless steel arrowheads, which might still be able to hurt the salamander. Salamander is a second-level fire-type monster. It has extremely high resistance to fire magic. Salamander leather is soft, and is one of the best materials for early swordsmen, assassins and archers to make light leather armor. The Green Empire, the magicians in China admire fire magic. If a warrior possesses salamander skin armor, it will be a headache for many fire magicians. Therefore, salamander skin is very popular in the magic market. When everything was ready, Serdek took 5 young people from the village back along the original route to find the salamander. There were originally 6 young people, but when the old village chief and other villagers left one after another, one of the young people changed his mind and decided to return to Wall Village with the old village chief. Serdek took the 5 young men back to the bottom of the rock wall and found that the salamander was no longer where it was. After they went around, they discovered that after the light yellow rocks here were eaten by the salamanders, that the salamander dragged its bulky body away from here, leaving only some light yellow gravel on the rock, which was filled with a very pungent smell. However, there were not many yellow stones left. Soldak felt that these stones were not ordinary rocks. So he picked up these yellow gravels and put them into his pocket. The rock mass here was destroyed by the salamanders had done a lot of damage, and the ground was a mess. When the salamander left, its thick tail left a deep groove in the thick layer of volcanic ash. Serdek led 5 young people to search along this trace, and finally found it halfway up the Pussy Mountain. On the mountainside, I found the salamander with its body burning with flames. Volcanic ash was falling all over the sky, and the mountain walls were covered with hot rocks emitting black smoke. The salamander that originally seemed a bit clumsy actually became much more flexible here. Serdek poured the water from the water bag over his body to make himself feel clearer, and wrapped a piece of linen cloth around his mouth and nose to prevent his lungs from inhaling a large amount of volcanic ash. The salamander was slowly heading towards the top of the mountain. Crawling, the 5 young men hid behind a rock, drew their hunting bows, and placed arrows with fine steel arrow clusters on the bows. A series of arrows were shot out, and the salamander seemed to sense the danger. It turned around suddenly, faced the arrows and made a clucking sound like a toad, and crashed towards the 5 young people with a rumble. Those arrows fell on the body of the salamander, and were bounced off by the hard skin of the salamander. The flames wrapped in the body of the salamander ignited the wooden poles on the arrows, and the arrows flying to the ground began to burn violently, and instantly only a 3-edged steel arrow cluster remained. Seeing the salamander charging forward, Charlie shouted to the other young people, "Back off!" The 5 young men took turns retreating down the mountain behind the rocks, but the hunting bows in their hands never stopped. The arrows shot out continuously, but they fell on the salamander like it was tickled, without hurting the salamander at all. Charlie shouted to Soldak urgently, "This big guy's skin is too thick, and even iron arrows cannot penetrate it. We'd better retreat quickly." Then he looked at Luke next to him, and saw the firm look in his eyes. So he shouted eagerly, "Luke and I are covering everyone from behind. We should be able to escape." "Let me." Serdek stared at the salamander, jumped out from the boulder, and rushed in front of the salamander holding a blue iris shield. The salamander was not polite at all. When it saw someone rushing up, its plump body swelled up a lot, like an inflated ball. Then its blood-red eyes stared at Soldak. The body suddenly stopped in front of Serdek. Its big mouth opened, and a hot tongue of fire spurted out from the salamander's mouth. It happened that Serdek was holding an iris shield in his hand, which immediately blocked the flames sprayed by the salamander. Those flames had a strong burning effect, and a heat was transmitted along the shield to Serdek's arm. Serdek rolled around on the spot, quickly avoiding the flame spray from the mouth of the salamander, pulled out the Roman sword from his waist, and stabbed the salamander in the side. The salamander seemed to sense it and raised its front paws, facing the Sardacro-Roman sword. Each lizard's paw had a foot-long sharp blade on it. The salamander's head was facing this way. Throwing it over, the flame spurted out, formed a fan-shaped sputtering surface in the air. The Roman sword with a pale golden light touched the salamander's claws, and made 3 consecutive sounds of gold and iron. Unexpectedly, the fire-type claws were very hard, and 3 sparks were created with the Roman sword. With the power of light did not cut off the salamander's claws. On the contrary, a huge force was transmitted from the claws, and Serdek was knocked away. Serdek took more than 10 steps back, until his back hit an uneven boulder, and his body's retreat was stopped. I only felt a burning pain in my back, but this blow allowed Serdek to avoid the fan-shaped flames. The salamander continued to rush towards Serdek, and another round of arrows came towards him. Unfortunately, the salamander closed its eyelids and allowed the arrows to hit its body. Serdek saw the salamander closing his eyes as it rushed over. He took a deep breath, and a 2-faced and 4-armed shadow appeared behind him. He felt that his strength had suddenly increased a lot. Son! Even the holy light on the Roman sword surged. Serdek strode forward, taking advantage of the moment when the salamander closed its eyes. He rushed in front of it in a few steps, raised the Roman sword high, and faced the fire. The lizard's forehead was stabbed. At this time, the salamander had opened its cold eyes. It seemed to sense the danger. The moment it opened its eyes, it suddenly shook its head. Serdek stabbed it in the shoulder and neck with a long sword, breaking through the salamander's hard skin. The blade penetrated almost half a foot. The salamander felt the severe pain, and its body suddenly turned over and rolled in a circle. Serdek was glad that he drew his sword in time. Otherwise the Roman sword would have been snatched away by the salamander. After the salamander rolled around, it spat out another stream of flames at Serdek. This time Serdek had experience. After taking 2 steps back, he held up his shield to block some of the jet flames, and nimbly hid beside the salamander, avoiding the flame jets. While the salamander's claws were not raised, he struck on the salamander's front paws, left a wound. Chapter 233 Salamander 3. When the flames sprayed from the salamander's mouth, Serdek had already jumped forward, and the iris shield in his hand blocked all the splashing sparks. Just when Serdek had just stood firm beside the salamander, a black shadow swung over violently with a roaring wind. Serdek didn't have any time to breathe. He felt that the strong wind carried an extremely strong. The force was so strong that even the iris shield in my hand could not block this sharp blow. Although I took a stance to parry, my body moved back. An extremely fierce whip-tail came with a torrential wave of volcanic ash. Serdek could not avoid it. He was hit by the sweeping salamander tail. His body was about to be hit by a heavy hammer. He held a shield in a parrying posture. It hit him hard on the chest, and his whole body was thrown away by the huge force. In midair, Serdek felt a sweet sensation in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The force that hit his chest completely disappeared from his body. The 5 young people from Wall Village, who were hiding behind the boulder, saw Serdek being knocked away. The 2 young people quickly rushed towards the point where Serdek landed, preparing to snatch him back from the battlefield. Under Charlie's command, the 3 people flew in 3 directions in perfect harmony. As they ran, they shot arrows at the salamander desperately, trying to lure the salamander away. But the salamander ignored these harmless arrows. Instead, it opened its mouth and chased Serdek in the air with a pillar of fire. The Serdek man felt a wave of heat coming from his side in midair. He knew that the salamander had the ability to control fire, so he did not dare to be careless. He forcibly twisted his body at an angle in the air, and used the iris shield in his hand. Blocked it. A fierce flame engulfed his calf, and he felt as if one foot had stepped into a furnace. The iris shield blocked a pillar of fire. Serdek's body was twisted in half, and he fell heavily on the rocky ground covered with volcanic ash. His body slid back several meters before stopping. He didn't expect the salamander to be so ferocious. He regretted not performing a sacrificial ritual before the battle. Just starting the sacrificial ritual would cost him an evil ghost's head. If it was just to kill a salamander, it would be more than worth the gain. Seeing Luke leading a young man from the village rushing towards him desperately, Serdek winked at him repeatedly, signaling that this was a dangerous place, and that he was not allowed to come over. But Luke didn't care about Serdek's color at all, and ran up bravely, rushed to Serdek's side, and immediately carried him on his back. The young man behind him shot 2 arrows at the salamander, intending to attract the salamander's attention and lure it away. But the salamander didn't care about these arrows at all. It just spit out a spit-like fire bomb at the young man, and instantly blew the young man who opened the hunting bow away. While its heavy body was running, it turned out to be very fast, chasing Luke and spitting out another fire bomb. Luke didn't run a few steps at all. The fire bomb sprayed by the salamander exploded under Luke's feet, and Luke's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. Serdek also fell off Luke's back. He struggled to stand up, and his body burst out with the power of holy light. Those holy lights made Serdek's injuries recover quickly, and he followed behind Serdek. A double-faced, four-armed demonic shadow appeared, and this demonic shadow was Serdek's power. The sure before a turn can only enhance a certain ability of the warrior's body, and after a turn, the potential released by the warrior not only enhances a certain ability, but can also explode with stronger power at critical moments. The demon phantom behind Serdek suddenly moved. It clasped its hands together, and the power of holy light fell from the sky, covering Serdek's body. The power full of sacred aura was injected into Serdek's body. Inside, he felt as if his body was completely healed, and that he had endless strength. At this time, Luke was still buying time for Serdek to escape. He actually pulled out a dagger and rushed towards the salamander. However, the salamander sensed the threat from Serdek, and did not take too much notice at all. Paying attention to Luke, the big tail swept towards Luke, intending to sweep away this guy who was blocking the way. But just when the salamander's thick tail was about to hit Luke, Serdek held up the iris shield in front of Luke, blocking the salamander's sweep. This time, the salamander did not use its full strength, and was covered with thorns. His thick tail slammed hard on the iris shield, and the iris shield made a dull sound. There was a slight dent in the front of the shield, but it firmly blocked the salamander's sweep. Serdek stood in front of Luke. His face turned red. When the lizard's tail hit the shield, Luke felt the strong wind stirred up by the collision, which seemed to cut his face. He looked at Serdek in horror. Only now did he understand what the new young knight in the village had. Such power. When Luke just returned to the village, the first time Luke saw Serdek was at Uncle Bright's house. At that time, he and Charlie were learning to make hunting bows under Uncle Bright's guidance. Serdek walked in from outside. He usually looks approachable, without any airs that a knight should have, and Luke doesn't think Serdek is much better than him. But now, when Luke sees Serdek's resolute profile, he understands the young man in front of him. How different from myself. Serdek didn't know what kind of changes occurred in Luke's heart the moment he stood in front of Luke. He grabbed Luke's belt and threw Luke out unreasonably. As his body turned half a circle, Luke was thrown away by Serdek, rolled twice on the ground covered with volcanic ash, and landed unharmed more than 10 meters away. Luke saw his companion's vow was on fire and rolled all over the floor. He quickly ran over to help put out the fire. He didn't even look back to watch the battle between Salamander and Serdek. At this moment, he was full of confidence in Serdek and knew that Serdek would definitely have a way to kill the salamander. After Serdek threw Luke away, he nimbly avoided the flames breathed by the salamander, stuck to the salamander's hind legs, and dodged to the salamander's belly. The Roman sword in his hand also stabbed into the salamander's round belly, has been submerged into the hilt of the sword. The salamander wanted to roll around and press Serdek underneath him. Serdek was holding one hand on the salamander's back, not caring that the flames on the salamander's body would burn his hands, and jumped directly from it. The salamander turned over, and the scorching flames burned Serdek's hand with large blisters. However, Serdek inserted the Roman sword into the other side of the salamander's body without hesitation. 2 consecutive wounds were made on the salamander's abdomen, and the internal organs in the abdomen suddenly flowed out. The salamander probably felt that its injuries were too serious, so it relied on animal survival instincts. It dragged its body covered with scars without hesitation, and climbed up the mountain desperately. Chapter 234 Salamander 4. Serdek, carrying a Roman sword, followed closely behind the salamander. A deep trench burning with flames appeared where the salamander passed by. The bright red blood of the salamander flowed all over the ground. Flames ignited on the blood. A piece of thick lizard tail fell from the salamander's body, across a deep ditch burning with flames. Looking past the lizard's tail, Serdek saw the tailless salamander desperately climbing up the mountain. It seemed to have stimulated the last bit of potential in its body. It climbed so fast that Serdek could only carry it. Roman sword chased after him hard. After the salamander lost its tail, it was difficult for the body to find balance when running. The whole body swayed crazily from side to side when running, like a fish out of water, jumping crazily inside the cabin. The salamander found that he was still unable to get rid of the human behind him. He desperately dug the volcanic ash under his body, trying to bury himself in the volcanic ash and hide himself in the volcanic ash. However, the volcanic ash halfway up the mountain was not as thick as expected. Its fat body was hidden in the volcanic ash, and it still left obvious traces on the ground. From the hiding place of the salamander in Serdek, he walked gently to the head of the salamander and stabbed the Roman sword in his hand into the volcanic ash, as the salamander burst out with a terrifying roar. When Serdek drew his sword, the giant head of the salamander spewing blood emerged from the volcanic ash. It opened its mouth and spit out a stream of fire towards Serdek. It's just that this flame has long lost its original power. Serdek just avoided it sideways, held the sword in both hands and raised it above his head, and slashed the Roman sword on the neck of the salamander. The neck of this salamander was bigger than the fire. It was much thicker than he imagined, and Serdek struggled to chop off the salamander's head 7 times with his sword. This salamander with its head and tail cut off was still not completely dead. Its body was twitching in the volcanic ash. Serdek took out an iron hook directly from his arms and hung the salamander's head. Wrap the hemp rope at the other end of the iron hook around your wrist. Let the hemp rope go around your shoulders, and drag the salamander's head down the mountainside like a tracker pulling fiber. At the foot of the mountain, Charlie, Luke and 2 other young people were surrounding a burned young man. Several people were using daggers to carefully peel off the burnt linen clothes from the young man's body. The young man was burned by the fire. A fireball sprayed out by the lizard hit him, and his entire back was burned by the fireball. He was lying on the ground moaning softly, and it looked like he was seriously injured. Everyone saw Serdek dragging the salamander's head back, but they were not in the mood to pay attention. Serdek came over, separated from everyone and squatted in front of the young man, and carefully inspected the young man's injuries. He saw that a large area of skin on his back was completely carbonized, and blood and yellow body fluid seeped out little by little under the carbonized skin. It makes people feel a little nervous, seeing Charlie thinking about how to bandage the wound. Serdek said to Charlie, "Let me do it." Charlie frowned and hesitated before saying, "Well, it seems that this kind of burn cannot be bandaged. Otherwise the injury will worsen. I think he should be carried back to the village. Maybe someone in the village has a way to deal with this kind of burn." No explanation can compare to actual action. Serdek half crouched beside the young man and stretched out his hand that exuded a faint holy light. Serdek and 5 young men finally caught up with the Wall Village lizard hunting group in the evening one day later. The group of 6 people looked a little embarrassed, but the old village chief saw that Serdek was carrying the triangular head of a salamander on his back. The other young people also returned safely, all with beards and tails, and each of them was carrying a piece of fire behind them. Lizard. Only Val looked a little slow when walking, and looked like he was injured. But since he was able to walk freely, the injury should not be too serious. The old village chief breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved his hand, motioning to the villagers on the side to pick it up. Looking at the haggard looks on their faces, no need to ask, anyone knew that the process of hunting salamanders must be very difficult. It is a monster after all, the old village chief thought in his heart. Then the old village chief suddenly reacted. "Good guy. It's actually a genuine Warcraft. For so many years, no one in the village has ever successfully hunted a World of Warcraft. As for the salamander hunting bounty, it has been hung on the notice board at the entrance of Helensa city. The high bounty has always made the old village chief jealous. And the old village chief also, I once imagined that one day I could hunt a salamander in Wall Village. In that case, the whole village could spend a cold winter comfortably hiding at home." At this moment, the body of a salamander was placed in front of him. The old village chief couldn't help but stretch out his hand and touch the rough skin of the salamander. He suddenly felt that the palm of his hand was hot. He quickly retracted his hand with a serious look on his face. Said, "Don't act so recklessly next time. In winter, these salamanders will get into the lava caves. Hunting salamanders at that time will be much easier than it is now." Serdek quickly nodded in agreement, then took off the lizard head from his shoulder and returned to the team. Naturally, he was not needed to do such physical work. "Uncle Bright, have you ever hunted salamanders?" Val asked the old village chief with a weak look on his face. The old village chief touched his nose and replied unnaturally, "That's not true. I just heard the older generation of hunters talk about these things. Our village does not produce such excellent demon hunters." The young people were speechless. However, they were quite convinced by Mayor Bright's words, and did not dare to refute what Mayor Bright said. During dinner, the old village chief saw the wounds on Val's body, and saw that his entire back was scorched by the flames. And now the scorched scabs began to peel off, revealing pink and tender new flesh. Just a little carelessness can easily tear this fleshy membrane, and blood will inevitably ooze out. This is why Val walked cautiously along the way. "You just took your life from the mouth of a salamander, kid!" The old village chief sighed to Val, who was lying on the blanket. "Uncle Blair, we were not afraid at all at that time," Val said to the old village chief with a proud look on his face. "Actually, sometimes it's not a bad thing to be a little cowardly. You're still young. You may not understand until you are my age." The old village chief gently stroked the burn on Val's back and evenly spread the badger oil in his hand. The ground smeared on Val's back. What we had for dinner was grilled salamander meat. This salamander meat cannot be cooked with water. It can only be cut into thin slices and pasted on the red-hot stone slab. After frying, it is dipped in a little lemon juice. It tastes very chewy. But this is very rare Warcraft meat. I heard that eating Warcraft meat has great benefits for the body. So every villager is trying hard to swallow the salamander meat they are assigned. As for the lizard head, lizard tail, and a complete piece of salamander leather, the old village chief suggested that Surdak buy them in the city of Helensa. Only there can they be sold at a suitable price. Chapter 235 Return to the village. Surdak was riding a horse, with a very exaggerated salamander head hanging on the saddle, and followed the lizard hunting group into the village. Each member of the lizard hunting group had a joyful smile on their face. Even the injured Val, who followed the team forward, also puffed up his chest. He would rather the wound burst than walk like an old man, hunched over. Everyone crowded around the dead tree at the entrance of the village, and their eyes were attracted by the iron cage at the front. People looked curiously at the cage, which was almost full of gray rock iguanas. The villagers cheered enthusiastically because everyone knew that this year winter must not be too difficult. The joy in the eyes suddenly spread to the face, making the dark old faces full of wrinkles. In the past, when the lizard hunting group in the village entered the Paglos Mountains, the hunting period would never exceed 1 week, because the villagers only carried enough dry food and drinking water for 1 week, which also destined that the lizard hunting group would not be able to leave Wall. The village is too far away. But this year the situation is different. The lizard hunting group actually entered the Paglos Mountains for nearly 2 weeks. If 4 villagers had not returned to the village in advance with 2 iron cages of gray rock iguanas, they brought back the hunting lizards, with the news that everything is safe in the regiment. I'm afraid the village will explode. The reason why the lizard hunters can stay in the mountains for an extra week, in addition to the water gathering technique scroll in Serdak's hand, is also closely related to the old village chief cooking a big pot of rice. Before every dinner, the lizard hunters, the group members, threw their share of food into the pot. Everyone felt that they had not eaten much, and the food thrown into the pot was also the smallest amount. Once these corn cakes are boiled with water, they will expand rapidly and turn into a pot of porridge, which often there is a strong feeling of fullness. The members of the lizard hunting group brought a week's worth of dry food and actually ate it for 2 weeks. When he was about to starve at the end, Surdak brought back hundreds of pounds of fresh salamander meat and gave the villagers a very delicious barbecue on the way back to Wall Village. Although the old village chief complained about eating salamander meat, he believed that Surdak should not give such high-end ingredients to the villagers. This kind of salamander meat is more valuable than gray rock iguana meat. If you can sell it, you will make a profit. However, after some of the salamander meat was handed over, the remaining portion belonged to Surdak and the other 5 young people. As for how they distributed the salamander meat, the old village chief had no say in this matter. However, Surdak only took out his portion of the barbecue to share with everyone, and the other members still carried back the salamander meat bit by bit back to the village. The villagers who had eaten salamander meat gathered together to discuss it afterwards. Some villagers even rubbed their bellies and said, "Actually, salamander meat is not much more delicious than yellow mutton. It is tender, very tender." But now that everyone has come out of the Paglos Mountains, the lizard hunting group went deeper into the Paglos Mountains this time. So they only went hunting once and harvested enough gray rock iguanas. The women in the village smiled and welcomed the men back, and almost everyone in the village ran to the entrance of the village to greet them. For the village of Wur, hunting the gray rock iguana every year is a big event. This is related to whether the whole village has enough winter storage supplies for the winter. Everyone sells the gray rock iguana and uses the money to exchange for some winter foods, such as sour pears, pickled cucumbers, ham, and lard from Helensa city. The villagers of Wall Village know how to hunt limestone iguanas very sparingly. They believe that these iguanas are a gift from the mountains. just so that the people in the mountains can survive the harsh winter. Therefore, the villagers follow the laws of nature. If the village chief leads people to hunt enough gray rock iguanas, they will stop hunting, and they will never kill indiscriminately. The mountain people here all understand this truth. If they catch more this year, they may have to go farther to hunt next year. The villagers are hostile to outside hunting groups. But the gray rock iguana only crawls out from the depths of the rock cracks in September every year, and disappears immediately after autumn. So outside adventure groups will not in order to hunt specifically for gray rock iguanas. I came to this deserted land. Old Sheila and Natasha stood in the crowd. Rita pulled little Peter away from the crowd. She didn't want him to run wildly at the entrance of the village with other children in the village. Little Peter was only 4 years old, and following the older children would only serve as a meal. When she saw Serdek riding after mounting his horse and following the lizard hunters, little Peter refused to accept his aunt's control anymore. He forcibly broke free from Rita's hands and ran staggeringly towards Suldek. Suldek also jumped off the horse immediately, took 2 steps forward, raised little Peter high above his head, got on the horse amidst little Peter's cheers, and took little Peter for a long ride outside the village circle before returning to the village entrance. Only old Sheila, Rita and Natasha were left at the entrance of the village. The other members of the lizard hunting group have happily reunited with their families and returned to the village. Rita raised her feet and took little Peter off the horse. Serdek then followed old Sheila. The family walked into the village. Old Sheila saw the salamander head hanging on Suldek's saddle. She had just heard about Serdek's hunting of a salamander from the villagers' words. She just glanced at it lightly and asked, "Are you injured?" "No." Serdek was slightly distracted, and then said, "The boy Varna was a little injured, but he should get better soon." Old Sheila just nodded and stopped talking. Among the group of people, only little Peter was so excited that he huddled in Natasha's arms and kept talking about the wonderful feeling of riding a horse. Natasha didn't even dare to look at her nominal husband and just hugged the little boy tightly. Peter, walking with his head down. Rita walked at the end, and a pair of bright lake blue eyes fell on Suldek. Serdek's arrival not only changed the embarrassing life at home, but the atmosphere in Wall Village seemed to have also changed. Everyone laughed obviously a lot more than before. After the caravan arrived this year, everyone took out some agricultural products in exchange for daily necessities, which was much more than in previous years. This time, the lizard hunting group only took half a month to complete the hunting goal ahead of schedule. In previous years, the lizard hunting group would go out for nearly a week at a time, and then rest for 2 days, usually in Wall Village and Pag. I have to go back and forth between Los Mountain at least 4 times. I am busy until the harvest festival comes in early October, and I will stop hunting and prepare to go home to harvest wheat and tree rice. When I really have some free time, almost all the members of the lizard hunting group will lose weight, go in a big circle. Last year was quite miserable. The lizard hunting group failed to complete the planned hunting target. The old village chief took the strong laborers of the village to cut wood in the mountains near Helensa city before the heavy snow closed the mountains. When he came back, there were many villagers' voices. My hands and feet were frostbitten. There was a faint smile in Rita's eyes, as if she had a very beautiful longing for tomorrow. Walking on the muddy dirt road in the village, my body seems to feel much more relaxed. When walking, I can't help but tap my toes and want to jump involuntarily, like a forest spirit who wants to dance on the petals. Chapter 236: The Value of Salamander Meat. Before the date agreed with the caravan has come, the gray rock iguana still needs to be raised in the village for a while. The edge area of Bago pasture is full of sea buckthorn grass, which can be used to feed the gray rock iguanas. So there is no need to worry that the gray rock iguanas will starve to death. The gray rock iguana can wait for the caravan to buy it. But the salamander meat of Serdek cannot wait. The heat in September is still here, and if stored for a day or 2 more, the salamander meat will turn into a pile of smelly meat. When the old village chief came to see Serdek in the evening, Serdek was taking a bath in a big wooden barrel. The water temperature was slightly warm. Serdek was lying half in the barrel with his eyes closed, feeling the power of holy light growing in his body. The 20-odd nodes in his body that were originally lit by the holy breath, after fighting with the salamander, has now extended to 30 nodes. And there are fuzzy thin lines of energy between those nodes, seeming to weave a very chaotic network in the body. There was no wooden door in the bathroom, so the old village chief moved a wooden stool and sat at the door with his back to Serdek, which made him feel more comfortable. The salamander meat given to the village should be sold in Helensa city. The old village chief held a walnut pipe in his hand and smoked it. Well, it's up to you to make the decision. After saying that, Soldak sank his head into the bathtub, spit a few bubbles in the water, and then got out again and wiped the water on his face. The old village chief paused for a moment and then said, "I want to ask you to visit Helensa city in person." Only then did Cerdak realize that even if the old village chief decided to sell the salamander meat, he might not be able to do it without his own help, because there is only one ancient bolai horse in the village, and it is currently tied to the stone roller in the yard. If you walk from Wall Village to Helensa city, it will take at least 3 days. In that case, even if you walk to the sea in the city of Lanza, the salamander meat will probably go bad. If you ride a horse, it will only take 1 day at most. If you rush to Lanza overnight, you can probably arrive tomorrow morning. Cerdak took a long breath and said cheerfully to Chief Bright, "No problem. After selling these salamander meats, do you need to bring something back?" When the old village chief saw that Cerdak agreed without even thinking about it, he felt much relieved. He held the pipe in his hand, took out a few iron tools from the pocket on his waist, and said to Cerdak, "If you can, exchange all the money you paid for selling salamander meat for these." Cerdak looked at the iron parts that the old village chief took out, which turned out to be iron hinges for doors and windows, iron door bolts, and some large and small iron nails. He asked with some surprise, "Are they all replaced with these things? Okay. I will go to the blacksmith shop to buy these. I will make some preparations and leave tonight. I will arrive at Helensa tomorrow morning. If I am lucky, I can probably catch the morning market in Helensa city." With that said, Cerdak stepped out of the barrel, changed into a clean linen shirt next to the wooden frame, and put on the set of Warcraft leather armor. His body was covered with burned scars, which turned pink after being soaked in hot water. He looked ferocious and terrifying. These scars were all over his strong body. After the old village chief took a look at it, he was slightly startled. But then he immediately turned his head, coughed twice slightly, and then reminded Cerdak, "Ahem. It's best not to sell it in the market. You won't get a good price at the market. You need to find a high-end restaurant in the city." Soldak felt that since he had agreed to rush to Helensa city, there was nothing wrong with other things. So he readily agreed. When he walked out of the bathroom, he found that in addition to the old village chief standing at the door, there were also Charlie, Luke, Val, and 2 other young men. Seeing them standing aside a little awkwardly, Soldak couldn't help but ask, "You also want to sell the salamander meat in your hands?" Cerdak originally planned to let the 5 young people take the salamander meat home and eat it directly. Although the salamander meat was unlikely to significantly improve the family's physique, it had some effect after all. But the 5 young people obviously didn't think so. They believed that if they could sell the salamander meat, they would improve their family's living conditions to the greatest extent. I heard that the old village chief wanted Cerdak to ride a horse to the city of Helensa. So he sent the salamander meat back that night and asked Cerdak to bring the salamander meat he had received as well. In the city of Helensa, find a high-end restaurant and sell all the salamander meat. Unexpectedly, all the salamander meat that was sent out was sent back after a long trip. And in the end, he had to go to Helensa city by himself. Now that the old village chief came to his door, Soldak was certainly not polite. He took a look at the bag of volcanic ash piled in the corner, and asked the old village chief to find someone to pick up some limestone tomorrow and grind it into fine stone powder with a stone roller, and then send it to his home, where he will use the lime when he returns from Helensa. Although the old village chief couldn't figure out what Cerdak wanted to do, he agreed without hesitation and left the matter to his youngest sons, Charlie and Luke. Charlie and Luke didn't have the courage to resist the old village chief, so they had no choice but to accept the job obediently. Later, they were worried that the old village chief would continue to arrange for them to work tomorrow, so they quickly found an excuse and dragged several other young people away. When the old village chief saw that Cerdak agreed to visit Helensa city, he left the salamander meat and walked out of the yard. When the ancient horse came to Molly and had enough rest, the full moon in the night sky had climbed above his head. Just a moment ago, little Peter was sleepily clamoring to follow him to the city of Helensa. Now he was lying on the bed. Old Sheila fell asleep in her arms. Old Sheila glanced at Soldak with a touch of concern in her eyes. She was afraid of waking up little Peter, so she walked into the stone house without saying anything. When Soldak led the horse out of the yard, a clear voice called to him. Rita ran out carrying a cloth bag, raised her little face with a proud smile, and handed the cloth bag to Soldak. The bag was still warm. Soldak opened it and took a look, and it turned out to be 2 freshly baked wheat cakes. "Be careful on the road." Rita stood at the door wearing a nightgown, with a V-shaped neckline revealing a large area of milky white skin. This is a very obvious color difference from the wheat-colored skin on her neck and arms. She has a very well-proportioned figure, and her hands are a little rough from the heavy farm work every day. Even though the land is so barren, she grows up as tenaciously as the seed buckthorn grass in the cracks of the rocks. She eats chestnut rice cakes and cassava porridge. The girl who grew up in a mountain village was not emaciated due to not having enough to eat at every meal. Her arms and legs looked round and strong. Her waist was slender. Her breasts were bulging. And her body was full of vitality. Seeing Rita's blue eyes always touched the softness in Suldek's heart. Suldek asked Kuboy to stop his horse and said to Rita, "If everything goes well, I'll probably be able to come back the night after tomorrow. Don't worry. I've walked this road once." Hearing what Suldek said, Rita nodded seriously. The night road from Wall Village to Helensa City is not easy to walk. Fortunately, the full moon was in the sky, and the silvery moonlight filled the entire mountain. As long as he didn't go into a dark place, the moonlight would follow Suldek above his head. There were waves of sand wolves whining at night from the distant mountains. After climbing over a barren mountain, sparse trees appeared between the mountain walls. On the eve of dawn, I climbed over another mountain ridge, and a sea of raging trees appeared in front of me. A gust of mountain wind blew by, and the dark green leaves on the crowns of countless trees were rising and falling in the wind. Most of these trees were oak trees. The acorns in the mountain forest are about to mature. When a gust of wind blows, you can even hear the sound of acorns falling to the ground. Suldek was riding a horse on this mountain ridge, and saw only a vague outline of the city of Helensa halfway up the mountain in the distance. As the sky gets brighter, the city of Helensa in the distance becomes clearer. Chapter 237 Market. The location of the market in Helensa City is not difficult to find out, especially when the inquirer is a knight holding a horse. Whether he is a civilian or a businessman, he will stop what he is doing and answer him patiently. Helensa City not too big. The market is in a small square, with some small shops on both sides of the noisy neighborhood. While leading the horse on a crowded street, Suldek was worried that his horse would kick the pedestrians following him. So he kept comforting the horse all the way. On the edge of the market, Suldek found a food stall. There is soft mutton cooking in the big pot, and baked wheat cakes are hanging on the stove nearby. You can buy a bowl of rich and fragrant broth for only 15 copper coins. And the food stall owner will also give you a piece of bone and meat. Transfer the lamb to a soup bowl and sprinkle with a pinch of coriander. If you need to bake wheat cakes, you need to add 2 more copper plates. And the boss will press a bowl-sized baked wheat cake on top of the soup bowl. The way to eat this snack is a bit like mutton steamed buns. Break the buns into several pieces and dip them in the soup to eat. Suldek brought 2 baked wheat cakes with him, so he just asked for a bowl of mutton soup. The food stall owner asked him to tie the horse to a pillar nearby, and this way Suldek settled his late breakfast. Suldek originally wanted to sell the salamander meat at the market, but the market was very crowded. He led his horse around the market and could not find a place for him to set up a stall. Arriving at the area where fresh meat and fish were sold in the market, Suldek saw that in addition to the stalls selling beef, mutton, pork and fresh river fish, the most popular one was actually the meat stall of the gray rock iguana. A 2-foot-long meat stall. The gray rock iguana, which weighs 10 pounds, actually sells for about 8 silver coins. It seems that the price of gray rock iguanas here in Helensa City is much more expensive than that in Dar-es City. Calculated in this way, the total value of the 37 gray rock iguanas captured by the Wall Village Lizard Hunter group when they entered the Paglos Mountains would probably not exceed 3 gold coins. Stopping in front of the limestone iguana stall, the butcher in the stall was cutting off the greystone iguana's head with one knife, and then using a deboning knife to make a slit in the greystone iguana's white belly, and then pulling out all the internal organs. Pour it into the trash can. Tear open the iguana's skin on the neck with your hands, and pull hard, and the entire gray thin skin will be torn off, revealing the crystal clear lizard meat inside. The whole process will not take more than 10 seconds. The stall owner's first glance habitually fell on the badge on Suldek's chest. He was probably used to seeing nobles and knights. The stall owner asked very calmly, "Sir Knight, what do you need? Is there any salamander meat here?" Suldek asked calmly. The stall owner's expression froze slightly, worrying that Suldek was here to cause trouble. So he answered honestly, "I'm sorry, Lord Knight. I don't have that kind of high-end ingredients here." "Then where can I buy it?" Suldek asked seriously. Seeing the sincere look on Suldek's face, the stall owner made sure that he was not here to cause trouble. So he walked out of the stall, stood beside Serdek enthusiastically, pointed to the road ahead, and said to Serdek who said, "You can try your luck at the World of Warcraft material store. After leaving the market, walk straight ahead along this road. There are many magic stores near Helensa Junior Magic Academy." Gubalama was disgusted with the smell of blood on the stall owner. He kept shaking his head and retreating, snoring, and the crowd crowding behind kept retreating. Serdek quickly thanked the stall owner, and when he saw that he had caused congestion in the market, he prepared to take Gubalama away. A man wearing gorgeous clothes suddenly came up to him, seeing that he didn't wear a noble badge on his chest. He shouldn't be a noble. He's not very strong physically, so he's probably not a knight either. The man said to Serdek in a friendly manner, "Do you want to buy salamander meat?" Serdek grabbed Gubalama and nodded. The man looked familiar and said to Serdek, "That is a good thing. If you eat it regularly, it can increase the body's resistance to the fire element and increase strength. However, this thing is difficult to eat in Helensa. If you buy it, I guess Warcraft stores won't have it often. And even if it does, it will be delivered to the houses of several earls in the city." Seeing that he was interested in chatting, Serdek asked tentatively, "Who are you?" The man adjusted his silk shirt and had a small greasy beard. He was full of shrewdness and said proudly, "I am the purchaser of Earl Christie's house. I usually buy all kinds of things for the Earl's house. Living supplies." Originally, the man expected that after he said the name of Count Christie, Serdek would be able to praise him a few times. But Serdek is obviously not good at this kind of communication, and he didn't notice the key word Count Christie. He only heard that he was a purchaser from a certain count's house, and thought he might know about salamander meat. After receiving the message, his eyes lit up, and he asked casually, "Do you know how much a pound of salamander meat costs?" "Sorry, I don't know much about this." The man's face looked a little depressed. Unexpectedly, instead of praising him, Serdek asked a question. However, he then answered Serdek's question. "If it is fresh salamander meat, the price is about 5 silver coins. The lizard tail is probably more expensive, but it will not exceed 7 silver coins per pound. In the sea, after all, there are only a very limited number of nobles in Helensa City who can afford to eat salamander meat, and Count Christie is one of them." The road in the market is a bit narrow, and Serdek stopped here with his horse, which has caused a traffic jam. Seeing more and more people gathering behind him, Serdek planned to leave quickly. So he said thank you to the man who purchased the goods from the noble house, and then led the horse and left quickly. After the road was cleared, the crowd suddenly surged up, squeezing the buyer and shaking him. Hey! I don't know which of the new knights under Lord Earl's command has just left." The man stood in the crowd, looking at Serdek and muttered helplessly, obviously telling him to leave. He left expressing his dissatisfaction, looking at Gubalama's, but disappearing into the crowd of people in the market. He could only turn around with a look of resentment on his face. On the contrary, the stall owner selling gray rock iguanas came up to the man with a charming smile and said to the man in a flattering manner, "Master Hassa, the gray rock iguanas today are very fat. Do you want to buy 2 more?" Soon after, Serdek walked out of a leather shop. The owner of the leather shop personally delivered Serdek to the door. Looking at Serdek's back leading the horse away, he was still regretting. This knight actually refused to sell such a good piece of salamander leather. "Let the shop handle it for you. It seems that you want to make a set of salamander leather armor. I have to get this order no matter what. There are too few knights in Helensa who can afford to make Warcraft leather armor." The main reason Serdek came to this leather shop was to separate the leather and fresh meat from the salamander tail. Originally, the tail was handed over to the wall village, but the old village chief kicked the ball back. In the end, Serdek still had to find a leather shop to peel off the piece of leather from the lizard's tail. The owner of the leather shop wanted to buy Serdek's salamander skin, but he was very stingy and refused to give a price that satisfied Serdek. In the end, Serdek had to pay for the cooked leather. "Ask this shop to handle the salamander leather on your behalf." But he has no plans to make another set of salamander leather armor for the time being. Chapter 238 in the city. Helensa City is built on the mountain. The Junior Magic Academy in the city is located at the highest point in the city. The main teaching building of the Magic Academy can be said to be one of the tallest buildings in Helensa City. The Junior Magic Academy is a completely Gothic-style building complex. When Serdek passed by the Academy Square, he realized that the huge Magic Academy seemed deserted. The melodious bells rang, and the magicians walked out of the main teaching building. There were only a few apprentices, solemn and deserted. This was Serdek's most intuitive feeling about this Junior Magic Academy. Helensa's Warcraft material store is located among several magic item shops. There are several golden letters abbreviating World of Warcraft Material Store on the silver plaque on the roof. Serdek tied the horse's reins to the hitching post at the door and walked into the store. A young man wearing a magic apprentice's robe walked over to the store. He looked like he couldn't wake up and turned over his head. With fish eyes, he asked with a calm expression, "What do you need?" There were almost no customers in the shop. Serdek looked around curiously and then said to the young man, "Where are you shopkeepers here? I'm here to sell some Warcraft materials. I wonder if you are interested in purchasing them." After listening to Soldak saying that he didn't want to buy anything, the young man wearing a magic apprentice's robe shouted, "Boss, someone is looking for you." After saying that, he actually left without looking back. Serdek waited in the shop for a while, and then saw the shopkeeper walking out of it, staring at Soldak with a scrutinizing look on his face. "Knight, what do you want to sell when you come to my place?" Serdek didn't waste any time. He took out a piece of salamander meat wrapped in oil paper from his magic waste bag, placed it on the indigo wood counter, and said to the shopkeeper, "I'm here to sell some salamander meat." The shopkeeper came over, put the salamander meat under his nose and smelled it. He probably felt that the salamander meat was still fresh. He nodded slightly and asked Serdek, "Where's the salamander skin?" Serdek told the shop owner, "I'm keeping that piece of salamander leather for the time being, and I'm not planning to sell it at the moment." "Have the tongues and teeth of the salamanders been sold?" the shopkeeper asked again, with some dissatisfaction. "Is this all the salamander meat?" Serdek nodded. The shelves in this Warcraft material store are filled with all kinds of Warcraft materials, and they are also written in very detail. Generally, the materials for low-level Warcraft can be purchased in this store. Among these Warcraft materials, Serdek only had a rough understanding of a few. He saw a round eyeball in a glass jar that was still blinking when soaked in liquid. The eyes stared at him in the glass jar, giving people a creepy feeling. The shop owner used a silver knife to cut open the fresh salamander meat in front of him, revealing the dense white bones inside. The shop owner looked up at Soldak, gave him an intriguing smile, and said, "These lizard bones are not very valuable. As for lizard meat, how about 2 silver coins per pound for other parts and 3 silver coins for the lizard tail?" Serdek didn't expect that the owner of the Warcraft materials store was so shady. The purchase price was cut in half from the retail price, and even the fraction was erased. Seeing that Serdek didn't agree immediately, the shopkeeper rolled his eyelids and asked Serdek, "What? Do you think the price is a bit low?" "Knight." Serdek placed all the salamander meat in his magic pocket on the counter. Just as he was about to speak, the shopkeeper spoke first. "This is not a small amount. The meat is almost 100 pounds. Even if it is a little less, I will give you 100 pounds. Look, it is already very good to be able to sell it for 2 gold coins. Helensa City. Except probably no one here is willing to buy so much salamander meat at once." Serdek didn't expect that the owner of the Warcraft material store would be so aggressive in bargaining, with a look on his face that he could just leave if he didn't want to sell. Without hesitation, Serdek put the salamander meat on the counter back into his magic pocket, turned around and walked out. Bargaining with such a shopkeeper was a waste of time. The shopkeeper acted like he was sure to eat you. But to his surprise, Serdek didn't even say "Lo," put away the salamander meat, and turned around to leave. He quickly chased him out of the counter, following Serdek. Behind him, he asked loudly, Hey, don't you want to sell it? Where do you want to take it?" Seeing Serdek stepping out of the Warcraft material store without looking back, the shop owner became really anxious. He reached out and grabbed Serdek's arm and said to him, "Hey, don't leave. We can discuss it again. Otherwise, I will give you 10 more silver coins privately." Serdek didn't even bother to look at the owner of the Warcraft material store. He shook off his grasping hand and jumped onto his horse with a slight jump, looking at Serdek's back on horseback. The shop owner looked annoyed and shouted at Serdek's back, "Look, no matter where you go, the price I give you will not be as high as mine. You will come back, and I won't be so easy to talk to by then." In the deserted street, only this voice echoed repeatedly. The sale of salamander meat did not go as smoothly as expected. Serdek felt that he might have listened to the old village chief's reminder from the beginning and went directly to the high-end restaurants in the city. Maybe those restaurants wanted to buy such high-end ingredients. Walking out of the Magic Academy street, there were more pedestrians again. Soldak could only lead the horse and walk, looking for high-end restaurants that looked more luxuriously decorated along the way. However, The small mountain town of Helensa gave people the feeling there are rock buildings full of age everywhere, and the quaint and old atmosphere permeates the entire city. Along the way, Soldak didn't find any high-end restaurants, so he could only continue to squeeze towards the busiest main street.
Soldak, it's really you. Didn't you go back to Wall Village? How come you have time to come to Helensa City?
At this time, Soldak heard a familiar voice above his head shouting excitedly. Soldak couldn't help but raise his head and glanced overhead. Directly in the dazzling sunlight, a familiar face poked out of the street-facing window on the second floor and looked at him with a smile.
Carl, it's you?
Soldak never expected that by such a coincidence. In this mountain town, with a population of hundreds of thousands, he would meet Carl by chance on the street. The last time he first came to the city of Helensa, Carl enthusiastically led him to find the Knights of Helensa. This time when he came to Helensa City, Soldak should have brought some local products or something and visited Carl to express his gratitude. But he came to sell meat, and he came in a hurry, and was not prepared at all. Duck felt embarrassed. Carl walked down the stairs quickly, and looked at Soldak curiously. Only then did Soldak explain his purpose to Carl. Carl said to Soldak in astonishment,
You guys are really lucky. If you just walk around the Paglos Mountains, you can encounter salamanders. So have you sold your salamander meat? Soldak looked embarrassed. Chapter 239 Transaction.
Take you somewhere.
Hearing Soldak talk about his rough experience of selling salamander meat, Carl could only hold back a smile and told him, Helensa City is a quite three-dimensional city. Soldak led the horse and followed Carl up the street. The foundations of the houses on both sides of the street were sloping, in order to keep the buildings level. Each building had its own independent foundation. So all the shops on this street have several steps at the door. The steps are not facing the door, but are built against the walls of the building. Some shops also have some awnings built on the steps. The style is similar to that of Benes City. A big difference. When he heard that Soldak followed the villagers into the Paglos Mountains to hunt for limestone iguanas, Carl said with emotion,
Every year, I hear that some lizard hunting groups from some villages disappear in the Paglos Mountains. Although this desolate land is barren, there are often monsters in the mountains. The Knights of Helensa City have also organized demon hunters to hunt those sand wolves, poison-tailed sand scorpions, and carrion-eating vultures. But every time they enter the mountains, there nothing was gained. Later, when I tried to organize this kind of action, I always raised my voice, but no one was willing to go. Every time, it always ended in vain. In the past 2 years, no one has discussed this matter anymore.
The drainage ditch on the street in Helensa City is covered with stone slabs. Several Helensa women squatted beside the ditch and were washing vegetables. The copper basins were filled with green leaves. They wore gray and white striped long skirts and gathered together. They were washing vegetables and chatting together, and they seemed to be living a simple life. Soldak thought about how this hunting experience was actually quite successful, and said to Carl,
We also saw a group of sand wolves this time. But those guys were very cunning and walked away silently when they saw our lizard hunting group.
Although Soldak did not elaborate, Carl felt that the process must be thrilling. The sand wolves in the Paglos Mountains are notoriously difficult to deal with. Many lizard hunting groups will be pestered by the sand wolves whenever they encounter them. Carl wanted to know how Soldak got rid of the sand wolves. A pack of sand wolves. But in fact, even Soldak himself didn't know. In short, the group of sand wolves disappeared inexplicably at that time. Carl could only come to this conclusion.
Perhaps it is because the lizard hunting group in your village has a large number of people, and what they encountered happened to be a small wolf pack. But having said that, haven't you ennobled the knighthood yet?
Carl asked Soldak. Soldak coughed twice and said,
Ahem. I'm still a reserve knight. I still have to study at the Knight Academy for half a year and get the graduation certificate from the Knight Academy. But you are really lucky to meet a salamander this time.
As he was talking, Carl led Soldak into a narrow alley. Soldak led the horse and walked into the alley. The horse could not turn back. Soldak turned his head and looked at the stone houses on both sides. He could only see a sliver of sky above his head.
Where is this?
Soldak asked. Carl smiled mysteriously, lowered his voice and said to Soldak,
You can call the underground exchange of magic items a black market.
A double-arched stone door was in the door opening of the building on the left side of the alley. Carl stood outside the door and knocked 3 times, then waited patiently. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside. A naked man more than 2 meters tall stood inside the door. He stared at Carl.
Then his eyes fell on Soldak. blocking the door without saying a word. Carl said to the big man,
"His name is Soldak, and I am his recommender."
When the big man with bulging muscles heard what Carl said, he stepped aside to get out of the way and said to Soldak,
"Your horse can't enter. You can tie it in the stable and take it away when you come out."
To enter the black market in Helensa city, you actually need a guaranteed recommender. Serdek tied the horse in the stable, and then followed Carl into a building. It was surrounded by high walls, and it was impossible to see how big the building complex was. The light inside this building is somewhat dim. The ground paved with ashlar slabs is very flat. There are stone pillars all over the place. The top of the stone pillars is an arched dome. Dozens of stone pillars hold up the hall. There are some colorful incantations on the skylights on the roof. Glass. Stroll through the colored glass and shine in, leaving clusters of light spots on the floor. There were not many merchants setting up stalls in the building, and Serdek had never seen most of the products on display. However, there were some magic swords and arcane recurved blades placed on a stall. Serdek wanted to join them. Look! The stall owner wearing a magic robe didn't even raise his eyelids. The magic scrolls of water gathering technique and fire gathering technique were bundled together, and there were so many scrolls on the stall that they were piled together like firewood piles. There was even an ugly, shriveled head on one stall, which was so rotten that it was impossible to tell what kind of monster it was, and the magic power contained in it had almost dissipated, making it more like an abstract work of art. Serdek saw a stall owner selling magic antelope skins. The magic antelope skins on the stall were arranged neatly like foot pads stacked together. Carl whispered to Serdek,
"All the items sold here are magic materials. If you have no idea of buying them, it's best not to strike up a conversation. These magicians don't have a good temper."
Serdek nodded and took out a piece of hard cowhide from his magic waste bag. Unfortunately, it could not be spread evenly. He took out some salamander meat and pressed it on it. He also sat on the ground behind the stall. The salamander meat had been there for almost a day. If Serdek hadn't stored them in his magic waste bag, they would all be smelly by now. Again, the presentation of the salamander meat on display was not very good, and the skin was even a little dry. But before Serdek could sit down and warm up, he saw a somewhat unkempt magician wearing magic robes squatting in front of the stall, holding a short silver dagger and going back and forth on the salamander meat. After stabbing continuously, the salamander meat was cut open, and the fresh meat inside was revealed. The unkempt magician took a deep sniff, then raised his head and asked Serdek,
"What kind of meat is this?" "Salamander meat,"
Serdek answered honestly.
"No wonder there is such a strong smell of fire element,"
the magician said, then looked at a few pieces of meat on the stall, and asked Serdek,
"Is there only this much?"
Serdek directly took out all the salamander meat from his pocket, piled it together and said,
"That's all. About 160 pounds.
The magician glanced at the lizard tail on top and asked calmly,
"What do you want to exchange for? Gold coins? Magic crystals?"
Hearing that the magic crystal has been depreciating recently, Serdek replied,
"Gold coins."
The magician looked at the salamander meat on the stall and said directly, 8 gold coins is equivalent to the value of 5 silver coins per pound of salamander meat, which is completely in line with the price that Serdek expected. Serdek said without hesitation,
"Make a deal."
Chapter 240 The Young Baron's Curtain Call. The magician turned around and waved, and a young magic assistant ran up from behind. The young magician assistant took out 8 gold coins and handed them to Serdek, and then began to put the salamander meat into his magic waste bag. After buying the salamander meat, the magician refused to leave. He stared at Serdek rolling up the hard cowhide on the ground and putting it away. He couldn't help but ask,
"Are you going to sell the other materials from the salamander?"
Serdek thought of the salamander head and leather he had left behind. He planned to use the salamander head as a sacrifice in the ceremony. As for leather, I also want to be able to make another set of light leather armor in the future.
We don't have any plans for the moment.
Serdek stood up and said. The magician didn't pay attention to what Serdek said, and just said to Serdek casually,
"If you didn't eat it, remember to keep the salamander heart and stomach pouch next time. These two materials, it's also very valuable."
Serdek was slightly stunned. When he was dealing with the salamander, the heart, stomach pouch, and other internal organs were buried on the spot. Unexpectedly, they were also some valuable magic materials. He thought that he would be able to process these warcraft materials in the future. The Eye of Truth should be turned on when the time comes, and this kind of mistake should not happen. The magician was about to leave with his assistant. He stopped after taking a step, turned around and said to Serdek,
"Oh, by the way, If there is any fresh salamander meat, it can be sent directly to the alchemy experiment of the Magic Guild. Go to the room and say that I will deliver World of Warcraft ingredients to Magician Francis, and I will give you a satisfactory price whether I am here or not. Okay, Lord Magician Francis.
Soldak gave the magician a knighthood. Magician Francis had a straight face, nodded slightly to Soldak, and then left the black market hall with his assistant. It wasn't until the figure of Francis Magician completely disappeared from Soldak's eyes that he let out a breath and excitedly discussed to Carl.
Is it so happy to ship goods here?
Carl smiled, patted Soldak on the shoulder and said,
That's because you were lucky and met the right buyer.
After selling the salamander meat, Soldak felt that there was no need to stay at the underground exchange. He paid a small amount of tax when he went out, and then he led the horse and left the underground exchange with Carl. This magic item exchange looks quite formal, and I don't know why it is called an underground exchange. The two returned to the street. Opposite was a square-style park. Such a large square was rare in the city of Helensa. There was a row of shady street trees around the square, and some benches scattered around. An old woman in a linen dress sat on a bench with a cane in her hand. Several children gathered at the fountain in the center of the square, wondering whether to play in the fountain. Carl stood on the street and looked left and right, then raised his head and asked Soldak,
What are your plans for the afternoon?
Soldak knocked his head and thought about it seriously. He thought of the instructions from the village chief Bright to exchange the village's money for some iron parts, which would inevitably require a trip to the blacksmith shop. So he said,
I also want to exchange the money belonging to the village for some iron parts.
I want to go to the blacksmith shop to buy some things, and then pay a visit to Baron Sidney's house.
Now that I have returned safely from the Warsaw Plain, it is both emotionally and logically necessary to meet Baron Sidney's family. At least my knighthood was given by Baron Sidney. However, Carl said to Soldak,
It is not appropriate to visit at this time, especially when the owner of the visit is away. There are some etiquette that need to be paid attention to.
The two continued walking along the sidewalk on the edge of the square. Carl said to Soldak,
According to aristocratic etiquette, if you want to visit Baron Sidney's family, you must first write a letter and agree to visit them. Time, and wait until the other party gives a definite answer before we can visit you. So the fastest date of visit will have to wait until at least tomorrow. Then I'll find a hotel first, write a letter and send it there, and then go to the blacksmith shop.
Soldak calculated this way. Soldak stopped and stood on the edge of the lawn covered with small white flowers. He said to the Helensa man who had enthusiastically helped him twice, but did not ask for anything in return,
Carl.
The knight's badge on his chest shone brightly in Serdak's eyes. With a faint smile on his face, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor at all times and asked Serdak,
What?
Serdak smiled and asked,
Would you like to have a drink together tonight?
Carl spread his hands and said,
No problem. I will arrange this. I should do my best to be a landlord.
There was a hotel across the street from Park Plaza, and Soldak chose to stay in this hotel.
Carl had to attend a regular meeting at the Helensa City Guard camp in the afternoon, so he got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he agreed to meet at the door of the hotel in the evening. The hotel across from Park Plaza is not big, and is covered by a row of golden oak trees. The sun shines on the red rubble of the hotel, making the three-story building look new. The paint on the walls has not faded at all. The rooms on the third floor, they all have a small balcony. Standing on the balcony, Serdak can vaguely see the square through the gaps in the oak trees. There were not many guests in the hotel. The person at the front desk was a charming proprietress, who was also the cook of the hotel. As for the hotel owner, he also serves as a hotel waiter, groom and handyman, etc. Apart from a temporary laundress, the hotel had no other employees. The main reason is that very few travelers come to Helensa Mountain City. This hotel can be maintained because of its low-cost operation. He sat on the only chair on the balcony and held 8 gold coins in his hands. 3 of them belonged to the village. Each of the 5 young people who helped him would also receive 50 silver coins, leaving only 2 for himself. Gold coins and 50 silver coins, which he kept in his pockets. There was a knock on the door. Soldak stood up and opened the door. The landlady stood outside the door with a pot of hazelnut milk tea, an envelope, a piece of paper, and a quill. She didn't know how much the envelope and paper were worth. Soldak casually gave the proprietress a tip of 10 coppers out of habit. Seeing that Serdak was polite and generous, the proprietress pulled up her long skirt that revealed a large amount of snow-white chest muscles, smiled charmingly at Serdak and said,
Master Knight, do you need anything else?
Soldak shook his head slightly, and before closing the door,
He called out to the proprietress again and said to her, "I'm going to go out to eat tonight, so there's no need to prepare my share of dinner." The landlady still wanted to answer, but there was a bang sound and the room door was closed. What a bumpkin from the countryside. The landlady cursed in her heart before turning and leaving. Surdak rode away from the hotel. He knew the address of Baron Sidney in Helensa City, and asked the hotel owner in detail how to find the house. Although Baron Sidney's territory is located in a remote area of Helensa City, Baron Sidney has settled in Helensa City because he studied at Helensa Knight Academy for 4 years. Normally, his territory only has the old housekeeper is taking care of it. Baron Sidney's biological sister is married to Earl Mongoss, a powerful figure in the city of Helena. He is also well cared for by Sister Mond Goss in the city of Helena. Soldak didn't know much about Baron Sidney, nor did he know what family members he had besides his sister. Since Miss Hathaway was his fiancée, he probably wasn't married yet. He was thinking randomly in his heart. Baron Sidney's residence is located in the wealthy area of Helensa City. Basically, some of the nobles in the city live here. The flat streets are lined with lush golden oaks and silver oaks. From time to time, there are trees under the roots. The acorn fell and made a muffled sound. Soldak carefully checked the house number at the door before knocking on the door. He planned to hand the prepared letter to the housekeeper or the maid who opened the door, whichever one would do. But he was waiting at the door for a long time. No one opened the door, so I could only ride away angrily. Before leaving, I took a look into the yard through the courtyard wall and realized that the fallen leaves in this house had covered the corridor, and it looked like no one had lived there for a long time. The horse's hooves stepped on the stone slabs, making a soft sound of tapping. Chapter 241 Angry Eyes. The various workshops in Helensa City are basically concentrated in the southwest corner of the city. This is the lowest place in the city, with dozens of chimneys erected among the many workshops. Surdak rode his horse to a blacksmith shop. The owner of the blacksmith shop was bare-chested and wearing a leather apron. He held a small hammer in his hand and kept hammering a sickle. There was a fire in the room, and it seemed very hot. The wall on one side of the blacksmith shop was covered with various weapons and agricultural tools, and some shelves were also filled with iron tools. When the blacksmith shop owner saw Surdak walking in, he handed the hammer to his assistant, then straightened up and asked Surdak, "Sir Knight, what do you need? Repair weapons or nail horseshoes?" Soldak didn't find the iron parts he needed on the wall, so he took out the hinges, door bolts and iron nails and placed them on the table, and asked the blacksmith shop owner, "Do you have these things here?" The blacksmith shop owner only glanced at it and replied, "Well, yes." After speaking, he walked into the shelf area, took out the goods and placed them on the table, and introduced to Soldak, "Sir Knight, if this kind of hinge is installed on the door, you must choose a larger one. The price is 20 copper plates per pair, and the one installed on the window can be slightly smaller. The price is 15 copper plates per pair. This kind of door bolt is 18 copper plates per piece. Iron nails are sold by the pound. 12 copper plates. 1 pound. Surdak calculated how many nails 1 gold coin could buy, and it was probably more than 800 pounds. He lowered his head and looked at the 3 gold coins in his hand. If he only purchased these 3 kinds of iron items, he would have to renovate all the houses in the village, and these iron items would not be used up. When the old village chief made these decisions, he may not have realized that the salamander meat could be sold for so much money. So he changed his mind temporarily and saw sickles, hoes, hammers, saws, etc. hung on the walls of the blacksmith shop. Tools like axes. I was thinking that I might as well buy some of these. When Soldak walked out of the blacksmith shop, the clerk of the blacksmith shop brought out 2 large wooden boxes and piled them at the door of the shop. The owner of the blacksmith shop followed him out enthusiastically, and saw that Soldak was riding only a horse, and there was no carriage parked at the door. The owner of the blacksmith shop felt that this taciturn knight had bought so many things, almost all the farm tools in the shop, and he didn't negotiate the price of anything. He would buy a few as long as he quoted the price. This made the blacksmith shop the boss feels that when meeting such a customer, the service should be more attentive. Seeing Surdak frowning when he saw 2 large boxes of ironware, he thought to himself, "It seems that this Lord Knight has encountered a problem." He did not consider the transportation problem at all before buying. The veteran of the blacksmith shop said respectfully, "Sir Knight, where do you plan to send these goods? Our shop can hire a carriage from a car dealer for you. I guarantee that they will be delivered on time." Soldak was worrying about how to transport these goods. When he heard the blacksmith shop owner say this,
He was overjoyed and said to the blacksmith shop owner,
"Do you still have such a service in your shop? This really saves me a lot of trouble.
Please send these goods to Wall Village, and I will pay for the freight."
The store clerk couldn't help complaining in his heart. "Of course we don't have this kind of service normally. But of course we can get it when we meet a big customer like you." The owner of the blacksmith shop bowed to Surdak and said seriously,
"I am very willing to serve you, Lord Knight."
Seeing that the blacksmith shop owner was doing business like this, Soldak suddenly thought that if he wanted to build a reservoir in the village in the future, cement alone would not be enough. It would be better to have steel bars inside the poured cement wall and the dam of the reservoir. It will appear stronger. Then he asked the blacksmith shop owner,
"Oh, by the way, can you make iron bars here? They are about as thick as a little finger."
The blacksmith shop owner showed a bitter expression on his face and explained to Soldak,
"Sir Knight, the cost of hand-beaten iron bars will be very high. Generally, the iron bars on the market are rolled. This rolling process is only available in large blacksmith workshops. As far as I know, there is a blacksmith in Venice City. The workshop specializes in rolling iron bars and plates. And the Helensa City Steel Trading Company represents these products. You can go there to look for them. And if you can't find the right ones, you can customize them by hand. Oh, it turns out there are rolled iron bars. I'll go to the trading house and have a look."
Soldak nodded and responded. When he came to open the workshop area, Surdak found that the industrial foundation of this world was actually not bad at all. If it was about the level of the steam industry era, the people of the Green Empire did not pay much attention to industry. They valued magic items more. In the Green Empire, the value of an ordinary magic item is very expensive, and magic has also affected people's lives. The airport terminal of Helensa City was built on the top of the mountain. From a distance, I saw a magic airship parked there. The trading house in Helensa City is located on the main street of the city. The location is very easy to find. The female receptionist in the trading house is very warm and beautiful. She always likes to put two heavy burdens on Surdak. However, the process of purchasing steel bars is very smooth. You only need to specify the specifications and quantity you need. After the company gives the corresponding quotation, Soldak pays half of the deposit. A month later, these finger-thick steel bars will be sent to Wall Village. When Surdak walked out of the trading house, he realized that the entire afternoon was about to pass. A magic caravan with silver ornaments drove past the street. The carriage of the magic caravan was printed with an emblem consisting of the sun and a golden mask. Surdak stopped and waited for the magic caravan to pass by, then walked to the other side of the street, brought back the Gubwa horse that was about to chew the bark of the tree, got on the horse, and walked slowly towards the hotel. The magic caravan inlaid with silver ornaments was parked next to a jewelry store at the crossroads. The coachman sat quietly on the driver's seat and waited. Darcy Christie was sitting in the magic caravan, supporting her chin with one hand. Through the beautifully polished glass window of the car, she saw the knight slowly walking away. He looked very leisurely, and his bright red lips were drawn. A beautiful arc. She didn't expect to meet him in the city of Helensa. I believe Cole Norton will be very happy when he knows this news. Unexpectedly, she would gain such a big harvest when she returned home this time. Darcy Christie poured herself a glass of golden apple cider, raised her glass to the background of the knight on horseback, and drank it all in one gulp. The wine in the glass. Ha ha. Now that I'm back in Helensa City, I will entertain you well, Darcy Christie thought in her heart. As for Soldak, who was walking on the street and privately studying what was sold in these shops, he didn't even realize that a pair of young and resentful eyes were staring at him in a magic caravan on the street. Chapter 242 Dance. The cocktail party in the evening was a bit boring. Viscount Emmett's manor was decorated with lights, and an open-air dance was held next to the fountain in the center of the courtyard. Carl felt that Surdak, a young knight, should often attend such noble dances so that he could make some young friends in the city of Helensa.
My friend, when you become a knight, it means that your life circle has fundamentally changed. I don't mean to give up your previous friends, but you also need to make new friends. Others knights, mages, and nobles. You have to adapt slowly, integrate slowly, and then you will find that your life will change dramatically.
Carr held a glass of grape juice with a light wine flavor, leaned against a lamppost, and said to Soldak elegantly. Surdak looked at the Warcraft leather armor on his body with some embarrassment, and sighed softly. Many guests wearing noble attires around him looked at him in surprise. This feeling was really bad, and he felt that like a duck standing in a henhouse. It is so different and out of place in its surroundings. Before coming here, Carl only said that he would take him to a place to drink, but he did not mention attending such a drinking party at all. In fact, it was useless even to lift it, since I didn't even have a knight's uniform. Carl next to him seemed indifferent. When a waiter holding a tray passed by, he drank up the wine-flavored grape juice in one gulp, put the empty wine glass back on the tray, picked up 2 glasses of golden cider, and handed one to Sue. Erdak winked at Serdek and said, "Enjoy this night." In Soldek's eyes, a drink without ale would be completely soulless. Golden cider, wine, rum and wine-flavored juices are not suitable for barbecue. And the nameless dishes on the table are not very appetizing. Those dishes look gorgeous and exquisite, but each portion all just a shallow sip. He picked up a piece of SHL and sucked the slightly sweet SHL meat into his mouth. It was completely raw. It's hard to imagine that in an inland mountain town like Helensa, how on earth could such seafood, which would die immediately after leaving the sea, be kept fresh? Another tray contained a complete grilled limestone iguana, and Serdek thought of eating it in Paglos. The sight of hunting limestone iguanas in the mountains makes me lose my appetite at all. A group of young ladies in gorgeous evening gowns, eager to squeeze out the rabbits on their chests, shuttled through the crowd like butterflies. They would not sit there reservedly, waiting for invitations from the gentlemen. They were like swimming fish. The tiger sharks in the group are looking for their prey. Of course, some ladies noticed Carl and Soldek. They seemed to be very familiar with Carl. When they ran over to greet Carl with wine glasses in hand, their eyes always glanced at Soldek, with a kind of scrutiny in their eyes. The taste of. It's not that Soldek is so reserved and indifferent to the hot gazes of these young ladies, but that he doesn't know how to dance at all. So he can only stand aside and watch with a glass of wine in his hand. And he doesn't know anyone else. Carl saw that Soldek had no interest in dancing, so he whispered a few words to the dance partner next to him. The young lady had a sweet smile on her face, and walked away for a short while before leading as she was a tall young lady with long chestnut hair, wearing a light blue dress, and a slender waist. When Serdek looked towards her, she was also looking at Serdek curiously. "I think we should find a place to sit down and chat," Carl suggested, holding the young lady's slender waist. The tall girl stared at Soldek very boldly, then stood beside him and glanced at his arm. Her amber eyes clearly said, "Knight, please raise your arm so that I can hold it." "You?" Seeing Serdek's confused look, the tall girl pursed her lips and smiled, revealing her white teeth. Soldek did not extend his hand, but the tall girl looked at him stubbornly. Just when the scene was a little awkward, a fair-skinned young nobleman walked next to him. After seeing Carl, he said with surprise, "Hey, Carl, why do you have time to attend Viscount Emmett's ball?" Carl quickly introduced him to Serdek. This young nobleman, who looked like a bard, was called Llewellyn. He was a baron, and his family was also a traditional nobleman in the city of Helensa. He had a kind face. Although he was a baron, he had no airs in front of Soldek. He took a glass of wine and asked Carl, "I heard that you were recently troubled by the gang of robbers outside the city. I thought you would catch those robbers outside the city at this time." While speaking, Llewellyn secretly glanced at the tall girl next to Soldek, but the tall girl simply ignored him. Carl smiled awkwardly. "I came back and was scolded. It's better for one person to take the blame for this kind of thing than for a group of people to be scolded." When Baron Llewellyn heard what Carl said, his attention was immediately attracted to this matter, and he whispered into Carl's ear, "I heard that the bandit gang just ransacked Walvosen Manor a week ago." Baron Llewellyn also brought a female companion with him. The lady seemed to be slightly hostile to the tall girl next to Soldek. However, when the two looked at each other, they both smiled gracefully, hiding the hostility in their eyes. "Very good." As if provoking, the tall girl raised her fair chin to Baron Llewellyn's female companion, and suddenly stretched out her hand to hold Soldek's arm. Soldek felt Baron Llewellyn's left eye twitch slightly, and immediately smiled nonchalantly. A few people sat down at an empty table by the swimming pool, and the tall girl sat next to Soldek. Baron Llewellyn pretended to be cordial to Carl and said, "Is it because of this matter that the consul let him go? When you return to the city to report on your work, if you need anything, be sure to tell us. If we can help, we will not delay it. Jonah and Brooke also mentioned you today." After speaking, Baron Llewellyn glanced at the tall girl next to Soldek again. But the more he looked like this, the more deliberately the tall girl moved closer to Serdek. At this time, Soldek finally understood that the relationship between Baron Llewellyn and the tall girl was ambiguous. However, for this ball, Baron Llewellyn brought another female companion. So the two of them seem to be fighting like lovers. But they are caught in the middle. I really knew that something like this would happen. And I would have stayed in the hotel tonight no matter what. Carl also secretly gave Soldak an apologetic look. The young lady who brought the tall girl sat awkwardly next to Carl. At this time, Carl said bravely, "That gang of robbers is very vigilant. Once they succeed, they will flee immediately. Now they have all the people. But there is no news yet." Chapter 243 Carl's Trouble. Soldak took the opportunity to stretch out his hand to adjust his cuffs and quietly pulled back from the tall girl's hand. He didn't want to be caught between the two of them and be kicked around like a ball. He originally wanted to find a tavern to sit down and have a drink with Carl. But he didn't expect to be brought to a noble ball by Carl. The tall girl, with a faint fragrance on her body, reached out and picked up the wine glass on the table. When others didn't notice her, she glared at Cerdak with a trace of disdain in her eyes. She had already listed Cerdak among the brave knights. This was the first time that Soldak heard Carl talk about himself. He knew that Carl was the captain of the Helensa Guard Battalion's rescue team, but he had never heard him talk about these troubles. He thought that he had only met Carl. After 2 visits, I just felt that although he looked slovenly and looked like a swinger, he was a rare friend. Cerdak couldn't help but interjected and asked, "Isn't the city of Helensa not peaceful recently?" In his opinion, since the Green Empire's army can expedition to other dimensions, the banditry in the country should have been wiped out long ago. Carl explained with a wry smile. In fact, in the past few years, the bandit gangs in Bena province have not stopped at all. 2 waiters brought a plate of fruit and a plate of nuts over here and placed them on the round table. It seemed that the dance held by Viscount Emmett was quite thoughtful. After the 2 waiters left, Carl continued, "For years ago, Archduke Newman took away the main force of the Bena army and transferred nearly 100 heavy armored infantry and heavy cavalry regiments from various areas of the Bena province into the Warsaw Plain, causing the rear of the Bena province to the military strength is empty. And several bandit gangs that were wiped out in the past are now resurrected. Now there is a bandit group that has flown near the city of Helensa. Recently, it has committed 3 major crimes in the suburbs of Helensa." Cerdak and Llewellyn looked surprised. They didn't expect that the situation in Helensa city was so tense. Then Carl showed a look of helplessness and said, "In the morning, I was also being reprimanded in front of Lord Consul Christie in the city hall. I have not been very lucky recently. I have lost the clues in several pursuits. And I have never caught anyone in the search net I set. Find some big fish." The young lady also showed a concerned expression and asked Carl, "Then what are you going to do next?" Carl scratched his hair hard and said, "I plan to go out of the city tomorrow morning to meet up with my subordinates and take them to the area around Ralph's territory." Soldak said apologetically to Carl, "I'm sorry, Carl, for delaying your schedule because of me. Actually, there is no news about the robber gang now. No matter where we are waiting for news," Carl said to Soldak. And then he glanced at Viscount Emmett, who was standing in the middle of a group of nobles, and said, "And I'm here by participating in this dance. I also hope to borrow some people from Viscount Emmett." Llewellyn's attention was also attracted by this incident. He said to Carl, "We will go find Jonah and Brooke together later and ask them to recruit some people. I believe that this band of thieves will not disappear for no reason. Yes, there will always be a clue left somewhere. But I can't find it now. Maybe because I don't have enough manpower." When the tall girl heard Llewellyn say these words, she looked at him with a hint of appreciation, and even her eyes became much brighter. Cerdak sat aside and said to Carl, "I will return to Wall Village tomorrow. I'm afraid there won't be much help here. If the search team arrives in the Wall Village area, they must remember to send someone to notify me. I know that area better than you, so I might be able to help." Llewellyn glanced at Soldak in surprise, but he didn't expect that he didn't express his intention to stay and help. The tall girl next to him gave Cerdak a disdainful look. When he heard that Cerdak was unwilling to help, she became even more convinced of the title of the courageous knight. The tall girl quietly moved her body outwards and let herself stay away from him. Even the young girl sitting next to Carl glanced at Soldak in surprise, with a look of disappointment on her face. Carl leaned back on the chair with his usual expression and said to Soldak with a smile, "Now that bandit group is operating in the dense forest in the southern suburbs. I don't want to lead my men into that desolate land with nothing." The ball at the manor lasted until midnight. Viscount Emmett took the time to chat with Carl for a while. After hearing Carl's request, he thought carefully for a moment and then agreed. The Viscount believed that the top priority was to find out the whereabouts of this bandit group. Only by finding the traces of the bandit group could the knights and knight retinues in the city be mobilized to go out of the city to round up the bandit group. Viscount Emmett's manor is located in the aristocratic area of Helensa city. The residences of Carl and Llewellyn are very close to it. Only the hotel where Cerdak lives is located in the center of the city. Cerdak has to cross 3 roads. When you reach the main street, you still have to walk a long way down. Even riding a horse would take a long time. So Cerdak left first. At the gate of the manor, watching Cerdak disappear into the night on horseback, Llewellyn asked Carl with some confusion.
Carl, how could you make such a timid and fearful knight friend?
Carl shook his head, looked back, and said to Llewellyn very firmly,
You may not understand what the Battle of Moyinling in the Warsaw Plain was like. A knight who can come back from the front line alive will never be like that. As weak as you see it, I don't see any fear in his eyes.
The young lady standing next to Carl held Carl's arm and said hesitantly,
I hope you are right. But he is so timid. How can he help you in the future? Maybe he chose to leave because he really had something to do.
Carl looked nonchalant. The tall girl stood close to Llewellyn, standing behind him with Llewellyn's other female companion on the left and right, and whispered,
He is clearly a timid young man.
Carl glanced at the tall girl lightly and said nothing. The young lady next to Carl had a reddish face and a bit of drunkenness. She held Carl's arm charmingly and asked softly in his ear,
Would you like to go to my place to eat some cookies later? Forehead.
Carl hesitated for a moment, thinking that he would have to go with Llewellyn to meet Jonah and Brooke later. He didn't know what time it would end. Maybe it would be dawn later. The young lady squeezed into Carl's arms without scruples and complained softly,
But you are leaving tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you for a while.
Cerdak really had something to deal with. The iron pieces he bought in Helensa city were shipped to Wall Village, and he had to come forward to receive them. Seeing that the rainy season is about to end, if the reservoir cannot be repaired, drinking water in the village will become a big problem after entering the dry season. So I can only say sorry to Carl. Anyway, looking for traces of the thieves group may not be of much help. Chapter 244 Bloody Night. A killing was taking place in the manor in Hoyle's territory on the western outskirts of Helensa city. Taylor, the leader of the blood-red bandit group, stood outside the gate of Hoyle Manor and kicked open the shaky black iron gate. The cast iron emblem of the Hoyle family on the iron gate railing was stepped into the mud by Taylor. Behind him, he was carrying 2 short javelins and only wore a set of basilisk leather armor. His chest was open, revealing strong muscles like steel. His eyes were cold and disgusting. And he said coldly to the 20 men around him, Fight in. More than 20 brutal robbers stepped over the corpses of 8 knights' retinues and rushed into the manor carrying bloody scimitars. Suddenly the whole manor let out a miserable wail. Humble calls for help, desperate cries, hoarse curses, and hysterical screams made this originally peaceful and cool summer night become as terrifying as a flaming H.L. Baron Hoyle had a poisoned crossbow stuck in his left leg. The blood stained his trouser legs. His red and swollen thighs could not be bent. He seemed to be dragging a tree stump down the steps of the castle. He held a handful of silver in his hand. The sword was stained with blood. The bodies of 4 robbers were lying on the steps. The hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. He was now at the end of his strength. The bandit leader standing at the bottom of the steps was holding a punishment hammer and climbing up the bloody white marble steps step by step. There was a hideous scar on his face, extending from his forehead to his chest, and finally ending on the right side. The abdomen was deep into the groin. If he hadn't opened his hard leather jacket, it would probably be difficult to see the complete scar. Baron Hoyle swung his sword at the bandit leader Taylor, but the sword was blocked by the hammer of punishment. Baron Hoyle stared at the bandit leader coldly and asked, Who are you? Taylor did not answer, with a sinister smile on his face. When he locked the silver sword tightly with the barb of the punishment hammer, he punched Baron Hoyle to the ground. As Baron Hoyle's body fell heavily to the ground, Taylor stepped on Baron Hoyle's back, grabbed his hair, and forced his head up. A robber sent a portrait to Hoyle and asked viciously, If you want to die quickly, tell the boss quickly where you hid this woman. Baron Hoyle didn't even look at the portrait and muttered, I don't know. This group of robbers didn't even give Baron Hoyle any chance to change his story, and chopped it down with a machete. Puff! Baron Hoyle's head was missing, and he fell in a pool of blood. The eyes on his head were open and looking at the deep night sky. A group of servants and maids who were tied up in the square below the steps of the castle suddenly let out a cry of terror. The servants in the manor were kneeling on the ground, and their bodies were shivering in the night wind. A robber pulled out a man in clothes from the crowd. The butler in formal attire pulled him into a pool of blood where Baron Hoyle fell, holding a portrait, and asked the butler, "Have you seen this woman?" The robber's blood-red eyes had a playful look, as if he was looking forward to how he would resist next. The scimitar in his hand was still dripping blood. At this time, he couldn't help but put the scimitar on Baron Hoyle's hand. He wiped it on the corpse. But unfortunately, the blood stains on the blade could not be wiped off. Unfortunately, the butler was not as strong-willed as the robber thought. The moment the butler saw Baron Hoyle's head, his whole body collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. A smell of urine emanated from his crotch, diluted with urine. Blood on the ground. The butler's face was twisted, and he knelt in the bloody water very devoutly, as if the person standing in front of him was a god. His eyes were full of supplication, and he said to the bandit leader, "I know her. She was Miss Hoyle's maid. We all called her Selina." Taylor did not expect such an answer. He regretted killing Baron Hoyle so hastily. He originally thought it would be the same as attacking other manors, and he would not get any answers. After all, it was a portrait from a few years ago. It's the person's appearance in memory again. The artist's depiction will definitely be greatly biased. Looking for someone with a portrait. If it weren't for the weird methods of those old stubborns, Taylor would like to tear off the portrait and loot a few casually. Just take care of it for a manor. But I didn't expect that when I ransacked the manors around the city of Helensa, I happened to meet this old housekeeper who actually knew the woman in the portrait. Taylor felt that it must be the blessing of the goddess Selene. His eyes were as wide as copper bells. He grabbed the butler's collar with his hand, picked him up from the pool of blood, and asked the butler viciously, "Where is she now?" The housekeeper looked confused, trying to remember, and said intermittently, "A few years ago, when she was 25 years old, Baron Hoyle chose a husband for her according to imperial law, and she got married. At that time, she was still Hoyle. The wedding hosted by Baron Eyre also executed. The right of first night held by Hoyle." The veins on the bandit leader Taylor's forehead bulged slightly, but he let go of the butler's hand, let him stand up straight, and asked, "Then who did she marry?" The door in the housekeeper's memory seemed to be pushed away at once, and he thought for a moment before saying, "A gardener here married Selina, and the couple returned to their hometown not long after." After he finished speaking, he secretly glanced into the crowd. "Are you kidding me?" Taylor said angrily. The butler finally calmed down his breathing and stood in front of Taylor and tried to weave his own words. "I swear I'm not lying. The reason why they went home was probably because Baron Hoyle exercised the right of first night, which made the little gardener very dissatisfied. So they left overnight. The little gardener didn't even receive his 6 months' wages. Baron Hoyle, I seem to have looked for them afterwards. But for some reason, the matter fell silent in the end." A robber now passed through the foyer from the back of the castle, ran up to Taylor, and whispered something to him in a low voice. The robber leader Taylor's eyes lit up, and he ordered the robber, "Go and invite Miss Hoyle over." When the housekeeper and the 2 ladies kneeling in the crowd heard Taylor say this, they all raised their heads in despair and looked at the robbers. Before the whole manor was captured, the Baron ordered the 2 most reliable knights around him to take his daughter and son to flee to Helensa city through the path behind the manor, and asked them to deliver a message to the guard camp of Helensa city. The bandit leader said this, and it was obvious that the knight's retinue, who secretly ran to deliver the message, was also caught by these bandits. Not long after, Miss Hoyle, whose dress was torn to pieces, was escorted up by the robbers. Her face was pale and bloodless, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her exposed white skin was covered in bruises and bruises. I don't know what kind of humiliation she has experienced. At this time, she was brought to the castle gate and saw Baron Hoyle's head missing. She also saw a group of family members and servants lying on the ground. Miss Hoyle was heartbroken. All the last bits of hope were dashed. Her inner defenses completely collapsed, and she threw herself on Baron Hoyle's body and cried loudly with a look of grief on her face. Chapter 245 Unlucky Encounter. The robbers pulled at her golden curls and led her in front of Taylor. The bandit leader Taylor picked up the portrait and asked her, "Is she your maid, Selina?" Miss Hoyle replied, choked with tears. She felt that if she didn't speak honestly, all her hair might be torn off by these bandits. She only took one look and identified the beautiful woman in the portrait. Taylor stretched out his hand to straighten Miss Hoyle's messy hair, and pulled her barely covering skirt over her shoulders. He reached out to pinch Miss Hoyle's delicate face, and stared at Miss Hoyle with his eyes. Asked her, "Do you know where she went?" Seeing those eyes full of violent disgust, Miss Hoyle was extremely frightened and replied with a trembling voice, I don't know. She left here after getting married. We have no contact. I know she hates I hate that I didn't have the courage to stand up when she needed me most.
Taylor stared at the crying Miss Hoyle, pinched her chin with his thumb and forefinger, leaned in front of her, stared at her and asked,
Then what do you know? Or when it's just the two of us, you can figure out how to answer.
As he spoke, Taylor grabbed Miss Hoyle's white lotus-like arm and pulled her toward the castle. Miss Hoyle was dragged by a huge force, staggered and stepped on the hem of her skirt, and took off her torn long skirt. She collapsed and cried,
Ah! You guys are not allowed to do this.
What a damn robber.
Miss Hoyle was like a white sheep, pulled by the arm by the bandit leader Taylor, and dragged into the castle along the blood-stained white stone steps. A young servant stood up from the crowd at the bottom of the steps and plucked up the courage to shout loudly to the bandit leader,
As long as you let Miss Hoyle go, I will tell you the whereabouts of Selina. I know the whereabouts of the little gardener.
Hometown.
The butler standing aside winked at the young man repeatedly, seeing that the young man didn't look at him at all, and stared at Miss Hoyle and the bandit leader Taylor with a pair of burning eyes. The butler suddenly broke free from the restraints and rushed. He grabbed the young man by the neck and tried to strangle him to death. The robber behind the butler quickly caught up and stabbed the butler in the back with the scimitar in his hand. The tip of the knife emerged from the butler's chest and throat, and a blood arrow penetrated from the throat. The butler's face was ferocious and his eyes were wide open, looking at the young man. He wanted to say something more, but unfortunately nothing came out in the end, and he fell down in front of the young man. Taylor held Miss Hoyle's arm and stood at the door of the castle, watching coldly the farce at the bottom of the steps. The young man looked pale, but looked at the bandit leader stubbornly, and said loudly,
As long as you let Miss Hoyle go, I will tell you where the little gardener lives.
The robber next to him became furious, pulled the young man out of the crowd, kicked him to the ground, and angrily shouted,
What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with our boss? Come on!
The young man stared at the robber with a stubborn expression and said nothing. The robber hit the young man's leg with an iron rod. The young man screamed, and his leg bones were broken. Then the stick hit the young man's other leg. The young man screamed,
That little gardener lives in Wall Village.
The bandit leader Taylor squinted his eyes, glanced at Miss Hoyle, pushed her to the bandit beside him, and said,
Take her. Let's go to Wall Village.
Not long after, the bandit leader came out of the castle with several bandits carrying large packages. When Taylor passed by the young man, he ordered the men who were guarding the servants in Hoyle Manor,
It will be handled more cleanly this time.
The ladies, maids, and servants, who were kneeling under the steps all fell into a pool of blood. The gang of robbers hurriedly left Hoyle Manor before dawn. Helensa City. Early morning. Surdak retrieved the cooked salamander's skin from the leather shop, ate a simple breakfast, and bought some fruits and candies that were not seen in Wall Village in the market of Helensa City. With his magic pocket in his pocket, he walked out of the city of Helensa on horseback. When leaving the city, Surdak saw a group of knights gathered at the city gate. This group of knights were fully armed and waiting under the shade of the trees at the city gate. Unfortunately, Carl was not seen from the crowd. The oak forests on both sides of the mountain road ranged from dense to sparse, and the ancient Bolai horses galloped forward happily along the mountain road. When it was almost noon, there were not many oak trees on both sides of the mountain road, and a large area of rocky mountains was exposed, with large-scale cracks appearing under the exposure of the sun. Climbing the mountain ridge in front meant that it was entering the pagoda, in the barren land of the Gro Mountains. The mountain roads are rugged and steep, but for ancient Bolai horses, the road is not difficult. Surdak saw a cargo carriage driving slowly on the mountain road. Two familiar large wooden boxes could be seen in the distance. In addition to these, the carriage also contained some miscellaneous goods. It seems that this truck was hired by the owner of the blacksmith shop. The owner of the carriage shop was very economical and brought some private goods, knowing that there was a shortage of supplies in remote villages and towns. Gubalai's horse easily crossed the loaded carriage, and the coachman even took off his hat and saluted Surdak respectfully. No matter where they are, knights always receive some preferential treatment. The hot afternoon sun scorched the hillside, and countless water vapor evaporated, causing the scene in front of him to appear slightly distorted. Surdak felt that if he drove under the sun without any shade at this time, he would definitely be cooked. It felt ancient. Gubolai Ma also needed a rest, so he rode his horse into the oak forest on the side of the mountain road. He was going to give Gubolai Ma some water and eat some beans he had brought with him. And I can take a nap in this forest, while half asleep and half awake,
Serdek felt some restlessness on the side of Gubalima. And then he smelled a faint smell of blood. Just like the Mayun Ridge battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. It's a fishy sweet smell that comes from dried blood sticking to the weapon and causing it to rust. He opened his eyes suddenly. And through the layers of dense forest, Soldak saw that the truck had been chasing him from the mountain road behind. However, the coachman seemed a little panicked at this time. The long whip whipped the horse hard, and many of the goods in the truck were thrown down along the way. He was also sitting on the carriage covered in blood, looking back in panic from time to time. Behind this carriage, there was a team of horses in hot pursuit. Several big men on horseback tried to intercept the carriage. The carriage driver used the carriage to occupy half of the mountain road and pressed the men on horseback behind the carriage. Serdek stood up from under the tree and saw two archers on horseback behind the cavalry. They were pulling out the bowstrings and shooting 2 arrows at the coachman. Unfortunately, both arrows missed the target. One was nailed to the large wooden box of the truck, and the other simply flew away and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the truck sped past the mountain road outside the forest where Soldak was located, and the horse team also pursued it. The man walking at the back was immediately hanging a punishment hammer covered with barbs. In front of the saddle was a young woman tied into a rice dumpling. Serdek looked at the hideous scars on the big man's face. He put his hands on his face in distress, wondering in his mind, could this be the gang of robbers that Carl and the others were searching for outside the city but couldn't find? I can't just carry it so far. There were more than 20 people in the gang of robbers, and the big man at the end must have amazing arm strength to be able to hold the hammer of punishment. He had the advantage of being alone. If he rushed forward, he would probably die. Serdek felt very entangled in his heart. He hesitated, but then he saw the coachman driving the truck, trying to escape on the mountain road. Serdek gritted his teeth and thought, if he was not saved, the iron items in these 2 large wooden boxes would probably be robbed by the bandits. Thinking of this, Serdek quickly mounted his horse, then jumped off the horse, took out the precious lizard head from the magic belt bag, and quickly set up a sacrificial altar in the forest. Chapter 246 Night. The value of 1 salamander head can be exchanged for at least 30 of these large wooden boxes filled with iron items. There were 2 large boxes of Wall Village property on the truck. This was the first reason that made Soldak decide to take action. As for rescuing the coachman, it could only be regarded as a casual matter, probably because he smelled another familiar smell. The horse that came out of the battlefield alive became extremely excited. After it saw Serdek completing the ritual, it raised its front hooves, made a leaning motion, and neighed at Serdek. Serdek mounted his horse, placed the Roman sword and iris shield in a very convenient position, and then rushed out of the forest on horseback. The branches and leaves of the oak forest scraped against Soldak's face. He was holding the Roman sword slightly nervously, thinking about how to deal with the 24 bandits in front of him. As for the gang of robbers on the mountain road, the group of robbers chasing the carriage in front were almost 1,000 meters away from the robbers behind, and the team was stretched very long. The few bandits who were at the back saw a knight rushing out of the oak forest and immediately became a little panicked. They wanted to stop Soldak, but they were worried that a large group of knights were following behind them. So they drove the horse runs forward. At this time, the bandit leader stopped on the mountain road on his horse, when he saw 4 of his men running over on horseback in a hurry, with only 1 knight chasing after him. He couldn't help but became furious and cursed the 4 men. A bunch of losers! One side of this mountain path is an unscalable mountain wall, and the other side is an oak forest with a slightly gentler slope. And Serdek burst out of the oak forest. The bandit leader Taylor squinted his eyes and glanced at Soldak, then led 4 bandits to meet him from the front. When these bandits saw that there were not a large number of knights following Serdek, the fear on their faces immediately disappeared. When the bandit leader saw that Serdek was the only one chasing after him, he did not rush forward. Instead, he pulled the reins of the horse to block the mountain road. He placed the heavy punishment hammer in front of the horse and pursed his lips coldly. Stare at Serdek and observe his actions carefully. The 2 bandits were about to draw their hunting bows and shoot Serdek off his horse, but Serdek blocked it with his iris shield. Let me do it, Taylor said in a deep voice. After saying that, he threw Miss Hoyle, who was on horseback, to his subordinates. He held the reins with 1 hand and carried hundreds of pounds of punishment hammer with 1 hand. The name of this war hammer came from the temple. It is said that many battle priests in the temple will have divine power after receiving the blessing of the gods, so they are good at using such heavy weapons in battle. In the Bena Legion, even the heavy cavalry regiment, basically no one is willing to use the punishment hammer.
Is it necessary to compete with a 3-meter-tall evil ghost? In addition, the serrated axes in the hands of evil spirits are much heavier than the hammer of punishment. So facing the sledgehammer in the hands of the bandit leader, Serdek didn't feel anything special. As for the bandit leader Taylor, his thoughts were more complicated. He felt that the cavalry of the Helensa city guard camp should be taught a heavy lesson. At this time, there were still people who dared to leave the city alone. Running out obviously did not take the Red Blood Bandit group into consideration. For the Blood Red Bandit group, this was not a good thing. The Blood Red Bandit group can appear and disappear in the area around Helensa city, coming and going like the wind. To a large extent, the cavalry of the Helensa City Guard Battalion are slow to react. Every time they go out of the city, they are in a large group, and the cavalry squad patrols outside the city. When traveling, it is easy to be ambushed by bandit groups. Recently, the cavalry in these guard battalions have been frightened out of fear. They only dare to patrol around the territory, and do not dare to expand the search area. Taylor believed that the Helensa City Guard Battalion must have noticed the movements of the Blood Red Bandit group. So a knight appeared on this mountain road. It's just that this knight rushed forward single-handedly. Taylor spat and smeared it into the palm of his hand, clenched the hammer of punishment in his hand, and thought, there are all knights with some strength in Helensa City who have gone to the plain battlefield. He is as long as you are a level 15 warrior, and you don't encounter a construct knight. Any knight below level 2 will be able to fight.
Let us know. We must be quick to sack Wall Village this time. I'm afraid the group of hunting dogs in Helensa City have discovered us.
The bandit leader whispered to the bandits around him.
Yes, boss,
one of the bandits' men said immediately. After giving these instructions, the bandit leader Taylor rode his horse and rushed towards Suldek. Of course, the 4 bandits behind him could not watch the battle from behind. They all drew out their scimitars and rushed up behind Taylor. The scimitars in their hands were stained with dried water. There are blood stains on the blade, and there is a layer of dark red on the blade, as if it is a murder weapon that has drank enough of the enemy's blood. The barb of Taylor's big hammer was still stained with some carrion. He rushed to Suldek and saw the bright Roman sword. There was no defense at all, and he raised the hammer of punishment, smashing him head-on. He felt that this was enough to force Serdek to give up the attack and raise the shield with both hands to parry. In fact, this did not help. Every knight who fought against him underestimated his strength. His blow was enough to knock out the opponent. The knight was knocked off his horse, and the scimitars of the 4 robbers behind him were just right for finishing the attack. Sure enough, Serdek raised the fleur-de-lis shield in his hand. But to his surprise, Serdek, facing the roaring 2-handed hammer, actually raised the shield with one hand and stabbed straight with the Roman sword in the other hand. Own chest. The bandit leader Taylor had a ferocious look on his face. He ignored the Roman sword thrust by Suldek and continued to smash the hammer of punishment in his hand. His 2-handed hammer was obviously faster than the Roman sword. He was fully confident that the opponent would be knocked down. The knight fell off his horse, and the moment he dropped the hammer with both hands, a phantom of a man-bear wrapped in lightning appeared behind him. Even the hammer of punishment was wrapped with traces of lightning. There was a muffled sound. A silver shield appeared in Taylor's eyes, and his hands wrapped with lightning struck the shadow of the silver shield. Suddenly, countless electric snakes jumped out, and the shadow of the silver shield was shaken away, revealing the intact iris shield. Most of the force on the hammer of punishment has been dissipated, and it was so weak when it fell on the iris shield. Taylor felt a little chilled in his heart. He did not expect to have the strength of more than one turn. At the same moment, the Roman sword in Suldek's hand also stabbed Taylor in the chest. This is a lose-lose strategy. 2 round shields appear on Taylor's chest. There is a bandit on each side of the bandit guarding the leader Taylor's body with a shield. From the corner of his eye, Taylor saw 2 other men wielding scimitars and slashing at Suldek. At this time, Suldek actually did not change his moves. The Roman sword in his hand was stabbed on the small round shield made of thick iron. He only heard, with a bang, the iron covering of the small buckler was cut by the long sword, and the Roman sword penetrated the thick iron wood and penetrated directly into Taylor's chest. The iris shield in Serdek's other hand firmly blocked the 2 scimitars before they fell, and the shield flashed with silver light again. The warhorse passed by, and Serdek drew his sword cleanly. Taylor rode a few steps forward on the horse, and the blood in his body spurted out from the wound. His tall body gradually lost its support and fell heavily on the mountain road. Chapter 247 Chase. When the 4 bandits saw their leader, Taylor, being chopped off his horse by a sword from the knight rushing from the opposite side, they were horrified beyond words.
Without any hesitation, they turned their horses around and did not dare to run towards the direction of Helensa city, fearing encountering the knights from the guard camp coming from behind. They fled in the direction of Wall Village. Cerdak paused briefly and bent down on his horse. He chopped off Taylor's head with a single stroke of his modified Roman sword. Then he chased the 4 bandits who were escaping hastily. Cerdak's mount was a war horse from the heavy cavalry of the Bena Legion. Although it was not as explosive as the Black Scale horse, it was indeed the best ranch in Durva province. His excellent war horses were much faster and more durable than the horses ridden by these bandits. Cerdak did not wear a full coverage heavy armor, nor did he carry a heavy knight's spear, nor was there any armor on his horse. Therefore, Gubalai's horse ran at full speed on the mountain road and caught up with the bandit in front of him in the blink of an eye. The 2 robbers who were at the back saw that Cerdak was catching up from behind and were destined to be unable to escape. They turned their horses, raised their dark red scimitars and charged towards Cerdak, making strange noises from their mouths. Whistling sound. When the 2 bandits running in front heard this roar, they also gritted their teeth, pulled the reins of the horses, turned the horses' heads, took the hunting bows in their hands, stood on the spot and shot arrows at Cerdak at the same time. It was obvious that the 4 of them were ready to fight Cerdak to the death. Cerdak didn't pay attention to the 2 arrows that had strayed to unknown places, and stabbed out the Roman sword in his hand. He doesn't know those gorgeous sword moves. This fighting skill was also learned from fighting evil spirits in the Warsaw Plain. Although these practical combat skills against evil spirits are not suitable for use on these bandits, Cerdak's strength is much higher than this group of bandits. Even if the 4 bandits join forces, they cannot resist Cerdak's charge. Cerdak didn't pay attention to the scimitar struck by the 2 bandits. The Roman sword's blade pierced the chests of the 2 bandits in no particular order. The scimitars of the 2 bandits were only on Cerdak's magic beast leather shoulder guards. 2 shallow marks were left behind. The 2 robbers stared at Cerdak as he passed by them. The sharp Roman sword was pulled away from the robber's body by Cerdak. Blood spurted out from the wound. Only then did the robber realize that it was good to be alive. This time, Cerdak didn't even land a last-ditch attack. Instead, he directly urged his horse to chase the bandit holding a hunting bow in front of him. When the 2 bandits saw Cerdak, they didn't have the courage to resist at all, so they wanted to escape again. It was just that Cerdak was riding a Gubalai horse, galloping on the mountain road. The sound of the horse's hooves was like the death knell. The door to the underworld had been opened to them, and the pupils in the eyes of the 2 robbers began to shrink to the size of pinholes. The frightened expression on his face magnified infinitely, until the knights behind him caught up, and at the last moment they desperately tried to twist the hunting bow in their hands to Cerdak's neck. The thick Roman sword with a faint golden light struck the hunting bow with great ease. The iron-tied bow blade broke with a sound. Without waiting for the robber to react, he swung his sword to chop off the head, and then rode his horse towards the man in front. The truck sped past. Cerdak regretted a little. He had known that the bandit gang was so vulnerable, and there was no need to sacrifice. He felt sorry for the precious salamander head. At the same time, he still couldn't understand how these bandits could rob several noble estates on the outskirts of Helensa with only such strength. After chasing them all the way, more than 20 bandits were killed by Cerdak, and their bodies were lying on the mountain road. He was chased out of an oak forest. By the time he killed all the robbers, he had entered a deserted land, on the mountain road that stretched for nearly 5 kilometers. The body of a robber would lie at intervals. There are ravines in this mountain range. There is no vegetation on the limestone layer. Only some wild grasses and drought-tolerant shrubs grow in some ravines. The bandits also thought about escaping into the mountains. Unfortunately, one side of this mountain road is nearly 10 meters deep. There is a ravine on the other side, and there is a very steep hillside with no way to escape. Cerdak stabbed the last robber, stepped onto the truck with a Roman sword dripping with blood, and saw the bloody coachman lying on the carriage, already dying, with only 2 large wooden boxes on the carriage. Everything else was thrown away by the coachman. The truck was also badly damaged. There were at least 20 feather arrows stuck in the wooden box, and even the coachman had 5 feather arrows stuck in his body. The most serious injury on the coachman's body was caused by a feather arrow, which passed through the coachman's chest from behind. The horse in front of the truck also had a few arrows stuck in its butt. At this time, it was lying down on the mountain road. Congealed blood clots oozed from the horse's mouth and nose. This situation also appeared on the battlefield in Warsaw. Cerdak knew that the horse's lungs had burst. In this case, the horse could not be saved.
Serdek stuck the Roman sword on the wooden box, squatted next to the coachman, and checked the injuries on his body. The coachman's face was as golden as paper, and he kept coughing up blood. He looked like he was dying. But the injuries on his body were not that serious at all, except for one arrow that penetrated his chest. The rest of the arrows did not hurt enough. Fatal. Apart from these injuries, the coachman did not suffer any other injuries. Probably, before the bandits had time to hurt the coachman, Soldak caught up. Serdak's palms revealed the power of holy light, and he began to try to treat the coachman's injuries, stabilize his injuries, pull out the arrows, stop the bleeding from the wounds, and then bandage them. Although the coachman was unconscious, he was still breathing. It has stabilized. If nothing unexpected happens, the chance of survival is very high. Then Soldak turned back along the mountain road. The robbers' horses were loyal. The robbers were lying on the mountain road. The horses did not run around, but waited quietly on the roadside. Soldak drove the robbers' horses. The corpses were tied to the horses' backs, and more than 20 horses were collected at one go. In addition to the corpses of 23 robbers, there was also a noble lady tied into a rice dumpling. Soldak untied the rope that tied the noble lady to her body, gave her a blanket to cover her body, let her drink water to recover a little, and then let the horses carry the robber's body. And Miss Hoyle returned to the van. Soldak hitched a strong horse to the truck again, removed the 2 large wooden boxes from the truck, and lifted the unconscious coachman onto the truck. According to Miss Hoyle, the bandits killed everyone in her family. Soldak expressed sympathy for Miss Hoyle's tragic experience. Seeing that she seemed to be fine except for some bruises, he asked her,
Miss Hoyle, can you drive a carriage?
Miss Hoyle looked at Soldak with a pair of innocent eyes, puzzled. Chapter 248: The Cross on the Mountain. Soldak hitched an old horse to the carriage and turned the direction of the carriage on the mountain road. Miss Hoyle's eye sockets were bruised, and the left side of her face was swollen, making her originally youthful face look very embarrassed. She was wrapped in a rough woolen blanket and sat on a mat next to the mountain path. This leather cushion should belong to the coachman, and it was still stained with bits of blood. She was immersed in sadness a moment ago, but now she couldn't believe her ears. The knight in front of her actually asked her if she could driving the carriage. She was a noble lady from Hoyle Manor. She stared at the young knight, who was busy all the time with wide eyes. His body was spattered with blood, and the scabbard of the Roman sword on his waist was almost soaked with blood. He placed all the corpses of the robbers side by side on the stone ground by the roadside. There were rocks everywhere, and it was difficult to dig a big hole, unable to bury the corpses of these robbers on the spot. 23 horses were also gathered together by Serdek. These horses looked very honest. Serdek tied all the reins together and prepared to take these horses back to Wall Village. Soldak found a piece of black bread and a piece of dark meat jerky from the robber's bag, and sent them to Miss Hoyle along with a leather water bag. He said to her,
If you can drive a carriage, you can drive along the road.
If we keep walking back along this mountain road, we will probably be able to return to Helensa city before it gets dark at night.
Miss Hoyle looked at Soldak helplessly, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. There was no expression on Soldak's face. He just handed over the water bag in his hand again. She silently reached out and took the water bag, but did not drink the water. Instead, she soaked a rag with water, wiped her face carefully, and then took a sip. She was used to drinking in the manor freshly squeezed juice, milk and tea. This kind of raw water with a strong leather smell. Miss Hoyle would not use it to wash her face in normal times. Serdek scratched his head helplessly and said to Miss Hoyle, After arriving in Helensa city, you can tell your tragic experience to the Supreme Archon of Helensa city. I believe he can give you some advice, some justice. He sat on the floor, stuffed the dried meat in his hand into his mouth, and continued,
And I can't send you away from here right away.
Then he pointed at the corpses of the robbers on the roadside.
You may have seen that there are so many things waiting for me to deal with here. I can't just throw these robber corpses on the roadside. Otherwise, in this weather, these corpses will rot quickly. I need to deal with these corpses, and also hope that this can be used to warn other thieves groups around Helensa city.
Dealing with the corpses of these bandits was only one aspect. In addition, Serdek did not want to take these horses to the city of Helensa. Otherwise, he would suffer a big loss if they were confiscated by the guard camp. These horses are currently considered to be his trophies, but if they are brought to the city of Helensa, the guard battalions will detain these horses on the grounds of investigating the bandit group, and he will have no place to reason. In the Green Empire, horses are very valuable livestock, especially war horses that can go on the battlefield. Sometimes one horse can even be exchanged for 5 cows. Soldak thought about it seriously, and felt that it was indeed a bit difficult for him to let a noble lady, who had been persecuted by bandits, drive the carriage back to the city of Helensa alone under such circumstances. So he asked Toy again. Miss Hare said, "If you can't drive back to Helensa city alone, ask me to wait until I finish the things at hand. And then I will take you back to Helensa city. You may have to stay in the village for one night. You won't be able to return to Helensa city until at least tomorrow." "Can't you just send me back to Helensa city now?" Miss Hoyle felt that she was already so pitiful. If the knight in front of her had even a little bit of sympathy, she should send her back to Helensa city. If you are the kind of knight with a strong sense of responsibility and mission, maybe you should help yourself complete your revenge, then rebuild your home, and finally impress yourself and marry him. However, the knight in front of her didn't seem to have such thoughts at all. Miss Hoyle hinted to Soldak. "Mr. Knight, I will give you some generous rewards. I want to go home as soon as possible." Soldak shook his head with an extremely serious expression. "Okay, I can try." Miss Hoyle looked at the long whip on the carriage and said with great trepidation. Miss Hoyle sat in the carriage and looked at the endless mountain road. She wanted to sit in the carriage and cry. The old horse didn't even wait for her to wave the whip, and then slowly pulled the carriage towards the city of Helensa. The carriage driver was wrapped around like a mummy and lay unconscious on the carriage. I originally thought that after being rescued, all the disasters would be over. But now, Miss Hoyle feels that her bumpy life in the future may have just begun. Seeing the carriage slowly driving towards Helensa city, Cerdak breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, the most important thing for the perfect ending of a battle was to lick the bags. The corpses of the 23 bandits were rummaged inside and out, and even the leather armor on their bodies was taken off, and all their weapons were piled on top of the pile. At the same time, most of these bandits wore dark red scimitars, and only the bandit leader with level 1 strength could afford the punishment hammer. For Cerdak, the only value of these weapons is to sell them on the black market. However, the silver-handled daggers and hunting bows carried by the thieves have some value. These daggers are ordinary in style, and can be bought in any weapon store. Although they were not brand new, Cerdak thought they could be given to the villagers. The Wall Village Lizard Hunting Group needed a few hunting bows with excellent craftsmanship. As for daggers, who goes hunting without bringing a dagger? What surprised Cerdak was that he found a magic belt bag from the bandit leader's waist. This magic belt bag was almost filled with gems, jewelry, gold and silver coins. In addition, there were some commonly used life magic scrolls and 3 bottles of emerald green detoxification potion. These robbers are so rich. Soldak suddenly thought of what Carl said last night, that this group of bandits had just looted 3 noble manors on the outskirts of Helensa city. It seemed to be true. Then he found some strong canvas bags on the horses. He stuffed all the dried meat, nuts, scones, and fried noodles into 2 canvas bags. He left the other canvas bags empty, and put the iron parts in the 2 large wooden boxes. They were packed into categories, and all the slats of the wooden box were taken apart and nailed into more than 20 wooden crosses. Cerdak drove 22 horses alone to transport the corpses of these robbers to the mountains next to the Wasteland Pass. He nailed a wooden cross into the stone crevices on the top of the mountain, and tied all the corpses of the 23 robbers to the cross. The head of the robber leader was chopped off by Soldak, and the top of the wooden cross was sharpened, and the head of the robber leader was cut off. The head was stuck on it. By the time I was done with this, the sun was almost setting. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the corpses of these robbers, and a carrion bird hovered in the sky, never willing to fall. The corpses of the 23 robbers stood alone on the deserted ridge until night fell completely. Chapter 249 Waiting. This is a silver oak tree with a large tree cavity. The tree cavity is very dry, and there are no traces of wild animals living there. A disciplinary hammer, 17 scimitars, and 10 pieces of hard leather armor that looked relatively complete were all hidden by Soldak in the hole of a century-old oak tree in the oak forest. Cerdak wanted to wait until the news about the bandit group passed, and then quietly dispose of these weapons on the black market. At the moment when night was about to fall, Soldak looked back at the mountain pass in the desolate land of the Paglos Mountains. The crosses stood on the mountain pass, looking like a dark forest, and the robbers hanging on the crosses. The corpse seemed to warn everyone who wants to do evil in this mountainous area that it is dangerous here. The horse whose lungs were blown out on the mountain road was also completely dismembered by Soldak with a dagger. The horse meat was wrapped in linen and brought back to the village of Wall. Rita held little Peter
and sat on the tree roots under the dead tree at the entrance of the village, quietly looking at the path extending from the entrance of the village. Although it was completely dark, little Peter had no intention of going home. He clenched his hands into fists and stared persistently at the dark intersection. Rita's pair of lake blue eyes were exceptionally bright at night. She held little Peter tightly in her arms. Perhaps only in this way did she have a reason to continue to wait. The old village chief, who was sitting on the root of a tree nearby, knocked the pipe in his hand and muttered,
"It seems that there must be something delayed. Let's all go back."
After saying that, he stood up with his hands behind his back and walked slowly into the village. Charlie and Luke thought they should wait a little longer, since there would be nothing wrong with going home anyway. Luke, who was sitting next to Charlie, was wrapping a linen string around the handle of the dagger. Although the edge of the dagger was almost worn flat, it was the most valuable thing on his body. He whispered to Charlie, "My own plan is to save some money by doing some small business, and then go to the blacksmith shop in Helensa city to buy a dagger." Charlie thought he could wander around the surrounding mountains. If he could hunt a gray rock iguana, it would actually be easy to buy a dagger. The other three young people were secretly watching Rita from the sidelines. They whispered loudly and played in an attempt to attract Rita's attention. However, it was obvious that Rita was not interested in such behavior that only older children would do. Never turned to look at them from beginning to end. Only little Peter was a little worried that Rita would take him home when it got dark. He sat in Rita's arms and whispered to her,
"Auntie, can we wait a little longer?"
In fact, Rita was also hesitating at this time whether she should wait a little longer. When she heard little Peter ask her this question, it was as if she suddenly had a new reason. Rita looked at little Peter calmly and held him tightly. He held her in his arms and said,
"Then just wait a little longer."
The young people next to him were very envious of little Peter. But little Peter felt that Rita's hug was too tight. He struggled to run out of Rita's arms and said excitedly to Rita,
"Dad said before he left, brought me some candy bars."
Speaking of this, little Peter seemed a little excited, his eyes full of expectation in the dark night. And when Rita heard little Peter say this, she was suddenly pulled into memories, which reminded her of who she was back then.
"Rita, wait for me at home. Brother will bring you candy when he comes back,"
Soldak said to Rita on the eve of his military service. And Rita also waited for 4 years. Rita shook her head vigorously to clear away the distracting thoughts in her heart. At this moment, the rumble of horse hooves came from the dark night. Rita was happy at first, but she immediately realized that something was wrong. It was the sound of a horse team. Surdak only rode one horse when he left. Little Peter broke free from Rita's hands and ran out into the night, with Rita chasing after him. A knight riding a horse appeared in the dark night. He was holding a bunch of reins in his hand. Seeing little Peter rushing forward regardless of the danger, Soldak quickly jumped off the horse and lifted little Peter high. Peter cheered and giggled nonstop. Rita followed and saw Surdak riding a horse out of the dark night and standing quietly behind. Charlie, Luke, and 3 other young men also saw Surdak and hurriedly came up to them. They saw Surdak was followed by more than 20 horses, with surprised looks on their faces. Surdak said to Charlie, who was standing in front, said,
"Tomorrow morning, help me drive these horses to Bago pasture and put them there for the time being."
Charlie nodded quickly and agreed, and the 5 young people walked into the village surrounded by Soldak. Someone ran to notify the old village chief. When the old village chief arrived at Soldak's house, he saw horses crowded outside the yard. Rita was giving water to the horses. There was laughter in the yard. It was discovered that Soldak was standing in front of a wooden table, using a silver dagger to cut a strong horse leg, cutting the horse meat into strips and placing it on the table. While Charlie was feeding the horse meat to the distribution was carried out, and it seemed that it was going to be distributed to the whole village. The other 3 young men were squatting in front of the large wooden basin, repeatedly rinsing the internal organs that were full of dirty smell. A large iron pot has been set up in the yard. The offal cannot be left for too long in this weather and must be cooked immediately. When Soldak saw the old village chief approaching, he told the old village chief about the bandit group on the mountain road. The old village chief opened his mouth in shock and asked in a low voice,
"So, there is nothing that the bandit group can do to escape the trap?"
Surdak nodded firmly and said,
"I killed them all."
When the old village chief heard what Surdak said, he took a deep breath, patted his chest and said repeatedly,
"It's okay. It's okay. These bandits have become more and more rampant in the Helensa city area in the past 2 years, often attacking noble manors, and occasionally attack villages. But the nearby villages are so poor that these bandit groups are not willing to come at all. This group of bandits does a lot of evil, but no one can do anything to them.
The old village chief said to his youngest son Charlie and nephew Luke.
I heard that the bandits in this area are basically all in one group. They are very revengeful. They have suffered such a big loss this time, and they must not let it go. These things' horses must not be kept in the village. Charlie and Luke, you drive them to the North Slope pasture overnight. Tomorrow, you will check whether there are any marks on these horses, and remove them if there are any.
Surdak smiled at the old village chief and said,
Actually, we don't have to be afraid of those bandits. If they still dare to come, the most they can do is set up a few more crosses at the mountain pass.
The iron tools that Surdak bought from the blacksmith shop in Helensa city were placed in front of the old village chief. Seeing such a large amount of iron tools, the old village chief was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 250 Village Building Plan. After dividing the horse meat, Surdak was worried that the meat would go bad if kept for a long time. So he asked 3 young people who came to help to carry a large basket and divide the horse meat at night. Every household in the village received it. 1 serving.
A salamander's tail can buy so many things?
The old village chief opened the canvas bag, revealing the dark and shiny iron nails inside, and then looked at the other canvas bags. Obviously, there were many more iron tools than he expected, which made him feel a little incredible. Until finally, he said with a sigh on his face,
If I had known it could be sold for so much money, I would have bought more cloth and wool, and I would have almost prepared all the supplies for the winter. That lizard tail was sold for about 3 gold coins.
Soldak thought for a moment before saying,
If you want to buy wool and cloth, you can't actually buy much.
The old village chief probably also knew the price of cloth and wool. An ordinary piece of wool easily cost 20 or 30 silver. 3 gold coins really couldn't buy much. After the old village chief moved these iron parts back to the village's public warehouse by category, he gave instructions to the villagers who helped carry the iron parts.
Tomorrow, we will recheck the strength of the doors, windows, and roof beams of each house in the village. Let them add thatch to the roof themselves. But there will never be another incident where the house collapses and kills people under heavy snow. Since there are so many nails, I am ready to add more thatch. Take out some wood and reinforce the old house beams in the village that have been in disrepair for a long time. There is no need to lift the roofs and renovate them. Just use wooden boards for simple reinforcement. It shouldn't cost much.
The old village chief has a high prestige in the village. When he said this, the villagers quickly agreed. After all, it was something that was beneficial to every household. After transporting the iron parts away, the old village chief asked Surdak to go to his house tomorrow. He said that he built a wall in his own yard using volcanic ash mixed with lime according to Surdak's method. Surdak went to see the effect. After these matters were dealt with, the old village chief took the people away from Surdak's house. The originally noisy yard suddenly became quiet. Even the 22 horses were driven to Bago pasture by Charlie and Luke overnight. Little Peter waited for 2 days, and finally got a candy bar with a wrapping paper. Then he followed his mother Natasha back to the house with satisfaction to sleep. Rita began to clean up the messy yard, salted a large piece of horse meat left by her family, then placed a large piece of horse meat in a wooden basin, covered it with a lid, and pressed it with stones above, just in case a little bee sneaks in at night to eat. Her figure looks a bit rounded. Her complexion is not much better recently, and a pot of horse meat can be moved to the kitchen counter without any effort. After taking a shower, Surdak, wearing only a linen shirt and trousers, squatted next to the stone mill and scrubbed the blood-stained leather armor. The water soaked away the dried blood on the leather armor. Surdak scrubbed it first, and then rinsed it twice with clean water. However, there was still a faint trace of blood seeping out from the dead corners and grooves of the leather armor. After processing the horse meat, Rita came over and helped Surdak clean his long riding boots. Rita's hands seemed to possess some kind of magic power, and were very flexible. Surdak was still rinsing his leather chest repeatedly. When it was time to get dressed, she had already painted the riding boots. Rita was wearing a loose linen dress and squatted quietly next to Surdak. Her swollen breasts were pressed by her thighs to show a perfect arc, and her slender legs were also wrapped under the dress, showing some youthful heat, but Rita herself didn't notice it at all. She used her wet hands to push the long blonde hair at the temples behind her ears. A piece of toffee wrapped in gold foil was handed to Rita. Rita was slightly startled, and was stunned when she looked at the piece of candy. The sweet milk smell could be clearly smelled through the gold foil paper. Rita did not move. Surdak thought she didn't like sweets, so he asked with some confusion,
What? Don't you like sweets?
Rita had come back to her senses at this time, and wiped her wet hands casually on the linen dress. She took the candy with a blushing face, peeled off the candy wrapper, and took out the candy that was full of fragrant milk flavor, putting it into her mouth. Her lips were bright red and soft. The moment the toffee entered her mouth, Rita's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and the feeling of satisfaction was the joy from the bottom of her heart. Sirdak flipped through the magic fanny pack on his body and took out a bunch of red apples. He smiled at Rita and said,
I also brought back some apples.
The crispy scones were stuffed with some minced horse meat, which made Soldak feel that this breakfast had the taste of donkey meat on fire. Unfortunately, there was no polenta paste, but I had a bowl without cassava. Sweet chestnut rice porridge came. This breakfast made him feel the taste that he had not seen for a long time. We should kill all those 20 horses. Soldak took a bite of the fragrant scones and thought to himself, the old village chief's house is at the uppermost reaches of the river. In fact, the village chief has always been responsible for taking care of the water source in the village. This is also the tradition of Wall Village. Soldak, Charlie, and the old village chief had been standing by a section of the cement wall since morning. The old village chief asked the bricklayers in the village to mix cement with volcanic ash and lime powder, and built a short wall in his yard. In 2 days, this short wall was almost dry. But this short gray wall did not. Sirdak said it was so strong, but he just broke it hard on the wall with his hand, and a large piece of cement fell off. Cement with this strength was not what Sirdak wanted. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, the old village chief coughed dryly and said,
In general, it is stronger than a wall made of limestone. The volcanic ash in Pudu Mountain is everywhere. It is very convenient to transport it back and mix it with lime powder for use.
Soldak thought for a while, and then said to Charlie beside him,
Charlie, help me get a ladle of water.
Charlie turned around and left, and after a while, he brought a basin of water. Soldak poured all the water on the low wall, and then said to Charlie,
Help me pour water on this low wall every morning and evening. We will see again in a few days. If there is still only with such intensity, the only way is to find a way to dig a large reservoir.
Everyone sat down around a square table in the yard of the old village chief's house. The old village chief's wife brought out a pot of lemon tea, and Soldak took out a piece of parchment from his arms. There were only a few strokes on the parchment. After sketching out the general landform of the Vulcan ravine, Sirdak used a charcoal pencil to draw a section of the dam horizontally near the spring in the upper reaches of the ravine. He said to the old village chief,
I would like to ask the villagers to build a dam upstream of the village, so that there will be a large reservoir in the village. Even if it enters the dry season, the land in the village can be fully irrigated. In addition, when the rainy season comes, after that, by storing water in the reservoir, we can also ensure that this river will not be flooded. The general plan is like this.
Chapter 251 Taylor's Death. Chief Bright did not expect that Sirdak would have such an idea. There is no doubt that this is something that is beneficial to the whole village. But for Wall Village, this is not so easy to achieve. The old village chief has lived in Wall Village for most of his life, and is extremely familiar with the mountains, rivers, plants and trees here. The land is barren, and the people living here are poor people struggling to survive. It is not easy to build a reservoir. In fact, there are many pools similar to reservoirs in this area, and the limestone seepage into the ground is particularly serious. Every year when the rainy season comes, the bottom of the ravine in Bago grassland will collect rainwater from the surrounding mountains. It only takes 2 heavy rains to fill the water pool in Bago grassland. However, this kind of water pool only exists for 1 summer. When autumn comes, when there is no more rainfall near Bago grassland, the water pool at the bottom of Bago will quickly dry up. The main reason is that there are many gaps and holes in the limestone layer at the bottom of the ditch, and rainwater will continue to seep into the ground. Only when there is abundant rainfall, Bago grassland will have water pools. If you want to store the rainwater, you must first do a good job in anti-seepage of the reservoir. In addition, we need to solve the problem of labor. The construction of the dam is of course not just a simple earth wall. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Based on the situation of Wall Village, even if it takes 20 years to build this simple dam, it may not be possible to build it. The pool is repaired. Sirdak said to the old village chief,
I want to ask the people in the village to build a reservoir after the harvest festival. Each person who is willing to work will be paid 1 silver coin per day, and will be provided with 2 meals a day. Whole wheat bread and chestnuts in the morning.
Porridge, scones, and stew for lunch.
Seeing Sirdak say this, The leader of Bright Village had obviously made up his mind. He also thought that when Surdak got his diploma from the Knight Academy and officially became a knight, Wall Village was destined to become his fief, and did not express any objection. The old village chief squinted his eyes and listened to Surdak say that the villagers needed to be paid for the construction of the reservoir. He sighed repeatedly. It's enough to take care of the food. What kind of wages do you need? Besides, this is the village's business. Where else can I get it? Let you pay me another salary. Surdak stood beside the old village chief and said to the old village chief, Since you are willing to work, there is no reason to do it in vain. The autumn harvest is about to happen. This matter has been decided in advance, and we still have to wait for the cement. It will only work if it is really usable. I also plan to build a smaller pool to test whether this cement pool can seep water. Carpenters in the village have been coming to Mayor Bright's house one after another. The old village chief has long wanted to repair the dilapidated old houses in the village. Last winter, a heavy snowfall overnight crushed 2 old houses. Digging out from the ruins under the snow, the person has long been frozen solid. It is precisely because of this that the old village chief learned that the salamander tail could bring extra surplus to the village. So he asked Surdak to personally go to the city of Helensa, sell the lizard tail and exchange it for a large number of iron nails, hinges and door bolts and the like. Just want to repair the houses in the village. Surdak didn't want to get involved in repairing the houses in the village. When the carpenters arrived one after another, Surdak left the old village chief's house with 5 young people in the village. The money Chum got back from selling the salamander meat was distributed to each of the 5 young men 50 silver coins according to the previous calculation. When the 5 young people received 50 silver coins, even Charlie became a little uneasy. Everyone gathered together to discuss whether they should try their luck in Pudong Mountain area again. If they could encounter another salamander, it would be great. Val put 50 silver coins in his pocket, tried to bite almost every silver coin with his teeth, and sat on a stone under a dead tree at the entrance of the village, enjoying himself alone. A caravan appeared on the mountain road in the distance at the entrance of Wall Village. The crisp bells made a sweet sound. But this time when the caravan arrived in Wall Village, the children in the village did not rush out of the village in a swarm like before. The children are all confined at home. Today they need to help take care of the younger brothers and sisters at home. The older children have to follow their families to cut red thatch at the river bend tidal flat. The whole village is busy repairing their houses. The herringbone wooden frames on the roof will be re-strengthened and then repaved with a thick layer of red thatch. The tidal flat is already crowded with villagers harvesting red thatch. Everyone will be there. Bundles of red thatch are spread out to dry on the sand beside the river beach. Occasionally, a few wild ducks hiding in the red thatch will fly away. When the caravan arrived, it was natural that the old village chief had to personally greet it. More than 30 gray rock iguanas were still being raised in the villagers' homes. The caravan purchased these gray rock iguanas at the original agreed price. The acquisition process was very simple. Everything went well. But with 2 gold coins in his hands, the old village chief suddenly felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, he lost the joy he had in the past. Although he sold more of this item last year, any joy was gone. The harvest that Surdak brought back last night was diluted. After the caravan leader purchased the salamanders, he was not in a hurry to leave Wall Village. According to the plan, they needed to rush to the next village tomorrow morning. However, this time the villagers were much less enthusiastic about buying than before. The stall set up at the entrance of the village where almost not many people came. After asking the old village chief, I found out that house renovations were being carried out in the village today, and almost the whole village was busy. At this time, of course no one would wander around the caravan. The old village chief held a walnut pipe in his hand, sat on the roots of a dead tree at the entrance of the village, and chatted casually with the caravan leader. The caravan leader put a handful of extremely finely cut tobacco into the old village chief's pipe, and then used a match to light the old village chief's pipe. Everyone sat together, and then the caravan leader said, A big event happened here yesterday. A group of robbers originally planned to enter the Paglos Mountains to rob, but unexpectedly they were wiped out by someone who didn't know who they were when they arrived at the mountain pass. All the robbers were killed, being nailed to the cross on the top of the mountain. Speaking of it, our caravan somehow escaped a disaster this time. I also heard that the bandit group recently looted many noble estates in Helensa city. Speaking of this matter, the leader of the caravan beamed with joy. The old village chief rolled his cloudy eyes and asked, pretending to be confused, On the other side of the mountain pass? The leader of the caravan replied, That's right. When you have the opportunity to go to Helensa city and pass by the mountain pass, Don't forget to take a look at the top of the mountain.
The old village chief asked again.
Then have you heard who wiped out that bandit group?
The caravan leader shook his head and said,
We don't know this yet. Everyone guesses that it is the guard camp of Helensa city.
While everyone was talking about this, Soldak sat aside and listened quietly. Grenfell Manor in Helensa. A knight wearing dark red leather armor broke in from the door, and said in a low voice to Baron Grenfell, who was reading a black magic book,
Tyler is dead.
A quill broke in Baron Grenfell's hand with a click. He frowned and said angrily,
He just sent back news that he found the hiding place of the saint. Now you tell me that he actually died at the pass of Paglos Mountain? Our clues have been broken again.
The knight wearing dark red leather armor also changed his expression slightly and asked,
Didn't he tell you where the saint is hiding before?
Baron Grenfell casually smashed the teacup on the desk against the wall, unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He said angrily,
Is this really true? In the deserted land of Paglos Mountains, even the governor of Helensa city doesn't know how many natural villages are hidden there.
The knight in dark red leather armor standing opposite him didn't look too irritable, and smiled sinisterly.
But this time, there is a direction to look for. Isn't it?
Chapter 252 Flower of the Other Shore. The walls of many stone houses in Wall Village are made of limestone, and the roofs are wooden tripod structures. There is a main beam running across the middle of the stone house, because many stone houses are in disrepair. The paint on the main beam fell off, and was not repainted in time. These beams, many of them have traces of insect infestation. Some stone houses even have some autumn ears growing on the beams due to leaky roofs. This time the old village chief decided to renovate the house. He simply used oak boards to re-strengthen the tripods on the stone roof, and then renovated the damaged wooden doors and windows of some villagers' homes. At least there would be no such thing as the villagers being agitated while they were sleeping. It happens that the little bee sneaks into the room for no apparent reason. Relaying red thatch on the roof is something the villagers of Wall Village do almost every year. Generally speaking, laying red thatch on the roof requires the help of neighbors. Only with enough manpower can we remove the old thatch from the roof in one day and repave it with a new one before the sun goes down. There is a thick layer of new red thatch. If you can't accomplish these things in a day, you can only lie in bed at night and count the stars. The villagers will discuss privately to stagger the dates for laying grass on the roof, and everyone will prepare red thatch on the riverside tidal flat in advance. The red thatch is not just dried in the sun, but also needs to be simply combed and dried. The red thatch is tied into bunches for later use. The binding method is also very important. Each bunch of red thatch is not too tight or too loose. The red thatch on the roof of Soldak's house is because Rita tied the red thatch too much last year. Tight, causing serious leaks in the roof before the rainy season has passed. The renovation of the stone house, this time, is a collective action of the whole village, and there is no need for each family to prepare to open fire individually. According to the practice of Wall Village, the old village chief asked someone to catch a yellow sheep from Bago, and nearly 100 villagers ate a big pot of rice together. A yellow sheep is only enough to cook a pot of fragrant sheep soup, and paired with half a piece of baked crispy wheat cake. It is already a delicacy that the villagers of Wall can only eat at holiday gatherings. But just in time, Serdek brought back some horse meat last night. Although the horse meat was distributed to each villager that night, most of the villagers had not eaten it yet. So the horse meat was gathered together again and hung in the soup pot. The women in the village, who are good at cooking, cut the offal into offal together with the offal, and stuff it into the cracks of the pancake to make a meat pie that is crispy on the outside and stuffed with meat filling on the inside. As a distinguished reserve knight, Serdek naturally does not need to go to the neighbors' homes to help. So when everyone was busy, he was the only one who seemed to have nothing to do. So he took over the important task of looking after little Peter from Natasha, because even Rita and Natasha had to go to the central square of the village. Help in the kitchen. 2 large iron pots of noodles are cooking mutton soup in the square in the center of the village at this time, because they are worried that they will get burned if they pick up the edges of the pot secretly. Children are not allowed to enter the village square before eating. Soldak was sitting under a dead tree at the entrance of the village. He felt a little headache when he saw little Peter and a group of younger children going to the river to dig some mud to play. He was already in a hurry to take care of little Peter here. Other children in the village actually came over. Now these children actually planned to dig mud at the creek. Soldak felt that this must be stopped. If a child accidentally falls into the water, he will inevitably have to take the blame here. After thinking for a while, he stood up from the root of the tree and walked to little Peter's side.
Dad, do you want to dig mud at the river with me?
Little Peter was about to take his friends to the stream when he looked up and saw Soldak walking over. and asked in a childish voice.
Dad doesn't want to dig in the mud. Rhea will get angry if her clothes get dirty. I have something more fun here.
As he said this, Soldek picked up a dead branch and drew a very simple airplane on the ground. Lattice.
Yes. Rhea will spank me when she's angry.
Little Peter seemed to remember Rita's angry appearance and agreed beside him. Then, Little Peter saw the square grid that Soldek drew on the ground and immediately asked curiously,
Dad, what is this?
Soldek touched Little Peter's soft hair and said to him with a smile,
This is called lattice jumping. You watch me give a demonstration. It should be danced like this.
Little Peter's eyes widened as he watched Soldek quickly jump a few times in the playing grid and then jump back nimbly. He suddenly felt that this game seemed very interesting and immediately shouted,
Dad, let me do it.
Let me.
The other children were also ready to move around. Seeing that Soldek had successfully diverted the attention of the children, he immediately began to maintain order and gave orders to the children.
Don't worry. Everyone. Line up. Everyone.
Everyone has a chance.
Take turns. So at the entrance of the village, the merchants in the caravan set up street stalls. In front of them, a group of children began to line up and dance in a very orderly manner. After formulating the rules for jumping grids, there is no need for Serdek to stand aside and watch. He returned to the dead tree, idly holding a whetstone to sharpen the Roman sword in his hand. Suddenly, he found a little girl squatting in the shadow under the dead body. Before that, he had never noticed that the little girl in tattered clothes looked to be only 4 or 5 years old and skinny. She was squatting under the tree with her hands and legs motionless, and resting her chin on her knees, like a little quail tightening its neck in the cold wind. Her eyes were also attracted by the group of children jumping on the grid. But it seemed that she was a little timid and unwilling to take the initiative, and the children had no intention of inviting her to play games with them.
Why don't you jump?
Soldek leaned over and asked the little girl softly. The little girl was startled. She didn't expect someone to actually talk to her. She blinked her green eyes, buried her face between her legs, and replied in a very low voice,
Mom, don't you?
Let me run around.
Serdek asked curiously,
What is your name? Zigna.
The little girl answered briefly. Serdek wanted to chat more with this little girl who seemed to be very introverted. But at this time, women from the village had already come to the entrance of the village. The women gathered the children at the entrance of the village and greeted everyone to start dinner. Zigna saw a woman with simple clothes and beautiful appearance walking out from among a group of women. Her eyes immediately brightened. She immediately stood up and ran over happily and slipped under the woman's skirt. He would lift up his long skirt and look out curiously with his little eyes. Serdek recognized the beautiful woman in front of him as Selena, and he was deeply impressed by the most beautiful widow in the village. Charlie once introduced to him that this woman was called an ominous person by the villagers, as if she had some kind of curse on her, and no one wanted to deal with her. The woman held the linen skirt in one hand, glanced at Soldek lightly, turned around and returned to the village without saying anything. Chapter 253 Sulfur Mine. The square in Wall Village is a threshing floor. The wheat harvested in autumn is piled on the threshing floor to dry. Now it is the best gathering place for the whole village. There will also be a piece of meaty mutton bone in the fragrant mutton soup. You can add cooked white radish in the pot on the side according to your own appetite. The men, who are the main laborers, will be given 2 pieces each, filled with meat biscuits and a slice of whole wheat bread. These breadsticks were personally provided by the Knight of Serdek. The children in the village will also get an extra small bowl of milk. This bowl of milk is also provided by the Serdek Knight, because they are the only ones in the village who have a cow. The caravan was also invited by the village chief to attend this dinner. But this group of businessmen did not come empty-handed. They brought half a barrel of ale, and then sat around with the old village chief. Eating a large plate, the executioner grabbed the mutton and sandwiched it with meat crackers. If the mutton was greasy, he could also eat 2 pieces of soft-boiled white radish. Serdek was also invited to this square table. Now he is considered the most prestigious person in the village. People, when the old village chief introduced Serdek, the caravan captain stood up quickly, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed deeply to Serdek to show respect. We all chatted at the dinner table about hunting gray rock iguanas. Speaking of this incident, it is natural to talk about the encounter with salamanders in Pudu Mountain. Of course, the old village chief would not tell the specific location. He only said that he met it deep in Paglos Mountain, and then vividly described what he experienced and heard. Put them together, and tell them to the caravan and the villagers. Although this is not the first time for many villagers to hear this story, many people will still be amazed when it comes to the wonderful parts. Then the old village chief called the injured Val again, and with Val supplementing on the side, the experience became more vivid. Wall village is short of supplies, and no one knows how to use barley to make wine. Therefore, ale is also a very rare drink here. Many villagers have heard of it in their lives, but have never tasted it. This time, the caravan leader brought half the arrival of barrels of ale allowed the villagers to taste the taste of ale. After the old village chief drank a bowl of ale, his face turned red, and his tongue was obviously unable to straighten when he spoke. Selina picked off the meat from the sheep's head, cut it into thin slices, and brought it to the table. She was wearing a gray linen skirt and didn't speak. However, she had a very unique charm about her body, and her complexion was a little bad. It was a sign of malnutrition. Most of the villagers in Wall Village had this look on their faces. She pursed her lips slightly, stood behind Serdek, and leaned forward to place a plate of mutton on the table. Serdek only felt a very soft pressure on his shoulders, and the warm breath was transmitted through the linen skirt. He was aware of it immediately, and then wanted to move aside, and his shoulders were lightly rubbed against the softness. Selina's face immediately seemed to be coated with a layer of rouge, and she even stood a little unsteadily, but she left calmly. When the two merchants in the caravan saw Delina, they were attracted by her appearance. The leader of the caravan kicked the two merchants under the table to wake them up from their gaffe. Soldak could only cover up his embarrassment at the moment by raising a glass. He had to admit that at that moment, his heart almost completely melted away from the softness. It was so big. When Selina turned to leave, the little girl in her skirt curiously lifted the skirt and took a sneak peek at Soldak. Except for the caravan leader. Few people noticed this scene at the dinner table carefully. But this does not mean that it did not happen. Rita, who was sitting with the young girls in the village, happened to see the moment Selina leaned over. She was very dissatisfied, and whispered this detail to Natasha next to her. She expressed her utmost contempt for the widow in Wall Village, and told Natasha that she should warn Sir as an honorary wife. Duck. Don't get involved with this disaster-ridden widow. Natasha held the meat biscuits in one hand, and opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She could only spread her hands to Rita helplessly, saying that she was only Soldak's wife in name. When Selina passed by Rita, Rita stared at Selina angrily, making no secret of her dissatisfaction with her. Selina just lowered her head, and refused to meet Rita's gaze. If there was any communication, she would sit there in silence since she sat back down by the soup pot. In all the noise, she was the quietest one. In the village, the personalities of Rita and Selina are completely opposite. Rita is cheerful, generous and lively. She is the most popular young girl in Wall Village. Everyone is willing to say hello to Rita. But Selina is just the opposite. She is silent and withdrawn and seldom speaks. Almost everyone in the village is afraid of her. They would rather take a detour than pass her face to face. At this moment, Selina was sitting in front of the soup pot, casually holding a fire stick in her hand, looking at the dancing flames in front of her eyes, and exhaled softly. Soldak drank a large glass of ale before his pounding heart finally calmed down. At this time, the old village chief had already mentioned that Serdek had given a piece of lizard tail to the village. And then the old village chief asked Serdek to go to Helensa city in person to sell the meat of the little giant calm salamander. After Serdek returned from Helensa city, he decided to summon the carpenters in the village to collectively repair the old houses. Later, the leader of the caravan also heard some villagers discussing the return of Knight Serdek last night. So he distributed horse meat to the whole village. He lowered his head and looked at the meat-filled biscuits in his hand. After traveling all over the country for so many years, the caravan leader, when the leader took the first bite, he knew for sure that the horse meat in the meat biscuits was firm, and the dead horse must be very young. He also thought of the time when he returned to Wall Village from Helensa city. A bold man's speculations formed in his mind. The caravan leader subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. The group of wooden crosses at the mountain pass once again appeared in his mind. Thinking of the group of carrion birds surrounding them, the fat on the caravan leader's cheeks couldn't help but tremble slightly. He turned to Soldak and smiled guiltily. Serdek happened to raise his head and saw the guilty look in the caravan leader's eyes. So he couldn't help but look at him one more time. The leader of the caravan feels that he is sometimes too sensitive, which may not be a good thing. For example, now he forced out a stiff smile and said to Serdek, "Knight Serdek, if you are still willing to go into the mountains for hunting salamanders, our caravan is willing to buy the whole salamander. As for the salamander meat, you can pickle it." Serdek shook his head,
smiled at the caravan leader and said,
"It's just luck to meet that salamander. This kind of thing doesn't happen often." "Yes. We saw it eating a light yellow rock at that time. It looked like it was chewing cookies."
Charlie sat next to Soldek. Described vividly.
"You mean it's eating sulfur ore? I knew that wherever this guy exists, there is always sulfur ore."
The leader of the caravan couldn't sit still at this moment, and said excitedly to the people at the table.
"You mean this yellow stone is sulfur?"
Charlie asked the caravan leader in surprise, as he took out a yellow stone with a pungent smell.
"Yes. This is the sulfur mine,"
the leader of the caravan said firmly. Chapter 254 The Power of Holy Light. The group of people at the table were no longer in the mood to eat, and everyone focused their attention on this piece of light yellow ore with sharp edges. The caravan leader took the ore in his hand, squinted his eyes to examine it carefully and said,
"Sulfur is a military-controlled material. The logistics department of the Helensa City Administration Department has a special purchase station. This kind of material is officially priced, and the purchase price of commercial banks is strictly limited. It is not unprofitable. But this thing is clearly marked with a price. So a large piece of sulfur is probably worth about 3 silver coins. If the caravan purchases it, we will charge a 10% commission. Can this kind of yellow stone be sold for money?"
The old village chief didn't expect that his son could sell a stone for a good price if he picked up a random stone. If he had known that this thing could be sold for money, why would he be hunting gray rock iguanas? He could just lead the villagers to pick up stones all over the mountains and fields. The caravan leader nodded and said,
"Of course. But it must be this kind of sulfur, or with higher purity."
As he spoke, he pulled out the dagger he carried with him, knocked off a small piece of the sulfur ore, and used the handle of the dagger to crush the small piece of sulfur. A fine yellow powder appeared, containing very little gravel.
"Seeing that there are very few impurities in it, it means it is very pure."
The leader of the caravan took the trouble to explain to us, his eyes falling on Charlie. Charlie was a little excited and couldn't help but said,
"I picked it up by chance when I was hunting salamanders."
The old village chief kicked his youngest son hard, looking as if he wanted to carve out a piece of flesh from Charlie's body. Charlie shut up quickly. If there weren't guests around, a domestic violence episode would have been inevitable. When it comes to the livelihood of the whole village, the old village chief is definitely the one who has the least bottom line. He doesn't want to talk about any details about the discovery of sulfur mines. He seems to have forgotten that just now he was holding ale and detailing the hunting of salamanders. The story of the incident was told to the merchants in detail. Serdak thought this was feasible, and whispered to Charlie beside him,
"I think that area is worth exploring again. Even if we can't find the salamander, it would be good to pick up some sulfur ore."
After Charlie and Luke each received 50 silver coins, they had always been obsessed with hunting salamanders. When they heard that Soldek wanted to enter the Paglos Mountains again, they naturally agreed with both hands, and they agreed together. When the leader of the caravan heard that Serdak was preparing to enter the mountain again, he also knew that regardless of whether he met the salamander or not, there must be great business opportunities here. So he said to Serdak,
"If you need to trade with us, half our caravan will come again in a few months."
Serdak thought about it, and thought that if sulfur ore was really discovered, it would be a good idea to sell it to the caravan. So he said,
"Okay, next time you come back, I hope to buy finely ground wheat flour and ham."
Thing.
The land that can be cultivated for wheat is very limited in the village. The villagers rely on chestnuts and cassava as their staple food for most of the year. Serdak feels that if sulfur mines can still be picked up at the foot of Puyubeo Mountain, then these sulfur mines will be exchanged for money was exchanged for some food such as wheat flour and ham from the caravan. In a few days, the village would build a water reservoir. Serdak promised to take care of 2 meals a day. When he heard that there was a business to be done, the leader of the caravan readily agreed and said,
"As you wish, Knight Serdak."
The dinner did not end until very late. The villagers would help each other renovate the red thatch on the roofs tomorrow. It was another busy day today. After dinner, everyone went home to sleep one after another. Soon the village square became deserted. Finally, when the old village chief got drunk and was carried home by his son Charlie, the dinner party ended completely. Old Sheila held little Peter's hand and walked in the front. Rita and Natasha gathered together to whisper. Natasha, who usually rarely spoke, seemed to become more talkative. Serdak followed behind. He unbuttoned a button on his collar and let the cool night breeze blow on his somewhat hot chest. Selena's profile appeared in his mind for no reason. The next day, Serdak decided to enter the Paglos Mountains again with 5 young people, including Charlie and Luke. 5 young people brought back 5 horses from Bago pasture. Although none of the 5 young people had ever ridden a horse, it would not be difficult at all if they just rode on horseback. 6 people rode horses and carried half a month's worth of rations. They set out from Wall Village and followed the route of the previous lizard hunting group in the northwest direction. Pustule Mountain was in that direction. There are limestone rocks full of cracks everywhere in the mountains. You must be careful not to let your horse's hooves step in the cracks, because it will easily break the horse's legs after the limestone on the surface of the mountain has weathered. Even if it is stepped on by a horse's hoof, some of the limestone will immediately crack under the feet. It felt like walking on thin ice, but it was the first time for Charlie, Luke, and others to ride a horse. They found it very refreshing. They sat on the horse for a whole day on the first day, except for the necessary toilet breaks. They all ate while sitting on horseback. It wasn't until the next day that the tender meat on their inner thighs was worn out by the leather saddle that they realized how painful it was to ride a horse. When they camped behind a mountain at night, the 5 young men all turned into bow-legged ducks. They tugged and tugged when they walked, and their faces showed a very painful expression of grimacing teeth. However, they still gritted their teeth and persisted. After setting up the tent, they put the dried meat and roasted wheat cakes into a pot and boiled them into a paste. They imitated the cooking method of the old village chief, making the pot of meat porridge look a little disgusting. There are also people who are responsible for feeding the horses. It is said that where there is seed buckthorn grass, there will be gray rock iguanas. However, apparently close to the hunting locations of various village chiefs, there is basically no trace of gray rock iguanas. When threatened, they will migrate deep into the Padlos Mountains. Once the gray rock iguanas leave, the seed buckthorn grass here will become very lush. Although the spikes on the seed buckthorn grass can pierce the mouth, the seed buckthorn grass is also very not bad fodder. At least in the middle of nowhere, the young people sat together leaning against the stone wall and discussing. It turns out that riding a horse is quite painful. There was an iron pot on the makeshift stove, and the water in the pot was already boiling. Luke put the broken wheat cakes into the soup pot and said with some uncertainty, "Maybe it's because we didn't wear leather pants and armor. You see, Knight Surdak is fine." After being injured, Bell retied the 6 horses, sat down among a few people, and said with a relaxed expression, "I am a knight. Of course, this small problem is not difficult to solve." Charlie, who was sitting on the outermost side, looked at Soldak, who was coming down from the top of the mountain, and said, "Maybe we could ask him for some advice." After Surdak came back from the top of the mountain, he recorded the terrain of this area on parchment. When he heard Charlie asking him for the secret of riding a horse, he raised his head and answered, "Horse riding, of course, requires some skills. You must communicate with your horse frequently and establish a trusting relationship with each other. They will be like your friends, and your pain will be reduced by then." But he changed the subject, walked to Charlie and said, "Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that no matter what kind of injury you suffer, you can recover as soon as possible. Just like this." As he spoke, he put his hand on Charlie's leg and let the power of holy light heal the wound on Charlie's leg quickly. So this is all. Chapter 255. Wealth at the foot of the volcano. The night in the mountains was a bit cold. Soldak climbed out of the tent, took out a blanket and put it on Val, who was responsible for keeping watch. He went to look at the Gubwa horses again. When the horses saw him coming, they lowered their heads and licked his palms, thinking he was bringing food. The moonlight was like snow, and a gray rock iguana heard the noise and quickly burrowed into the rock crevice. At night, when there are no sand wolves, Padlos Mountain is especially quiet. In the morning, Charlie got out of the tent and saw Soldak standing on a piece of limestone, practicing swinging his sword in the rising sun. He held the shield in one hand, lunged every time, raised the shield, and then thrust out the Roman sword in his hand. He could clearly see the white blade of the sword, and saw that Serdak's movements were extremely standard. Charlie couldn't help but stand with Soldak and also practice basic sword skills. However, after holding on for more than 100 times, he felt that his arms were so sore that he couldn't lift them up. So he jumped off the rock. Then Charlie picked up the alloy bow and practiced bow skills against the rock wall. The fine steel arrows could easily penetrate into the rocks. When Charlie pulled out the arrows from the rock wall, only some mess was left on the rock wall. The arrow holes come while the village's lizard hunting group had traveled nearly 7 days to reach Pudu Mountain. The Surdak team only took 2.5 days on horseback to reach the foot of Pudu Mountain. The horses stepped on the soft volcanic ash, and their hooves dug deeply into the soft volcanic ash every step they took, making it very difficult to walk. Moreover, the volcanic ash in the air falls like snowflakes, and there is always a burning smell, whether it is a person or a horse. A linen scarf is covered over the mouth and nose. This linen is very breathable, and it also has a very good sweat-absorbing effect. Towards the end of the journey, Soldak and several others led the horses for the last part of the way, arriving at the place where we hunted salamanders. All traces here were covered by new volcanic ash. This is the foothills of Pussy Mountain. Some magma channels end here, and some are layered like wax on a candlestick, stacked together. Some magma channels can still appear dark red. It is obvious that there is still hot magma flowing inside, and there is thick smoke everywhere. The place where the salamander was originally found was on the edge of a river that looked like flowing lava. But this river had already solidified into cold rock. There were some messy rocks inside, like sharp bamboo shoots emerging from the soil in early spring. The volcanic ash here became a little warm, and the war horses already felt a little uncomfortable. They began to become restless and kept kicking. After stepping on the horses' hooves, Soldak could only have the horses' hooves wrapped in felt. Sure enough, after doing so, the horses became quiet. Surdak left Val behind to watch the 6 horses, and led the rest of the people into the rocky area cautiously. There was no vegetation here. It seemed like a dead land, and it was hot everywhere. Everyone was worried that they would encounter salamanders, and did not dare to spread out, so they could only narrow the scope of their search. According to the leader of the caravan, salamanders like to eat sulfur, and usually appear in places containing sulfur ores. So Surdak entered this rocky area to explore the whereabouts of salamanders and the yellow ores. Walking a little further, I heard Luke whisper, "There is really sulfur here." After hearing this, Soldak quickly took a few steps forward, stood next to Luke, and looked into the rocky area inside. Sure enough, he saw some light yellow stones accompanying the magma rocks. Although the number was not large, some were still covered by the magma. The rocks are wrapped together, but there is actually a huge area around the entire rocky beach. "I'll go. There's a lot of sulfur ore. I'm afraid we're really going to get rich this time." Charlie followed Soldak into the rocky area where light yellow sulfur deposits were shining everywhere, and he immediately felt dazzled, feeling that he ran to a stalagmite with a corner of light yellow ore exposed. He wanted to break off the sulfur ore with his hands, but found that the hardness of these ores was much harder than limestone. He was so tired that he could not break off the sulfur ore, or pry from stalagmites. Then Charlie leaned against the warm stalagmite, wiped the oily sweat from his face, and asked Soldak somewhat unconfidently, "Do you think we can take away all these sulfur mines?" Luke on the side said to Charlie unceremoniously, "When you are dreaming, can you stop talking nonsense, and what are you thinking about? If we are alone, the sulfur here may not be hollowed out even if we dig for half a year." Indeed, as Luke said, there are countless sulfur mines exposed on the surface of this rocky area. The rocky area here is distributed in a river formed by the flow of lava after a volcanic eruption. Now Pudu Mountain is calm, so this river of lava has cooled down, and the entire river is covered by volcanic rocks. Only some gravel is mixed with the cooled volcanic rocks in this river, forming countless stalagmites in the rocky area. The landform, and these large pieces of gravel washed down by the lava river are dotted with a large amount of highly pure sulfur ore. The salamander is entrenched at the foot of Pudu Mountain just to eat this sulfur. Unfortunately, the luck of the salamander was really not that good. It met the Wall Village lizard hunting group, and was finally hunted and killed by Soldak and 5 young people from Wall Village. Surdak looked at this sulfur area, thinking about how to fully develop this sulfur mine. It is still a deserted land. Once someone discovers that the cooled lava river here contains rich sulfur mine, it is estimated that there will be competition for this mountain land by then. The top priority now is, of course, to mine these sulfur deposits back as much as possible. Charlie stood next to Luke, looked at several stalagmites in succession, peeled off the layer of volcanic ash covering the stalagmites, and saw the light yellow sulfur mine inside, and said, "Of course it's not just us. There are also people in the village." Everyone together. Surdak jumped on a tall boulder and looked around, trying to find out the general scope of this rocky area. He found that this area was much larger than he thought. The entire river of lava stretched upwards, extending to the top of Pudu Mountain. There is no river to go down, but it is a 2 square kilometers of rubble area gathered at the foot of the mountain. However, this area is covered with volcanic ash, and it is so gray that one does not know what is going on. How many stalagmites contain sulfur? It seems a bit difficult to knock off this yellow stone.
A young man who followed from behind tried to use a crowbar to pry off the sulfur mine. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the method after knocking for a long time. Pry that piece of ore off. Luke walked up to him and said to his companions,
We should find some that are mostly exposed.
The environment in Pudong Mountain is very harsh. Even the air seems to be burning with flames, and there is a lot of volcanic ash floating in the air. The tent cannot be set up directly on the ground, because it is very likely that after one night of sleep, the whole person will turn into an omelette, grilled with geothermal heat. Ordinary people cannot survive here, which is probably why this mineral deposit has not been discovered yet. Serdek asked 5 young people to find some easily mined sulfur or in the rocky area, pry it off, and put it into prepared bags. And he walked around the rocky area for most of the day. Not all of this rocky area contains sulfur ores. The piles of rocks in the outer area are just ordinary limestones. Only the stalagmites near the center of the Pudu Mountain lava river have sulfur minerals. Only the sulfur mine exists. The width of this narrow strip is no more than 50 meters. But it continues to spread towards the top of the mountain. The group only stayed at the foot of Pudu Mountain for one night, and then led 6 horses loaded with sulfur ore and left Pudu Mountain on foot. It only took 2.5 days to ride a horse when we came here, but we walked back to Wall Village with the horse in hand. The 6 of us walked from dawn to dusk for almost 5 days before returning to Wall Village. Chapter 256. The woman forced to marry. Serdek and the 5 young people returned to Wall Village on the 10th day of their trip. Since no one knew their return date, the village entrance was deserted under the dead trees, except for 2 people who stuck their butts out and played in the mud under the board. The boy looked at the group of people leading the horses with a confused look. At first, the 2 children thought they were a caravan that was returning, and they were so excited that they shouted because every time the caravan came, they would be given a gift. Give each person a small piece of toffee. There are a few round mud sticks on the board with the word, Wool Village, blurred in white chalk at the entrance of the village. It is obviously the work of these 2 boys. When the boy saw clearly that a group of people were coming leading the horse, it was Suldak and Charlie. He didn't even bother to say hello to them. He turned around and ran wildly into the village, as if shouting wolf, the same as before, shouting,
Knight Serdek is back. Charlie is back. And Luke is back too.
It is a feeling of seeing an oasis from a deserted neighbor. A lonely traveler returning to a noisy village. Feeling again being noticed, cared for, expected and admired by others. And then, there is a certain kind of feeling in his heart, filled with inexplicable things. Suldak felt that this might be a kind of sustenance for the soul. Some kind of perception of life. And maybe this could be regarded as a kind of life. Each of them carried 2 large bags of sulfur ore on their horses. And nothing else. They had eaten and slept in the open air along the way in the Paglos Mountains. When they returned to the village, they drank a ladle of clear spring water from the stream. It feels like a great enjoyment. At the edge of the village, there are 15 chestnut trees growing by the river. The stream makes a gentle bend here and forms a natural pool. This is almost a resort for children to cool off in summer. After September, there are not many children swimming in the water anymore. And now it has become a bathhouse for 6 young people. Suldak soaked in the cool stream water, and the shore was surrounded by children. This group was very curious about their adventure, shouting for Charlie to tell them. Charlie leaned on a big rock by the stream. The afternoon sun shined through the chestnut trees and shone on his bronze skin, leaving patches of warm light, while Charlie was patiently telling the children how to survive in the wild. A young woman came over holding a large wooden basin. She originally thought she was going to wash clothes by the stream, but she didn't expect a sound silently squatting down next to Charlie. The young woman buttoned her skirt above her knees, knelt down behind Charlie, picked up loofah pulp from the wooden tray, and wiped Charlie's back silently. Fortunately, Serdek was wearing a pair of boxer shorts at this time, so he didn't look so embarrassed. But Luke and Val didn't care. They soaked in the stream and discussed with some envy whether they should get married before completing their military service. The younger Val decided to get married after completing his military service, so maybe be fairer to your future wife. Serdek actually didn't know that Charlie actually had a wife, and that Charlie had also completed his military service. It's just that the troops he belongs to are stationed on the Swarovski Plain under the jurisdiction of Grand Duke Newman all year round. So far, no plain war has broken out in that plain. So Charlie and Luke have been serving as handymen in that plain for 4 years. He returned to Wall Village only after completing his military service. In fact, Luke also has a beautiful fiancée. His fiancée is not from Wall Village. Luke plans to hold the wedding after the harvest festival, because the wedding can only be held in a more dignified manner after the harvest festival. Val and the other two young men have not yet served in the military. Probably after the harvest festival, Charlie will go to Helensa City to see if it is possible to let them serve in the military in the Swarovski Plain. After all, there are no planes there. War. It was Luke's sister who came to rub Luke's back. Val and the sisters of two other young people also arrived one after another. The 6 young people took a bath in the stream. It was more like a ritual in the village. Only those in the village, only warriors, can enjoy this kind of treatment, which is also an affirmation that they can bring back the sulfur mine. The old village chief expressed great dissatisfaction that Natasha had not shown up at this time. He sat on a stool under the chestnut tree and chatted with several elderly people in the village. The hunting dog called Kara lay quietly in the old village, at the feet of the elder. The old village chief said to Luke,
"Look, how can the girl from Pays compare to our girl from Wall Village? You are actually spoiled for choice. You actually found Pays, and you are going to break off the engagement tomorrow. You don't covet that little dowry. If I don't quit, I will marry Pays' girl."
After Luke finished speaking, he ignored the old village chief, and his beard stood up in anger, and he jumped into the stream like a silver carp. Serdek leaned on the shore a little embarrassed, touched his nose, and explained to the old village chief,
"I asked Natasha not to come over, but the girl from Pays is also quite nice."
The old village chief snorted, ignored Soldek's words, put the walnut pipe into his mouth, and took 2 puffs. Charlie didn't dare to interrupt at all, and asked his young wife in a low voice,
"When I left, I asked you to water the walls every morning and evening. Did you do it?" "I water the wall every day, but the wall is still so short and unchanged,"
Charlie's young wife whispered. Charlie patted the back of his wife's hand and whispered,
"Actually, I have never understood why we need to water the wall every day. Just do it. I brought back a lot of sulfur ore this time. Maybe I won't in the future."
"Need that wall."
Charlie's wife was very honest. When she heard what Charlie said, she nodded quickly to show that she understood. Successive years of plain wars have caused a significant decline in the population of the Green Empire. Many young and middle-aged men died on the battlefield, which has also aggravated the imbalance in the population ratio. Today, the male-to-female population ratio in the Green Empire is around 3:7, and in some areas it may even be as high as 3:7. Otherwise, the number of men will decrease, and the living standards of the people will decline. In order to stimulate the growth of the empire's population, His Majesty Charles of the Green Empire issued a decree that adult women must marry before the age of 25. Widows and widows also need to choose another spouse within 3 years. Otherwise, the regional administrative offices will force a match.
Of course, the regional administrative office will not choose the best. In the kind of families where the government enforces distribution, the man is likely to be an alcoholic, a homeless man, or a disabled veteran who has returned from the battlefield. But in many areas, this is the case. The decree had no effect on the nobility. This also indirectly led to the low social status of women in the Green Empire. After all, men had more opportunities to make choices. Therefore, the old village chief had good reasons to express dissatisfaction with Natasha. Not to mention that Serdek was now a reserve knight, and was legally qualified to marry a noble lady. Serdek found it boring to soak in the pool with people watching like monkeys. So he wanted to get out early, go home, and have a good sleep, and then talk to the old village chief about these sulfur mines. But the old village chief couldn't wait. After all, this is related to the livelihood of the whole village. At this moment, the children surrounding the stream dispersed with a hula, leaving a huge gap on one side of the road. Others looked over there, and saw Selena holding a wooden tree. Basin walked to Soldek gracefully. She lifted up her long linen skirt, and squatted behind Soldek. The little girl hiding under the skirt quickly pulled down the skirt. Serdek was a little at a loss, and turned his head just in time to see Selena's deep and bright eyes. The green lines in her pupils were like glass fibers, which made her eyes extremely magnificent. But with a hint of looking at him with a faint smile, Serdek felt a sense of determination. He felt that if he avoided it at this time, Selena would probably do something decisive based on the information conveyed by those beautiful eyes. Chapter 257. A woman forced to marry B. The two scribes chased her down the path, with thick parchment books in their arms. They stood at the intersection by the stream, searching the crowd with their eyes, and soon found Selena, who was half kneeling on the stone bank of the stream. The two scribes looked at Selena with some suspicion, and then glanced at Serdek, who was soaking in the stream. Serdek stood up from the stream. He washed the dirt off his body, and the scars left by the burns on his body were more clearly revealed. The skin on the chest and back is full of blue-purple and flesh-pink scars, and some of the scars are connected together like a centipede. Although this is what it looks like after being healed by the holy light, it still looks a bit shocking. The children gathered around the stream saw the scars on Serdek's body, and they all shouted in unison. Selena took out a piece of loofah pulp from the wooden basin, and touched Soldek's shoulder with her cold hand, which was also trembling slightly. Soldek saw the little girl under her skirt staring at him with her round eyes, a look of fear on her face. He sat on a stone by the stream that had been washed extremely clean by the stream, and pointed at a piece of his chest. The dark purple scar asked Signa, who was hiding between Selena's legs.
Signa, are you afraid?
The little girl pursed her lips and shook her head vigorously. Her 2 little feet stepped in the water, looking like a poor little Meow Meow. She looked at the 2 scribes with some worry. Sir. Only then did Duck understand the source of the little girl's fear.
What happened?
Soldek raised his head and asked the man dressed as a secretary, although he did not wear a knight's badge on his chest. 2 civil clerks from the city hall said very respectfully.
After conducting a population check this time, we learned that there are some widows of fallen soldiers in Wall Village.
Hearing what the secretary said, Soldek immediately thought of the failure of the Battle of Moyonling. At least nearly 10,000 soldiers died in Moyonling. This may affect Tarapa, Osorno County, Beta Province. He frowned and stared at the clerk, waiting for him to continue. The clerk felt a little uncomfortable under Soldek's gaze. He coughed slightly to relieve his embarrassment, and then said in a script,
According to the constitution of the Green Empire, the widows of these war dead must be married in March.
If you remarry within a year, we are hereby notifying all villages in the surrounding area of Helensa city.
The 2 clerks glanced at the crowd in unison, but they did not find the person they were looking for. They could only bite the bullet and said,
But after our investigation, we found that Miss Selena's husband died 3 years ago. An epidemic in winter means that Miss Selena must remarry.
They tried to get closer to Selena again, although Selena had no expression on her face. Soldek could feel her breathing becoming a little rapid. The hands holding the loofah pulp almost dug their nails into the flesh. And her face, although her expression seemed calm, her body actually betrayed her. Her body was even trembling. Serdek glanced at the clerk doubtfully, and then asked him,
Can't you see me?
His eyes were as sharp as knives. The warrior who came down from the battlefield had been baptized in blood and had seen real death. He had the coercion of a strong man on his body.
Huh?
The 2 clerks responded a little slowly, because this was obviously inconsistent with the information they had learned.
I mean, you can't see me? I, Knight Serdek, am standing in front of you, but you turn a blind eye to me. Are you going to take her away in front of me?
He suddenly jumped from the stone. He stood up, puffed out his chest, and said to the clerk,
Me.
Soldek grinned and pointed to the scar on his shoulder. That scar was probably the only scar left on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. The other burns were not left on the battlefield. He felt that he could not point to the wrong place, so he clicked on the scar 3 times before saying,
Fighting bloody battles on the plain of Warsaw. You can see what those evil spirits left on me. But you are behind, what are you doing?
At this time, the 2 scribes finally understood and asked weakly,
Knight Serdek, do you mean you are planning to marry Miss Selena? Can't you see this?
Serdek looked dissatisfied and snorted. He quickly bent down and gave a salute, and said repeatedly,
Sorry. Our investigation was not sufficient this time. Please forgive me for the trouble it has caused you.
Some surrounding villagers came to watch when they saw that the secretary who came from Helensa city took the initiative to admit that it was a mistake in his work. No matter what the truth was, it was the Knight Serdek in his village who took the blame. There was an uproar immediately, and they even felt that they could make the 2 usually arrogant clerks feel a little at a loss. This should be the biggest victory in the history of Wall Village. The 2 clerks stood at the intersection and saw that the villagers were also excited. They immediately realized that they should leave here. Then he left in a hurry amid boos from the surrounding villagers. Since his clerks like this are probably the most difficult group of people to work in the city hall. In other words, this is a job that requires a certain mass base to do well. Serdek stood in the middle of the crowd, shirtless, and stretched out his hand to stop the boos from the villagers. He felt that the 2 scribes should still show the most basic respect. After all, they represent the Archon of Helensa city. At this time, Selena was still half kneeling by the stream. Her swan-like noble and snow-white neck drooped. She knelt there with her head lowered and her breasts in her arms. The stream on the bank had soaked her linen skirt, which made her long skirt tight, wrapping her round legs tightly. The little girl stood beside her holding the hem of her skirt, looking at the scene in front of her with a confused expression, while the beautiful woman half kneeling on the ground seemed to have exhausted all her with her strength. She hugged the little girl with one hand, her originally cold face already covered with tears. The old village chief took 2 deep puffs of cigarette, and sighed quietly under the chestnut tree nearby.
This is also a woman who has a hard life.
From the beginning to the end of this incident, the old village chief sat silently under the chestnut tree, neither blocking nor trying to deal with it, which was very contrary to his usual code of conduct. Cerdak turned around and put on the leather armor, then walked to the stream, stretched out his hand to pull up Selina, who was kneeling by the stream, and in full view of everyone, he separated the crowd by the stream and walked out, bringing Selina back to the door of her house that looked more like a dilapidated house. Soldak looked at Selina with some embarrassment, as if she would not refuse even if he pulled her into the stone house at this time. He pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath, extinguished the anxious thoughts in his heart, and said to the beautiful woman in front of him, who kept her head lowered, "They probably won't come for a while."
The people Cerdak refers to are the 2 scribes. Selina was shocked and looked up at Soldak in a panic. Cerdak showed a helpless smile.
"I didn't say that I should ignore you. I just wanted to say that we should give each other some time so that we can get to know each other well. After all, there will be a long time in the future. There is a long way to go, and I still have to convince old Sheila and Natasha. You know the situation of my family, and their ideas are also very important to me."
Seeing Soldak's figure about to disappear on the village road, Selina, who was standing at the door of her house, raised her neck slightly. A light of hope seemed to rise in her beautiful but cold eyes, and her slightly sexy lips also raised a slight upward arc. After drinking a bowl of sweet and delicious chestnut porridge, there is no need to pair it with any side dishes. The sweet chestnut porridge will slide down the throat and into the stomach consciously. Cerdak sinks his head into the big wooden bowl in order to avoid the eyes of old Sheila, Rita and Natasha. Chapter 258 Old Sheila's Dream. Little Peter secretly ate some jerky and scones during the day. The jerky was a bit salty. After eating, he drank a lot of water, which made him feel a little bloated at night. He was fussy for a while before he lay down and old Sheila fell asleep in his arms. The family sat quietly around the dining table. Soldak felt a little uneasy because he felt that he might have to be judged by the whole family. There were a few apples and plums on the plate on the table, and a candle was fixed on the table. Occasionally, the wax would break through the oil pool and slide down like tears. Old Sheila saw that the candle light was too bright, and she felt a little distressed. So she burned a candle like this. She quickly reached into the candle with her fingers and pinched off a section of the wick in the flame. The light in the room became dimmer. Rita was a little dissatisfied with taking out a candle instead of lighting the oil lamp, thinking it was a waste. Before this, oil lamps were rarely used in the house. But now the atmosphere was a bit dull, and old Sheila did not reprimand Rita. Under the candlelight, the wrinkles on old Sheila's face were somewhat obvious, but her complexion was much better than before, at least with a layer of oil color. "You shouldered Dak's friendship and traveled thousands of miles to come to our home to help us overcome the difficulties we faced. Our hearts are full of gratitude," old Sheila said naggingly, and then she looked at Soldak again. Then he said, "Ordinarily, whoever you want to marry is your right, and we naturally have no right to interfere. But since you have fallen in love with Selina, I, an old woman, have to say a few words to you. I hope you will consider this matter carefully. Since Selina married into our village, some weird things have been happening around her. She has been called an ominous person in the village. This is not a slander by everyone, but in the past few years, many people who were close to her died suddenly for no reason, and she may bring endless disasters to you." What old Sheila said was very pertinent. Soldak could only rub his nose and explain to old Sheila, "I think maybe some things are coincidences. Of course, I am not denying anything. I saw it at the entrance of the village a few days ago. When I get to Zigna, I just feel that she is still too young. If the 2 scribes take Selina away, maybe Zigna will become an orphan in the village." Soldak glanced at the sleeping little Peter, and then said, "She is different from other children. She is too dependent on Delina. If we really want to leave her in Wall Village, she may have a very difficult life, or may not survive. I just want to help. I think if Dak was here, he would do the same. He picked me out of the pile of corpses and gave me a new life." Rita held an apple in her hand and said beside her, I heard Sandy say that Selena can do witchcraft. Once, she saw Selena quietly praying to the moon in the room.
Old Sheila glared at Rita. Soldak didn't know what to say for a moment. Old Sheila gently stroked little Peter's forehead, with a loving light in her eyes. She said with emotion,
I often dream about Duck recently. He is standing in the clouds smiling like that, with the same silly smile on his face as before. Talking to me, he asked me how Peter, Natasha, and Rita were doing recently. In fact, I have been thinking about some things these days. Now that Duck has completely left us and gone to another country, we can't let him miss him. We should live a better life.
Old Sheila looked through the window into the dark night. Her eyes glowed with hope. And she said,
It is my greatest wish to be able to see little Peter grow up healthy with my own eyes.
Then, she paused again before saying,
Of course Rita can save a dowry and find someone she can rely on to live happily in the future. Natasha shouldn't live so hard like me in the future. It's not easy. Not to mention you are still so young.
Rita's face immediately turned red. She was a little embarrassed and held the apple in her hands. Natasha, on the other hand, lowered her head like a quail. At this time Rita couldn't help but ask,
When Dad passed away, were you also coerced by the census clerks in the city hall?
Old Sheila curled her lips slightly and said,
The time when old Sewer died happened to be the year that Dak attended the coming-of-age ceremony. Who would want an old woman who is about to lie in the coffin?
After speaking, she held a ruler in Lee's hand. A hard knock on the head of the tower. Old Sheila looked at Soldak, put little Peter's hand in his rough palm, and said to Soldak,
Since little Peter is your son in name only, he also likes this child very much and is willing to raise him. And Natasha is also your wife in name only, and she is destined to continue to live with us. You do need someone to rely on. So are you willing to marry her?
Serdak didn't know how to answer. He paused before saying,
I will take good care of her for the rest of my life.
There was a kind of wisdom in old Sheila's eyes. She looked at Soldak and said with a serious expression,
He is not the kind of person who stutters casually. He has a shelter that can protect him from the wind and rain. And he has clothes to protect him from the cold. That's enough. In fact, everyone yearns for a happier life.
Serdak didn't expect that old Sheila actually said this, and he hadn't thought about it seriously yet. He hesitated for a moment, and was worried that being silent for too long would also hurt Natasha. So he could only bite the bullet and said with a guilty conscience,
This is unfair to Natasha. I hope she can also have a choice. Then what is fair? What other choices does she have?
Old Sheila asked aggressively, and then she asked Natasha opposite.
Natasha, what are your thoughts?
Natasha also didn't expect that old Sheila would discuss this tonight, and said blankly,
I haven't thought about this.
Old Sheila glanced at Natasha with some hatred, and said earnestly,
Sometimes, you have to fight for something that originally belongs to you. Some things will not give you too much time to make a decision. It just so happens that I'm pretty lucky.
Natasha blushed, looked up at Soldak, and didn't know what to say for a moment. There was sulfur ore lying next to it. The smell of this stuff was a bit pungent. The old village chief measured it with his hands for a while, but finally gave up on measuring its size. At first, Charlie took out a piece of sulfur ore the size of a fist, and the caravan leader took out 3 silver coins to buy it. Now the sulfur ore lying in the canvas pocket is at least 100 times that piece of ore. The old village chief knew that this must be worth a lot of money. The 5 young men who went to collect sulfur ore were all sitting on the benches in the living room of the old village chief's house. Serdak and the old village chief sat on separate chairs opposite them. The old village chief's wife came out and made everyone some lemon tea and a plate of boiled chestnuts.
Are we going to sell these to the caravan?
Charlie said excitedly. Serdak frowned slightly. He glanced at the old village chief and said,
I think it is very necessary to establish good trade relations with the caravans. But we can't take out so much sulfur ore at once. I guess they will calculate the approximate scope of the sulfur mine based on the time of our trip. It is still an unclaimed land. I am worried that if others discover the open pit mining area, more people may compete with us for the resources there. So we'd better take out part of the sulfur ore to make those businessmen think that we can find the sulfur ore. But it's not worth their energy to find it.
Chapter 259 Right of Ownership. Serdak placed a very sloppy hand-drawn map on the table with messy lines. He pointed to a triangular mark and said,
I have explored it. And the area is not very big. At most, it is only the size of the River Bend tidal flat. And all the sulfur mines are associated with the stalagmites outcropping the surface. There are only some sulfur deposits.
The mine is very difficult to extract, and require some quarrying tools.
Charlie and several other young people also said.
Well, that's right. At that time, we found several large pieces of sulfur ore on the stalagmites. But unfortunately, we couldn't pry them off. If we go again this time, we will bring along enough people who can take advantage of us.
The old village chief waved his hand.
Don't worry about this. After the harvest festival every year, some people in the village go to the Taiswain quarry to work as masons for several months. They quarry in the mountains over there. Collecting sulfur ore should be similar to digging marble.
The old village chief smoked a cigarette and said to Soldak.
The young men in our village may not have anything else. But if they contribute their efforts, there is absolutely no problem. This matter must be done as soon as possible.
After the old village chief said this, he said to the youngest son beside him,
Charlie, please notify us and let everyone get ready tonight. Those who are willing to go will leave tomorrow. And those who are not willing will leave tomorrow.
Don't force yourself to go. Be sure to find those with experience in quarrying.
Charlie stood up from the bench and strode out. The old village chief said to his nephew Luke again,
Luke, you go to Bago pasture later and prepare the horses.
Luke nodded and said to the three companions around him,
You have to help me. If I want to drive all those horses out of the pasture, someone must help me.
When the three young men heard about going to Bago pasture, they all readily agreed. The old village chief said to Soldak,
Let's first gather 20 stonemasons and ride to Pumbaa Mountain. After the first batch of sulfur ore is returned, we can transport the young people and materials in the village there.
Then he stared at Luke and the other three young people with a serious expression, lowered his voice, and said in a threatening tone,
The information about the sulfur mine cannot be disclosed to anyone. If anyone speaks out without speaking strictly, don't blame me for breaking his legs.
Luke and the three young men put away their playful expressions and nodded sharply in silence. It seems that the old village chief has accumulated enough prestige in front of these people, and his words are also very weighty. The old village chief tilted his head and signaled to Luke that he could go to Bago pasture. The four young men left quickly, fearing that they would be caught and scolded by the old village chief if they walked too slowly. Cerdak also stood up, preparing to say goodbye and leave with Luke and the others. He said to the old village chief,
The living conditions over there at Pussy Mountain are very poor. I will also go back to make some preparations.
The old village chief took Soldak's arm and asked him to sit down again in the slightly shabby living room. He sat there and thought for a while, with a hint of embarrassment on his wrinkled old face.
Dak, this you discovered the open pit sulfur mine when you were hunting salamanders. And you took the initiative to lead people to explore it. It is said that this open pit sulfur mine should belong to you. Now you have summoned the whole village to mine it. The distribution of benefits must be decided in advance to avoid disputes later. You will have half of the sulfur mines, and the village will have half of them. The village will provide people to help, and you will provide 22 horses for transportation. All the villagers involved in mining the sulfur mines will do it every day. What do you think about the additional 1 silver coin salary subsidy?
Unexpectedly, the old village chief actually thought of this. Soldak felt that since everyone discovered it together, there was no reason for him to monopolize half of the mineral deposits. Wouldn't it be unfair to others? So he refused.
Uncle Bright, I will do this.
The thing is the same as everyone's idea. It's all for our village. There's no reason to take this dividend.
Unexpectedly, the old village chief waved his hand and said,
This place will become your knight's territory in the future, as long as you don't feel that you are disadvantaged by the current agreement.
He took a sip of the lemon tea on the table to moisten his throat. Seeing that Soldak was still hesitant, he said,
Don't refuse in a hurry. Without you, the lizard hunting group in the village would not dare to go deep into the Paglos Mountains, not to mention the monsters in the mountains. Even the sand wolves on the outskirts of the desolate land. We cannot afford to offend them.
The old village chief then said,
In addition, the sulfur mines in these unclaimed lands belong to the Green Empire. Civilians do not have the right to mine. Only knights and nobles have the right to develop territories.
The old village chief said a lot, but in short, he did not let Cerdak find an excuse to refuse, and he would give half of the ownership of the open pit sulfur mine to Soldak anyway. Cerdak felt that since he would do something for Wall Village in the future, he didn't want to get entangled in this matter. In the end, he didn't insist on it, so he agreed half-heartedly. After walking out, Soldak remembered that he had not seen the cement wall in the yard of the old village chief's house. After thinking about it, I decided to wait until Charlie finished his work. The old village chief and his wife stood at the door, watching Soldak disappear on the village road. The old village chief's wife asked hesitantly.
Right. Will we become as wealthy as Perez village in the future?
The old village chief replied firmly.
Of course. We discovered some sulfur deposits this time. We need to dig back these deposits as soon as possible before other villages know about it.
Seeing that he was full of confidence and standing at the door, the wrinkles on his forehead became much lighter. The old village chief's wife looked at the old village chief, her eyes a little confused. In recent years, it has been rare to see the old village chief in such a good mood. The entire wall village is pressing on his shoulders and has already bent his waist. In the past few years, he has been walking so smoothly every step of the way. It is difficult, and we work hard to let the villagers live a good life with enough food and clothing. However, in recent years, the situation has been getting worse year by year, and everyone's life has also been getting worse day by day. The wife of the old village chief said with some sigh.
Soldak is a really good boy. He is different from those greedy knights.
The old village chief immediately said.
Yes. After all, he is a knight who walked out of our village of Wall. He has changed so much in the past 4 years that he has been out. I almost can't recognize him anymore.
The old village chief's wife wanted to recall what Surdak looked like before he joined the army, and then discovered that Surdak looked like him in her memory. It couldn't be the same as now, so I could only sigh again. The old village chief also felt that Surdak had changed a lot. Thinking of seeing the scars on Surdak's body by chance yesterday, he said to his old wife.
When I came back and took a bath by the stream yesterday, you haven't seen the scars on his body. I can't even imagine what kind of battle he went through to make his body covered with scars. It's hard to find them on his body. A piece of intact skin.
The old village chief felt that Surdak must have experienced unimaginable hardships on the battlefield before he was promoted from a commoner to a knight by the noble lord. This honor has never been achieved by anyone in Wall Village for so many years.
He is different from Charlie. He also served in the military for 4 years. Charlie served as an orderly for 4 years in a comfortable and peaceful plane, while Dak really came off the battlefield. After all, he is a knight.
Chapter 260. Please steal my chestnuts. People in the Green Empire like to wear clothes cut from linen. The main reason is that flax crops are grown in most parts of the empire. Workshops for weaving with linen threads are everywhere in the Green Empire. Most of the trading houses in Helensa city deal in linen cloth business. In comparison, cotton cloth is not widely used in the Green Empire. The texture of cotton cloth is softer and finer than linen cloth, but the price is nearly 4 times more expensive than linen cloth. Common people generally rarely buy linen fabrics, and nobles generally do not. They can use cotton cloth, and they prefer more expensive silk and woolen materials. Of course, they are more expensive than silk and magic pattern cloth. It is said that the magic robes worn by magicians are cut from some magic pattern cloth. When going to Helensa city, Surdak habitually bought a piece of cotton cloth. In his opinion, underwear made of cotton cloth is more close-fitting and absorbs sweat. Before he had time to sew his underwear, Soldak hurried to mine sulfur in the Pudong Mountain open pit mine. Mount Pudu is a very active volcano. The smoke pillars from the top of the mountain reach straight into the clouds. Near Mount Pudu, a large amount of volcanic ash falls like fine snow every day. In this case, it is not only dangerous for the stonemasons in the village to mine sulfur or at the foot of Pudu Mountain, but also if they stay in a place full of serious dust for a long time. Inhaling the volcanic ash in the air will cause serious illness. Pneumoconiosis. It was with this thought in mind that Soldak left in a hurry from the old village chief's house. He didn't want the masons from Wall Village to suffer from this kind of lung disease when they came back from Pussy Mountain. When Soldak returned home, he saw old Sheila sitting at the door with a bowl of fresh milk in her hand, and little Peter was nestling in the arms of old Sheila, drinking milk one mouthful after another. The white milk skin was stained on little Peter's lips. When little Peter saw Soldak returning from outside, he excitedly wanted to return from the old house. Sheila ran away from her arms, and old Sheila asked little Peter to drink the milk with a bluff. Soldak sat down next to little Peter and said to old Sheila,
"Can you sew some masks for me?"
Old Sheila saw little Peter drink the last bit of milk, then put the pottery bowl aside, stared at Soldak and asked,
"I have no problem with ordinary needlework, but I haven't seen a mask. What does it look like?"
Surdak quickly took out a piece of parchment, quickly sketched a simple pattern on it with charcoal, pointed to the 2 strings on it, and said to old Sheila,
"You can cover your face with this like a scarf,
but it won't affect your vision. And it's also very breathable, so it won't get too hot after being worn for a long time."
Old Sheila didn't listen to Soldak's explanation at all and said, "I can try,
but my eyesight is not very good, and I can't so find stitches. Rita, Natasha, you two come here.
Old Sheila was a little old and her eyesight was a little unclear. She found Rita and Natasha. First, she cut a piece of cotton to make a shape according to Soldak's pattern. And Soldak wore it on her face, pointed out the shortcomings of this kind of mask, and changed it several times before sewing 2 qualified masks. When sewing the mask, Natasha was not only unwilling to communicate with Soldak, she even did not dare to look at him. She always shrank behind Rita, which made Soldak feel a little embarrassed. Cerdak saw that Rita and Natasha had mastered the production method and hurriedly left home. Rita blinked her blue eyes and whispered to Natasha,
"You can't do this. You should be more proactive. This is related to your future life, unless you plan to live another life."
When Natasha saw Soldak leaving, she relaxed her body. She said a little embarrassedly,
"What else can I do? Like Selena? I can't learn."
Rita sighed softly.
"Natasha,
in addition to masks, some of the ground in the Pudu mountain area is very hot, and it is covered with a thick layer of volcanic ash. It is impossible to see where there are lava underflows or deep pits filled with volcanic ash. Ordinary shoes are not protective at all. Hot. If you go the wrong way and your feet get stuck in the hot volcanic ash, you can easily get burned." Cerdak left Wall Village on horseback and went directly to the oak forest, where the weapons and leather armor of the bandit group were hidden, and dug out 22 pairs of leather boots from the tree hole. These leather boots were left behind by the bandits. Although they were badly worn, the texture of these leather boots was pretty good, and they were all in the style of long riding boots, which could at least prevent the villagers' feet from being burned, except for 22 in addition to a pair of leather boots. Cerdak also took out 4 alloy bows. He could not stay near Pudu Mountain forever. The villagers who stayed there to mine sulfur mines must have some means of defense.
Many villagers can use hunting bows, but those hunting bows cannot even kill wild boars. The Green Empire's standard alloy bow is obviously a good choice. Cerdak put these leather boots into 3 canvas pockets, which were actually full. These canvas pockets can be hung on the left and right sides of the saddle. The other 4 alloy bows could only be wrapped in a piece of tattered linen clothing. And then, they rode out of the oak forest on their horses, and returned to Wall Village along the mountain road. When passing through the mountain pass into the deserted land, Cerdak actually saw a team of knights on the top of a mountain not far away. In front of them were those wooden crosses. The bandits were still hanging on the wooden crosses, and no one was there, collecting the corpses. Their corpses had been eaten to pieces by carrion birds, leaving only some skeletons. Cerdak's eyesight was very good. He could see that the night team at the mountain pass was all wearing the Helensa city guard camp standard leather armor. He thought that this night team was probably Carl's subordinates. Maybe Carl was there. Among these people, they were not afraid that the canvas bag hanging on the saddle would be searched, so they directly rode their horses to meet the knights. The group of knights also saw Cerdak at the mountain pass at this time, and 2 of the knights rode down from the top of the mountain. Cerdak and the 2 knights met halfway up the mountain. The 2 knights saw the knight's badge on Cerdak's chest at first sight. The 2 of them performed the knight's salute to Cerdak. Cerdak ducked quickly returned the greeting politely.
"Are you the knights from the guard camp of Helensa city?"
Cerdak asked as he rode closer, seeing Soldak taking the initiative to greet him. The 2 knights temporarily put aside their doubts, and one of them replied,
"That's right. Who is your excellency?"
Soldak quickly introduced himself and said,
"My name is Soldak. I am Carl's friend. I want to know if he is here."
The 2 knights heard Carl's name and ran up the mountain just to see Carl. The vigilant look on their faces suddenly disappeared. A knight had a slight smile on his face and said,
"It turns out that he is a friend of Carl. The jurisdiction he is currently assigned to is the southern suburbs of Helensa city. I would like to ask you, who is it that hangs these robbers here?"
"Is it from a mountain pass? We came here specifically to investigate this matter. When I stayed in Helensa city a few days ago, Carl was looking for someone to help. I was busy with something important at the time, so I couldn't help. It turns out that you are still investigating this matter."
Cerdak, he said, then shrugged and continued,
"Sorry. I just learned that a construct knight killed a group of bandits at the mountain pass. I don't know many friends here, so I don't know who did it."
When the 2 knights heard what Cerdak said, a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes, but they immediately said,
"It's nothing. This matter will eventually come to light."
When Soldak saw that the 2 knights had no intention of continuing, he said,
"Since Carl is not here, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. If you have some free time, you might as well go to Wall Village and have a cup of lemon tea."
The two knights responded politely.
Thank you for your kindness. We have official business for the time being, so we won't bother you anymore.
Then Serdek rode a horse and swaggered down the mountain carrying 4 large canvas bags. When he returned to the mountain pass, Serdek stopped his horse, turned around, and waved to the group of knights on the top of the mountain. One of the knights even waved the flag of the guard camp at him. Serdek took these leather boots to the lower reaches of the river in Wall Village. He poured the leather boots out of the canvas bag by the stream, and then took out a pig hair brush to clean the bloody boots one by one. Just wash them clean and dry them on the river beach. It was already afternoon when Serdek rode back to Wall Village. A group of children were playing a lattice game under a dead tree at the entrance of the village. When they saw Serdek riding his horse back to the village, the bolder children shouted loudly,
Serdek! Serdek! Serdek!
The children's voices were loud. Not far away, a group of women from the village stood up when they heard the shouting and looked towards the entrance of the village.
They can only wash clothes by the stream at the entrance of the village. This is a rule set by the old village chief. Clothes must be washed downstream at the entrance of the village to avoid affecting the drinking water in the village. Seeing a group of women looking this way, Serdek could only nod slightly to these enthusiastic women. Entering the village on horseback, Serdek passed under a chestnut tree along the dirt road in the village. He happened to see a wooden stick sticking out from behind the earth wall. A thin little hand held the wooden stick tightly. A dirty little face emerged from behind the wall, and she climbed up an earth wall with difficulty. She stood on the earth wall in fear. The 1-meter-high earth wall was not high for Serdek, but it is very high for Signa. She stood carefully on the earth wall and walked towards the chestnut tree little by little. Most of the fluffy green chestnuts in the lower parts of the chestnut tree have been knocked off, and only the higher places are covered with chestnuts whose surface burrs have hardened. Even though Signa was standing on the wall, even though she still held a wooden stick in her hand, she still couldn't reach it. Just a little bit. She raised her head, stared at the ball of chestnuts with her eyes, bit her lips stubbornly, stood on tiptoes on the wall, and finally poked the ball of chestnuts. But at this moment she lost her balance on the wall, and saw the girl fell towards the wall. A big hand firmly caught the little girl, and Serdek appeared under the wall and lifted Signa up. Signa's eyes, that had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. She thought she would fall miserably, but she didn't expect to be caught firmly by someone.
Don't be so rash next time. It's too dangerous.
Serdek put Signa down and asked her to stand still, while checking whether she was injured or not. He said to her. Signa glanced at Serdek, said nothing, turned around and ran back. Turning around the intersection, the little girl suddenly threw herself under the woman's skirt. The woman was Selena. She stretched out her hand and pulled the little girl out from under the skirt. She stared angrily and said,
Signa, where are you going? How many times have I told you that you are not allowed to run around or steal other people's chestnuts?
Selena scolded. She seemed to be angry. She broke a thorn stick from the roadside and slapped the little girl's arm hard. After a slap, a red mark immediately appeared on the little arm that looked like a white lotus root. Signa did not dodge, but instead stepped forward and hugged Selena's hand holding the thorn tree, and whispered with tears in her eyes,
Mom, I really didn't steal it. This belongs to my grandma. Yesterday, Grandma told me that whoever knocks down the chestnuts from her tree belongs to her. But she just can't help me. Mom, we have chestnut porridge to eat tonight.
With that said, Signa opened the small cloth bag she was carrying and raised it high in front of Selena. She saw that the small cloth bag was filled with thorny chestnuts. Selena suddenly held Signa in her arms, tears rolling down like broken beads. Originally, when Serdek saw Selena through the earth wall, he planned to lead the horse back quietly and bypass the road here to leave. But when he saw the previous scene through the earth wall, he realized that he seemed to have overlooked many things. The most important thing was that the lives of the villagers might be worse than he thought. I remembered that when I first arrived at old Sheila's house. Old Sheila's family also ate chestnut rice porridge mixed with cassava. This kind of life would probably not get better until the chestnuts were completely mature. Seeing that little Signa was actually allowed by the owner of the courtyard to steal his own chestnuts, the owner was unwilling to take the initiative to give the chestnuts to them, obviously not wanting to have too much involvement with Selena, a woman known as an ominous woman. Seeing Signa's clean and clear eyes, Serdek felt as if a thorn had been stabbed in his heart. He stopped, turned around on his horse, and went back the way he came, and walked in front of Selena. Serdek took out a bag containing several large toasted wheat cakes from his magic waste bag. This was the dry food left over from his last trip. He thrust the bag into Selena's hand. But Selena didn't answer. She just looked at Soldak with a stubborn face. Her green eyes still filled with crystal tears. Soldak was slightly startled. He looked at Selena with a puzzled expression in his eyes, and asked her,
"Why don't you want my things?"
He squatted down and picked up Signa. He held the horse with his other hand, looked at the most dilapidated stone house in the village, and said to Selena, who was standing there in a daze,
"Let's go! I don't think I've even been to your home officially."
Selena did not follow, but asked while wiping her tears,
"Aren't you afraid that I am an ominous woman?"
Soldak grinned and said to her with a smile,
"Now you think of asking this?"
Chapter 261 Mobilization Meeting Before Traveling. Selena's stone house is located on the slope of the ravine on the other side of the river. The stone house looks a bit dilapidated, with mottled walls on the outside. After some limestone was broken, serious defects appeared on the wall, although some soil was used to plug the defects. After the rainy season, the mud on the walls was washed away by the rain, leaving some stains on the limestone walls. The red thatch on the roof, door panels and windows are newly replaced, and the wooden door and windows still exude a faint smell of varnish. A straw shed has been built next to the stone house. Through the half-open wooden door, you can see a large wooden basin inside, and the yard. The house is very flat, with a row of cauliflower planted under the wall on the north side. Selena took Signa into the stone house, and Soldak also walked in. The furnishings in the house were very simple. The bedroom and kitchen were connected. There was only a wooden table and 2 chairs in the house, and hangings on the walls. A pair of rusty flower scissors. There were some cassava on the small table next to the fireplace. Signa put the chestnuts she had picked on the table. She sat down obediently and found a fist-sized stone from beside the fireplace. She stared at those with bright eyes. The chestnut L covered with hard thorns was smashed hard with the stone in his hand. The chestnut L cracked, and the brown chestnuts were exposed from the inside like horse manure eggs. Signa's side face and focused eyes seemed to be carved from the same mold as Selena, and all her attention was focused on peeling chestnuts. Soldak followed Selena into the house, and sat on a wooden chair in front of the square table. The wooden chair was very smooth. There was a sandbox on the wooden table, which was filled with fine river sand. Next to the sandbox, there were 2 pins cut from thin branches, and the sand was covered with imperial characters. Some of the characters were neatly written, while others looked very childish. Obviously, this was the sandbox Selena used to teach Signa to read. Selena sat across from Soldak. The two sat face to face. Soldak carefully examined the beautiful face of the woman in front of her. Her waist was straight, and her long linen skirt clearly outlined her figure. In terms of body outline, her figure is slightly thin, but her eyes are very clear and bright. She is a very attractive woman, with a well-proportioned frame and a voluptuous body. Her neck is somewhat long, which makes her figure appear very tall.
"Thanks!"
Selena said a word of thanks to Soldak as soon as she opened her mouth.
"I didn't do anything to help you."
Soldak shrugged his shoulders. His eyes fell on Selena's chest inadvertently, looking at the white and greasy skin inside through the thin linen. This made him stunned for a moment, and then his heart beat violently a few times. The blood in his body suddenly surged to his head, and he immediately realized that it was rude to stare at the other person like this. So he quickly withdrew his gaze, focusing on the sand table on the table, and coughed to relieve the embarrassment. Selena stood up and went to the closet to pour a glass of water for Soldak. The fingers of the hand holding the water glass looked extremely slender, but the palm of her hand was covered with some small cracks. She put the water glass on the table and pushed it in front of Soldak. Soldak thought he should find a topic.
"Can you write Imperial script?"
Selena pushed her long hair behind her ears with her hands. Her eyes fell on the sand table on the table, and she said somewhat unnaturally,
"Well, I worked as a maid at Hole Manor for 3 years, following Miss Hoyle learn around you."
Soldak suddenly felt that he had heard the name of this noble lady from somewhere. And then he remembered that the noble lady he saved after killing the robber that day seemed to have this name. And he heard from her that the whole manor had also been attacked. Robbery. So Soldak said,
"Miss Hoyle. This name seems familiar. I seem to have seen her before. She has not been very lucky recently."
Selena raised her head suddenly, looked a little pale, and asked in a voiceless voice,
"What's wrong with Miss Hoyle?"
Soldak did not expect that Selena and Miss Hoyle were old acquaintances. "I thought that if I had known about this relationship, Miss Hoyle should have brought her back to Wall Village."
"A group of robbers ransacked her manor and killed her family,"
Soldak said matter-of-factly. Selena calmed down.
Her eyes were still full of worries. At this time, she changed the topic and said to Soldek, "Thank you for helping me out yesterday. I really don't want to leave Signa." "I know." Soldek smiled faintly and gently rotated the water glass in his hand. "Oh, by the way, since you're literate, that's great. The village may have to do some accounts recently and need your help. I heard that the wages are pretty good. I think I'll be looking for you within the next day or two." After saying that, Soldek stood up from the chair and walked out of the stone house, as if he came here specifically to talk about this matter. Selena leaned against the door and looked at Soldek's leaving figure, with a hint of worry in her green eyes. In the evening, everyone gathered again at the old village chief's house. There were quite a few people here this time. The living room of the old village chief's house couldn't accommodate so many people, so everyone gathered in the yard of the old village chief's house. Everyone sat down around the wooden table. There were more than 20 people in the dark place. There were so many stools, and the young people stood at the outermost edge. The two wives of the old village chief made some wheat tea for everyone, in addition to some stonemasons in the village. Selena was also among the participants. However, she seemed a little out of place with this group of people, standing alone under the eaves by the window. She looked outstanding. The old village chief was sitting in the middle. When he saw that people were almost here, he put the pipe aside, took a sip of hot tea, and said, "I believe everyone knows something. We found something in the mountain. Some sulfur needs a group of people to mine it from the mountain. The scale is not too big, but these sulfur mines are associated with some stalagmites and are not easy to mine. That's why I invite everyone to come. I hope you can help the village. Make some effort." Bright Village Chief also briefly talked about the difficult environment in the mountains, and said that he would have to stay in the mountains for at least half a month this time. He would not be able to get back until the harvest festival. He had something to do at home and had to get away as soon as possible. Put it forward. And so on. Uncle Brett, a big, tan man from the crowd, squeezed up and shouted, "Why? You don't want to?" The old village chief asked, glaring at him with a bluster on his face. The big black man was a little timid, and immediately scratched his head and shouted, "I didn't say I didn't want to. I just think that this time for us stonemasons, the village should at least provide for us and live in the mountains for half a month. You can't let us prepare our own dry food." The old village chief knocked the pipe in his hand, and the big black man took 2 steps back in fright. He was famous in the village for being a good eater, but he had a big appetite and was also a first-class expert at hard work. The old village chief feigned anger. "How many meals do you want the village to provide you?" The big black man put forward his request somewhat honestly. "It is best to have 3 meals a day." Ah! It seemed like someone kicked him behind him. The big black man screamed, but he didn't even dare to look back. He quickly changed his words and said, 2 meals a day." The old village chief narrowed his eyes, leaned in front of him, tapped his strong chest with his pipe, and asked, "Are you sure you only need 2 meals a day?" At this time, the big black man's belly was heard rumbling one after another, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The big black man also felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "Of course, it would be better if I could drink something thin before going to bed at night." The old village chief patted the big black man on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, "That's no problem at all. Originally, I wanted to give each of you a salary of 1 silver coin a day, but now it seems that it's quite possible. No need." After hearing what the old village chief said, the surrounding masons became excited. "Bigger, you stupid pig." "Ah, Uncle Bright, I promise to get up from bed early tomorrow." Chapter 262, The Haunting Sand Wolf. In the morning, before dawn, I heard the voice of old Sheila calling to Rita. Rita was drowsily called out by old Sheila, wearing a thin nightgown. She and Natasha ran to the kitchen to make breakfast. Old Sheila rechecked the canvas bag that Soldak was carrying to make sure it contained the baked wheat cakes were full, and the water bag was also full. So I sat down with peace of mind. After Soldak put on the leather armor, he fed the Gubalai horse with fodder in the yard, put the saddle on the Gubalai horse's back, and gently touched the soft mane on its neck. The horse probably felt itchy and shook its neck vigorously. Old Sheila sat on a chair at the door of the stone house, chattering to Soldak. She spoke slowly and in a low voice, like a whisper. "For so many years, no one has thought of digging sulfur mines in the mountains. It's not that these sulfur mines have never been discovered. How many wolves are there in the Paglos Mountains? Everyone knows the danger, and you must be more careful in the mountains. Whether those sand wolves want to hunt or not depends entirely on whether they are hungry. and no one can escape their pursuit. Serdak could feel the deep concern in old Sheila's words. Old Sheila looked at the ancient Bolai horse that had gained a lot of weight immediately after coming off the battlefield, and warned Serdak, "When you're riding, try to avoid those crevices. I've heard of people falling in and never getting out." Old Sheila didn't sleep well that night and had heavy bags under her eyes. She stared at Soldak and said, "In recent years, there have been a lot fewer wild beasts in the mountains. But this does not mean that they are all dead." Before dawn, Rita had cooked a pot of sweet chestnut porridge, and Natasha had also fried a pot of crispy pancakes. Little Peter was still sleeping, and the family finished the breakfast by candlelight. "I will be more careful. I heard that sand wolf skin mattresses are moisture-proof and cold-proof. When I come back this time, I may be able to bring you one." Soldak put down the spoon and said to old Sheila. Seeing Soldak's confident look, old Sheila asked with confusion, "Dak also had such skills as you when he was on the battlefield?" Serdak thought. Of course. Due to his outstanding performance, Baron Sidney appointed him as the squadron leader of the 6th Squadron of the 4th Group, supervising about 60 heavy armored infantry soldiers, and awarded him the status of knight. He has a very good skinning skill, and he is responsible for collecting the black-striped demon skins from evil spirits on the battlefield. And we also accumulated a lot of money on the battlefield. That's the only thing Old Duck left to him," old Sheila said with emotion. There was some movement outside the yard. Serdak stood up and prepared to leave. Rita, who was sitting next to him, winked at Natasha repeatedly. Natasha mustered up the courage to take out a cloak and came to Soldak. After she straightened her body, she actually a little taller than Rita. Her face was so flushed that she could hardly open her eyes with shame. But she insisted on chopping the newly sewn cloak on Serdak and helping him tie the rope buckle. This is Soldak's closest look at Natasha. Her cheeks are a little thin, her nose is straight, and her pair of light blue eyes are always filled with a lot of unconfidence. Her eyes are not as passionate as Rita's, but they are very charming. Natasha's pointed chin showed an elf-like charm, and Natasha didn't dare to look into Soldak's eyes. Old Sheila and Rita had left the living room, leaving a little space for them to be alone. Soldak couldn't help but grab her outstretched hands. The skin on her hands was not as delicate as expected, and the palms of her hands were not as delicate as expected, even a little rough. Only through hard work every day can you have such hands. Ah! Natasha let out a soft cry, broke away from Soldak's hand, and fled back to the bedroom. Serdak closed the wooden door outside the stone house and led Gubo Lima gently out of the yard. A group of 23 people left Wall Village while the sky was slightly bright. Except for Soldak and the 5 young people. The rest were all villagers with stonemason skills in the village. Everyone met at the entrance of the village. Luke led the young people to bring back all the horses that had been grazing in Bago pasture. At this time, the horses had been given water and fodder. The old village chief took the trouble to remind everyone to be more careful on the way. Be careful and double-check the supplies you carry. Serdak distributed the 4 prepared alloy bows to the 4 young people. This immediately made several young people who had been envious of Charlie for a long time burst into uncontrollable cheers. Fortunately, this was the entrance to the village, and would not disturb the villagers. Then Soldak took out those long leather boots from his luggage, and distributed them to the villagers who were traveling. Many people put the leather boots on their feet on the spot. They had these benefits just after traveling, which immediately made these villagers in addition to these. Serdak also gave each person 2 cotton masks. The old village chief told Soldak, "Hurry back as soon as you have gathered the first batch of supplies. I will organize another group of young people here in the village. When you come back, I will go there immediately." With the earnest advice from Mayor Bright, the group set off on the road again. The villagers were riding horses for the first time, so naturally they were as troubled as Charlie and Luke. The tender meat in their thighs could easily be worn away by the saddle. However, everyone made some preparations this time. On the first day, they only rode 1/3 of the way before stopping to camp and rest. They did not go until dark. Since everyone was riding horses this time, they carried a lot of supplies and set up 3 felt tents. In the evening, they ate wheat cakes and dried vegetables. Soldak felt that this slightly bitter vegetable porridge was simply unpalatable, but the villagers ate with gusto. In the middle of the night, Serdak was awakened by the howling of wolves in the distance. He jumped out of the tent and saw 2 young men who were keeping watch against the cold night wind and were still warming themselves by the campfire. I was relieved when the 2 young men on night watch saw Serdak coming out. They quickly approached Serdak and said, "These sand wolves are wandering around this area again. They are really a group of haunted guys.
Serdek looked at the desolate land shrouded in night. It was impossible to hunt down the sand wolves at this time. So he said,
Let's see if there is a chance to drive away this wolf pack during the day. They always appear in this area and are always a threat to us.
When the two young men heard what Serdek said, they didn't dare to take up the topic. In their opinion, the best way to encounter a sand wolf is to run away quickly. How can anyone take the initiative to move forward? For a team of more than 20 people, just the daily consumption of fodder is a big burden. There is almost nothing in this desolate land. Even if all the seed buckthorn grass along the road is eaten, it will not be able to fill the stomachs of these horses. Serta although could prepare some fine bean ingredients, it was not too much. After feeding the horses before dawn, the group continued on their way. Serdek rode his horse and searched in a large circle along the way. Unfortunately, except for some white wolf dung, he couldn't even touch the shadow of the sand wolf. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the foot of Pudu Mountain and settled down. The villagers all wore masks according to Serdek's request, and everyone hurriedly put up their felt tents before it got dark. This is the edge of the rocky area. As long as you walk 100 meters inside, you can see stalagmites emerging from the solidified lava. Lines of light yellow sulfur are intertwined with these stalagmites. Chapter 263 The Sand Wolf appears whereabouts. Volcanic ash is falling continuously, like gray snow floating in the sky. There is a strong smell of sulfur in the air, and the air inhaled is dry and hot. Working in this dry and hot environment, the body can easily become dehydrated. A group of masons wearing white cotton masks and long leather boots, carrying pickaxes, sledgehammers, crowbars, chisels and water bags hanging on their waists, and carrying wicker baskets, took advantage of the early dawn. They walked out of the tent and entered the volcanic rock river covered with stalagmites. After seeing the sulfur deposits on the stalagmites, these masons basically didn't care how thick the stone layer was on the sulfur and rounded up their iron picks. Then we started quarrying in full swing. The daily labor subsidy of 1 silver coin kept the villagers' morale high. It was also the first day in Pungbao Mountain. Everyone was working hard to get together a batch of goods as soon as possible so that the transport horse team could leave in time. More than 20 horses were parked in the camp at the foot of Pudu Mountain. They spent more on chewing food every day than the villagers. The masons were worried that once the few beans were eaten, these horses would compete with them for wheat cakes. The texture of these sulfur is loose. As long as the surface of the stalagmite is exposed, it will break into pieces immediately when hit with an iron pick. All the finely divided sulfur ore is put into the wicker basket. These stalagmites are very hard. If you want to remove the sulfur ore hidden inside the stalagmite, it takes a lot of effort to mine it out. And sometimes you even have to break open the entire stalagmite. In order to avoid dehydration, Serdek asked the villagers to drink some light salt water every once in a while. Moreover, the climate conditions in this area are too hot. Serdek set the quarrying time around dawn and dusk. Once the scorching sun climbs to the mountainside of Puyubeo Mountain, he requires all villagers to retreat to their tents to rest. Some villagers encountered there are a lot of sulfur ores exposed in the stalagmites. A wicker basket of sulfur ore has been mined early. For some stalagmites that are difficult to mine, the villagers have dug out at least half a basket of sulfur ore. The villagers were busy in the stalagmite forest and were in high spirits when they heard the whistle to finish work. They were a little confused for a while, but they still walked out from the stalagmite forest in the rocky area, carrying wicker baskets on their backs. Returning to the camp, Serdek found that everyone was huddled in a tent, discussing in low voices, waiting for Serdek to come in from outside, sit down in the middle of the tent, and ask the villagers about the situation of sulfur mining.
I think we can do it for a little longer. Don't you think so?
Duck, encouraged by the other creatures, was the first to step forward and fire. There was a middle-aged uncle sitting behind the big black man. He reached out and slapped the big black man on the back of the head, and angrily shouted,
I want to call you Sir Knight Serdek. You brat.
The big black man covered his head and dared not speak out in anger at the middle-aged man's violent behavior.
Everyone should just call me by my name.
Serdek smiled slightly and said to the villagers in the tent. A villager sitting next to Serdek took the opportunity to say,
Dak, I think we could extend the time to work. How can anyone just come out of the tent and the food in their stomachs has not been digested?
We have to go back to the tent to rest. If Uncle Bright knows that we are so lazy, he might deduct our subsidy. Look at how difficult it is to earn some subsidy.
The villagers in the tent nodded, and they obviously thought so. Serdek shook his head, motioned for everyone to quiet down with his hands, and then said,
We may have to continue digging here for more than half a month. The environment here is difficult, and a lot of water is lost every day. Although we don't, there is a lack of drinking water. But the body is always in such a hot state, and problems can easily occur. So everyone must maintain their physical strength. The autumn harvest will take place in half a month, and everyone's health must not be exhausted. This time, I will return to Wall Village with this batch of goods, and I will definitely bring enough supplies.
After Surdak finished speaking, most of the villagers fell silent. Apparently everyone also had some concerns. The big black man yelled at the back again.
Then we must at least follow the rules of other quarries. This is our sulfur mine in Wall Village. There is no reason for such high wages.
Oh bah!
Subsidy. But it takes less time than other quarries.
Soldak glanced at the big black man speechlessly. Are you a spy sent by the old village chief?
Considering environmental factors, it is very reasonable to receive these subsidies. And I have the final say here. Everyone will implement this standard for the time being. Uncle Bright, I will personally persuade him. The conditions here are still a bit more difficult. Wait for our village in the future. Life here is gradually getting better, and everyone's subsidies can be increased.
Soldak said with the final word. By the evening of the third day, the first batch of sulfur ores had been prepared and put into canvas bags and hung on both sides of the saddle. Each horse carried 2 bags of sulfur ore,
with a total of 20 horses carrying cargo, and the remaining 3 horses being used for riding. The first sulfur or transport team in Wall Village was officially established. Soldak, Charlie, and Val were responsible for transporting the first batch of sulfur mines back to Wall Village, while Luke and 2 other young men stayed at the Pudong Mountain temporary camp to take care of the sulfur mines here. On the morning of the 4th day before dawn, Urdak, Charlie and Val led a group of horses and set off on the road back to the village early, after the cavalry had gone out for about 30 miles. The floating volcanic ash in the sky was reduced to almost nothing, when a small amount of sea buckthorn grass appeared on the limestone ground. A group of sand wolves appeared on the horizon. The gray on their bodies, their fur is almost integrated with the limestone. If they hadn't emerged from the heights of the rock mass, Surdak might not have been able to find their traces. And this group of sand wolves probably discovered that there were only 3 people in Suldak's group, so they dared to appear so blatantly behind the cavalry. There were about 30 sand wolves in this group, and the alpha wolf stood at the top of the entire pack. At the front is a wolf king that is much larger than other sand wolves. Charlie noticed that Suldak's horse suddenly stopped. He followed Suldak's gaze and saw the group of sand wolves in the distance. He was so frightened that he almost fell off his horse. After Charlie calmed down, he thought that he was a team of horses. If these horses started running, the sand wolves would not be able to catch up. So he said to Soldak,
Dak, those are the sand wolves. Let's leave quickly.
If you travel all night, it only takes 1.5 days to return to Wall Village. They don't dare to get close to human villages easily. As long as...
Chapter 264 Who is the Prey? A group of sand wolves were distributed in a fan shape behind the cavalry. Their running speed was not very fast. For Soldak, they were only slightly faster than the cavalry. However, when a group of wolves surrounded them, it brought an inexplicable confusion to the entire cavalry. Pressure. Charlie and Val looked worried, even though they knew it would be difficult for the sand wolves to catch up with the galloping horses. They still had an inexplicable fear of these sand wolves. Val even suggested to Surdak that if the group of sand wolves really caught up with them, they would simply discard the sulfur or bags on the road. Anyway, these sand wolves could not swallow the sulfur, and the horse team with reduced load could completely avoid the sand wolves. Wait for the group of sand wolves to retreat, then return to pick up these sulfur mines again. Otherwise, go directly back to Wall Village and gather people in the village. If the team number exceeds 20 people, these sand wolves will not dare to attack easily. The 3 young men rode horses and headed towards the village of Wall while discussing how to deal with the sand wolves following behind. This is a group of experienced hunters who are very patient and looking for the best hunting opportunity. When a pair of eyes full of murderous intent and forbearance stare at the prey, they act as a united group. At least they will carry out the Wolf King's orders to the letter. Each wolf performs its own duties. This ability to cooperate with each other is second to none among the junior warcraft. Surdak silently observed these sand wolves and asked Charlie.
The reason why they are chasing after us is because they think there are few of us. So they regard us as prey?
Charlie took a sip of water, hung the water bag on his waist, wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said,
This should be.
The horse under his crotch seemed to react to the group of sand wolves behind him, and it became a little restless. Charlie, who was new to riding, was sitting on the horse and rocking from side to side, trying to comfort his horse, and he was sweating profusely. Soldak had another idea in his mind at the moment. He said to Charlie, "This group of sand wolves often appears in this area and is always a threat to our cavalry. This time is also an opportunity for us. I am going to set a trap to lure them over and kill them. But I hope you can cooperate with me." Charlie and Val looked at each other, with a trace of hesitation evident in their eyes. "Are the three of us going to face these sand wolves?" Charlie looked at the gentle slope surrounded by limestone. There wasn't even any shelter. There was only a seed buckthorn grass drilled out of some stone crevices, and it was also covered by a layer of sand wolves, covered by a thin layer of volcanic ash. There was no favorable terrain for dealing with the wolves. Charlie said to Soldak, "Dak, calm down. Those are a group of monsters." Soldak stopped, smiled at Charlie and said, "It's not the three of us, but me alone. Later I will pretend to be injured and fall behind. You guys will continue to move forward with the cavalry." "I don't think so. I will give up this hunting opportunity. Don't worry about me. Even if I can't kill them, I can still escape." He looked back at the wolves. The Wolf King saw Soldak stop and stopped in confusion. The wolves around it also stopped one after another. The three of them were 700 or 800 meters away from the wolves. A few meters away, the two sides were facing each other quietly. Cerdak squinted his eyes. A gust of wind blew, and in the flying volcanic ash, the group of sand wolves slowly approached again. Soldak turned to look at Charlie and Val. Although these two young men were a little inferior in strength, they did not lack the courage to fight. Then he said to them, "But you two, I am worried that some sand wolves will bypass me and continue to chase you. Once they catch up, they will unload all the goods as Val said, and return to Val with these horses." Village. Seeing that Cerdak seemed determined to fight these sand wolves, Charlie could only grit his teeth and take out the alloy bow he was carrying behind him. He glanced at Val, who was doing the same action next to him, and said to Cerdak, "Dak, let me and Val stay too. We have alloy bows in our hands that can help you. At the worst, we can shoot down 2 sand wolves." Soldak shook his head. "I'm worried that once we get into a fighting stance, we will scare them away. Just do as I say. Don't underestimate me. I'm a reserve knight." Cerdak jumped off the horse, walked to Charlie and Val, patted their legs, and motioned for them to leave with the horse team. Okay. Just be careful with everything." Seeing that Soldak insisted on doing this, Charlie and Val continued on their way, leaving Soldak alone. Cerdak calmly took out 4 pottery bowls from his magic belt bag and placed them on the ground. He skillfully lit the blue flames in the pottery bowls. He clasped his hands and knelt in the center, and took out a shriveled stone in his hand. The head of the evil spirit came and was sacrificed. A pale golden statue of the devil appeared on the limestone ground. On one side of Cerdak praying to the statue, 2 beams of light fell on him continuously. The Wolf King standing in the distance seemed to sense the danger ahead, and stopped again, looking up to the sky and roaring, "Ouch!" The wolves immediately divided into 2 teams, surrounding Cerdak from the left and right sides. At this moment, the demon statue turned into dots of golden light and disappeared into the wind and sand, while Soldak held a shield in one hand and a Roman sword in the other, facing the Sand Wolf King several hundred meters away. After the wolves surrounded Soldak, 3 emaciated sand wolves immediately left the wolves and hung far behind the horse team. The wolves howled incessantly, and then a cloud of sand suddenly poured out from around the body of each sand wolf. After the yellow sand connected into one piece, Cerdak found that the sand wolves were surrounding the area. Yellow sand began to appear all over the area, and it felt a little painful when the sand hit the face. The view in front of Cerdak was slowly blocked by the yellow sand. It was only then that Cerdak felt that this group of sand wolves probably got their name from this. Put the cotton mask back on to prevent yellow sand from filling your mouth and nose. Soldak took a step forward with his sword in hand. He felt his feet go weak, and one leg sank into the soft sand. I don't know when so much yellow sand appeared on this limestone mountain, and it was also a piece of quicksand. He only took one step, and his body sank. Let yourself calm down and think to yourself, this is probably the natural magic of Warcraft displayed by those sand wolves. His legs soon sank into the quicksand. The quicksand was like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowing up Cerdak's lower body. Cerdak tried his best to lean forward and let himself lie on the quicksand. On the surface, he struggled to lift one foot in the quicksand, pulled the foot out of the quicksand, and then lay flat on the quicksand. Just when he was about to pull out his second foot, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the dust. Serdak subconsciously raised the iris shield in his hand, and a sand wolf emerged from the dust. His head hit the iris shield, and a silver light shield emerged from the iris shield, which immediately blocked the sand wolf back. Chapter 265 Killing the Wolf. Several sand wolves rushed to Serdak from the sand in no particular order. These sand wolves were as tall as calves, but most of them had an empty skeleton, and their bodies were covered with gray wolf fur and bared teeth. Dark purple gums could be seen when he was on the ground. They made a low roar and pounced on Serdak almost at the same time. At the critical moment, Serdak also pulled out his other leg from the quicksand. He rolled hard on the sand with his shield in his arms. Several sand wolves were unable to bite. The sand wolves wanted to use their thick front paws to kill Sue. Serdak pressed down on the sand, and a cold light flashed by. The Roman sword in Serdak's hand took advantage of the situation and cut off the two front legs of the sand wolf. The sand wolf instinctively lowered its body and tried to escape sideways, but it had no front legs, and its body was like a gourd rolling on the ground. It howled and rolled several times on the sand, with wolf blood splattering on the sand, and the ones that rushed up from behind. The sand wolf immediately took up its position and bit into Serdak fiercely. Several sand wolves attacked at the same time. Even if Serdak held up his shield, it was difficult to cover everything. Two sand wolves bit the trouser armor on Serdak's thigh. This trouser armor sewn from the skin of an unknown monster showed due to his good toughness. The two sand wolves did not bite through him. Serdak kicked the two sand wolves away with his feet, and then stabbed the sand wolf in front of him through the throat with his sword. Serdak's face left a trace of blood. Serdak shook off the wolf carcass and escaped from the quicksand trap. For sand wolves were biting the leather breastplate behind Serdak, just like Serdak was dragging four tails behind him. Just when Serdak turned around and waved his sword, those sand wolves pushed away quickly, and two sand wolves always pounced out from where he could not see, and launched a sneak attack on him. Fortunately, the set of Warcraft leather armor he was wearing was considered genuine, and it blocked several sand wolf bites for him at critical moments. The sand wolf wanted to throw Serdak to the ground and then bite his throat. However, Serdak took the opportunity to wave his shield frequently to block the attack of the sand wolf and successfully escaped from the quicksand trap. A silver light shield erupted, and the Roman sword in Serdak's hand continued to hit 5 sand wolves. There were several wolf carcasses lying on the sand, and the wolves surrounding them did not dare to rush in rashly. At this time, a wolf king, whose body was much larger than other sand wolves, rushed out of the sand like a violent bull. He stared at Serdak with cold eyes, and a pair of claws as thick as a bear came from a high place. When photographed, the sharp claw blade is almost half a foot long. Its left eye is golden in color, while its right eye is dark blue. There are 3 claw marks on the face of the Wolf King, which should be left when fighting with the same kind. Traces. It suddenly jumped up from the yellow sand in the sky and knocked down Serdak without warning. The iris shield in Serdak's hand blocked the Wolf King's claws, and the Wolf King bit into Serdak's Roman sword. 1 man and 1 wolf rolled out along the sand. The weight of the Wolf King reached almost 1,000 pounds, pressing on Serdak's body, almost making him unable to breathe. The Wolf King wanted to pull Serdak back into the quicksand, facing the Sand Wolf King, who was several times heavier than himself. Serdak lost his advantage in strength. When he was rolling on the ground, a rear claw stepped on him. Serdak's left chest almost crushed Serdak's ribs. The sand wolves around him were also waiting for the opportunity to bite him from behind. The Sand Wolf King let out a warning growl, and the surrounding wolves whimpered and retreated hastily. Serdak poured out a ball of holy light power from his body, and the Roman sword in his hand instantly erupted with a light golden glow. For sharp wolf teeth snapped, and the phantom of a demon god was with Serdak at this moment. When they came together, Serdak opened his eyes at the same time, let out a roar, and took the opportunity to pull the Roman sword out of the Sand Wolf King's mouth. The Roman sword cut a foot-long wound at the corner of the Wolf King's mouth, extending all the way to its neck. At the same time, the Sand Wolf King dragged Serdak into the quicksand again. Serdak turned over and rode on the back of the Sand Wolf King. The Roman sword in his hand penetrated the Wolf King's neck. The Sand Wolf King turned around and wanted to bite Serdak's arm, but was hit hard by the iris shield, hitting the head so hard that it whimpered. Tyson clamped a wolf tail between his legs and tried to escape from Serdak. However, Serdak was not willing to let go of the Sand Wolf King so easily. He continuously waved the iris shield in his hand and hit the Sand Wolf King hard on the head. He knocked the Sand Wolf King out more than 10 times in a row,
and then he reached out to grab him. The light gray mane on the top of the Sand Wolf King's head cut off the Wolf King's head, which was as big as a bull's head. As soon as the Sand Wolf King died, all the quicksand that appeared on the limestone ground disappeared. It was indeed the magic cast by the Sand Wolf King. When the other Sand Wolves saw the Wolf King being beheaded, they were frightened by Soldak and ran away. The yellow sand in the sky gradually dissipated as the wolves dispersed. Soldak held a Roman sword and struck a blow in the distance. Whistle, the ancient Bolai horse that had fled far away, immediately neighed and galloped from a distance. Serdek grabbed the saddle, turned over the horse in one movement, without slowing down the horse at all, and rode towards the wolves. Wait until Charlie and Val came back on horseback. Seeing the sand wolf carcasses scattered on the limestone ground, Serdek, covered in blood, was half crouching on the ground, peeling off the sand wolf's skin with a dagger. There was a deep cold light flashing in his eyes. Short, the dagger traveled back and forth along the fascia under the fur, peeling off the wolf's skin from the sand wolf as if it were undressing. Serdak's body was covered with bite marks from sand wolves. Many areas were not covered by leather armor, and his linen clothes were torn to pieces, exposing his bloody arms. It was unclear whether there were any injuries. He removed a piece of wolf skin intact. After peeling it off, he threw it aside. Then he stood up, smiled proudly at Charlie, and said,
"Why are you standing there? Why don't you come down and help?"
Although these sand wolf meat is hard and sour, it is still the meat of Warcraft after all. There is also a certain market in Helensa city, and it is an extremely rare meat for the villagers of Wall Village. This time, Serdek killed 17 sand wolves in one go. The rest of the sand wolves fled in different directions, unable to catch up in any case. Charlie and Val's eyes were a little dull. Charlie said in disbelief,
"Dak, you actually killed all those sand wolves."
Serdek walked towards the next sand wolf, looking like he was in a hurry. As he peeled the skin, he said,
"There are still a dozen sand wolves that have escaped. But I am sure that before these sand wolves advance further, you should not dare to come back again."
Val squatted in front of the Sand Wolf King's wolf head, opened the Wolf King's lips with his fingers, looked curiously at the sharp wolf teeth inside, and said,
"I heard that the Sand Wolf King's canines can be polished into sharp bone daggers. It looks like I feel it's quite sharp. Hey, Val, go and bring those back. You have to find a way to transport these sand wolves back to the village,"
Charlie said to Val. Chapter 266 Divide the Meat. In order to transport all the sand wolf meat and fur back to Wall Village, the three young men had to drop 30 bags of sulfur or halfway. Although basically no one would pass through this Gobi desert, Charlie still used limestone stones to cover these sulfur mine bags tightly. From a distance, they looked like great bags, except that there were no holes inserted in them. A wooden cross and 20 horses carrying loads of supplies traveled through this desolate land, because they were delayed for most of the day on the road. It took the three young people nearly 3 days to return to Wall Village. When the horse team loaded with supplies appeared in the village, almost all the villagers were excited. Everyone gathered around the horse team. We followed the horse team to the threshing floor. Next to the threshing floor is the village's large warehouse where public supplies are stored. The old village chief unscrewed the heavy door lock with his own hands and stored bags of sulfur ore into the warehouse. Selena wore a long starched linen dress that was slightly white, with her hair tied on top of her head. She followed the old village chief holding a sheepskin account book. At this time, she began to carefully check the amount of sulfur ore. When passing by Serdek, Selena walked up to Soldak without any concealment. She was only half a head shorter than Serdek, and her eyes were filled with laughter, staring at him with a hint of tenderness. She reached out and touched his torn sleeves when fighting the sand wolf. There seemed to be countless words in her eyes, but she said nothing. Signa was still hidden in her skirt. The little girl secretly lifted Selena's skirt, squatted between her legs and smiled sweetly at Soldak. That smile seemed to melt all the ice and snow in the world. When everyone saw the wolf skins carried on the horses, they realized that the three young men had encountered a sand wolf on the way. According to Soldak's instructions, he only said that he had set traps and killed more than a dozen sand wolves on the way. 17 wolf heads were neatly placed on the stone table at the edge of the threshing floor. The old village chief decided to personally he began to craft these 17 wolf skins. He found a huge and thick wolf skin among these wolf skins, and the smile on his face became solemn. The old village chief walked to the wolf heads and counted them one by one. He saw the wolf head of the Sand Wolf King at the edge. He slowly sat next to the wolf head and placed his fingers on the 3 scars on the face of the wolf head. He stroked it a few times, then took out his pipe, sat there alone and smoked a pack of cigarettes silently. Everyone in the village knew that the old village chief's appearance meant that he was in a bad mood, and no one was there at this time dared to get in trouble. There are 3 large stoves on the other side of the threshing floor. When the village kills sheep and drinks mutton soup, these 3 large pots are used to cook the soup. Therefore, there is a wooden lotus table next to the big pot. Fortunately, this lotus table is relatively strong. With the help of the villagers, all the wolf meat was piled on top. At this time, everyone was waiting for the old village chief to share the wolf meat. But no one was willing to invite the old village chief over. Natasha and Rita stood among a group of young women, looking at Soldak standing on the grain field from a distance. Little Peter wanted to break out of his mother's arms, but Natasha held her tightly. Dak stood in front of the meat case, waved to Rita and Natasha, and then personally asked the old village chief to distribute the wolf meat. There are very few opportunities to eat meat in the village. The land here is barren, and the villagers with more wealth can only raise a few chickens and ducks in their own yards. As for the large livestock, they are the property of the village, and these chickens and ducks are usually reluctant to eat. Throughout the year, the villagers of Wall Village only stew a whole fat chicken on the night of the harvest festival, or have a good meal during the first heavy snow. Surdak walked to the old village chief and saw that the tobacco in his pipe was about to burn out. The old village chief finally had some fluctuations in his eyes. He lifted up the Wolf King's lips again. Unfortunately, the flesh here was already stiff and could not be seen to the full view of this canine tooth. The old village chief sighed lightly.
When I was young, I also liked to hunt everywhere with a hardwood bough on my back. At that time, the barren land was still full of seed buckthorn grass, which was far less desolate than it is now. A few of my friends and I rushed to hunt in autumn, go hunting for limestone iguanas in the Gobi Desert. A graystone iguana can be exchanged for a bag of wheat.
Now it seems that a gray rock iguana can still come back in exchange for a bag of wheat. The old village chief tugged on a bunch of white hair above the Wolf King's eyes and said to Soldak,
You see the hair on its eyebrows has also turned gray. Yes, when I was young,
I saw the sand wolf bite another sand wolf to death in another duel, and this wound was made on its face. At that time, we thought it wouldn't live long, and several of our companions couldn't hold it back for a moment, and rushed to pick up the body before it had completely cooled down. It was lying on the ground covered in blood. When a few of us walked in, it suddenly stood up and knocked down 4 of our friends in one breath. The remaining people didn't know how they escaped. Later, it would appear every year, when hunting the gray rock iguana. We returned to that barren land with the wolf pack. After so many years, we have all grown old. But we never expected that we would be able to wait until the day when it would be decapitated.
The old village chief closed his eyes, like a believer praying devoutly.
Uncle Bright, everyone is waiting for you to share the meat,
Soldak reminded from the side. The old village chief calmed down his sorrowful mood, took a deep breath, and then said,
Let's go and share the meat.
He knocked out the ashes from the pipe, then stood up and said to Soldak,
Take out half of the wolf meat, cook it and dry it in the sun, and take it back to the sulfur mine. I will find someone to cut the meat and cook it. Meat. He pointed in the crowd, and the selected village women came out quickly. No one complained that they had to work after being selected by the old village chief. The old village chief gave them 8 wolves and asked them to eat all the wolf meat. All were made into bacon jerky, leaving 8 ordinary sand wolves. The old village chief found a group of village women and asked them to cut up the boned wolf meat separately, and then divide the meat into pieces. The old village chief pointed to the corpse of the last Wolf King and said to Soldak,
Don't divide the remaining Wolf King's meat. After you keep a part of it, it will be of great benefit to your body. The rest the Wolf King meat can also be sold in Helensa city, and this powerful Warcraft meat will not be much cheaper than salamander.
Surdak thought of the underground market in Helensa city. The magician should call the Sand Wolf King, who didn't like the earth element. Surdak looked at such a large pile of sand wolf meat, touched his nose in distress, and said to the old village chief,
There is no need to sell it, since we have started to stock up on sulfur ore. The meat has been divided up.
I heard that wolf meat is so sour and hard that it cannot be cooked through.
The old village chief smiled noncommittally and then said,
That's true, but it also depends on who is cooking.
After speaking, he turned to Selena, who had finished taking down the account, and ordered,
Selena, you will be responsible for the stew. The village will have a good meal tonight.
Serena raised her noble swan-like snow-white neck. Her big piercing eyes fell on the old village chief, and she happily agreed.
I know.
Uncle Bright. She leaned down and smelled the wolf meat, then turned around to make some preparations. The old village chief stood in front of the meat case, splitting a wolf leg with an axe while telling Soldak the storage method of sand wolf meat. This kind of sand wolf meat is slightly salted and hung on the fireplace, in the flue on the top. You can store it until this time next year. When you want to eat meat, you can take out a piece. This kind of smoked wolf meat is also unique to this area of Padlos Mountain. It turns out to be smoke, Surdak thought as he helped the old village chief open a wolf's hind legs. The old village chief's work speed was not ordinary. He chopped off the first wolf leg and handed it to an old man over 50 years old. He loudly said in his ear, "Don't be in a hurry to eat it when you take it home. Leave it until the snow closes the door in winter. Bake a piece of wheat cake. Cut a piece of smoked sand wolf meat, and you won't feel hungry all day long." After the old village chief said this, he looked around the crowd and shouted loudly to the young people gathered in the outer circle. "Rita, Natasha, what are you hiding behind? Come to the front quickly. Get the meat." When the village distributes materials, they are basically sorted according to the higher status in the village. This can prevent the disadvantaged groups from getting the meat first and causing others to hate them. Rita and Natasha were startled when they heard the old village chief shouting. Then they confirmed that the old village chief was calling them. And then they walked out of the crowd. They obviously had not experienced this kind of battle, and they secretly took a look. Surdak, the old village chief, did not cut the ordinary sand wolf meat, but directly patted the wolf king on the side, and said to Rita and Natasha, "This wolf king meat belongs to you." Chapter 267. The words on the wolf's leg. Villagers from the whole village gathered in the village's threshing floor one after another. The 8 sand wolves on the meat table were dismantled one after another. The old village chief distributed the wolf meat according to different situations of each family. The scene became a little chaotic. Then the old village chief roared a few times and kicked a lazy man to the ground who was cursing and trying to get more wolf meat. He hardly needed to say anything more, and the chaotic scene suddenly became orderly. Many times, the only thing that can maintain order is the fist. Selena took 2 village women and carried a large wooden basin on their shoulders to the meat table. She put all the large pieces of shaved wolf bones into the wooden basin. After a brief cleaning, she poured them all into the large iron pot. In the middle, the reeds dried in the tidal flats are burned under the big iron pot, and 2 village women are specially responsible for lighting the fire. There are few trees around Wall Village, so firewood is particularly precious. In the village, fires are made for cooking. In addition to wheat straw, they are dried reeds and red thatch. Selena's swaying figure is conspicuous among the village women. The men in the village can't help but glance at her bulging breasts and round buttocks. She also seems to have long been accustomed to being sneaked by the village men, staring, not caring about the strange eyes that glanced at her from the hiding place. She led the village women to cook the broth as usual. The village women all knew that Selena was an expert in cooking and wanted to have a delicious meal. Broth, at least for now. We must work together. Since Selena became the village clerk in charge of statistical accounts, her life has undergone some obvious changes. At least the villagers who wanted to take advantage of her were almost gone. There was no longer the kind of ruffian who suddenly rushed out of the road, stopped her, took out a baked wheat cake with a sour smell of sweat from his arms, and thought about going to her house to sit there. There were no more peepers lying outside the wall at dusk to peek into her house. Her life changed the moment she plucked up the courage to kneel by the stream with a wooden basin and rub Soldek's back. Although I still have to endure the disgusted looks of some village women, and when I turn around, there will still be people pointing fingers from behind. But this was also the case before. After she was branded as an unlucky person, she was slowly alienated by the women in the village. She had become accustomed to living alone with Zigna. In her most difficult time, she had thought about taking the warm baked wheat cakes from the hands of the villagers, and then pretending that she had been bitten by a dog. But every time in the end, I still got through it with difficulty. Although the land in Ware village is barren and the villagers are destitute, no one has starved to death in the village. The wrinkled old village chief will always help in the most difficult times. And then the difficult life will continue. It's just that when he walks, his back looks even more hunched. Life was completely changed the day the man in front of me appeared in the village riding an ancient Bolai horse. I remember that at dusk that day, she was standing on the way home carrying water, and Zigna was squatting on the roadside digging a sweet root grass. The afterglow of the setting sun dissipated the heat, and people in the village flocked to the entrance of the village. Everyone was saying that a knight came out of Wall Village. Not long after, he took back Bago pasture for the village. Now there is a group of fat
and strong yellow sheep raised in Bago pasture. Around the harvest festival, 1/3 of the yellow sheep will be transported to Helensa city to be sold. The village can also store a batch of winter storage supplies. But looking at the situation this year, there may be no need to sell the yellow sheep in Bago pasture. Rita and Natasha were wondering what they were going to do to move this bull-sized piece of wolf meat back home. The old village chief distributed the entire sand wolf king to old Sheila's family. There was basically not much fat on the red wolf meat, and the internal organs were removed after skinning. The weight of this wolf king was nearly 700 pounds. Such a large wolf, the meat was too heavy for them. Seeing that Rita and Natasha didn't know what to do, Serdek ran over to help. He took out an axe and split the sternum, and then broke the sand wolf king into 2 slices, and then removed the front and rear legs respectively, and separate the spine and wolf ribs, so that each piece of meat can be put into a large wooden basin. Rita and Natasha both seemed happy to see Serdek return safely. Rita was curious about Serdek's process of hunting sand wolves in the limestone gobi. But Serdek just said a few words. In a sentence. I just said that I met a group of wolves in the mountains. So I designed a trap and attracted these sand wolves. I was very lucky in this hunting. And I actually killed a wolf king. Looking at the traces of battle left on Serdek's body, Rita and Natasha actually knew very well that the process of hunting sand wolves must be thrilling. If it were as simple as Serdek said, the people in the mountains with the wolves have been hunted down by the villagers long ago, and they will never be left here until now. 17 wolf skins and 17 wolf heads belong to Serdek. These are the greatest value of this hunt. I didn't expect that the idea of preparing a wolf skin mattress for old Sheila would be realized so quickly. But each of these wolf skins was like a hard board with long hair, and it would make a dang, 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 dang sound when you hit it with your knuckles. If you want to turn it into fur that feels as soft as skin, you have to send it to the old village chief's house to be cooked. As for the wolf heads, Serdek planned to take out the most valuable magic core and seal it with quicklime. These sand wolf heads were good sacrifices. In addition to the magic core in the sand wolf king's skull, Serdek also found 2 additional magic cores. However, Serdek could feel that there was no magic crystal in this magic core. The one from Wall Village, the villagers had never seen this thing before. When they saw Serdek using a dagger to dig out 2 dark stones from the sand wolf's skull, the villagers standing aside and watching were very curious. Only the old village chief knew that this thing was very precious. He squeezed in from the outside of the crowd and reached out to pick up the 2 magic cores as big as walnuts. His fingers suddenly became a little trembling. He asked Serdek, "Is this the most precious thing in the monster's body? The magic core?" Serdek closed the old village chief's hand holding the magic core and asked him to hold the 2 magic cores tightly. He said casually, "These are magic cores, but they are not precious. Such a magic core is in the sea." The value of Helensa city is about 50 silver, which is far less valuable than this wolf skin and this wolf head. Don't gamble on luck. 9 times out of 10. There are no magic crystals in the magic core of low-level monsters. There are only magic cores produced by second-level monsters. This is the real magic core. As he spoke, he threw away the remaining magic core that he dug out of the wolf king's skull. The breathing of the villagers nearby became rapid, and they all discussed, 50 silver coins? I couldn't make that much money even in half a year. This is what the magic core looks like. Just as everyone was talking about it, Rita, who was picking the wolf king's leg bone on the meat table, suddenly let out a soft cry, and then she shouted to Serdek, "Serdek, come and see, look at the writing on this wolf's leg bone." Chapter 268 Gift. It was a spirit bone with a magic pattern of life, and there was still a trace of wolf meat hanging on it. An extremely obvious knife mark almost touched the dark red. The magic pattern rubbed past, but there was still rich earth magic on the spirit bone. Breath. Countless earth magic powers gathered in the magic lines to form large and small magic whirlpools, just like gurgling streams running endlessly on the runes of the spiritual bones. Serdek couldn't understand the magic runes on the leg bones, but he had seen the black-striped demon skin on countless evil spirits. The 2 things were not actually the same kind in the field of magic. The black-striped demon skin was the symbol of evil spirits. The marks that appear on the body after the ghost advances are just like the dark lines that appear on the face of barbarians as their strength increases. They are the manifestation of their strength and identity after they advance. However, magic pattern spirit bone is a rarer magic material and has a wide range of applications in the field of magic. The biggest difference between this life magic pattern and those magic rune boards in the magic market is that it is a product created by nature. If it is placed in a suitable environment, its useful life is almost the end of the Sand Wolf King's life. Almost every piece of spirit bone has the natural advantage of low magic consumption, which makes the price of life magic pattern spirit bone nearly 10 times higher than that of magic rune board in the Green Empire magic market. Of course, not every World of Warcraft can give birth to manifested life demonic spirit bones. The chances of primary Warcraft being able to give birth to demonic spirit bones are even pitifully low, such as demonic antelope, timfish, and sand wolf. The chance of a primary magical beast being able to give birth to a magical spirit bone is even less than 1,000, and many times they are ignored by hunters. For example, this is the leg bone of the Sand Wolf King. If Rita hadn't been trying to pick off the leg meat because the Wolf King's hind legs were too heavy, and happened to scrape the leg bone while picking out the meat, even Rita would have lost it. If the flesh-picking knife penetrates a little deeper, the life magic pattern spirit bone will be completely scrapped. Serdek didn't know the spirit bone with the magic pattern of life. He only knew that it was no different from the black pattern magic skin on the devil. He could also feel a lot of magic on this bone. And he could also feel it. Saw some weird bloody runes. Serdek also chose to clean the wolf meat from the leg bones, and then found a piece of oil paper to wrap the leg bones, preparing to take them to the magic market in Helensa another day. It was also the first time for the villagers of Wall Village to see such a leg bone with strange runes engraved on it. However, they did not understand the value of magic-marked spirit bones. They only thought it was strange that this wolf had leg bones on it. There may still be talismans. But then everyone's attention was diverted by something even more strange. Namely the 2 longest fangs in the mouths of these sand wolves. Each sand wolf has 4 sharp, staggered canine teeth in its mouth. The 2 canines on an adult sand wolf are about 3 inches long when grown. If they are removed and a hardwood handle is placed at the root of the tooth, it can be made. It becomes a bone dagger without a forehead protector. This wolf-tooth dagger cannot be burned on a fire or used as a small table knife for cutting meat. But it is a very practical dagger. Its biggest feature is that it has a very strong and has piercing power, and can easily cut through 3 layers of rawhide. Serdek harvested 17 sand wolf heads. The villagers knew that these wolf heads belonged to Serdek. These villagers had been afraid of poverty for so many years. Everything was measured by money. They knew that these wolf heads were the property of Serdek. The value lies in it. So I have no idea about Lengia. Rita and Natasha put the disassembled wolf meat into bags, and hung them on the hooks on both sides of the ancient Bolai horse's saddle. The 2 women led the horses one after the other to deliver the fresh meat to the Sand Wolf King. Go home. And Serdek stays to process these sand wolf skulls with quicklime. These sand wolf skulls are the best material for sacrifices. He does not want to take out a random sand wolf skull during the next sacrificial ceremony. The head looked like it was carrying a jar of stinky tofu whose lid had been knocked over. Serdek couldn't help complaining in his heart. If he really sacrificed a wolf head like that, maybe it would be a curse. An older child squatted next to the meat case with his hands on his knees, looking at Serdek helplessly. His eyes were narrowed into a line. There were a few brown freckles on his face, a fleshy nose, and a mouth when he smiled. With his big grin, Serdek had some impression of him at the entrance of the village. And everyone called him Benny. He is 16 years old this year, and it is said that he will attend a coming-of-age ceremony in the fall. And his parents do not plan to let him get married, but are planning to send him to the army to serve in the army. If he can come back alive in 4 years, he will naturally have the girl with the dowry came to marry willingly. Serdek felt that the Green Empire's universal recruitment system was the biggest problem restricting the population.
Benny, how are the preparations for the coming-of-age ceremony going?
Serdek put on leather gloves, wrapped the wolf's head with some quicklime powder, and then wrapped it firmly with linen cloth, and then asked the big boy. Benny saw that Serdek wanted to bundle the linen, but couldn't spare his hands. So he stood up to help with a wink.
Ha ha. Of course. Old Benny is going to give me a pair of brand new sheepskin boots, he said. That sounds pretty good. Now, since you're about to become an adult, I don't have anything to give you.
As he said that, Serdek packed the linen into a magic waste bag and picked up another one from the table, a wolf head, and then used the dagger in his hand to pry open the wolf's mouth and knock out a wolf tooth on the sand wolf. Then he shaved off the flesh and blood with a few knives, wiped it with a rag, wrapped it in the rag, and threw it to Benny, who was in a daze.
This is for you. Be careful not to get cut by it. I heard that it is poisonous. It shouldn't be difficult to give it a handle. Right.
Soldek smiled slightly and said to Benny,
Is this for me?
The big boy had not yet recovered from the surprise, and still asked innocently. Then he immediately realized that he didn't have to question it at all. So he immediately replied,
Of course it's not difficult. Wow. This is so cool. I actually have a wolf fang dagger.
Soldek didn't expect that a wolf tooth would make Benny so happy. He just took out a few things and thought he should give some gifts to the older children attending the coming-of-age ceremony. Later, Soldek discovered that Benny was holding the wolf tooth in his hand and rushed into the crowd of friends like crazy, shouting with excitement, for fear that the whole village would not know. Then the canine teeth of the 4 wolf heads were shaved off. Serdek didn't know that there were so many older children attending the coming-of-age ceremony this year in Wall Village, which had less than 100 households. This gift is indeed a bit valuable to the villagers of Wall Village. Even the adults in the village are envious of the good luck of these older children. Chapter 269 Misunderstanding. After the old village chief divided the wolf meat, he found Soldek, who had treated the wolf's head with quicklime, and was about to sit down and rest for a while. He took out a greasy rag and wiped his hands. The sticky wolf blood was difficult to wipe clean, so he simply threw the rag aside, sat across from Serdek and said,
You are really generous. Take the wolf fang.
The daggers were given as gifts, but one was given to each of these children attending the coming-of-age ceremony.
Soldak was sitting in the shade of a chestnut tree beside the barn and resting. 2 older children came over diligently carrying a wooden basin filled with water. He also put his hand in without politeness. In the basin, I washed my face happily. When I heard the old village chief complaining next to me, I raised my head and smiled, and waved to the 2 older children standing nearby. The older child seemed to have done something extraordinary. He cheered, poured the red blood in the tub into the drainage ditch at the edge of the barn, and left happily carrying the tub. The old village chief's eyes twitched, thinking that he had such a high prestige in Wall Village that there were people who would take the initiative to fetch water for him to wash his hands. The charm of a wolf-tooth bone dagger was really powerful enough. Serdek smiled beside him and said to the old village chief, I just want them to have a better way to protect themselves. These children have no idea how dangerous it is outside. Before they accept the cruel environment outside, they will be beaten severely. You should try your best to arm yourself.
The old village chief pointed to a group of girls surrounded by a group of village women, stared at Soldek seriously and asked,
What do those girls say? They don't need to perform military service or go to the battlefield. How can you use wolf fang?
Did you give them the dagger?
Seeing the questioning tone in the old village chief's tone, Soldek was a little confused. Usually the old village chief was not such a harsh person. So he said to the old village chief according to what he thought in his heart.
Sending gifts is not a good thing. Everyone must be equal, and we must not engage in gender discrimination. Anyway, I am not going to sell these wolf teeth. You see? Otherwise there will be these redundant wolf teeth. You could also ask someone to make them into wolf fang daggers. They can be used next year. Take it as a gift and give it to the children attending the coming-of-age ceremony.
After saying that, Soldak took out a cloth bag from his arms and handed it to the old village chief. After the old village chief opened it, he discovered that there were dozens of sand wolf fangs inside. He glanced at the village women gathered on the field, patted Serdak on the shoulder and said to him, But the families of those girls think that you must have fallen in love with their daughters, and think that you are sending them as betrothal gifts. They think that after the coming-of-age ceremony, you will take the initiative to marry their daughters. Soldak was just about to take a drink of water when he heard the old village chief say this, and was so frightened that he even dropped the wooden water glass to the ground.
How is that possible? These children are only 16 years old and have not yet reached adulthood. What's more, I still have a wife. Do you think there is something wrong with my aesthetics?
Soldak quickly defended. He also didn't expect that the gift he gave would be misunderstood. This matter really needed to be made clear. No wonder after he gave away so many wolf fang daggers, everyone looked at him strangely. It turned out that the biggest reason was here.
You really have no idea?
The old village chief looked into Soldak's eyes and confirmed again.
It's absolutely true.
Soldak felt that if he didn't explain clearly, he might be kicked out by old Sheila at night. Seeing that Serdak was so eager to defend himself, the old village chief believed that what Serdak was telling the truth should be true. He nodded with satisfaction and comforted the shocked Serdak.
Okay, I will do this. Let me explain it to you.
He stood up and took 2 steps outside, then stopped and turned to Serdak and said,
But you must remember this time. Some gifts have completely different meanings in the eyes of men and women. It is perfectly fine for you to give daggers to boys.
What boy doesn't like daggers? He glanced at the boys outside the barn who were whittling dagger handles under the oak tree. With kind eyes, watching them grow up day by day. These older children were the hope of the future of Wall Village. Then the old village chief said to Soldak very sincerely,
But if you give daggers to girls, people will mistakenly think that you are proposing to them. Giving them daggers is to protect their chastity before marriage.
Surdak coughed.
Cough, cough.
He thought to himself, I'm afraid I must ask the old village chief or old Sheila more about this kind of giving away things in the future. Surdak secretly took a look at the strange looks around him, and felt that he was surrounded by a group of people who wanted to watch the excitement without fear of trouble. He could no longer stay in the barn, and was ready to leave for a while, waiting for the old village chief to explain it to him later, so that no one will look at him like this. Thinking of this, he touched his forehead with a headache, and then looked at the sun that was almost setting. He thought that after running back and forth for so many days, the sour smell all over his body was really unbearable. So he wanted to take some time to go home and take a shower. Bath. The old village chief gave most of the valuable things from hunting sand wolves to Surdak. The village only shared some sand wolf meat. Now Surdak took out all the wolf teeth and asked the old village chief to then make a bone dagger and give it to the young people participating in the coming-of-age ceremony in the village. The remaining wolf teeth can be kept until next year and given away again. Seeing Soldak's tall figure leaving the barnyard, the village chief straightened his back, stood on the high platform, and shouted at the top of his lungs to the gathered village women.
Listen to me, everyone. These wolves, the tooth dagger is given by the village to the children participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. No matter male or female. Each person has one copy.
The words of the old village chief are almost equivalent to laws in Ware Village. Over the years, the villagers of Ware Village have become accustomed to the old village chief's loud voice. After hearing the old village chief's explanation, the strong village women swayed. The plump buttocks dispersed one after another,
and the girls, who had obtained the wolf fangs, and were surrounded by the village women, finally escaped. They happily ran to the tree where the boys were staying, asked them for help, and also gave their own wolf fangs a comfortable grip. The aroma of the meat in the large cooking pot has wafted out, and there are some oily flowers floating in the rolling soup pot. The day before yesterday, the leader of the caravan arrived as promised. The old village chief sold half a bag of sulfur ore to the caravan. All the proceeds from the sale of the sulfur ore were exchanged for wheat flour, salt, salted fish, ham, and some spices that people in the city would use. The caravan leader also suggested that the old village chief buy some fruit saplings next spring and plant them on both sides of the ravine in Wall Village. The old village chief asked Selina to get a bag of wheat flour from the warehouse and bake some wheat cakes. Then she could put the chopped wolf meat in the cakes. Selina was standing beside the big cooking pot, holding a long spatula in her hand. She was looking at Soldak's back through the lingering heat. The old village chief called her several times before she responded. Said,
Okay, I'll go right away.
Chapter 270. The Man Who Redeems His Sins on the Top of the Mountain. The bathroom was filled with hot air. Natasha walked into the bathroom with a blushing face, holding a stack of linen clothes, and placed the pile of clothes on the shelf next to the barrel. Surdak soaked in the steaming large wooden barrel. His broad back covered with scars was exposed, and his thick arms were resting on the edge of the barrel. This large barrel looked very old, and the wooden boards were already worn out. It has become somewhat black from use, and the outer copper clamp is covered with green patina, and water will seep out along the gaps in the wooden boards. When he found Natasha walking in, Surdak shrunk into the barrel in embarrassment, with only the part above his neck above the water. Seeing the embarrassed look on Surdak's face, Natasha, who was still a little nervous at first, burst into laughter with a rare burst of laughter. Natasha reached out and brushed the long hair around her ears, biting it with her white teeth. With her rosy lips, she said in a thin voice,
You need me and it hashtag.
She lowered her head, and Soldak couldn't see the expression on her face. At this time, he could only see that the roots of her ears were red. She was standing at the door of the bathroom wearing a long blue linen skirt, with a slender and tall figure, far less shapely and plump than Rita. She didn't look like a woman who had given birth to a child.
Want to add hot water for me? Okay.
Soldak reached out and wiped the water on his face and said to Natasha, Oh. Natasha felt that she would faint from suffocation if she continued to stand there. So she agreed and retreated in panic. She slipped into the kitchen next to the bathroom, squatted next to the large wooden basin, and began to scrub the set of Warcraft leather armor stained with wolf blood. Rita squatted beside the stove, pursed her lips, and gave Natasha a thumbs up of praise. The water in the pot has not yet boiled, Rita said loudly to Soldak through the wooden wall.
Sheila wants you to take the meat of the Sand Wolf King to Helensa City and sell some. There is a bit too much meat. This is not winter. There is no way to store so much bacon in the chimney. It will block our chimney.
Serdak's voice sounded. And then, he heard Serdak's voice coming from next door.
I know. But you must leave as much as possible. Remember to give little Peter something to eat every day. This Sand Wolf King, it is considered a second-level monster. Eating this kind of animal meat regularly can improve your physique. Forget about Sheila. Her body may not be able to tolerate this kind of meat. But eating it once in a while should be fine.
Hearing Soldak say that sand wolf meat can improve little Peter's physical condition, Natasha quickly poked Rita with her finger. Rita made a circle with her thumb and index finger, making an okay gesture. Rita blinked her big blue eyes and asked expectantly,
Then when are you going to leave? I mean to Helensa. If allowed, then tomorrow. What's wrong?
Serdak asked.
Can you take me and Natasha with you? We also want to go to the city and have a look.
Rita glanced at Natasha, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with a smile,
Of course.
Soldak agreed without thinking. While Soldak was taking a bath, he chatted wordlessly with Rita, who was sitting next door boiling water. Old Sheila took little Peter to the barnyard, where the dinner party had almost begun. The next morning, Charlie and Val took 20 young people from the village and rushed to the sulfur mine in Pudu Mountain, carrying a large amount of wheat cakes, beans, pickled salted wolf meat, some onions, carrots and other supplies. This is the second group of villagers from Wall Village going to the sulfur mine. They will stay in the sulfur mining area for about half a month and return to Wall Village before the harvest festival. As soon as it dawned, these young people rode their horses and quietly left Wall Village. There are currently less than 70 households living in the village. Now more than half of the family's men have gone to the sulfur mines, leaving only some elderly women and children got off. Serdak did not return to Pussy Mountain with Charlie and the others, but rushed to the city of Helensa. He let Rita and Natasha ride on the same horse, and he also rode on another ancient horse. The three of them left Wall Village while the dew in the grassland had not completely fallen, rushed to Helensa City along the mountain road. The mountain wind was already very cold in late September. Only when the sun continued to rise, the temperature here would continue to warm up. Rita and Natasha were wearing cloaks and sitting on the horse. I didn't dare to move my back. Fortunately, the ancient Bolai horse they were riding was Soldak's mount. Rita and Natasha would not only cut grass and feed it, but also shave it of horse sweat. This war horse was also very sensible. And the two ladies looked very honest after riding on it. Old Sheila originally disagreed with Rita and Natasha going to Helensa City. But this time Soldak also stood up and begged Old Sheila, which made Old Sheila reluctantly agree. Rita rarely left Wall Village, and the farthest place she had been to was Bago Pasture, 5 kilometers away. She was full of curiosity about the world outside the village, and asked Soldak endless questions as soon as she walked out of the village. Serdak explained patiently, as if he had lived in this land for decades, while Rita, a native, was an outsider. The sun jumped out from below the horizon, as red as a fried egg. There was barren land everywhere, and the ground was covered with gravel. A gust of wind blew by, raising a cloud of yellow sand. The most common plants on this land are seed buckthorn grass and thirsty grass that grow close to the ground. For most of the year, their branches and leaves are withered and yellow. Only in the months of the rainy season do they absorb enough water of rain, taking the opportunity to thrive. The woman's face was covered with a gauze, and she slowly disappeared on the mountain road while riding a horse. When passing the mountain pass, Rita pointed to the wooden crosses on the top of the mountain and asked Serdak what they were. Serdak could only answer vaguely, "Those are some crosses. After some sinful people die, in order to atone for their sins, they will hang themselves on crosses and let vultures peck at their flesh." Rita looked at it from a distance for a few times and felt a little disgusted, thinking, do these evil-doing people worry that they will not be able to enter heaven before they die? Natasha turned her face to the other side, unable to bear to watch the scene. After passing through the mountain pass, looking around, there are some mottled green marks on the slopes between the mountains. Sparse trees grow in many sunken ravines and on the northern slopes of the mountains. There are also some small bushes on the mountains. There are more in the mountains. There are many light greens, and the vegetation here is obviously much better than outside the mountain pass.
It would be great if we in Wall Village could move here. At least there would be some pasture for grazing here.
Rita sighed. Serdek pointed to a large piece of land in front of him and said to Rita and Natasha,
"From this mountain pass to the south, you have to go over 2 mountains. The land that you can see is the Marae in the city of Helensa, the territory of Count Augustus. If you are willing to become a subject of Count Augustus, you can theoretically live here,"
because he would also have a knightly fiefdom. Serdek bought a map of the territory of Helensa city. He had already done enough research on the territory around Wall Village. But as people say, this north of Daoshan Pass is the desolate land of Paglos Mountain. No nobles are willing to choose their territory here. They would rather live in Bena City and then choose their territory in the small plains in the hands of the Duke. In this desolate land outside the mountain pass, there are only a dozen naturally formed villages. The tax officials of Helensa City are not willing to come here to collect taxes because it is simply too poor. The villagers here are even still live a life of barter. Chapter 271 Moonlight in the City. Along the road, there were soon some large and small oak forests. This was the season when golden and silver oak trees fell. From time to time, acorns fell from the top of the trees. These acorns belonged to the Lord here. They could only wait for the Lord. After they sent farmers in the territory to harvest these gold and silver acorns. Other villagers could enter the forest to pick up the missed acorns. The winter in Bena City is not too cold. The nobles here have the habit of burning charcoal in the fireplace in winter. The nobles like to burn these fruity charcoals made from acorns, because the seeds in the acorns contain a lot of oil. After being lit, there will be a scent of tree oil. After crossing another mountain ridge, large oak forests are spread across the mountains. Only small patches of mountain land are covered with grass and low shrubs. Only when we reach this point can we officially enter the mountains on the outskirts of Helensa City. The weather in September is still a bit hot after noon. But once you hide under the shade of a tree, you will feel a little cooler. The three decided to rest for a while in the oak forest on the top of the mountain. Soldak took the opportunity to quickly drink some water and feed the 2 horses with some fodder. Then let them freely chew the grass on the roadside in the woods. Rita took out the baked oatmeal cakes with meat that had been prepared long ago and were distributed to Soldak and Natasha. Natasha held a water bag and sipped the water. Her eyes kept looking at the lush oak trees. Lynn, looking at the acorns falling on the ground, couldn't help but reach out and pick up a few.
"I heard from the merchants in the caravan that bandits often appear in the mountains and forests. Is it true?"
Rita handed the meat-stuffed pancake to Soldak and gave up some space. He sat down. Serdek leaned against the thick oak tree, rubbed his numb legs, and said with a smile,
"There are not going to be so many robbers, but they do happen occasionally."
Seeing Rita looking at him with big eyes, he couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pat Rita's back, and said to her,
"Don't worry. Wall Village is so poor. There are no robbers who can't think of anything and will come here."
When they rob Wall Village, they will only rob some wealthy nobles.
Rita squinted her eyes like an orange cat, seeming to enjoy Serdak's touch. Then she couldn't help but glance at Natasha, and saw Natasha's eyes falling on the mountain road down the mountain. She followed her gaze, and happened to see 3 magic caravans speeding on the mountain road. So she curiously looked at them. Serdek asked,
"Soldak, look what that is."
Serdek followed Rita and Natasha's gaze, and saw 3 carriages speeding past on the mountain road in the forest. He could only see the shadows of those vehicles through the gaps between the trees, and a group of cavalry following closely behind. It actually looked majestic and imposing.
"Those are several carriages. Let me take a look. I think they should be magic-covered carriages that can only be owned by a certain noble in Helensa City. There are family emblems on the carriages, but I don't recognize them,"
Soldak said. Soon after, the carriage and cavalry disappeared on the mountain road, and the 3 of them continued on the road after taking a rest, and finally entered the city of Helensa before the city gate closed at dusk.
Helensa City.
The first thing he did after entering the city was to find a hotel. Soldak had already been to Helensa City twice, and was deeply impressed by this beautiful mountain town. This time he still chose the hotel opposite Park Square. A group of night watchmen lit up all the street lights in every corner of the city. There were still an endless stream of pedestrians on the street. The aroma of some food floated on the street. Serdek bought it from a businessman carrying a fruit basket on his head. After giving 2 apples and a copper plate to the businessman, the businessman carried the fruit basket and left with a smile and followed the flow of people. Since Rita and Natasha didn't know how to ride a horse, after Soldak entered the city, he helped Rita and Natasha off their horses. He held the 2 horses and asked Rita and Natasha to follow him. He didn't want the horse to be frightened and the situation to be out of control. so there seemed to be nothing wrong with leading the horse to walk slowly on the street.
When we arrived at the hotel, it was completely dark. The owner of the hotel led his 2 horses to the stables in the backyard, and the landlady in charge of the front desk invited them into the hotel. The landlady saw Suaire. Dak recognized him at a glance. The hotel prefers regular guests like this who come back again and again. When they saw him bringing 2 women with him this time, he said with a smile,
"Night, Serdek. Good evening. If you come to Helensa City this time, how many days do you plan to stay?"
The landlady seemed a little hot, with a smile on her tawdry face. She kept adjusting her dress with her hands, and fanned herself with the bone-folding fan in her hand, filling the entire hotel hall with her perfume. Soldak glanced at the landlady and replied,
"Give me 2 rooms for 2 nights. They should be quieter and cleaner. You know I don't like to be disturbed. There are 2 rooms on the 3rd floor with a loft and a balcony. One room has a view of the DC area and Park Plaza from the balcony, and the other room has a view of the City Hall and the Bell Tower. It is the best room here for me. If you want 2 rooms, you only need to pay 7 silver coins per room, including breakfast and dinner. Tomorrow's breakfast will be white bread with bacon rolls and fried eggs. Tonight, there will only be some beef patties and mushroom soup. If you want to eat, please inform me in advance."
The proprietress smiled like a fox. Soldak looked at Rita and Natasha and asked them both,
"What do you need?"
When Rita heard the house price reported by the landlady, she couldn't believe her ears. 1 night's stay in a hotel in Helensa City actually cost 7 silver coins. This was simply unbelievable. A yellow sheep and Bago ranch if sold to a businessman, it would only cost 5 or 6 silver coins. Doesn't that mean that staying in this hotel for 1 night is equivalent to giving away a yellow sheep? She glanced at Soldak and then at Natasha. Seeing the same unconcealable surprise in her eyes, she hesitated and whispered to Soldak,
"We can just book a room.
At least this will save 1 yellow sheep every night. And at worst, I'll have to sleep on the floor," Rita thought in her mind. Seeing the troubled expression on Rita's face, Soldak could probably guess what she was thinking. So he said to the landlady,
"Do you have any sweets? If so, open one for us. You need to help us prepare it."
3 dinners.
The landlady lowered her head and flipped through the account books, trying her best to hide her contempt for Rita, and said in a disgusted voice,
"The suite is not available on the 3rd floor. Only on the 2nd floor. You need to pay 9 silver coins."
Okay. Soldak felt that there was no need to waste time on this, so he decided directly,
"I'll take you there right now."
When the proprietress walked out of the counter, she looked at the women brought by the young knight. Seeing that they were wearing burlap clothes that only village women wore, she complained in her heart. The young knight didn't seem to have a very good vision either. She walked upstairs and said,
"Hot water is provided for a limited time in the evening. If you want to take a bath, it is best not to miss the time. Of course, if you are not afraid of the cold, cold water is provided at any time."
Rita watched the landlady walk past her, her plump skin exposed from her low-cut dress. She felt her heart pounding and thought to herself, how could this shameless woman do this? Chapter 272, The Cheap Magic Apprentice. Life is full of unknown encounters. Rita never imagined that one day she would live in such a gorgeous hotel. The corridor is paved with soft carpets. Exquisite oil paintings are hung on the walls, and glass chandeliers with cloud patterns hang from the ceiling. The suite is even more spacious than the stone house at home. In addition to the living room that leads to the terrace, there were 2 completely independent rooms, and the walls in the bathroom were covered with a layer of smooth marble. If she hadn't seen the sign at the hotel entrance in advance, she would have even felt like she was standing in a castle. Rita thought that only nobles would decorate their manors so gorgeously. Sitting on the hotel terrace and looking at the night view of Helensa City, the night sky is full of stars. In front of me is a brightly lit city. The bell tower is lit up with blazing flames, which is like a soaring flame in the city. Huge torch.
The mountains and forests outside the city were silent in the dark night. When taking a bath, Rita almost fell asleep lying in the bathtub, which caused Natasha to only take half the bath time. The 3 of them sat on the terrace, eating and drinking. There were beef patties with cheese, and you could even eat strange ls in the delicious soup. He had to admit that the proprietress was quite good at cooking, and the salad mixed with apples and some unknown fruits turned out to be so delicious. The 3 of them were probably too hungry. Even the white bread in the basket was dipped in the broth on the plate, and they ate it all. Natasha's long hair was tied casually around her head, and her face became particularly rosy under the hot water. when she sat opposite Soldak and ate a salad. She never dared to raise her head. Her open bathrobe, the round curve of being propped up, made her afraid to sit upright. Rita, on the other hand, finished the food on the plate as quickly as possible and stood next to the railing of the terrace, looking out curiously. Soldak put down the tableware in his hand and said to Rita,
I'm too tired today. Go to bed early. After selling the wolf meat tomorrow, I will take you to visit the city of Helensa.
Rita was a little disappointed. She looked at Soldak's back as he walked back to the room, secretly made a face, and then pulled Natasha back to her room, without Soldak sitting next to her. Natasha's personality became a little more lively. She stood in front of the dressing table mirror with some curiosity, looked at herself in the mirror, then stretched out her arms and turned in a circle, and then touching his face, he moved closer to the mirror and looked at it carefully. Rita sat up from the soft bed, pushed Natasha next to her, who had her eyes closed but was obviously not asleep, and said,
Natasha, how about we sneak out for a walk?
Natasha opened her eyes with some embarrassment, rolled up the quilt, and said to Rita,
No. Old Sheila told you that when you arrive in Helensa City, you must follow Soldak's arrangements. This bed is a bit soft. I can't sleep at all.
Rita lay back on the bed and said weakly, after breakfast, Soldak wanted Rita and Natasha to wander around the park square, waiting for him to dispose of the wolf meat before returning to join them. But Rita didn't agree with this arrangement and insisted on following Soldak to the underground black market in Helensa City. Soldak came to the alley again, and a group of people were waiting outside the big black iron gate. Among these people were many magicians wearing magic robes, and some businessmen. They saw Soldak walking over dressed as a knight, followed by young women in simple clothes. All turned their heads to the side. Everyone did not wait long. The iron door was opened from the inside. These people walked in one after another. When Soldak walked inside, he was stopped by the strong man at the door.
Mr. Knight, you can't.
Get in. I was here last time. Carl brought me here,
Soldak explained to the strong man guarding the door. However, the strong man was not moved at all. There was no expression on his face, and he only said,
You can ask him to take you in again, but you can't do it now. Sorry. This is the rule here.
His body was blocking the doorway like an iron tower, and it was impossible for Soldak to force his way in. He looked up at the tall buildings in the alley, and had no choice but to say,
Okay.
After saying that, he was about to leave with Rita and Natasha. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind Soldak.
Please wait a moment. Knight, are you here to ship goods?
Soldak was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe walking out of the yard. There was a trace of electric magic in his eyes, as if there was a violent power in his body. So he nodded honestly. He stood in front of Soldak, looked at him for a moment, and asked,
What are you going to sell? Sand wolf meat,
Soldak said. The middle-aged man in front of him was actually about the same height as Soldak.
Can I take a look?
The middle-aged mage said again. Soldak took out a sand wolf leg wrapped in oil paper from his magic waist bag and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took dozens of pounds of sand wolf legs in his hands effortlessly. He put it under his nose and smelled it, and said with some emotion,
It's true that this is sand wolf meat, but the smell of earth magic elements in it. It's much better than ordinary sand wolf meat. Could it be the meat of the Sand Wolf King?
Soldak nodded again and said,
It's exactly a Sand Wolf King. You can go in. The price of this kind of monster meat will probably not be less than 5 silver coins per pound. Don't sell it too cheap.
The middle-aged man threw the wolf leg wrapped in oil paper back into Soldak's arms, stopped and asked,
Oh, by the way, are you from the north?
Soldak shook his head in confusion. The middle-aged man waved to Soldak, indicating that he should go in deliberately, and then told the tall and strong man guarding the door,
Business has not been booming during this period. I think you will sell Warcraft materials like this.
This is not in line with the original intention of the Earl.
Soldak didn't hear what he said later. He took Rita and Natasha into the underground market. The market seemed to have just opened, so there were not many people setting up stalls in the hall. Soldak brought wolf meat and food. The spirit bone with the magic pattern of life was placed on a piece of rawhide, and he sat silently behind the stall. It was the first time Rita and Natasha saw that the street stalls were set up in a hall, and not everyone was qualified to come in and set up stalls. They were full of curiosity about this place, and kept looking around like dirtbags. Soldak priced the sand wolf meat at 5 silver coins per pound. Not long after he set up the stall, 2 buyers came over,
and bought the 2 hind legs of the Sand Wolf King directly. They were very upset about not being able to buy the wolf ribs. It's a pity that Warcraft meat is very popular in Helensa city, and the wolf meat was sold out in a short time. As for the wolf leg bone with the magic pattern of life, it was bought by a magic apprentice for the price of 3 magic crystals. After the magic apprentice bought the magic pattern spirit bone, he ran out of the underground market almost in the blink of an eye. Serdek was ready to wrap him up with oil paper, but after shouting several times in a row, the magic apprentice obviously heard Serdek's shouts, and actually ran faster. Chapter 273, A Gift to Carl. Seeing the magic apprentice leaving quickly, Soldak knew that this magic pattern spirit bone must have been sold too cheaply even if he didn't understand the market conditions. Originally, Serdek priced the magic pattern spirit bone at 5 gold coins, but before he could tell the price, the cute-looking magic apprentice stood in front of the stall and told Serdek that he was willing to take it. He gave 3 magic crystals to buy the leg bone and asked Serdek if he would sell him the wolf leg bone. Seeing that the magic apprentice's bid was almost 4 times his asking price, Serdek sold the leg bone without hesitation. As for the wolf meat sold for nearly 15 gold coins. It seems that people who buy Warcraft meat ingredients in the underground market are not short of money, and there is no silver on them. Almost all settlements are made in gold coins. From the beginning, from setting up the stall to the end of the transaction, Soldak only stayed in the underground market for less than an hour. He re-rolled the rawhide spread on the ground and put it into the magic waste bag, paid the tax at the entrance of the underground market, and then left the underground market with Rita and Natasha. Natasha and Rita followed Serdek and walked on the stone streets of Helensa city. They looked at the small attics on high rock bases on both sides of the street. Countless blue rubbles blocked the sky of the city. Some were still running up and down the street, and Natasha could understand that when these children looked at herself and Rita, there was clearly a disdain for country people in their eyes. Women in the city would also gather by the pool, doing laundry and vegetables, and chatting. They would also talk about their parents' filial piety. They were wearing some dresses that Natasha had never seen before. The styles were novel and bold. Natasha looked down at herself, wearing a long gray burlap skirt. She regretted not wearing the skirt Soldak gave her when she went out. Just thinking about how tight the skirt was on her chest made Natasha blush a little.
What should we have for lunch? Can we also have the cheese patty from last night?
Rita approached Soldak and asked expectantly. There is actually a cold drink shop at the crossroads of this long street. The shop owner has set up several long tables under the street trees. Several young men and women are sitting at the long tables under the trees, drinking cold drinks leisurely. They are eating small refreshments, smiling and whispering. It is already late September, and in another month, this kind of cold drink shop may be converted into other businesses. Serdek walked side by side with Rita, and Natasha stood on Rita's other side, looking at the syrup and red beans piled on the snow-white crushed ice. Serdek said to Rita,
"You can choose cheese patties or other delicacies. I suggest you try other delicious foods. You can miss the others, but you must try this one when you see it. Otherwise, after this season, we have to wait until next year to eat it."
The shopkeeper was slicing a strip of ice with his head down, and Soldak said to him,
"Please bring me 3 red bean smoothies. Add fruit, and add maple syrup."
The red bean smoothie with fruit is not cheap. The 3 smoothies cost Serdek 1 silver coin and 5 coppers in total. Then Serdek took Rita and sat on a bench on the street, with his hands on the wooden on the table. I leisurely looked at the scenery on the street. The shop owner brought over 3 bowls of smoothies, along with a small plate of pastries dipped in soy flour. Rita looked at the beautifully shaped smoothies carefully for a long time, and asked Soldak with some uncertainty,
"Is this ice?"
Soldak handed 2 silver spoons to her and Natasha, and said with a smile,
"Well, try it. It tastes very good."
Rita took a big spoonful of it, and put it into her mouth without hesitation. Immediately her eyes showed infinite surprise. Her big eyes curved into crescents, looking at the satisfied look on the girl's face in front of her. Serdek couldn't bear it. I sighed softly in my heart. Natasha was still eating small bites. She was always so quiet. At this time, Serdek heard a familiar voice coming from behind, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it.
"Night, Serdek. I didn't expect to meet you here. Come to Helensa city."
"Are you looking for Carl?"
The voice was very low and soft, and the pronunciation of the Green Empire language was correct, with a very standard aristocratic accent. Only when I turned around did I realize that it was actually the lady Carl took him to Viscount Emmett's ball. She was the lady who had been accompanying Carl. She was wearing a gorgeous dress,
and a hat full of flowers on her head. She was curiously staring at Soldak. There were two female companions beside her, one of whom was the tall girl she had been in contact with on the day of the ball. But now that they met by chance on the street, the tall girl didn't even want to look at him. Soldak stood up,
Performed
a standard knightly salute to the lady, and then said with a serious face,
I came to the city to do some private business, and I was planning to visit Carl.
The lady smiled slightly and said directly,
Then it's a bad luck for you to come. Carl and Llewellyn are still performing official duties in the southern suburbs of Helensa city. If you go there, you may meet them. If it's just for Carl, maybe I can convey it to you.
Cerdak did not expect that it had been more than 10 days since he had killed all the bandits, and that Carl was still in the southern suburbs of Helensa city.
Oh, thank you for telling me the news. Of course, there is more than just a greeting. I also prepared a gift for him this time,
Soldak said. He could feel the perfunctory tone in the noble lady's tone. He was a country knight friend of Carl. This was probably the only reason why she stood here to greet him. The noble lady didn't pay much attention to Cerdak's words. After saying hello, she did not continue the conversation and left with her two female companions, followed by several maids and servants.
Are they your friends?
Rita asked Soldak after they walked away. Cerdak thought seriously. Was he friends with them? Of course they can't be considered friends. In fact, among this group of nobles, the only one who can think highly of himself is Carl. No matter what his purpose is, he has always been selflessly helping him and has no requirements for himself. Even if he is in deep trouble, he didn't take the initiative to ask for help. So Cerdak said,
They are not friends. To be precise, they should be friends of friends. They are nobles, so they will not treat a reserved knight as a friend.
Oh! Rita heard Soldak say this and stopped asking. Earl Casement's mansion in Helensa city. Soldak handed the name card in his hand to the guard at the door. Not long after,
a housekeeper from the Earl's mansion came out and told Soldak that Master Carl had gone to the southern suburbs of Helensa city and had not returned yet, and asked him to stay. Address, and will send a letter to Master Carl as soon as he returns. Soldak hurriedly said that he had also taken the time to rush to the city of Helensa, and would not stay in the city for a long time. Since Carl Casement was not here, he asked the butler to pass the gift he prepared to Carl. After that, he took the gift from the magic pocket. He took out a sealed thumb from the box. The box was a bit long and narrow and very heavy. The housekeeper called two male servants to carry the wooden box into the house. Afterwards, Soldak left Earl Casement's mansion. Chapter 274 The Village at Night. 5 four-wheeled trucks pulled by 2 horses were driving slowly on the mountain road outside Helensa city. A group of guard camp knights rode along the mountain road and stopped the carriage. 2 guard camp knights were riding on their horses. Seriously? After carefully verifying the identities of the coachman and Cerdak, he said to Cerdak,
In recent times, there have been bandits on this road. You must be more vigilant and pay attention to safety when traveling.
Cerdak did not expect that just after the carriage left Helensa city, he met the patrol team of the Helensa city guard camp. It seems that bandits have been very rampant recently, and the knights can no longer sit comfortably in the chairs in the office, but to patrol everywhere outside the city on horseback.
Okay, everyone.
Cerdak waved to the knights of the guard camp, who were about to leave.
I will, Lord Knight.
The coachman stood aside and said respectfully,
See you later.
This group of knights waved goodbye to Soldak and the coachman at the fork of the mountain road. The carriage had just left Helensa city, and the mountain road was lined with trees on both sides. The sun shines through the leaves, leaving mottled traces on the mountain road. Natasha and Rita have their backs to the coachman, sitting on a large wooden box filled with apples, like this one filled with red apples. There are 3 large wooden boxes in the carriage. In addition, the carriage was also filled with 20 bags of wheat flour that Soldak bought from the free market. Natasha held a light yellow silk scarf tightly in her hand. She and Rita there was one for each person, and each of them also had a comb. Although these were not worth much, the 2 of them were still excited for a long time. Natasha thought that last night Soldak took out the horn comb and silk scarf, and how she imitated Rita and kissed him on the cheek. Her face became a little hot, and she secretly looked at it. I glanced at Cerdak, who was sitting in the carriage, and saw that he was drawing on a piece of parchment with a charcoal pen. The 2 horses trotted behind the truck. She hugged her knees tightly and tried to hide her feet in the long linen skirt. Rita sat next to Natasha, gnawing on an apple in an inconspicuous manner. The most valuable thing on this 4-wheel carriage is not the apples or the 20 bags of wheat flour, but the more than 200 steel bars with a length of 20 feet at the bottom of the carriage. These steel bars were bought by Serdak from a trading firm in Helensa city for 15 gold coins. More than half a month ago, this trading firm accepted Serdak's commission and ordered one in Bina city. This batch of steel bars has just arrived in Helensa city in the past few days. Serdak hired 5 trucks to haul away all the steel bars. The trucks traveling in droves left several deep ruts on the mountain road. The truck at the back also contained some other vegetables and fruits, as well as some daily necessities that were in short supply in the village. When the convoy arrived at the mountain pass, it was already completely dark, because bandits were always coming and going in the mountains recently. The coachman did not dare to camp overnight in the mountains. They could only light lanterns at the 4 corners of the carriage and rush to Wajo slowly under the cover of night. Air Village. By the time the truck arrived at Wall Village, it was almost midnight. 5 carriages were parked on the threshing floor. After hearing the news, the old village chief came over and arranged accommodation and dinner for the carriage drivers. He also arranged for people to feed the horses. As for the goods on the carriages, they planned to unload them after dawn. Natasha and Rita led the horses home. The old village chief grabbed Serdak, frowned and asked Serdak, "What did you buy?" "It takes 5 4-wheeled carriages to pull it." Return. Serdak signaled for Rita and Natasha to go first. He led the old village chief to the carriage and took off a trunk panel from the truck. Under the bright moonlight in the night sky, the interior of the carriage was dark. When Serdak jumped into the carriage, a wooden box happened to crack open, and a pile of round onions rolled out. "Is this an onion?" The old village chief didn't expect that this was what Serdak bought. Serdak looked embarrassed and quickly pushed the onions aside, revealing the bundles of steel bars inside. He smiled at the old village chief and said, "These onions were just brought back by the way. I mentioned to you before, I want to build a reservoir upstream of the village. And I also used volcanic ash to build a section of wall in your yard." The old village chief suddenly remembered that the women at home still watered the wall every day. If they had known it was so troublesome, they should not have built the lime wall in their yard. The old village chief said bravely, "That lime wall, the wall looks good now, and is getting stronger after watering." Serdak pulled out a steel bar about the thickness of his little finger and said to the old village chief, "The cement wall alone is not enough. Some keels of iron bars must be added inside the cement wall to make the reservoir stronger. These I bought them all from Helensa city." "These are all iron bars?" The old village chief rubbed his eyes vigorously. He was no stranger to this kind of iron bars. Many blacksmith workshops make arrowheads by heating these iron bars red and rolling them in forging tires. Now Serdak actually used this iron bar to weave a keel and built it into the wall. The old village chief asked with a distressed look on his face, "Did you buy these iron bars to be sandwiched in the lime wall?" "That's right." Serdak nodded nonchalantly. The old village chief looked at the large dark bundle of steel bars in the carriage and could only sigh. It is really a luxury to buy so many iron bars at once. Why is it necessary to build a reservoir? There is no shortage of water in the village all year round. It is just that it is difficult to irrigate in the early spring of the dry season. Isn't this how it has been for so many years? The old village chief thought secretly in his heart that he didn't understand this matter. Then he shook his head with his hands behind his back, thinking that Serdak had become a knight, and this wall village would be his property sooner or later. Now Serdak wanted to do something in the village, especially if he paid for it out of his own pocket. The old village, it's really hard to say anything else. It was already midnight. The old village chief looked to the right and could see the entire village. A dirt road stretched out far away, and it could be seen very far under the moonlight. Everything fell into a deep and silent sleep, and there was no movement in the village. It was hard to believe that nature could be so quiet. Looking at the village under the moonlight, with dirt roads, thatched huts, haystacks and chestnut trees full of chestnuts, the old man, the village chief's heart suddenly became very peaceful. This night was so gentle, sad, and beautiful. The village was located in a valley, with green fields on both sides. In the wheat field filled with moonlight, the wheat ears bent the wheat stalks that were about to wither. The life here was slowly changing, and everything became prosperous. The old village chief looked at the young man who jumped out of the truck. He had broad shoulders and an inverted triangle of abdominal muscles on his waist. His eyes were bright in the night, and many plans were being realized step by step in his hands. But now, the carriages of these trucks are filled with supplies that I didn't dare to think about before. So what is there to be dissatisfied about? Go home quickly. It's been a busy day, and it's so late now. You should have a good sleep.
He looked up at the bright moonlight and said, "Tomorrow will be a good day again." Chapter 275 Carl's Letter. Soldak wanted to build a large reservoir upstream of Wall Village, and word spread throughout the village within a few days. He and the old village chief have been measuring the land around the spring at the uppermost reaches of the ravine these days. The village of Wall is located in a ravine between the ridges of the deserted land of Mount Paglos. Since there is a spring in the upper reaches of the ravine has gurgling water all year round. So both sides of the ravine also show a lush green. It is like an oasis in the desert. As long as you climb out of the ravine, the slopes on both sides are still covered with gravel-filled limestone. The limestone was originally a large piece, but after being exposed to the wind, rain and sun, it continued to weather and crack, like a dry riverbed. Cerdak stood next to a mountain wall, holding a piece of parchment in his hand. On the paper, there was a clear outline of the construction plan of the reservoir with charcoal. He wanted to borrow the mountain wall here to build the reservoir. As long as a semicircular dam is built, a huge reservoir can be formed. As long as the spring water is introduced into the reservoir and a full pool of water is stored, it can probably survive the drought and lack of rain in the spring. After several days of surveying upstream, the village chief finally approved Serdak's plan. He has been helping Cerdak determine the location of the reservoir these days. Originally, Soldak wanted to intercept a dam in the upper reaches of the ravine, so that the uppermost area of the ravine could be intercepted and turned into a reservoir. This idea was relatively large, and would almost intercept the upper reaches of Wall Village into a Yensai lake. But in this way, the entire village of Wall is in the river downstream of the reservoir. The reservoir upstream is like a sharp sword chosen over the heads of the whole village. The old village chief is worried that when the rainy season comes next year, the reservoir will be flooded. The embankment cannot withstand so much water, and the village of Wall will be buried underwater if you are not careful. So Soldak's first plan was decisively rejected. This plan is currently the third plan proposed by Soldak, and it has finally been approved by the old village chief. Now it only needs to be leveled a little. According to Soldak's idea, 5 more feet will be dug down within the 5 acres of the entire reservoir. The excavated limestone will be rolled into lime powder, so that the limestone powder can be obtained locally. But if you want to obtain volcanic ash, you have to transport it back from the Pudu mountain area in the distance. Cerdak thought about it in his mind, stood on a big rock, and said to the old village chief, "It seems we need a few carriages. Well, at least 10. The old village chief was worried that Soldak was used to being lavish, and he would be unable to stop doing anything in the future. He pondered for a moment. You don't need so many trucks at once. There are carpenters in the village. It's relatively easy to pull up the frame. The axle part needs to be customized by Helensa city. You can make a cheap 2-wheel truck. If there is no need for magic inscriptions on the axles, a set of axles should not be too expensive." Cerdak listened to the old village chief's introduction to the trucks. It turns out that there are 2 types of wheels and axles with magic inscriptions and without magic inscriptions. So the trucks that transport steel bars to us have magic inscriptions? Seeing Cerdak jumping down from a big rock, the old village chief followed him. Yes, that kind of truck has magic inscriptions on both the front and rear axles. A set of axles with magic runes costs about 10 gold. At the beginning, Wall Village also thought about making a wagon, just to make traveling more convenient. I also asked about it at the car dealership in Wall Village. Unfortunately, it was still a bit over the budget at that time, and I still had to raise a horse. Cerdak calculated it and felt that 10 trucks were a bit small. After all, the place where volcanic ash could be collected was at least a day's walk from Wall Village. Since axles with magic patterns are not as expensive as imagined, you might consider buying a few sets. Most of the men in the village went to dig sulfur in the sulfur mines in Puyubeo Mountain. Only the elderly, women and children remained in the village. At this time, the only people who could help the old village chief run errands were a few older children in the village who were preparing to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Each of them had a sheathed wolf-tooth dagger in their belt, and they looked extremely proud. The children followed Cerdak's instructions to circle this area with white lime powder, and planned to build an arc-shaped embankment here in the future. At this time, a boy ran out of the village below the ravine and ran along the dirt road in front of Soldak. He glanced at the old village chief with some fear, and then said loudly to Cerdak, "Soldak Knight Erdak, a messenger has sent you a letter." "My letter? Where is it?" "The letter is still in the hands of the messenger. He is waiting for you in the village." The boy squinted his eyes and looked up at Cerdak, who was standing on a high place, and said loudly and breathlessly, "Okay, I'll go back right now." Serdak walked quickly back to the village. When passing by the river next to the village, he saw a group of women washing clothes by the lake. Rita and Natasha were among them. Natasha tied up her thick golden hair. She had her hair in a ponytail, and when she was doing laundry, the braid kept swaying behind her head, and her linen top was slightly lifted, revealing a slender white waist. Rita's sharp eyes saw Serdak on the road at a glance, and she hurriedly waved to Serdak. Serdak knew that women in the village were washing clothes, and men were not allowed to get in. It was a very rash act. So he just waved from a distance and walked into the village. The messenger was holding the horse and standing under a chestnut tree. He was wearing light leather armor, long leather boots with pointed toes, a large leather bag on his waist, and a crest with a feather on his head. He looks very young in a felt hat. When he sees Serdak approaching, he can tentatively ask, "Are you the Knight of Serdak?" Seeing Serdak take out a knight's badge from his arms and pin it on his chest, the messenger breathed out softly, quickly took out a letter with a clay seal from his leather pocket, and handed it to Sue personally, in the hands of Serdak. "The letter written by Captain Carl Casement to you must be delivered to you personally," the messenger said seriously to Serdak. Serdak didn't expect it to be a letter written by Carl. It seemed that he must have seen the punishment hammer he gave him 5 days ago, and also guessed that the death of the bandit leader must have something to do with him. He wrote a letter and sent a special messenger to deliver it. Serdak resisted the urge to open the letter on the spot, took out a silver coin and gave it to the messenger, and said, "I'm sorry for bothering you to make a special trip this far away." The messenger frowned and said to Serdak, "This is what I should do. What do you want to convey to Captain Carl Casement? Please send my greetings to Carl and invite him to visit Wall Village." "As you wish." After the messenger left, Serdak opened the letter with the red clay seal. "Dear Serdak, I am writing this letter to tell you that I have received your gift. It is difficult to describe in words the surprise and joy in my heart. I didn't expect that I would receive such a big surprise when I returned from the southern suburbs. In the past half-month, I have launched a series of investigations at the whole manor in the southern suburbs. During the investigation, I found that this incident was not a simple robbery by a gang of robbers. In the noble manor, the group of robbers were probably working for a monastic order with a strong background, and that mysterious monastic order might be looking for a woman. After returning to Helensa city, I met Miss Hoyle, a survivor of Hoyle Manor, and learned from her that a great knight saved her. I didn't know until I saw this hammer of punishment. That great knight turns out to be you. In addition to this news, I also learned a crucial thing from Miss Hoyle. The person the bandit leader was looking for happened to be one of her former maids named Selina. And the person named Selina's maid is married into your village. Please help me investigate first. After handling the affairs in Helensa city, I will visit Wall Village in person." Chapter 276 Single Mother. The messenger left the village of Wall on horseback. Serdak sat under a chestnut tree and carefully read the letter Carl sent him again. Apparently, he was involved in trouble. He originally thought they were just a group of ordinary bandits who robbed a noble manor on the outskirts of Helensa for money, and then happened to meet him on the mountain road. They deserved their misfortune. Not only did these bandits hijack a noble lady, they also wanted to rob a truck transporting iron. In order to protect those properties and uphold justice, he rushed forward and killed all the bandits. In order to give the other bandits a little warning, Serdak also hung the robber's body on the wooden cross on the top of the mountain, so that everyone passing by the mountain pass would stop and take a look, so that they must understand that it is okay to do evil. It won't end well. But what Serdak never expected was that behind these bandits was an organization with a strong background. They controlled some bandit groups. The bandit group that was destroyed at the mountain pass should be one of these bandits. The main purpose of these robbers ransacking the noble manor seemed not to steal money, but to find people. They only did it on the back of others. Unexpectedly, this matter ended up pointing at Selina. Now not only the bandits are looking for her, but the Helensa Guard battalion represented by Carl also seems to be looking for her. Perhaps because they want to find the mysterious figure in her body. Organizational clues. Serdak touched his forehead with some distress. A chestnut wrapped with hard thorns fell from the tree, awakening him from his meditation. The river in the ravine passed through the village, and was in the middle of the village. There was a pontoon bridge connected by 4 suspension cables. He passed the rickety suspension bridge, and walked towards Selina's stone house. A woman squatting by the stream washing clothes suddenly nudged Natasha next to her with her elbow, then wiped the water on her hands, pointed at Serdak, who was passing by the suspension bridge, and said to Natasha, "Tasha said, Natasha, look, It's night, Serdak. The road he's taking doesn't seem to be the road leading to your home. Oh.
Natasha straightened up, glanced at the empty suspension bridge, and agreed.
Hey, what's your reaction?
The village woman's eyes widened, and she was very dissatisfied with Natasha's lack of any complaints. She leaned into Natasha's ear and whispered in a low voice.
I heard the ominous woman over there in the village has been pestering him lately. I think you should find an opportunity to persuade him not to get too close to that ominous woman. She will destroy Night Serdak.
Oh, Natasha replied honestly. The village woman raised her eyebrows, put the clothes back into the basket, and said to Natasha with a serious face.
Hey, Natasha, this won't work. You should have some opinions.
Then she said to Rita on the other side of Natasha.
Rita, I just saw your brother.
The village woman's words made Rita roll her eyes in anger. At this moment, she wanted to block the village woman's mouth. The yard is kept very clean. There are some lentils climbing on the wall at the door, with white beans hanging on them, and these small purple flowers blooming on the top of the vines. The vitality of this kind of lentils is very tenacious. Even if a seed falls into the crack of the wall, it will grow vigorously. Soldak walked to the door of the stone house, and saw Selena and Zigna sitting in the yard peeling chestnut sh.ls together. There was already a big pile of thorny hard sh.ls in front of them, and those semicircular chestnut sh.ls were harvested into a linen bag. Zigna's long chestnut hair was braided into thin braids. She looked very happy, and was humming a song. Serdak stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Selena raised her head, as if she was aware of it, and just in time to see his focused eyes. A full smile appeared on Selena's face. Her lips were round and sexy, and her beautiful face seemed to bloom when she smiled. Rose flower. She squatted in the yard, and her chest seemed unusually full and bulging under the squeeze of her knees. Those big talking eyes seemed to be saying silently, I haven't wanted to come here for so many days since I came back. Why did I think of coming here today? Selena walked into the stone house, and poured Soldak a glass of water. Soldak felt someone tugging on his trouser leg. When he looked down, he realized that it was Signa standing next to him. He stretched out his small hand to grab the linen bloomers, stood up on tiptoes with great effort, and handed over the 2 chestnuts in his hand. Erdak quickly caught it.
Eat it. It's very sweet.
Zigna's voice was far sweeter than the chestnuts in Soldak's hand. Soldak knelt down and gently pinched Zigna's little face. Signa was suddenly a little unhappy and stared at Soldak with wide eyes, as if she was being slighted. Selena stood behind Signa holding a water glass and looked at Soldak with a gentle look on her face. Serdak stretched out his hand towards her, palm upward, thinking that even for Signa's sake, he must give her a chance to explain. At least not to easily deny a young mother because of what happened around her. Selena hesitated a little. Her face turned slightly red, but she still put her hand into Soldak's palm. It was a very soft hand, but the skin was slightly rough. The palm prints were fine, and there were many calluses. However, the fingers of these hands looked slender, and each one looked so dexterous. Serdak held it gently, that hand, feeling the warmth transmitted from that hand. Serdak said sincerely,
I want to know your past.
The hand shook slightly, and Selena's face also showed a trace of panic. However, she wanted to pull her hand back, but was held tightly by Soldak. His eyes were frank, but his hand was not open. Selena had no choice but to touch Signa's head with her other hand, and said to her daughter,
Signa, can you go out and play by yourself for a while?
Signa thought seriously for a moment, glanced at Soldak hesitantly, then nodded heavily, blinked her innocent big eyes and said,
Yes, but not for too long. I will stay at the door.
Selena kissed her daughter's fair forehead with her lips, and Signa skipped to the door of the courtyard with a few chestnuts in her hands, and thoughtfully half-closed the shabby-looking wooden door. The little figure can be clearly seen through the gap in the door panel. Selena glanced down at herself, showed an ambiguous smile, and whispered to Soldak with charming eyes,
What do you want to know about me?
She leaned over and stood almost face to face with Serdak, and Serdak could feel her warm breath. Serdak can somewhat understand how difficult it is for a single mother to live in this small village, and she has a somewhat infamous reputation in the village. It is not difficult to guess that it is usually the jealous people in the village, who like to say that people are short-lived. The other half probably came from the mouths of the idle men in the village, who could not take advantage of her.
Am I an evil person? Is there an evil curse wrapped around you? Everyone around me will die because of this?
Selena asked 3 questions in a row that did not require answers. The poignant expression on her face made people feel distressed. She showed her weak side in front of Serdek, and also wanted to know about Serdek. What does Kate think of her? Chapter 277 Woman in the Fog. Serdek did not answer directly. He put his hand on Selena's round shoulders and said to her with a smile.
Everyone has a way to protect themselves. Maybe because yours is a bit special.
Before coming, in order to understand the truth of the matter, Serdek specially returned home, started the sacrificial ceremony in his room, and used a primary sacrifice to open his true eyes. What appeared in front of his eyes at this moment were two different and overlapping worlds. In addition to the brightly colored real-life pictures, he could also see 4 series elements floating in the air like dust particles. Apart from these, he could also feel the breath of light, darkness, death, curse, life, etc. Usually the indigenous great wizard Inoyatila opens the Eye of Truth during a sacrificial ceremony to peel off nearly perfect hides of monsters. Sometimes tribal warriors receive infusion of divine power during the sacrificial ceremony. The great wizard Inoyatila will also use the Eye of Truth in order to monitor their physical condition. In Serdek's eyes, ordinary Green Empire people can only be compatible with the 4 magical elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. The younger they are, the more powerful the life breath contained in their bodies. Old people in their twilight years will be contaminated with some dead air. But on Selena's body, he actually saw a black mist-like shadow that was completely different from the 4 magic elements. It seemed like a black mist had been surrounding her. But it was definitely not a curse. There is a vague shadow in the black fog, and the shadow is shrouded in the black fog. Just like Selena's power, he had a strong intuition that the phantom was definitely not bad luck or curse. Serdek couldn't tell what it was. He could only feel the endless darkness rolling in the black mist. Selena heard Serdek say this and asked with a look of surprise.
Do you really think so? Do you think I am not an ominous person and will not bring you bad luck or curse?
The two of them were close at hand, and Serdek's figure was reflected in her clear eyes, with indescribable excitement in her eyes. Looking at her beautiful face, Serdek couldn't help pinching her face and said,
Compared to those rumors, I prefer to believe my eyes. I can't see any evil curse on you.
Selena's brows stretched and her eye sockets were moist, as if she had been wronged and suddenly found someone to talk to.
Then will you have me?
Selena boldly crossed her arms, stood up on tiptoes and hooked Serdek's neck, keeping her body close to Serdek. She knew that in Wall Village, the man in front of her was probably the only one who was truly willing to accept her. And he didn't seem to dislike Signa, and even liked her a little. When he looked at Signa, there was always pity in his eyes. Gaze. Being able to accept Signa is of course the most important thing. Secondly, she firmly believes that Serdek can bring her and Signa a better life. That's why she decided to boldly and proactively express her feelings to Serdek. She felt that she had nothing to praise, so she acted even a little humble, and cautiously asked Serdek,
As long as I can give a reasonable explanation to the clerks who are investigating the population, I can be quiet here. It's enough for me to live with Signa.
Serdek was a little confused. Selena obviously had some inexplicable power in her body. But why was her life so embarrassing? He really wanted to ask Selena, why don't you use your power? He could feel Selena's sincere eyes, and his heart was trembling. He couldn't help but leaned over and kissed her fair forehead, and said to her,
As long as you are willing to stay in Wall Village, no one will rush you.
You can leave. And neither can those clerks who survey the population.
Selena heard Serdek say this and hugged him tightly regardless of the cost, burying her head in his thick and broad chest. Serdek held her slender waist. Her body was soft. After her excitement slowly calmed down, he pressed her shoulders, looked into her eyes and said,
Do you remember that I defeated a group of bandits near the mountain pass a few days ago? I also gave them their horses. I brought back more than 20 horses.
Selena nodded, indicating that she knew about it, and that she had shared the horse meat at that time. Serdek held her hand and told her solemnly,
Some people are looking for you everywhere on the outskirts of Helensa. They looted several noble manors through bandit groups. Among them, a group of bandits came from Hoyle Manor. They learned about your whereabouts there, and they kidnapped Miss Hoyle and were going to Wall Village. But they met me on the way. Originally, I didn't want to get into this trouble. It just happened that they robbed the truck I hired to transport iron. So I chased them all the way to the mountain pass until I killed all the robbers and hung them on the mountain pass.
On a wooden cross.
Selena blinked her green eyes, and her pupils slowly dilated. She tried her best to hide her inner uneasiness, but she didn't know that her rapid heartbeat had already completely betrayed her.
But those people didn't give up looking for you.
Soldak continued to tell her. There was no trace of blood on her fair face. Sirdak saw all this, and Sirdak said frankly,
although they dare not look for you blatantly, they have been conducting investigations secretly. I don't know how many bandit groups are working for them, but what is certain is that their clues must have been cut off. The only one who knows your whereabouts, Miss Hoyle, is still under strict protection by the Helensa guard camp. And recently someone has been searching for information about you everywhere in this area.
Selena wanted to close her eyes to prevent Soldak from seeing the panic in her eyes. But I heard Sirdak say,
in addition, the knights of the guard camp of Helensa are also looking for you. They want to use you to find the instigators hidden behind the bandits. I heard that those instigators are likely to be a member of a certain monastic order.
Hearing the words member of the priory, Selena seemed to have lost all strength in her body. If Sirdak hadn't grabbed her arm in time, maybe she would have collapsed on the ground. She wanted to escape, so she turned her head to avoid Sirdak's eyes. But Sirdak pulled her up, looked directly into her eyes and said,
I want to understand what is going on. Since I have been involved in it, I'd love to know more about this.
Selena was about to explode under the pressure of these sudden news, and her heart was filled with panic and worry. To Sirdak,
there are things you are better off not knowing, unless you want to make enemies of the Priory of the Dark Arts?
Sirdak shrugged his shoulders.
It turns out that the Black Magic Monastery, now that I'm involved, even if I run to tell them now that I don't want to cause trouble, do you think they will let me go?
Soldak thought of the time when he and Antonio Magician assassinated Joe in Iverson City. When Count West Busman was in power, he seemed to be involved in the Black Magic Priory. He learned something about the Black Magic Monastery from the mouth of the magician Antonio. Chapter 278 Dark Goddess Selene. In the eyes of the magician Antonio, the members of the Black Magic Priory are a group of heretics. And they are just a group of street rats that everyone shouts about. The Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group and the fighting priests of the temple also have zero tolerance for the Priory. Once members of the Priory are discovered, they will definitely track them down and eradicate them completely from the source. In Soldak's eyes, these members of the Black Magic Monastery were nothing to worry about. As long as their whereabouts are disclosed to the Magic Union Law Enforcement Team, there will be specialized magicians who want them. He is curious about Selena's involvement with the Black Magic Hermitage. He can't help but guess in his heart, could it be from a defected mage from the Priory of Dark Arts? Then she immediately denied her guess. If she was a magician, would she still be short of money? At this time, Selena had already adjusted her collapsed emotions. She stood up straight and looked at Soldak deeply.
Can I trust you?
Sirdak did not speak, but pointed to the knight's badge on his chest and said,
I swear on the honor of a knight.
Selena lowered her head, bit her lower lip with her teeth, twitched for a while, and then made up her mind and said,
Since you want to know, come with me. In fact, you could have known earlier.
After saying that, she turned around and walked into the somewhat simple stone house, followed by Soldak. This stone house had only one room. As soon as she entered the door, she could see the wooden tables and chairs in the living room. And there was a wooden table against the north wall. The bed, with double partitions built on top of the wooden bed, was pieced together into a hammock, covered with thick hay mats and washed white linen sheets on the mats. The fireplace is on the wall opposite the bed. There is a wooden table next to it. The plate on it is filled with chestnuts. There is also a fist-sized piece of bacon and a small piece of cassava on an earthenware plate. The embers of the fireplace are before it was put out. A piece of cassava showed its burnt skin from the ashes. It seemed that this piece of roasted cassava should be lunch for the two of them. There are almost no valuable furnishings in the whole house. But with the careful decoration of the owner, it looks very warm. Selena closed the door, and the room suddenly became much darker. She stood next to the square table and rolled up her long chestnut hair, revealing a section of her snow-white neck. She turned her back to Sirdak and slowly unbuttoned her skirt. The long linen skirt piled on her feet. The smooth back and slender legs outlined the most outstanding figure. Soldak's eyes fell on her back, and he saw a whole black tattoo. It was a bust sunken into the ground. A man with a woman with a perfect face raised one arm high, raising her head, as if looking up from the underground well. The face and body of the figure were covered with strange runes, and a pair of empty eyes looked up at the night sky through the underground abyss. Behind the bust is an emblem outlined with a hollow crescent moon, an eye with long eyelashes, and a magic scepter as lines. The hollow black crescent moon is on Sirdak's side. The eyes are extremely striking. This tattoo almost covered Selena's entire back. Sirdak asked in surprise,
What kind of magic pattern is this?
But what his true eyes saw was a completely different scene. When Selena took off her long skirt,
The black mist that originally surrounded Selena and the woman hidden in the black mist actually turned into a line of black. The vortex was sucked into Selena's body bit by bit, integrated into her body like ink, and printed on her bare back. Selena squatted down, picked up the long skirt that fell at her feet, and protected it on her chest. She blushed and turned to Suldek and said, "This is not a magic pattern, but a mark." It was as if some kind of power had descended on Selena, and a crescent-like mark appeared on her eyebrows, and she seemed to be a different person for a moment. The feeling that gave Suldek, the power that came to Selena, was like the blessings of gods and demons that came to him after he offered the sacrifice during the sacrificial ceremony. The only difference is that Selena doesn't seem to need to offer a sacrifice. As long as she wants that power to be integrated into her body, she can do it anytime and anywhere. Before Suldek could say anything, Selena continued, "As a person chosen by the goddess, an apostle of the dark goddess, or a priest of the dark temple, my mission is to establish a new chapter in the Green Empire. Spread the teachings of the dark goddess." Apostle of the dark goddess? Priest of the dark temple? Spread the teachings of the dark goddess. Suldek didn't expect that Selena was actually a believer, but as a messenger spreading the teachings of the dark goddess. Shouldn't she leave her footprints in various provinces of the Green Empire and preach to the people of the Green Empire the glory of believing in the dark goddess? Since you are the apostle of the dark goddess, why do you live in seclusion in Wall Village? Suldek felt a little incredible. But don't everyone in the Green Empire believe in the Statue of Liberty? Suldek thought in his mind. Selena also showed a helpless smile at this time. She put the long skirt back on her body, and then asked Suldek to sit down. "Even if you are a goddess apostle, you must first ensure that you can survive. Almost everyone in the entire empire it is not easy for believers of the Statue of Liberty to persuade the stubborn green people to change their beliefs. And apostles like me will also be regarded as heretics by the priests in the Temple of Liberty. The priests in those temples may save the world, but only you will not have mercy on us. But as an apostle of the dark goddess, shouldn't you be blessed by the goddess and gain some extraordinary power? No matter how you look at it now, your life is a bit too miserable." Suldek thought when he thought of Selena. He asked very puzzledly if he wanted to commit himself to marrying a knight like him. Selena shook her head. "This continent has no soil for sowing dark doctrines, and there are few believers. It is impossible to harvest the power of faith. Naturally, the goddess of darkness will not send down an oracle. This should be a quarter forgotten by the goddess. With the power you have, you shouldn't live in seclusion in such a remote village and live such a hard life. Are you still an ascetic?" Suldek asked. At this time, the mark that appeared on Selena's body disappeared bit by bit, turning into black mist again around her, and the woman's figure in the black mist faded to almost no longer exist. The crescent mark between Selena's eyebrows also slowly disappeared. Selena looked up at Suldek. What made her a little relieved was that Suldek did not do anything drastic after knowing her identity. She has seen too many people's behavior. After learning her true identity, some hope that she can stay away, or they can't wait to report her to the priests of the temple as soon as possible, or they hope to get rid of her. She got some benefits from her. After all, she was the one chosen by the dark goddess. Selena wants to tell those people every time that the dark goddess Selene is just a god with few believers, and she cannot even perform ordinary miracles. Perhaps it was Selena's desire to preach the teachings of the dark goddess to others that led to her being misunderstood as an ominous person. Suldek thought so. Selena shook her head slightly. "No, I am not an ascetic monk. If I can pray to the goddess in exchange for bread and milk, I will certainly improve the life here, and I will never let myself live in such poverty." In fact, Suldek is not a believer in the Statue of Liberty, so he doesn't care what Selena believes in. But he just thinks that she is probably the most miserable priest in the world. At this time, he thought about his own sacrificial ceremony. He provided sacrifices to the demon god and received the power from the demon god accordingly. In the eyes of the battle priest of the temple, does this situation also belong to the heretics? "Is it because of this that the members of the Black Magic Hermitage want to find you?" Suldek asked. Selena nodded silently, looking like a poor kitten, looking at Suldek unblinkingly. Suldek felt that he should give Selena some comfort at this time. So he gently held the soft hand stretched out from across the table and said, "We have a lot of things to prepare in advance." Chapter 279 Disappearance. Nowadays, although there are temples of the Goddess of Liberty all over the Green Empire, since the Plain War broke out, the temple has abided by the oracle descended by the Goddess of Liberty, and did not interfere in the Plain War of the Green Empire. All fighting priests and priests must stay in the temple. The people of the empire have begun to have various doubts about the goddess of liberty. Many people even think that they are people abandoned by the goddess of liberty. Some radical lords believe that since the goddess of liberty cannot provide shelter to the people of the Green Empire, then the many people established by the Green Empire the temple should be pushed in, and the priests and war priests hiding in the temple should be driven out of the Green Empire. The Green Empire is a country with freedom of belief. His Majesty Charles Angelibald has not issued a decree prohibiting the messengers of other gods from spreading doctrines in the Green Empire. Nor does it conflict with other gods building temples in the Green Empire. It is natural to truly exclude other temples. It is the high priests of the Temple of Freedom who suppress the believers of other gods with their cruel and extreme methods. Although this kind of thing has not been recorded in the annals of history, from the fact that there are currently no other temples in the Green Empire's territory of power, it can be seen that the methods of the Freedom Temple are very clever and effective. If there were any other reasons, Cerdak might find another way to deal with it. But the enemy he has to face is the even more shady Black Magic Priory. And Soldak feels that this is nothing to be afraid of. He decided to write a letter to Antonio in Iverson province first, mainly because he wanted to have a deeper understanding of the Black Magic Monastery. Selena saw that Cerdak did not have any emotions of disgust, or fear because she was a follower of the dark goddess Selene. And the nervousness in her heart eased a little, thinking of the timid husband, who was Signa's father. He was so frightened that he did not believe in the Statue of Liberty, but the unknown goddess of darkness, Selene, that he did not dare to leave the house for half a month. From then on, she was worried all the time, and she no longer even came close to Selena. She was in a daze every day. When the Wall Village lizard hunting group went out to hunt, they unfortunately died under the claws of a sand wolf. The first ominous rumors about Selena probably also came from this man. Selena stood behind Soldak and stared at Soldak quietly. He was leaning on the wooden table writing a letter to the magician Antonio. His focused look made Selena feel a warm current in her heart. Putting his hands on Soldak's broad and strong shoulders, he pressed tightly against his back, wrapped his arms around his chest, and let his pointed chin rest on his shoulders. Her heart was beating wildly, and she closed her eyes. She just wanted to enjoy this long-lost silence at this moment. He stopped the quill in his hand and rubbed her warm and smooth cheek with his hand. The atmosphere in the room became a little charming. "Mom, I'm hungry." The little girl's sweet and waxy voice sounded at the door. I don't know when Zigna stood at the door, curiously looking into the room. Her big watery eyes looked pitiful, looking into the room and asked, "When will we have lunch?" Selena quickly left Soldak's back, pulled the folds on her linen skirt with both hands, and hurriedly pulled out a piece of roasted black cassava from the ashes of the fireplace, squatted in front of Signa, and quickly the charred hard shell of the cassava is peeled open to reveal the sweet caramelized flesh inside. Signa was drooling, and a sweet smile suddenly appeared on her face. She took the still hot cassava, tilted her head and glanced at Soldak with a smile, and then ran out of the yard. Soldak walked out of the house and said to Selena, "I'll go find Uncle Bright to discuss the reservoir. You don't have to be afraid of those robbers. I still have everything." Selena nodded gently to Soldak. The news that Wall Village was going to build a large reservoir upstream of the village soon spread in the surrounding villages. The main reason why this incident went viral in the surrounding villages was that the village chief Bright recruited 20 bricklayers and 100 laborers from other villages. The village head of Bright came forward to assure everyone that the bricklayers would be paid at 70 copper plates per day and would be provided with 2 free meals per day. The coolies would be paid at 50 copper plates per day and would also be provided with 2 free meals per day. Free accommodation is available, and the start date is probably a week after the harvest festival. The period before and after the harvest festival is the wheat harvest season. Even the villagers from the Pudu Mountain sulfur mine have to rush back to participate in the autumn harvest, even if they are offered double wages during this period. No one from the surrounding villages will be willing to give up. In order to do farm work, they came to our village to build a reservoir. So the old village chief set the start date of building the reservoir after the harvest festival, according to the usual practice in previous years. For a period of time after the autumn harvest, most of the villagers in the villages near the mountain pass will leave the village and find a job outside. They will not return to the village one after another until the first snow falls, earning money. Most of the wages returned will be used to buy some winter storage supplies. This is how they spend almost every winter, and the villagers are accustomed to it. But this autumn, news of the construction of a water reservoir came from the village of Ur, which made several surrounding villages excited. If you don't have to leave your hometown,
You can find a job and earn enough money to support your family before winter comes. Then who would be willing to walk out of this mountain and go to the unfamiliar city of Helensa to find work? Suddenly, many people who were familiar or unfamiliar with the old village chief rushed to Wall Village, wanting to take over the job. The old village chief didn't expect that he had just spread the news about building a reservoir. And just 3 days later, the people who came to apply for the job almost broke through the door of the old village chief's house. Now the old village chief is a little worried. The problem was not that he couldn't recruit people, but that there were so many people applying that it was difficult for him to make a choice. During this period, Selena became the full-time secretary next to the old village chief. She not only had to record the sulfur mines transported back from outside, but also registered the villagers from other villages who came to apply for jobs. During the autumn harvest, the threshing floor in the village was filled with stacks of wheat. In the past, the old village chief would also arrange the time for each family to thresh wheat on the grain field. As for the order of each family, the order was recorded in the old village chief's mind. This year is different from the past. The old village chief is much busier than in previous years and is responsible for more things. Some things will inevitably be turned around and forgotten. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, the time for each household to harvest wheat has also been scheduled. Lena recorded it on a piece of parchment. Suldek also took the opportunity to teach Selena how to use tables for recording and statistics. He drew grids on the parchment paper and recorded the dates when each household used the grain field in the grids. Then these things seemed to be, it seems, clear at a glance. As for Selena's matter, it was not a problem at all for the old village chief. He submitted a missing person report to the clerk in charge of household registration in Helensa city, and Selena was even included in the population census. Disappeared. The old village chief also went door to door that night and issued a notice to the entire village. Anyone who dared to reveal the news about Selena to outsiders should be asked to pack up their luggage and get out of Wall Village. If anyone asks about Selena, they will all say,
"A few days ago, a group of robbers came to the village. They not only robbed more than a dozen yellow sheep in the village, but also took Selena away."
As for the clerk in charge of the census in the northern suburbs of Helensa city, he rushed to Wall Village very dutifully before the harvest festival and conducted an investigation into the missing persons case. The grass ashes in the fireplace of the stone house were still warm, and he felt that this was a bit strange. But when the old village chief sent him out of the village, he asked him to remove a fat yellow sheep. So his report clearly stated, after investigation and verification, Selena, a villager in Wall Village, was kidnapped by a bandit group. The evidence is conclusive. Please ask the security group to follow up on the matter. Chapter 280 Carl's Visit. The law enforcement agencies of the Green Empire will respond extremely quickly to any matter related to the Priory of Dark Arts. After the bandit group robbed noble manors and some natural villages on the outskirts of Helensa city, and rose to the level of the Black Magic Monastery, the Knights of the Guard Camp of Helensa city conducted 3 major inspections of Helensa city. The clerk in charge of the census in the north of the city submitted a written report to the city hall. The top management responded quickly and dispatched the outside patrol team of the Helensa City Guard Battalion to Wall Village to continue the investigation. Under normal circumstances, this kind of missing persons case would end here. But this time it didn't. This made the clerk in charge of the census in the northern suburbs of the city a little worried, for fear that the Knights of the Guard Camp would find out something, and overnight send a letter to the old village chief. Just after the old village chief once again conducted ideological work on the whole village, the ideological understanding of all the villagers in Wall Village has been comprehensively improved. According to the old village chief, the Selena incident has nothing to do with Wall Village. The future of the village is closely related to a better life. Selena would still follow the old village chief every day, standing in the threshing floor on time, holding an account book. The men in the village are still collecting sulfur or in the sulfur mine. 3 batches of sulfur ore have been piled up in the village's warehouse. This time the horse team brought enough supplies and returned to the sulfur mine in Puyubeo Mountain. The men will return in a week. In Wall Village, participate in the harvest festival and the coming of age ceremony for the village children. Before the men in the village came back, the autumn harvest of Wall Village started in advance under the auspices of the old village chief. Harvesting wheat requires help. If you only want to harvest your own wheat, it will take at least 7 or 8 days for a laborer to harvest the wheat at home. In this way, the wheat piles of each household will be harvested after the harvest festival. For a few days, they are concentrated on the threshing floor. But if 7 or 8 households of villagers help each other, one household's wheat field can be harvested every day. thus occupying the village's threshing floor in various periods. Don't look at those village women who have bucket waists and are used to walking with their plump buttocks twisted. Their usual walking movements seem a bit awkward. But when they stand in the wheat field and wave their sickles, it is a different scene. Just look at the rows of wheat, falling down in a neat row. The village women can tie a wheat knot with one hand and tie the wheat neatly. Their laughter can be heard far away in the wheat field. The wheat fields in Wall Village are only on the slopes on both sides of the ravine. Each household has a very limited wheat field. For the villagers of Wall Village, this wheat field is their entire life. Each wheat field is divided very clearly. There are clear boundaries on each pond stem. Now Soldak is sitting on the pond stem, accompanying Carl to watch a group of village women harvesting wheat in their own wheat fields. Rita and Natasha were also among the people harvesting wheat. They were the two young and the most flexible, and they stood at the front of the echelon of wheat harvesters. The wind blew the wheat waves one after another, and Rita and Natasha's golden ponytails swayed very rhythmically as they waved their sickles. Only Rita would occasionally stand upright from the wheat field and watch her fall far away. Echelon. Standing at the front of the echelon with a victor's attitude. When Carl first saw Serdak's wife and girl, he was also secretly surprised that the saying, "Beautiful girls emerge from the mountains," was true. One of the two young girls has a cheerful personality. The other is demure and gentle. Although the aristocratic ladies in the city are fair-skinned, beautiful, and behave generously and decently, they wear masks all the time and are as proud as a blue peacock. But the beautiful girls in the countryside have another kind of beauty, which is a healthy and energetic sunshine beauty, with round arms, plump breasts, and waists without any fat. They lift up their long skirts and open their long legs. You can run hard on the field ridge. Old Sheila held little Peter in one hand and carried a kettle filled with honey lemonade in the other, slowly walking out of the village. Carl was the chief officer who came to Wall Village to investigate the bandit group's robbery of Wall Village incident. After he came to Wall Village, he did not launch an investigation in the village. Instead, he found Serdak immediately. So I was watching a group of women harvesting wheat from the stems of the wheat field. Carl didn't express any opinion on the bandit group's robbery of Wall Village. He watched Soldak take off his leather armor and dress like a farmer. The long sword in his waist turned into a curved sickle. Those long leather boots were stained with mud. He couldn't help but rub his forehead with his hands, showing a trace of distress, and asked Serdak,
"It's been almost half a month since the beginning of the Knights Academy in Helensa City. How about you?
Are you planning to pack your bags and register at the academy? If you miss this semester, you will have to wait until at least next spring to register again. After all, you are still a reserve knight, so you need to get your knight certificate back as soon as possible."
At this point, Carl sat up straight on the ridge and whispered to Soldak,
"To put it bluntly, if bad news comes to Count Mongoss from the Warsaw Plain one day, your reserve knight qualifications will be cancelled. No one can admit it, and it will be much more troublesome to become an official knight than it is now."
Soldak also felt that once Count Mongoss returned from the Warsaw Plain, it would be really difficult to talk about it. So he made up his mind.
"The things in the village will probably come to an end after the harvest festival. Then I will report to the knights and apply for a letter of recommendation."
Carl did not shirk, put his arm around Soldak's shoulders and said,
"If you really make up your mind, leave the application for a letter of recommendation to me. After you finish handling the matters at hand, just come to Helensa Knight Academy to report. Oh, by the way, you are going to take classes at Helensa Knight Academy."
Serdak was a little confused.
"Otherwise, where else can we go?"
Carl smiled slightly and stopped talking.
"There are quite a few places to choose from, but time is a bit tight, and the road is a bit long."
When Soldak heard Carl saying it was a long way, he shook his head firmly and said,
"Then what's the point of going there? It's just to get a voucher. It's not the same everywhere."
Old Sheila and little Peter brought lemon tea. The women in the wheat field went to the edge of the pond to drink sweet water. They sat on the other side of the pond and did not disturb Serdak. The civilians were interacting with the living. They have always been afraid of the nobles. When these women faced Carl, they did not even dare to raise their heads. Carl approached Serdak and said with a smile,
"Hey, I thought you had something to go back to the village, but it turned out that you were rushing to intercept the bandits."
Soldak stood up from the pond, patted the dirt on his butt, looked back at Baron Carl Casement with some confusion, and said,
"Ahem. I really have something to do, and I am in a hurry to return to the village. And I didn't intend to intercept the gang of robbers. They robbed my goods, so I had no choice but to take action. There are also many unpredictable dangers, and I didn't want to take risks. Okay. Although honesty is one of the 8 virtues of knights. You can say it more grandly. This is definitely something worth showing off.
Carl patted Cerdak on the shoulder and looked at him with praise.
I don't want to show off that no one knows about it. I don't want the gangster's companions to come to my door in the middle of the night to seek revenge on me,
Cerdak said.
The two of them walked towards Wall Village together. Carl never thought that Cerdak would kill the bandits and make meritorious deeds. But he just ignored these meritorious deeds. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 281 Before the Harvest Festival. Just when the clerk in charge of the census in the northern suburbs of Helensa city was worried in the city. Worried that there would be flaws in the missing persons investigation in Wall Village, which would lead to a negative evaluation of the intelligence assessment next month. He went to Wall Village to investigate the missing persons in person. Carl, the villager investigating the case. Baron Casement was sitting in front of Soldak, with a square table between them. The lemon tea on the table had a faint sweet smell. Carl and Cerdak sat facing each other solemnly, looking at each other with serious expressions. Sitting on Carl's left-hand side is a secretary of the guard camp, who is responsible for recording all the details of this investigation and evidence collection. The knight of the guard camp sitting on Carl's right hand is Carl's assistant, and can be regarded as Carl's confidant. At this time, the clerk resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and complained in his heart.
As soon as you two met, you went to the wheat field arm in arm, and walked around a lot. The roast lamb in the yard was already roasted to a golden color. Even a fool it can be seen that you two have a close relationship. Is it really necessary to engage in such formalism? However, the secretary of the guard camp did not dare to express his inner thoughts. He reached out and picked up the lemon tea on the table and took a sip, wondering in his heart how to cooperate with Carl. Lord Baron Casement continued the play. In fact, Carl did not make it too difficult for the accompanying scribe. He paused for a moment, and the assistant next to him pushed a piece of parchment in front of him. He lowered his head and glanced briefly, and then glanced at the scribe next to him, asking him with his eyes, "Are you ready?" The clerk immediately picked up the quill soaked in ink and nodded to Carl.
Don't worry. This is just an ordinary investigation. Just say whatever you know.
Carl said to Soldak pretendingly.
I heard that the village was robbed by a group of robbers.
Carl asked.
Yeah.
Soldak answered very simply.
The bandit group not only robbed 16 yellow sheep in the village, but also robbed a lady named Selina in the village?
Carl asked the second question according to the script.
Yeah.
Soldak still didn't want to say another word. Carl glanced at Cerdak helplessly, and there was nothing he could do about the lack of tacit understanding between Cerdak and himself. Just when the clerk wanted to record the third question, Carl said without warning,
"Okay."
The clerk wanted to record this sentence, but found that it did not need to be recorded. So he looked at Carl with some surprise. Lord Baron Casement. Carl drooped his eyelids, looked at the last line of parchment, and announced to everyone present.
After verification, a robbery did occur in Wall Village. It is initially judged that it was related to the robbery of Whole Manor in the southern suburbs of Helensa. The case belongs to the same group of robbers. I will apply for support from the Superior Department and strive to conduct a net investigation in the Paglos Mountains this morning to try to catch the group of robbers as soon as possible. In addition, I will make suggestions to the sheriff who has jurisdiction over this area. It is best to form a joint escort team between the villages to patrol this area, and immediately report to the Helensa City Guard camp once a bandit group is discovered.
The clerk never expected Carl. Baron Casement actually only asked 2 questions before declaring the inquiry over, and Carl didn't seem to be planning to ask anyone else. This meant that the investigation in Wall Village was officially over. He looked at the goose feather in his hand. The clerk was speechless for a while because of the ink remaining on the pen. He could only wipe the remaining ink on the quill and put it into the pen holder. Carl walked out of the stone house, stood on the steps at the entrance of the courtyard, stretched his body, and said loudly to his assistant and secretary,
"Next, let's taste the delicious food here in the Paglos Mountains."
He squinted and saw a bonfire burning in the central square of the village in the distance. The laughter and laughter were coming from there. The men in the village seemed to have just returned from somewhere, and the village held a banquet in the central square.
According to past practice, the old village chief would kill a yellow sheep and gather the whole village together to drink sheep soup. This time the dinner party in the village was upgraded to a higher level. The old village chief decided to kill 5 fat sheep and hold a decent roasted whole lamb bonfire party. The first reason was to welcome Carl, Baron Casement, The second is to provide support for the men returning from the outside. The original wall village was very poor, but 5 batches of sulfur ore were transported into the warehouse. The old village chief suddenly realized that inside the village it seems I can afford mutton. When Karl, Soldak and his party arrived at the central square of the village, many villagers had gathered here. The villagers saw Serdak and Karl standing together and talking cordially, with different expressions on their faces. But no matter where they went, the villagers would stand up and salute Karl and Serdak. Karl felt that the villagers in Wall Village were warm and simple, full of awe of the nobles, and were of higher quality than the civilians in Helensa city. The wood on the bonfire has completely turned into charcoal. After skinning the 5 yellow sheep, they set them up with wooden sticks. Several older villagers turned over the brackets, hanging on the charcoal fire beside the wooden frame. Waves of waves floated from the central square of the village. The smell of mutton. Selina was holding a brush to smear sauce on these roasted whole lambs. When she saw Soldak coming over, she turned to give him a sweet smile. After Selina turned around and left, Karl leaned into Soldak's ear and quietly asked in a low voice,
"Are all the beautiful ladies in the village related to you in some way or another?" "Do you think so?"
Serdak said with a smile.
"This one is indeed the one. But there are no others. I don't believe your nonsense."
Karl rolled his eyes and said angrily. Karl was not the kind of person who saw a beautiful woman unable to walk. The sourness in his heart lasted for a while. The old village chief, Uncle Bright, came up with a group of village elders. These old people were dressed in clean clothes. The linen clothes made this welcome ceremony very formal. Uncle Bright first expressed his gratitude to Baron Karl for coming to Wall Village, then invited Karl to take a seat, and then called Selina to present some roasted yellow lamb. After Selina finished her work, she sat down next to Soldak. The rough linen dress could not hide her natural beauty. Soldak lifted up Selina's dress and wanted to hand over a piece of roast lamb. Signa, who was under the skirt, saw that the girl's mouth was bulging, and suddenly she choked when she saw Soldak. After drinking a large glass of water, Signa finally felt relieved. Although he knew that Selina and Soldak were related, Karl still couldn't help but occasionally glance at Selina's beautiful figure. Selina carefully cut the roast lamb into thin slices for the two of them. Rita and Natasha were sitting with the women in the village. Some sharp-eyed people saw that Selina was sitting next to Soldak at the banquet of the whole village. Everyone felt unfair for Natasha. They all gave Natasha advice, asking her to exercise the power of the hostess in a timely manner, and at least give Selina a little color. Natasha has a soft personality and won't cause trouble at all. What's more, she is only Soldak's wife in name. She can't refuse him to find a new love at all. She agreed with a humph and spoke in a thin voice. Rita saw that with Natasha like this, she could only sigh lightly, feeling a little bit guilty about Natasha not being proactive enough. People in the village like to dance around the bonfire, especially the men who have been away from the village for more than half a month. At this time, everyone invites the women to dance around the bonfire together, and the atmosphere of the dinner suddenly becomes lively. Seeing that Karl had almost eaten, Soldak took the opportunity to ask Karl about the carriage.
"You want to buy a truck? It's easy. I know several good car dealers in Helensa city. I can go with you. I believe they will give you a very reasonable price."
Karl's eyes lit up, and he puffed up his chest, tapped it with his fist and said. Serdak remembered the words of the old village chief, and then asked Karl,
"What if I only buy the axle part?"
Karl waved his hand and said to Soldak,
"Of course that's no problem.
But I don't think you need to bother so much. I'll be in the city of Helensa for a while. So if you want to buy a cargo carriage, just come to me."
Every time I asked Karl for help, Karl would readily agree and never ask for anything in return. The more Karl behaved like this, Soldak felt that he should make some appropriate compensation. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that there were some banded leather armors and weapons hidden in the oak forest near the mountain pass. Serdak decided it was time to take them out. When the dinner was over, Soldak patted Karl on the shoulder and said to him,
"By the way, Karl, I still have something to give you."
"What?" Karl asked curiously.
"I'll take you to see it later, and you will know. You may be able to use this thing,"
Soldak said. Soldak took out an ancient bolai horse from home, came to Karl and his party, and quickly got on the horse. Karl and his group also rode horses from the city of Helensa. They also took the horses out from the residence arranged by the old village chief. Then, taking advantage of the bright moonlight, the group walked out of Wall Village overnight and climbed over the mountain pass. Soldak took Karl to a dark oak forest. Karl was followed by 5 knights. The clerk was not very good at writing, so he stayed in the village. Those who followed Carl here were all Carl's cronies. Cerdak searched for the marks left along the way, and rode into the oak forest, as if he suddenly walked into the darkness. Recently, Cerdak's senses have improved a bit. He has walked this road twice before. I have some memories of this place. Based on his memory, Soldak found the tree hole where the bandit gang's weapons and leather armor were hidden. He jumped off his horse, reached into the tree hole, took out a machete used by the bandits, and handed it to Carl's hands. As for this dark red scimitar, Carl, as the knight commander of the guard camp, recognized it at a glance. It was the weapon of the bandits.
Isn't it all these things?
Carl took the heavy scimitar into his hand and suddenly understood that these were Soldak's so-called gifts.
That's your guess,
Soldak said noncommittally, seeing Soldak take out a dozen scimitars and 22 sets of leather armor from the tree hole and pile them in front of Carl. Carl looked at the pile of rags on the ground and asked Soldak,
Are you going to give me these bandit leather armors and weapons?
These rotten leather armors and scimitars are of no use to Cerdak, but they can be exchanged for some meritorious deeds for Carl.
Yeah. It's useless for me to keep them. Just thinking that maybe these things can be of some use to you,
Soldak said to Carl with a smile. Carl ordered people to tie up these leather armors and weapons, and they worked until almost dawn before they were done. Returning to Wall Village this time, when Carl passed the mountain pass, he raised his head and took a serious look at the wooden crosses on the top of the mountain. Although he already knew the truth of the matter, Carl still secretly exclaimed every time he saw these crosses. Then I started to think about the whole battle process. Every time I thought about Cerdak, he single-handedly killed more than 20 bandits. Among them, the bandit leader was at least the level of a mid-level warrior. Hammer Carl also tried to pick it up. It was very difficult to pick up such a heavy punishment hammer. The bandit leader could swing it easily, which showed that the bandit leader was much better than Carl in terms of strength. Carl turned to Soldak and said,
When we passed the mountain pass, I was wondering how you could make more than 20 wooden crosses on the top of the mountain by yourself, and hang them all on the crosses by yourself.
Soldak kept pace with Carl. He briefly talked about the origin of the 3 large wooden boxes, and then said,
Making a wooden cross is actually very simple. At that time, I removed some wooden boards from the 3 wooden boxes and put them together again. It became these simple crosses. However, the top of the mountain is also covered with limestone, and the wooden cross cannot be nailed into the cracks in the stone. It took a lot of effort to erect it on the top of the mountain.
The group of people returned to Wall Village chatting and laughing, and saw the secretary of the guard camp squatting alone at the entrance of the village, watching Carl return safely with several of his men.
They greeted him excitedly, as if they were worried that Carl might come back at any time. Leave him alone. After Carl had the breakfast arranged by the old village chief, he took a group of people back to Helensa city. The autumn harvest in the village has also begun to get into full swing, and there is a busy scene everywhere in Wall Village. Uncle Bright, the old village chief, was going to visit the surrounding villages and lobby the village chiefs to unite them all to form a joint patrol. Otherwise, once the bandits appeared, no village would be able to fight against them. Robbers. Only when we unite and work together can we fight against those robbers. The wheat field at Soldak's house was harvested yesterday. Today, the wheat will be dried in the field, and then the grains on the ears will be ground with a stone roller and put into sacks. Chapter 282 The Grain Farm A. The mine sulfur ore is piled up in the warehouse, but the rocky area is not that big, and the rocks containing the sulfur ore are stalagmites protruding from the solidified magma. According to the current mining progress, Pudu Mountain will be. It doesn't seem to take long to extract all the sulfur in the rocky area. In the past half-month, nearly 40 villagers from Wall Village have entered the rocky area one after another, and have dug out almost half of the stalagmites in that area. They want to hollow out all the stalagmites in the entire rocky area. This can be done before the first snowfall after winter. It is a lava river formed by the solidification of a lava river. The magma in the lower reaches of the river has completely solidified. But if you climb up Mount Pudu, you won't have to go too far before you can see the hot magma rolling in the river. Here there are still some stalagmites, but these stalagmites emerge from the hot lava. The area near the magma is very hot, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to get close to it. Therefore, even some sulfur mines in the upper reaches cannot be mined at present. After discussing with the old village chief, Cerdak decided to at least wait until the sulfur mines in this part of the rocky area were completely mined before going to Helensa city to sell the sulfur mines. As the news leaked out,
Villagers in other surrounding villages also. This is not the worst situation. The worst thing is that if the nobles in the city know the existence of this open pit sulfur mine, once they submit a land application to the city hall of Helensa, I am afraid that this pustule mountain city will be destroyed, to become the territory of a nobleman. Regarding whether Wall Village can get rid of poverty, Uncle Bright also repeatedly warned the villagers that they must not leak this secret. I heard that a group of bandits had come to the mountains and were preparing to rob the autumn crops of various villages. The old village chief, Uncle Bright, had been running around for several days to organize a patrol team for the mountain people in the deserted land of Paglos Mountain. The autumn harvest is almost the main ration for the next half of the year. In the cold winter and dry spring, it is almost impossible to obtain any food. If you want to get food that can fill your stomach, you have to wait at least until the rainy season. The wheat in the village has almost been harvested. There are stacks of wheat on the threshing floor, and there are also some stacks of wheat in the wheat fields on both sides of the ravine. After the men who dug pits in Pudu Mountain came back, everyone started planning to walk into the mountain pass to collect some chestnuts. Most of the mountains within the mountain pass were the territory of the Helensa nobles. In addition to some oak trees, there are some pines, hazels, chestnuts, and a wide variety of trees. Of course, if anyone blatantly walked into the territory of a certain noble master to pick chestnuts and was discovered by the guards patrolling the forest, his legs would be broken easily. After living in a deserted land for so many years, the villagers have already found some rules of survival. For example, although they cannot enter the noble territory to pick chestnuts, they can pick chestnuts in the forest belt at the junction of the two noble territories. The division of territories among nobles is almost always based on the hills, so the boundaries between their territories are not clear. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, nobles usually reserve a public forest belt of about 100 meters at the junction of their territories. The villagers living in the deserted land outside the mountain pass will go to the mountains in groups every autumn to pick chestnuts from the public forest belt. And of course other mountain products such as hazelnuts and mushrooms. You can pick up anything in the public forest belt. But the nobles have 3 requirements for these naked mountain people. First, they are not allowed to hunt. Second, they are not allowed to cut down trees. And third, they are not allowed to pick acorns. Although there are few monsters in the mountains and forests, some wild boars, lynxes can still be seen frequently. And occasionally black bears appear. Women and children usually dare not enter the mountains and forests rashly. After the men in the village come back, everyone began to discuss how to go to those public forest belts to pick chestnuts, because there are more than a dozen natural villages around, and everyone will go into the mountains. So it is crucial to seize those public forest belts with rich products. Only the most experienced hunters know where there are the most chestnut trees. In the past, the old village chief, Uncle Bright, took the lead in this matter. But this year, Uncle Bright will discuss with other village chiefs how to gradually protect the patrol. So this year the task of leading the men into the mountains to pick chestnuts and mushrooms fell to 2 young men, Charlie and Luke. They had learned from the old village chief for many years, and they also had their own understanding of the mountains and forests. What the old village chief has to deal with is the village chiefs of other villages. Now that we are facing the autumn harvest, it is a time when labor is needed everywhere. The village chiefs of each village have their own ideas in their hearts. The main thing is to try not to occupy the village's labor force and return the labor to the village. It's hard to do patrol well. Although Serdek also wanted to go into the mountains with Rita and Natasha. In this crisp autumn weather, it was a rare opportunity to go for a walk in the mountains. However, the old village chief proposed that Serdek should stay in Air Village. The purpose is to find Serdek in time if there is news about the bandit group. With him here, it was possible to deal with the bandits and take the opportunity to report to the guard camp of Helensa city. Therefore, as long as the children in Wall Village could carry the basket, they followed the adults into the mountains. Only a group of old people who had difficulty walking were left in the village, and they had to stay at home to take care of the smaller children. On the threshing floor, Soldak led 2 horses to pull a big stone roller, pressing the wheat ears flat on the ground. They looked round like a big golden blanket, little Peter running happily behind Soldak. Old Sheila was always worried that little Peter would be kicked by the horse, so she tried to dissuade him while carefully protecting him from behind. But little Peter didn't listen at all. Old Sheila dragged the reluctant little Peter away. She also wanted to prepare lunch. Near noon, a few old people on the threshing floor threw the scattered ears of wheat onto the golden blanket, and then went home to have lunch.
and then came back to collect the wheat on the threshing floor in the afternoon. Only Serdek and Selina, who was holding a sheepskin book, were left on the threshing floor. She was responsible for counting the wheat stacks of each house. These wheat stacks could not be mixed together and rolled, but could only be separated one by one. Only Selina knows best whose family the stack belongs to. Serdek led the 2 horses to the stone trough at the edge of the grain field, removed the rope from the stone roller, and let the 2 horses drink some water and eat some fodder. Selina leaned against the edge of the wheat stack. She had also been busy all morning. Autumn is usually very cold in the morning and evening. Selina wore a yellow wool sweater over a linen shirt and a long linen skirt, sitting against a stack of wheat. At noon, the dazzling sunlight shone on the grain field, and the surrounding temperatures suddenly rose. The sunlight made Selina's fair face blush. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and temples with a silk handkerchief. Chapter 283 The Grain Farm B. When the stone roller rolls over the field covered with wheat ears, the plump wheat grains will fall off from the wheat ears. Serdek clumsily used a rake to fold the flattened straw into a pile, revealing the wheat grains underneath. Selina took a linen bag, and Serdek picked up a wooden shovel and put the wheat mixed with a small amount of hay leaves into the bag. The wheat would have to be taken to the threshing floor again in windy weather. Only when the wind blows away the hay mixed with the wheat can we obtain pure wheat. Take the wheat to the mill and grind it into wheat flour. Several nearby villages share a mill. The mill is located in the village of Digo, about 15 miles away from here. The village of Digo is on the east side of the Grand Canyon in the Paglos Mountains. Although the canyon is hidden under the surface, there is a bitter north winds blow all year round, and the mill is built on the edge of the canyon. The north wind in the canyon blows the windmill, providing sufficient power for the stone millstones of the mill, because several villages work together to build it. As long as the wheat is once you carry it there, you can grind it into whole wheat flour for free. The sun shone on Serdek's body, and the Warcraft leather armor was like a can, and it was extremely hot. Serdek reached out and took off the leather armor, wearing only a linen shirt, which made him feel much cooler. Selina took Serdek's leather armor and hung the sweaty leather armor on a branch nearby. Although the matter between the 2 people has been made clear, and everyone in the village knows that Selina is Serdek's woman, and even old Sheila has acquiesced in this matter, the 2 have never broken through the last level. In the morning, old Sheila chatted with Selina on the edge of the barnyard, and took out 2 pieces of cheese from a handkerchief, giving one to little Peter and the other to Signa. Although Signa, I really wanted to take it, but I still pursed my lips, raised my fair face, and looked at Selina with questioning eyes to ask for her opinion. It wasn't until Selina nodded in agreement that she stretched out her little hand to take the piece of cheese. Signa only took a small bite, then squinted her eyes, and carefully savored the sweetness of the cheese. The sweet smile on her face seemed to melt the coldest heart. She ate half of it, and handed the remaining half to Selina. The tenderness of that scene made old Sheila secretly wipe her tears, and said to Selina, "Children from poor families become sensible early, and Signa will definitely be a good one in the future. Someone who has the ability." After the 2 of them put all the wheat on the threshing floor into linen bags, Serdek stood up straight and said to Selina, whose face was flushed, "Have a rest." Selina walked to the edge of the barnyard and poured a glass of water for Serdek. The 2 of them sat down on the haystacks at the edge of the barnyard. Selina said to Serdek with a smile in her eyes, "There are many knights in Hull Manor, but there has never been a knight willing to do the work of a farmer." Only in front of Serdek, Selina would laugh without any scruples. And this time she actually talked about her past in Hull Manor. Serdek leaned against the wheat stack, looked up at the white clouds floating high in the sky, and asked Serena, "How many years have you been a maid in Hull Manor?" Selina shook her head and said she couldn't explain clearly. Then she measured it with her hands and said to Serdek, "When I was about this high, I was sent to Hoyle Manor by my father. At that time, Miss Hoyle was just born, and I was very thin at that time. I had to use all my strength to hold her. Later, Miss Hoyle grew up, and so did I. As she continued to grow, so did I. Gotta get stronger and stronger." She leaned towards Serdek, letting her shoulders touch Serdek's. Serdek turned to look at her side face, with sexy lips under the straight bridge of his nose, and asked her, "Where does your family live?" Selina reached out and held Serdek's hand, and said lightly, "They moved me not long after they dropped me off at Hull Hall." Serdek was speechless and said in shock, "How could they do this?" Selina had a helpless smile in her eyes and whispered, "After they discovered that I believed in the Dark Goddess, they were worried that I would implicate them. So they sent me to Hull Manor.
Baron Hoyle is a sincere believer in the goddess of liberty. They hope that Baron Hoyle can use his actions to inspire me.
Seeing that Selina was having a hard time lying next to him, Soldek stretched out his hands and let her rest on his arm, so that she would be more comfortable.
Then did that Lord Baron influence you?
Soldek then asked curiously. Selina smiled like a naughty child, and it seemed as if she could finally share the joke she had buried for a long time with others. Soldek said with a smile.
In fact, thanks to the Statue of Liberty is just his mantra. I like to thank the Statue of Liberty every time I speak, including eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom.
Serdek pressed his forehead and shouted.
How can it still be like this?
Selina rested her head on Soldek's arm and turned sideways. Her beautiful green eyes looked at the man in front of her affectionately. Her long chestnut hair was spread out, and she was so beautiful that Serdek used her fingers to brush the messy hair from her face and said to her,
Then did Goddess Selene teach you some life skills? Huh?
Selina was stunned for a moment without knowing why. Serdek said to her,
2 days ago, Carl and I discussed how the priests in the Temple of Liberty lived a high-quality life. Of course, there were certain financial subsidies from the Green Empire, but the money is not enough to support them living in a palace-like temple. In the Green Empire, apart from the angel-bald royal family, the priests in the Temple of Liberty are the richest. So where does wealth come from?
Selina couldn't tell. Soldek gently pinched her soft earlobes. Selina's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes flashed with water.
Carl told me that there are probably 3 ways. One is the financial allocation of the Green Empire. Of course, since the Plain War broke out and the temple refused to send priests to participate in the war, this part of the allocation has not been activated. The second is the divine the land of the temple itself and the output of some industries. Thirdly, what I am most curious about is that the priests in the temple know some magical arts, such as group healing and great prophecy. The magic circle inscribed with healing spells in the small fountain gave the water the power of healing for a short period of time. It was euphemistically called holy water and could be used by the public at will. Of course, everyone who took the holy water would donate 1 to the temple. A little bit of belongings,
Serdek explained. He asked curiously,
Selina, as the envoy of the goddess Selene, do you know these kinds of spells? It's like this.
As he spoke, he retracted, and a faint golden glow appeared in his palm.
What is this?
Selina asked in surprise. She tried to reach out and touch it, but found that it was like extremely pure light, and her hands could completely block those golden lights. The two of them lay sideways on the wheat straw, chatting quietly facing each other. Serdek introduced.
The power of holy light has a certain healing effect. As you can see, I am not a priest of the Temple of Freedom, but after my body awakened the magic power, I have this ability. I nor a believer in the Statue of Liberty.
Delina smiled knowingly when Soldek emphasized that she was not a believer in the Statue of Liberty.
Then what do you believe in?
Selina murmured. Seeing her delicate appearance, Soldek was no longer in the mood to chat, and leaned his head to hug her soft body. If you ask Serdek to tell you what is the most profound memory of his first intimate relationship with Selina, Serdek may not really be able to tell you anything. But when it comes to the most profound memory, he can tell something. First of all, when the wheat awns from the wheat straw stick to the skin, it will be very stinging. The second thing is that he has already included Zigna's words. Mom, I'm hungry. It's deeply imprinted in my heart. Because just when he felt a little bit worse, little Zigna poked her head out from behind the wheat pile and said weakly to Selina, Mom, I'm hungry. Then, there is no more. Soldek suddenly thought that if old Sheila came to find him, things might be more troublesome. He picked up the leather armor hanging on the tree and left quickly along the village. Chapter 284 Tracking. Selina sat on the small stool in front of the fireplace, supporting her chin with one hand, smiling foolishly at the flames in the fireplace. This surprised Signa, who was under the bed. She quietly lifted up the sheets and stuck her head out to look into the room. There was no outsider in the room. It seemed that the danger had not been eliminated. Selina was getting angry. Sometimes, I usually don't beat myself up when outsiders are present. But when no one is around, it still depends on Selina's mood. It seems that Selina is in a good mood now. But Zigna still doesn't dare to take this risk. She lowered her head and touched her hungry belly. Thinking about the scene she saw behind the wheat haystack in the threshing field at noon, Zigna sighed softly, and she could just endure it a little longer. Just when Zigna was thinking wildly, a plate was pushed in from outside the bed. There was a quarter of a baked wheat cake on the plate. This baked wheat cake was baked by Selina the day before yesterday.
Now she just needs to take it out and put it on the bed. Roasting on the fire pit will make it delicious. There is also a small piece of cassava and a small handful of chickpeas on the plate. When Zigna saw the food on the plate, she quickly ate it like a mouse. He leaned over to the plate and smelled it, then leaned under the bed and started eating. These chickpeas are planted on the stems of the wheat field. As long as the chickpeas are harvested in advance before harvesting the wheat, few villagers in Wall Village grow chickpeas. This is not because they don't like to eat them, but simply because they don't want to eat them. Just know how to plant it. Selena sat on the wooden table, with a plate in front of her that was the same as Zigna's, except that there was only a few pieces of wheat cake on the plate. She picked up the roasted cassava and took a bite, feeling a biting feeling in her mouth immediately. You can feel the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns. But this is not because of the strong taste of cassava, but because the food itself is a little bit toxic, which does not affect anything except that it will make your tongue grow bigger when you eat too much. Although the stone house was still empty, Selena felt that her whole heart was filled. She would have something to rely on in her future life. She no longer had to worry about the clerk in charge of the census breaking in suddenly that day and forcibly taking her to another stranger. This place has Zigna and more than an acre of wheat fields. This is my home. It's okay if life is hard. It will get better gradually. The village has been undergoing subtle changes recently. During the period before and after the harvest festival in previous years, after harvesting the wheat fields, the villagers would go into the mountains and forests to pick up various mountain products for winter storage. No matter how much food was stored, they were worried that there would not be enough food to survive the cold winter. But now, the panic atmosphere when autumn comes has been diluted a lot. The strong laborers in the village have dug back a large amount of sulfur mines. According to the old village chief, these sulfur mines can be sold for a lot of money. And the villagers who mine the mines still pay a lot of money every day. She could get a silver coin. And if the half-month as wages were exchanged for fine wheat flour in Helensa city, it would be enough for her and Zigna to eat for 4 months. Although she is considered to be Serdak's woman, Delina doesn't want to take any of his copper coins in vain. She wants to have a good discussion with the old village chief after the harvest festival and let her go to the sulfur mine in Pudu Mountain to mine. No matter what. There also needs to be someone responsible for cooking in the mining area. As long as you can do it for 2 weeks, you don't have to worry about winter storage anymore. When Selena looked in the mirror, she found a red mark on her chest that looked like a petal. Her face turned slightly red, and she thought with some annoyance as to how she could cover up this red mark when she went out. Otherwise she would be exposed by the group of teeth in the village. If these women, who are sharp-tongued but don't have any bad intentions, see this, I don't know how it will be spread. The sun was no longer shining so brightly in the afternoon. Selena returned to the threshing floor, but did not see Serdak again. She heard from the old people working on the threshing floor that Serdak left Wall Village in a hurry at noon. Yeah. It seemed like I had to leave in a hurry because of something. Selena leaned her hand on the wheat stack, and for a moment, she was worried about gain and loss. A young man from Digo Village ran to Wall Village and brought a message from the old village chief to Soldak, saying that someone had found traces of a bandit group in the Grand Canyon next to Digo Village. The villagers hunted wild goats in the canyon and skinned them by the river in the center of the canyon. After they left behind a few tattered goat skins. The fascia of these sheep skins had been dried by the wind, but the skins were still soft inside. Soft. The village chiefs of the surrounding natural villages happened to hold a patrol guard council in Digo Village to discuss how many people each village would send to patrol. The whereabouts of the bandit gang were immediately brought to the village chief meeting. The village chiefs of each village immediately sent letters to the village and began to recruit people to prepare to drive away the bandit group in the Grand Canyon. It is for this reason that Digo Village sent people to deliver letters to each village. When Soldak heard what the young people in Digo Village said, he immediately decided to rush to Digo Village. In order to cope with emergencies in recent days, he usually wears leather armor during the day. At this time, he does not need to wear cumbersome warcraft leather armor. The Roman sword hangs on his waist, and the iris shield is stored in the magic waist bag. As long as go to the threshing floor and bring out your horse, and you can start immediately. Selena was not seen on the field. Serdak looked at Selena's stone house from a distance. He wanted to say something to Selena, but when he thought of Zigna's cute eyes looking at him, Serdak shivered all over, as if he was standing in the cold wind, wearing only boxer shorts. Serdak decided not to say goodbye. He led the horse to the entrance of the village, and after the young people from Digo Village pointed out the direction, he galloped all the way to Digo Village along a mountain road with only faint traces. Digo Village is completely different from Wall Village.
Digo village is located halfway up the Paglos mountain. There is no mountain spring water here, so the entire mountain village does not look green at all. All the houses are made of limestone. It is made of bricks, with triangular wooden frames and thatch on the roof. However, Digo village looks much larger than Wall village. There are about 200 households in the whole village, which is 3 times as many as Wall village. After walking into Digo village, I discovered that although the vicinity of Digo village was deserted, this village occupied the entrance to the Grand Canyon, and there was a river in this canyon. Some crops were planted on the slopes on both sides of the canyon. There is not enough sunshine inside, so the wheat fields here still look lush and green. Serdek rode his horse and stopped beside the canyon, overlooking the entire canyon.
The wheat fields in our village are different from those in other villages. If we want to harvest wheat, we have to wait at least another 20 days.
A middle-aged man came out of the mill not far away, glanced at Soldek, saluted and introduced him. Then the middle-aged man asked,
"Is this Lord Knight also here to track down the bandits?"
Serdek nodded. Chapter 285 Grand Canyon. Serdek saw the old village chief in the largest stone house building in Digo village. A group of middle-aged and elderly people were pointing around the sand table on the table. However, they were not army commanders and could find bandits on the sand table. The general activity area of the group is already impressive. Behind this group of village elders stood a row of young men and women, who were also listening attentively to the discussion of the village elders. Seeing Serdek in Warcraft leather armor walking in, these young men and women looked over in surprise. The group of village elders also noticed the commotion behind them. Some people inevitably glanced back and saw Sue entering the stone house. Serdek was also a little surprised. Among this group of village chiefs, in addition to Uncle Bright, Soldek also knew the village chief of Good Village. He was looking around at this stone house. This house was more magnificent than any stone house in Wall Village. The whole room had a very high ceiling and a pointed roof. The tripod wood on the roof was very thick. The walls were painted with white plaster. The room looked very bright. Apart from a large stone paved floor, there was only a large round table in the room, which looked like a gathering place. One of the old men with gray beard stood out from the crowd and asked Serdek respectfully,
"My Lord Knight, what are you doing here?"
The village chief of Good Village recognized Soldek at a glance, and quickly leaned into the old man's ear and whispered a few words. The old man nodded slightly, and then the bright village chief explained,
"Ahem. Before I came, all the strong laborers in the village had gone into the mountains. Only Soldak was in the village to deal with emergencies. This time the search for the bandit group event. Let him join. He has just returned from retirement after participating in the Plain War, and has very rich combat experience. Bright, your wall village is really amazing. A knight actually walked out of the village. With the care of this young knight, your village will gradually get better."
Some people in the crowd were very familiar with Uncle Bright. The village chief said one after another. The first old man to stand up was the village chief of Digo village. He was the only one who was most familiar with this Grand Canyon. Seeing that the crowd gradually became quiet, he said,
"Okay, let's continue talking about the Grand Canyon. I'm going to separate 2 teams. One team will enter the Grand Canyon from the front and search along the way. The other team will go all the way around from the top of the canyon. In the past, you had to walk more than 20 kilometers of mountain roads to find another entrance to this Grand Canyon. However, the entrance there was already deep into the Paglos Mountains, and there were many wild beasts there, and wolves were often seen there. The team on the other side of the canyon must have rich hunting experience."
Some impatient village chiefs interjected below.
"We'd better act quickly. If it were any later, I'm afraid those bandits would have left the Grand Canyon long ago. Okay, I'll keep the story short."
Village Chief Digo rubbed his forehead helplessly. Serdek was assigned to the first group. There were 25 people in the group, all of whom were young men and women who had not yet joined the army. In addition to the 21 young men, there were 4 young women carrying hunting bows. Looking at them wearing hunter's attire, Serdek could tell that they had some hunting experience. The first group entered the Grand Canyon from the front and walked southwest along a river in the canyon. It took nearly a day to walk out of the canyon. Serdek followed the first group into the canyon. Sure enough, as Uncle Bright said, there was no wind outside the canyon. As soon as he entered the Grand Canyon, he felt strong winds blowing in front of him. These winds seemed to be while flowing in the Grand Canyon. I looked up and saw the mill windmill protruding from the top of the cliff. For huge sail-like fan blades were slowly turning. This made Soldak a little curious. What exactly was this big mill windmill? How it was built on the cliff of the canyon? The group of people walked into the canyon against the strong wind. Serdek did not ride a horse this time. He was not familiar with the complex environment from here to the canyon, and was worried that the complex terrain would cause unnecessary damage to the horse's hooves. There were no other 25 people in the first group riding horses, so Serdek decided to follow the second group. A small group hiked into the Grand Canyon. The first team included young people from Digo Village. They were very familiar with this Grand Canyon. They walked a few kilometers northwest along the river at the bottom of the canyon, and found a camping site in front of a river beach. The remains, some fish bones, and sheep bones were scattered on the river beach. The goat skin that the head of Digo said was no longer here. The bonfire lit in the river beach camp was made of some chestnut tree branches. In order to make a fire, this group of bandits actually brought some firewood with them. This camp was discovered this morning, but it is already the afternoon. If this group of bandits came from this camp in the morning, leave the Grand Canyon directly. I'm afraid you should have left safely from the other end of the canyon by now. It is still unknown what the intentions of these bandits are, and the patrol team is ready to follow this clue, because this bandit group has threatened Digo Village and some nearby natural villages. Serdek knew in his heart that these bandits were probably still looking for Selena's whereabouts, since they had the ability to raze a noble manor to the ground. It shouldn't be difficult to loot a nearby natural village. A young man following Serdek asked.
Sir Knight, I heard that you participated in the Plain War?
He looks very young and doesn't understand how cruel war is. Soldek nodded and responded.
Yes. Warsaw Plain.
He was looking at the rock walls on the left and right sides of the valley. The rock walls on both sides of the Grand Canyon were full of horizontal stripes. Like pages of a book stacked one on top of another. Very unique. Unexpectedly, there was someone talking to him behind him. Serdek turned around and saw a young man wearing a leather vest and linen bloomers. He was holding a dung fork in his hand. He was dressed a little funny and stood in front of Sue with a smile. Behind Erdek, seeing Soldek's easygoing personality, the young man caught up and asked,
So what do you think we need to pay attention to in the army?
I looked at him again and guessed that he was probably at the age of military service and had an inexplicable fear of the Imperial Army. So he had the courage to ask these questions. Serdek felt that it was necessary to tell this inexperienced newcomer some of the experiments in the military camp, although he did not expect him to remember them all at once. He could at least subtly give him some correct views on the army. Cognition, so Soldek said.
There are many aspects that need to be paid attention to in the army.
Serdek talked a lot, and the young people listened very carefully. I didn't know how far I had walked in the canyon, but suddenly I heard the guide of Digo Village, who was walking in front, shouting,
Everyone, come and look. There are footprints here. Those bandits must have left from the other side of the Grand Canyon.
The villagers on the side also couldn't understand. They complained,
I really don't understand. Why do these bandits come to our remote countryside to rob? Do they think that we villagers are very rich?
Chapter 286 Appearance. There is a stream in this Grand Canyon, but after the rainy season, this stream will turn into a river. There is a low-lying lake in the middle of the Grand Canyon. The water from the rivers and streams on both sides of the canyon will gather here. It is said that there is a crack less than a foot wide at the edge of the lake. As long as the water level of the lake exceeds the crack, the overflowing river water all the wine will leak into the cracks. The lakes in this Grand Canyon are surrounded by lush herbaceous plants and clusters of low shrubs. Except for some pheasants and hares, there are almost no other wild animals in the valley. The footprints on the river beach were very clear. A young hunter in the team squatted next to the footprints, observed them carefully for a while, then raised his head and said to everyone,
There are only 5 people's footprints. No horses. And they don't seem to be walking very fast. I don't know what happened in their team. Someone seems to be injured.
This young hunter named Abu was wearing a fur coat, but he was shirtless. Not only was he carrying a hunting bow, he also had a hatchet and a bee's trap hanging on his waist. His hair looked messy, and his eyes were very bright. No matter what, even if it is a handful of sand or a leaf, he likes to pick it up and put it under his nose to smell it. The young guide from Digo Village said,
You said they sneaked into the Grand Canyon. What did they want to do?
Abu said to the young guide,
Probably he wants to find out the specific location of your village. Didn't the village chief say it? This bandit group has already looted 3 noble manors in the south of Helensa city.
The young guide looked innocent and said sincerely,
But there is nothing in our village except the wheat that is about to be harvested. Even for wheat, we have to wait at least a month. So these bandits are just exploring the road. Not a large-scale invasion.
Abu stood up, patted the sand on his hands, and said to the young guide and the young people around him.
The same is true when wolves are hunting. They first look around. When they find prey, they will not rush to hunt it. Instead, they will gather the wolves, lay a large net, and slowly trap the prey into the large net. They are the most patient hunters. You can always seize the best time to hunt.
When the young guide heard what Abu said, he immediately showed panic and asked quickly,
You mean these bandits will be like a pack of wolves? Are these people just coming to visit our village? It should be about the same.
Hunter Abu nodded. In fact, he thought so too. A young man next to him asked,
Abu, have you ever hunted a pack of sand wolves?
Hunter Abu shook his head in embarrassment and said with regret,
I have only hunted ordinary wolves, and they are more cunning than I imagined.
Wow! When everyone heard what Abu said, they all exclaimed in amazement. The Abu looked very simple, and just said naively,
This is nothing. The sand wolves are the most powerful wolves around here. I would like to advise you all, when you encounter a pack of sand wolves in the wild, you must remember to run as far as you can.
Serdek walked behind these people and thought, fortunately, there are no young people from Wall Village in the team. Otherwise Serdek's hunting of sand wolves would be exposed at this time. The young guide from Digo Village stood at the front of the team and said to everyone,
Let's chase them quickly. If there are only a few of these bandits, there are so many of us. We can consider catching them.
Soldek stood next to Knickerbocker and couldn't help but ask Knickerbocker,
Has anyone gone missing in your village recently? I haven't heard of that.
Knickerbocker replied. A young man next to him suddenly said,
Speaking of this, someone in our village really disappeared. Probably the day before yesterday. Everyone thought he went to pick up mountain goods in the woods at the mountain pass. But they didn't take him seriously.
When the first group of 25 young people reached the central area of the Grand Canyon, they finally saw the lake in the canyon. This area is extremely low-lying. After the stream flows here, it will encounter several large drops. There are some beautiful waterfalls in these river sections. Nowadays, the amount of water flowing in these small streams is slightly insufficient. So these waterfalls are almost dry in many places. The Abu asked the team to stop again. He squatted next to a bush very alertly, pushed aside the grass here, and saw some messy footprints again.
I have a feeling that they may be nearby,
the young hunter Abu said to everyone. The guide who led the team here said,
Let's spread out and search nearby. We must be careful and try not to disturb them.
The four bandits had to stop near the lake in the middle of the Grand Canyon because the leg of the villager they captured from Digo Village was pierced by a spear, and the sharp tip of the spear was stuck in his left leg. The robbers did not try to pull out the spear tip. Not only did they not pull out the spear tip, they also tied the villager tightly with hemp rope. There were blood stains on the corners of the villager's mouth, and it was obvious that he had been beaten frequently. The villager's resistance was quite effective. After walking for most of the day, the bandits had just reached the middle of the Grand Canyon, and on the south bank of the lake, the bandits had to stop again. The bandit leader kicked the limping villager to the ground, and said angrily,
With this guy, we may have to walk in the Grand Canyon for 3 days before we can get out. Otherwise let's interrogate him directly here.
The other 3 robbers did not object. So the robber leader said,
Since no one objects, then the matter is settled.
After saying that, he took out a parchment scroll from his arms, walked to the groaning villager lying on the ground, unfolded the parchment, brought it to the villager, slapped it first, and let the villager, who was tied behind his back, woke up and punched the villager in the stomach. Then he handed the parchment portrait to the villager's eyes and asked him in a tough tone,
Have you ever seen this woman in your village?
The villager was beaten quite miserably along the way, especially the penetrating wound on his thigh, which made it almost impossible for him to walk, for bandits dragged him all the way here. The villager reluctantly opened his swollen, peach-like eyes, glanced at the unfamiliar face in the portrait, and then weakly shook his head.
Think more carefully.
The villager still shook his head. The bandit leader scratched his head with some annoyance, and stopped questioning. He directly reached out and lifted up the villager's collar. When he was not prepared, the dagger in his hand stabbed the villager's heart accurately, and then the villager's body was thrown away with a bang. By the lakeside, the bandit leader wiped the blood stains from the dagger on the villagers, and said in a somewhat irritable mood,
Let's go back the way we came, and then go to that village to capture another villager. If he says the same thing, it means one thing. The target is not Diego.
Village.
Chapter 287 Ambush. There is a large lake in the middle of the Grand Canyon. The scenery here is most beautiful only in autumn. The lake is rippling with blue waves, and the bottom of the clear lake can be seen at a glance. There are only some low shrubs around the lake, and there are knee-high green grass everywhere. No one would have thought that such a beautiful place would be flooded a month ago. When the rainy season comes, the rainwater around the Grand Canyon will gather here. The lake in front of you will be 5 times larger than it is now. A huge whirlpool will appear on the entire lake, and all the lake water that has overflowed the cracks at the bottom of the valley will rush into the cracks. Among them, the middle section of the Grand Canyon is like a land. With the end of the rainy season, the vegetation here has grown wildly, and everything seems so prosperous again. Moreover, the Grand Canyon is low-lying, probably due to the influence of geothermal heat. The wheat fields at the bottom of the canyon are still growing well even at the end of October. By the beginning of November, villagers in Good Village usually rush to harvest the wheat planted on the slopes on both sides of the Grand Canyon before the first snowfall. At this moment, the young people in the first group seemed a little heavy-hearted. Lying on the lake beach was the body of a villager from Diggo Village. His hands were tied tightly with hemp rope behind his back, and his body was covered with bruises. He should have been dead before his death. He was severely beaten by the bandits, and there was a diamond-shaped penetrating wound on his leg. It was obviously a wound caused by a spear, and the fatal wound on his body was a wound from the left rib to the heart. There was a lot of blood on the grass. Perhaps the blood in the body had been drained, making the deceased's face extremely pale. Several young people from Diggo Village were squatting next to the body and singing a requiem in a low voice. This is a custom in Bina province. When Soldak was in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment in the Warsaw Plain, this kind of psalm could be heard almost every day. Seeing the sad looks on the faces of the young people in Diggo Village, it was obvious that the deceased man from Diggo Village was very familiar with them. All the young people in the first group were filled with indignation and worried that there was another sense of frustration inside them, which actually made them, the robbers, kill people under their noses. And everyone felt excited. The noise along the way suddenly fell silent at this moment, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Even the bloomers didn't come up to ask Serdek this or that. These young people haven't experienced too much life and death. They don't even know how to deal with it. One of the older group members suggested the young people in Diggo Village found some linen bandages, wrapped the body of the deceased, and temporarily placed it on the shore of the Grand Canyon Lake. They sent someone to deliver a message to Diggo Village, and the rest continued to hunt for the murderer. Serdek followed a set of battlefield theories, which were not suitable for the current situation. Therefore, Serdek just stood aside and said nothing. He did not want to be thought of as being so unkind. On the battlefield, during the pursuit, dead companions will definitely be left where they are. If anyone dares to stay where they are likely to be punished by military law for delaying the fighter plane. As for cleaning the battlefield, there is naturally a dedicated logistics group responsible for it. As for losing the battle, you are not qualified to clean the battlefield. The young hunter came out from behind the bushes, with some leaves on his body and looking a little out of breath. The young hunter followed the robbers' footprints and finally made some new discoveries. These bandits were not prepared to leave the Grand Canyon. Their direction changed again to Diggo Village. Obviously, they did not get what they wanted. Since we haven't left, we can arrange it well. There are only 4 robbers on the other side, and there are 25 people on our side. This is a roundup operation with great disparity in power. Now we are wolves, and we have to open a big net. Make sure all the robbers fall into our net. The young hunter squatted in the crowd and said confidently. Seeing the young hunter's confident look, other young people immediately surrounded him and asked, "Then what are we going to do?" The young hunter paused for a moment, and then said, "We will catch up with them first, and then set up an ambush circle. I will lead them over, and then we will all rush out together and lay them down directly." The other young people felt that this arrangement was very simple and crude, and it was in line with everyone's urge for urgent revenge. They all got up and followed the young hunter, intending to catch up with the 4 bandits. When the young hunter passed by Serdek, but he deliberately stopped, stared at Serdek with a playful look, and asked him, "Knight Serdek, what do you think?" Probably because of his outstanding performance in the first group, the young hunter was a little inflated. The young people around him were silent. They neither wanted to offend a new knight nor a young hunter, so everyone could only choose to remain silent. Facing the young hunter's unwarranted provocation, Soldak stood still and said calmly, "Okay." The young hunter had a proud smile on his face, held his chest high, walked at the front, and led the first group of people to chase the bandits in the direction they left. It must be said that this young hunter's tracking skills were very good. After walking back along the Grand Canyon for more than an hour, He finally found the figures of the 4 robbers jumping on the large rocks by the stream. The young hunter raised his hand and signaled to the people behind him to stop first. Then he found 8 young people carrying hunting bows in the team and asked them to hide behind the bushes. The remaining young people were ambushing by the stream. Behind the rock, Cerdak was also arranged among these people by the young hunter. Then the young hunter arranged the bow and arrows on his body and strode towards the bandits. His pace was strong, and he could accurately jump to the big rocks by the stream every time he jumped, until he chased the hunting bow. Within the shooting range, the young hunter hid behind a rock and shot an arrow at the bandit at the rear. Whoosh! The arrow shot out quickly and hit the shoulder blade of the last robber when the robbers were unprepared. If the robber hadn't twisted his body at the critical moment, the arrow would have pierced his back. Heart. The 4 robbers quickly hid behind the boulder. With a ding sound, an arrow grazed the robber's ass and hit the boulder, causing a stream of sparks to fly. Then the 4 robbers discovered that there seemed to be only one person ambushing on the other side. One of the robbers immediately poked his head out from behind the stone, and then an arrow shot over. But the robber, Shinwindi, stepped out. Just when he took a step forward, a dark red scimitar chopped the 3rd feather arrow shot by the young hunter to the ground, and the arrow broke with a sound. The robber shouted loudly and rushed toward the young hunter's hiding place with a machete. Chapter 288, Furious Killing. The 2 robbers were not afraid of the arrow shot from the front, and rushed towards the young hunter's hiding place with long strides. Seeing that the robber was actually able to cut off the arrows he shot, the young hunter was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. He didn't expect that the strength of the 4 robbers was so strong. He didn't even dare to look back. The 2 robbers had so much strength. This bloodthirsty aura that has been battle-tested cannot be concealed at any cost. After all, the young hunter is still a young man who has not experienced the baptism of war. He has only learned how to hunt wild beasts in the mountains and forests. He lacks decisiveness and ruthlessness. When he meets these desperados in front of him, his inner self-confidence instantly collapses. The 2 robbers chased the young hunter, but the 4th arrow, which was already fully drawn, failed to fire. Seeing the young hunter turn around and run away, the 2 robbers were also chasing after them. They also took out the hunting bows on their backs and shot 2 arrows at the young hunter. However, the young hunter was very flexible, jumping up and down on the big rocks by the river. The arrows behind him all missed, and the young hunter also let out a cry of terror. His mind went blank, and his body had to pause twice to avoid the flying arrows. The robber took the opportunity to close the distance with the young hunter, and the 2 of them cooperated tacitly, and soon caught up with the young hunter. The young hunter only felt the murderous aura behind him. The light behind him dimmed instantly. He realized that the situation was not good, so he rolled forward with all his strength, and the dark red scimitar swept against the young hunter's waist. The sharp blade cut a gash in the leather jacket on the back of the young hunter, and the cold blade brushed against his skin, shocking him into a cold sweat. The robber who rushed in front did not expect that the young hunter actually escaped the inevitable knife. When he was stunned, the young hunter slipped away from his eyes like a loach, with a ferocious smile on his face. He was not discouraged and jumped to the side of the young hunter. This is entirely due to the gap in their own strength. The 2 bandits have the strength of 9th level warriors, while the young hunter is only a 4th level ranger at best. There is a lot of difference in strength between the 2 parties, whether it is physical fitness, explosive power, and combat skills. The robbers versus the young hunter all completely crushed. When the young hunter saw the robber chasing him, he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. He quickly turned around and tried to escape, but he didn't expect that the robber behind him also caught up. He stood on the other side of him and intercepted the young hunter. Live. The young hunter held the hunting bow in one hand and held the hatchet in the other. His body was forced to the stream. He took 2 steps back and his back hit a cold rock. The young hunter's forehead was covered with sweat. The robber's scimitar struck down immediately. The young hunter raised his hatchet to parry, but was cut off by the robber's scimitar. Just when the young hunter closed his eyes and waited for death, the robber pressed the scimitar in his hand directly on the young hunter's shoulder, looked at him with contempt, and asked him coldly, "Are you D? From Goken?" The young hunter shook his head. The 2 robbers looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes, so they wanted to kill the young hunter with a knife. The young hunter's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and begged for mercy without saying a word. At this time, several arrows suddenly shot from a distance, and the 2 robbers quickly dodged. These arrows came unexpectedly, and 2 of them hit the 2 robbers. The 2 robbers once again hid behind a huge boulder in embarrassment. The young hunter took the opportunity to quickly turn around and run away. Seeing the first group of people rushing over, the young hunter was desperate to survive. He was inevitably a little excited. He did not forget to remind his companions, "Be careful with them. The machete in my hand just cut off my hatchet." Relying on the strength of their numbers, the young man took the opportunity to surround the 2 robbers. The 2 robbers were full of courage and showed no fear. They stood back to back, trying to find an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. These young men were not afraid of the machetes in the hands of the 2 robbers. They each held their weapons and slashed them at the 2 robbers at the same time. At the moment when their weapons fell one after another, the 2 robbers seized this opportunity and slashed their hands. He swung his scimitar outwards, pushed the weapons from the hands of several young people, and slammed into the chests of the 2 young people with his strong shoulders. Suddenly, the 2 young people vomited blood and fell out. The robbers were stabbed twice in the back and rushed out of the siege. They held their breath and ran forward. They chopped down 5 or 6 young people one after another with the scimitars in their hands. The 2 scimitars were very sharp. As long as they were hit by the machete, a long wound would be drawn. The 2 robbers rushed out of their surroundings and fought while retreating. By the time they realized that the situation was not good, several young people had been injured. Serdek did not expect that the original rough and simple ambush plan would be so vulnerable to the bandits with rich combat experience. After all, they were a group of young people who had never been on the battlefield. He sighed softly in his heart. The 2 robbers stopped retreating at this time, because the other 2 robbers behind them had already caught up. The robber who was shot by the young hunter bandaged his wound, and then caught up from behind. Instead, he attacked the young man in the first group. The people formed a pincer attack, and Serdek was worried that once the 4 bandits scattered his camp, it would be difficult for him to stand up and deal with the defeat. Therefore, when the 2 robbers came back to fight back, Serdek drew out his Roman sword, took 2 big steps in the crowd to get ahead of everyone, and faced the 2 robbers who came back to fight back. The Roman sword made the first move. He used his standard parrying action, holding 2 scimitars at the same time, and then Serdek punched the robber on the left. The robber was frightened and quickly drew his knife to block Serdek's punch, but Serdek punched him. Dark's power suppressed the 2 robbers. The Roman sword knocked away the dark red scimitar and punched the robbers firmly in the chest. The sound of bone cracking could be clearly heard. The robber's chest showed a clear collapse, and blood clots from the shattered lung lobes were sprayed from his mouth. The robber's body flew out and was actually punched to death by Serdek on the spot. Another robber finally discovered that there was a lion hidden among the sheep in front of him. Seeing that the situation was not good, the robber immediately whistled to the 2 companions approaching from the opposite side, signaling them to run quickly. At this time, it was too late for him to escape, so he could only bite the bullet, holding the scimitar in both hands, and gritted his teeth to resist Serdek's continuous offensive. The Roman sword itself was an heavy sword, and it would not suffer any loss against the scimitar. Serdek's strength was far greater than that of the bandit. His sword after blow made the bandit retreat continuously, and he could only barely parry, without any ability to fight back. The young people around him were a little stupid when they saw Serdek fighting off 2 bandits with his own strength, until Serdek let out a soft drink. The Roman sword in his hand struck the middle of the scimitar's edge. The scimitar that had been cut like a sawtooth broke in response, and the Roman sword struck the robber's head mercilessly. The top of his head immediately cut off half of the robber's skull, and the whole person fell straight backwards. The robber's blood splashed onto the pebbled river beach. Chapter 289 Chase. It didn't take more than a minute from the time Serdek took action to the end of the battle. Seeing this scene, the other 2 robbers turned around and ran away. They fled without any hesitation. They rushed directly along the river beach into the bushes on the shore, trying to get rid of the first group of people through the complicated terrain. It seemed that the bandit was so frightened that he threw away all the cumbersome salutes he had on him along the way. Some hard leather, marching tents, and water bags were all thrown on the edge of the river beach. Of course, Serdek didn't want them to escape, even if one person escaped from the Grand Canyon. Soon, more bandits will definitely gather here, and it is very likely that they will carry out bloody revenge on Diggo Village. The only thing that can resolve this matter is to kill all 4 bandits. The things that happened in the Grand Canyon cannot be spread. Even if the bandit group wants to avenge these 4 bandits, they don't know who to look for. Serdek chased closely behind the 2 bandits. Although the strength of these 2 bandits was very different from Serdek, when they escaped, they ran like madmen along the canyon to the southwest. Serdakdak felt that he was not as tired as he was when he was crossing the hilly pastures in the Warsaw Plain. The two robbers in front were like animals, running to the lake in the middle of the canyon in one breath. Not only did the distance get closer, but it got closer, fall further and further. The young people from Digo village were also following closely behind Serdak, running out of breath. It was obvious that they were trying their best. Just when Serdak felt a little exhausted, nearly 30 nodes in his body emitted the power of holy light. The power contained in these nodes took on a spiral shape in his body, continuously surrounding. A new force was injected into Serdak's body, and his sore and weak legs recovered in an instant. Serdak increased his pace again, and his running speed increased sharply. The young people in Digo village behind him were far away. He was about to catch up with the two robbers in front of him. At this time, the robber with an arrow wound on his shoulder blade shouted, and actually stopped on his own initiative. The robber turned around and dismounted, raised the dark red scimitar above his head with both hands, and faced him. He struck hard at Serdak, who rushed up. In the plain of Warsaw, Serdak's targets in such chases were often evil ghosts more than 3 meters tall. The robbers with their blades licking blood in front of him really didn't pose any threat to Serdak. He almost subconsciously took out his iris shield and directly held the scimitar in the robber's hand. Due to the suppression of strength, the swipe of the iris shield failed to stop, and hit the robber's face directly, immediately smashing the robber's face into pieces. In the battle with the evil ghost, such a shield attack cannot cause any substantial damage to the evil ghost, so he will often follow up with a sword afterward. It is almost a habitual action. The Roman in Serdak's hand, the sword penetrated the robber's chest without any hindrance, and kicked the robber to the ground. At this time, another robber had already taken the opportunity to run far ahead. If he wanted to catch up with him, he didn't know how far he would have to run. The young people who followed him followed up panting, and when they saw the robber lying in a pool of blood, these young people became cautious when facing Serdak, and they no longer spoke as casually as before. Serdak calmed his breathing, put the iris shield into his magic waist bag, adjusted his breathing, glanced at the young man standing aside in a daze, and took big strides to continue chasing the robber who slipped through the net. The man from Digo village. Several young people looked at each other, and could only grit their teeth and continue to follow. The robber was probably a ranger, and he ran faster than Serdak, who was a shield warrior. Although Serdak kept chasing after him, he ran along the Grand Canyon and couldn't catch up. Seeing the bandit, Serdak regretted that he did not insist on riding a horse. If he had come on horseback, I am afraid that the bandit would have been beheaded long ago. Now, we can only hope that the second group can successfully surround them from the other side of the Grand Canyon. Hans felt like he was about to run out of breath, and there was a fire burning in his chest. His vision was a little blurry, and there seemed to be some hallucinations in front of him. The Grand Canyon in front of him became a little distorted. He was like a frightened bird. Even when he saw the bushes around him, he felt that nearby villagers would emerge from them at any time and at any time. Hans was terribly thirsty, and the hot air coming out of his throat had a fishy, salty taste. His throat was so dry that it was almost smoking. He didn't dare to stop and take a sip of water in the face of the nearby stream. He had no physical strength. The overdraft was serious. After the night behind killed 3 of his companions one after another, he pursued him all the way, which made him fall into despair several times. He still clearly remembered what the old bandit had warned him. After running so hard, drinking even a sip of cold water would make his lungs burst. He resisted the urge to throw himself into the stream and lowered his head intently, staring at the road under his feet, worried that he would not be able to get up again if he fell. His legs had long since become numb, as if they were filled with lead. Every step he took had to rely on his own willpower. He felt that he could still keep running. He kept hypnotizing himself, suggesting that the legs were not his, and the fear of death made his body unleash all its potential. Sweat has soaked the linen clothes on his body, and they stick to his body. It feels like an extra layer of restraint. He ran across the lake in the middle of the Grand Canyon in one breath, and the night behind him was finally thrown away. He staggered and knelt on the sand beside a river, picked up some water, and poured it on his face. The clear water of the stream made him energetic. With this shock, his mind became clearer and clearer. He did not dare to drink a large gulp of water. He only dared to dip his fingers in the stream water to wet his lips. He wanted to lie on the grass by the stream and rest for a while, before Hans could completely relax. He saw a group of young people appearing on the slope in the distance, and they were chasing Hans. Hans screamed strangely, got up from the grass, and continued running along the gravel beach at the edge of the river. until he saw a group of young people coming towards him. They didn't even make any move. They just looked here in surprise. Han's inner persistence completely collapsed at this moment. He sat on the beach with a look of despair, waiting for the group of young people to rush up. There were shouts of "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" from a distance behind him. The scimitar in his hand was deeply embedded in the sand. Hans lay on his back on the beach with a look of despair, looking at a narrow strip of blue sky above the canyon. He felt that he had exhausted all his strength. At this time, he just wanted to close his eyes and have a good sleep, even if it was forever. It doesn't matter if you can't wake up. Chapter 290 Portrait. A water bag curved like a horn. A bag of salty baked biscuits. A dark red sharp scimitar. And a sleeping bag sewn from a roll of rawhide were all the bandits carried. Supplies? Of course. They also have a set of tattered leather armor, and a pair of long riding boots. If they are lucky, they can also find a dagger in the riding boots. The 4 robbers sneaked in from the Grand Canyon without riding horses, but their other luggage was complete. During the escape, all these belongings were discarded along the way, and now they were all picked up by the young people of the first group. A money bag containing several coins was also found from the robber who was finally caught. 10 silver coins. In the end, the bandit also knew what would happen to him if he was captured alive. So he used his last breath to hit his chest on the hatchet of a young man from Digo village. The leather breastplate was not cut by the hatchet. However, the young man holding the hatchet turned pale with fright. He once thought that he would be killed by the vicious robber, and stood there with his eyes closed in fear. It wasn't until the robber was shot through the throat with an arrow by a young hunter who caught up from behind. The robber fell in a pool of blood with a weird smile on his face, that the young man from Digo village sat on the sand and howled. It is a profound realization that life and death are often only a moment apart. The trophies such as water bags, sleeping bags, riding boots, and even machetes were placed in front of this group of young people. But they did not make everyone take a second look. On the contrary, the dozens of silver coins on the last bandit made these young people sing in unison, exclaiming as if they had seen something extraordinary. Everyone began to discuss whether to divide the bag of silver coins privately. They felt that these silver coins should belong to everyone. As for the trophies they picked up, these young people planned to take them back and hand them over to the village. Serdek glanced at the horn-like water bladders. Such water bladders cost at least 5 silver coins in the leather shop in Helensa city. The rawhide sleeping bag was worth about 8 silver coins. And those pairs of long riding boots will be more expensive. Each pair costs at least 10 silver coins. Of course, these are far less than the value of the scimitar. This dark red sharp scimitar with blood stains. The price of each one, it will definitely not be less than 30 silver coins. These young people probably don't know that these trophies on the ground are more valuable. Serdek held a piece of parchment and stood aside silently. On this parchment was a portrait of a woman. On the portrait was a sketch of a bust of a woman who resembled Selena. This sketch was drawn its lifelike and professional, and the calm smile on her face clearly captures the unique charm of Selena's face. He accidentally found this piece of parchment from the last robber. He originally thought it was a magic scroll of fire gathering or water gathering, but he didn't expect it to be a portrait that looked exactly like Selena. He carefully rolled up the parchment. No one noticed the portrait on the parchment in his hand. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bag of silver coins. So he quietly put the portrait into his magic waist bag. Soldak has been wondering how the group of bandits were looking for Selena. They had never seen Selena. Could it be that they could accurately find her just by describing her in words? It wasn't until this moment that he found the answer. It turned out to be this kind of highly realistic sketch. Selena in this portrait was still a girl. He didn't know where the robbers got this. Regarding these captured trophies, the young men came over to ask Soldak for his opinion. He was not interested in these leather boots and water bladders. After all, this was a collective action. Although he was the one who contributed the most, he could not monopolize anything. So he only said, just follow everyone's ideas. He has no objection at all. These young people saw that Serdek did not care much about the bag of silver coins. But they did not expect that Knight Serdek was so easy to talk to. This time, a total of 44 silver coins were seized. And there were a total of 35 young people present. So everyone discussed it, and each person got a silver coin. The rest was still put into the money bag and handed over to the village together with other trophies. Serdek also received a silver coin. Looking at him without saying anything, he simply put the silver coin into his backpack. Only then did these young people completely relax and thought to themselves, this Knight Serdek does not seem to be disagreeable. A total of 12 young people in the first group suffered some injuries. But these injuries were not fatal, and a simple bandage would not cause any serious problems. The 4 bandits were buried on the spot. And the villager from Diggo village, who was killed by the bandits, was carried back to the village by young people from the same village. More than 30 young people walked back to Diggo village from the Grand Canyon. It was already completely dark. The village chiefs of each village did not leave Diggo village. They had long received news that 4 bandits had sneaked into the Grand Canyon and arrested them. A villager from Diggo village was robbed. When he saw that the young people sent out had not returned so late, he was thinking about organizing manpower to take over. This group of young people appeared at the entrance of the village at the same time. Although some people in the team were injured, no one died, and the village chiefs breathed a sigh of relief. Prior to this, although Old Bright of Wall Village raised the potential threat of this group of bandits to the village chiefs, few village chiefs paid attention to this matter. Otherwise, they would not have sent some young people to make up the number. Now seeing that these young men killed 4 bandits in one go and injured more than a dozen young people, the village chiefs of each village felt that they had to be on guard against these bandits, who had quietly infiltrated into the mountainous area. The village chiefs finally began to pay attention to this matter, and agreed to the proposal of Chief Bright to completely clean up these bandit groups in the mountainous area. In fact, as long as everyone has such a sense of prevention, then these bandits, who are broken into pieces, will not do much in the mountainous areas. The villagers who can survive in this desolate land have a much better ability to survive than they seem. More tenacious. They are mountain people in the Padlos Mountains. No one is more familiar with this mountain than them. To them, these bandits are just a group of outsiders. No one had noticed these bandits before because they didn't realize what threat these bandits posed to everyone. The village chiefs always thought that the impoverished mountain villages would never be the targets of these bandits. But they didn't expect that these bandits actually by secretly arresting people. The bandits have touched the final bottom line of each village. As a result, a patrol team organized by each village was established that night. In fact, the main thing is that each village is only responsible for patrolling the area around its own village. If the bandit group encountered is weak, it will be dealt with directly. If it feels that it cannot be dealt with, then ask for help from other villages. And everyone will kill these bandits together. After reaching such a consensus among the villages, Bright Village Chief and Surdak returned to Wall Village overnight. People who went to the mountains to collect mountain products have returned a long time ago. The eaves of each stone house are covered with various mountain mushrooms. Some lead chestnuts are drying in the dustpan in the yard, as well as some other types of mountain vegetables. Every year, this is how winter storage is carried out in the village. But this year it seems particularly stress-free compared to previous years. At least the villagers in Wall Village will not worry about food in winter. Chapter 291 Lost in the Night. The night breeze is cool. Surdak gently opened the courtyard door under the bright moonlight and led the horse into the courtyard. The cow tied next to the stone roller was grazing. He led the horse to a pillar beside him and untied it. Saddle. Scoop out half a bucket of water from the water tank and pour it into the sink. The manger next to it is filled with chopped fodder. This ancient Bolai horse seems to have adapted to this kind of life. It flicked its tail quietly, lowered its head, drank water leisurely, ate the fodder in the trough, and ignored Surdak. Surdak untied the straps of his leather breastplate and sat on the wooden bench at the door of the stone house, ready to rest for a while against the wall of the stone house. After a long day of work, he wanted to take a bath, but he was too lazy to move even one step. He leaned the Roman sword hanging on his waist against the wall, with a faint smell of blood on it. He reached out to the gourd beside the water tank and poured a gourd of water onto the Roman sword. The clear water flowed along the scabbard to the ground and turned dark red. Worried that the edge of the Roman sword would rust, he took it out after carefully wiping the Roman sword with a piece of oilcloth. Surdak relaxed his body and sat quietly against the wall of the stone house. After taking off the leather armor on my body, I felt that my body became much lighter. There were some blood stains on the leather armor and needed a good scrubbing. Only then did Surdak find a lot of pine mushrooms on the dustpan in the yard, as well as a lot of chestnuts and some sour pears. It seemed like these should be Natasha and Rita's harvest in the mountains today. He walked to the side of the sour pear. He knew that this kind of pear tasted sour and astringent, and the pulp tasted like chewing wood chips. It was impossible to swallow it. It could only be marinated in a jar for a month to become sour. Pears become a kind of pickles that can be eaten with rice. They are put in jars and can be eaten until next summer. The door of the main house was pushed open, and Natasha's voice came from behind. "Did you come back so late for dinner? What you had for dinner was baked wheat cakes, and there was one in the fireplace. She had long blonde hair hanging around and looked like she had just climbed out of bed. She was only wearing a thin linen pajamas and looked sleepy. Under the moonlight, the skin at her neckline became snow-white and naked, standing with her feet next to the door. The concave and convex contours of her body were fully visible under her thin pajamas. Perhaps because it was at night. She was not as shy as during the day, and at least she could hold out her plump chest. "I've eaten." Serdek was a little dazed at this moment. Natasha raised her hands, put her long hair behind her head, and walked out of the stone house. Her feet stepped on the stone slabs, which were dazzlingly white under the refraction of the moonlight. "Want to take a bath? I'll boil some hot water." Her voice was a little hoarse, which didn't quite match her delicate face. Serdek leaned against the door and said to Natasha, "Just take a shower. In the army, we also use cold water to bathe. I have long been used to it." Natasha didn't stop because of Serdek's refusal. She walked into the kitchen, and soon there was the sound of flint being smashed. Then she walked to the water tank to fetch water, and Serdek quickly stepped forward to help. After getting closer, Serdek was slightly startled. He saw the turbulent waves under Natasha's pajamas very clearly. Natasha felt Serdek's gaze, turned around and walked in front with her head lowered. Wheat straw was burning in the kitchen fireplace, and the flames burned very high. The firelight reflected Natasha's smooth face. Her lake blue eyes were exceptionally bright. Her eyebrows were very delicate, and her rhombus-shaped lips were slightly pursed, curled up, sitting on a wooden stool, covering her feet with a linen nightgown. She used an iron hook to take out a piece of brown wheat cake from the fireplace, then went to the side and cut a thin slice of cheese and an onion, sandwiching it between inside the wheat cake. He handed it to Serdek. Serdek took the wheat cake, and her face was slightly red. Looking at those beautiful lips, he couldn't help but grab Natasha's hand, hugged her in his arms, and held half of it in his hand. Zhang's wheat cake stuffed with cheese fell to the ground with a pop sound. Serdek pushed away the white lotus-like arm that was pressing on his chest. The next second his consciousness returned to his brain, and he suddenly sat up from the wooden bed. Natasha was wrapped in a blanket and sleeping soundly next to her. She felt movement around her. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her beautiful big eyes opened little by little. Then she realized something and turned around just in time to meet Sue. Serdek looked at each other, and then his cheeks turned pink. It was still dark at this time, and Serdek was about to say something when Natasha gently pressed his lips with a finger. She sat up from the bed nimbly and tidied her messy long hair. Her eyes were full of color. Her teeth were biting her lower lip slightly. Wrapped only in Serdek's military blanket, she quietly slipped out of Serdek's stone house and quickly returned to her room. Serdek still clearly remembered that when he first saw Natasha in his home, she had a look of malnutrition on her face. She always lowered her head and looked like she wanted to bury her face in her chest. Her shy look and numb eyes made it impossible to see any hope for the future in her eyes. But now she seems to have changed a lot. At least her attitude towards life has become positive and optimistic. At least she has more smiles on her face. The way she looks up and smiles is really beautiful. Serdek lay back on the bed. At this time, his mind became empty, completely blank. Then some photos flashed through his mind, and many pictures of the second team appeared in front of him. Those members seemed to be looking at him, smiling. He saw Serdek in a trance, as if he was waving to him from the clouds in the distance. When Serdek woke up again, the bright sunshine had shone in from the door. Little Peter put his hands on his face and looked at him with big eyes without blinking. When he saw him waking up, he said to him with a smile, "Dad is a big slacker." Serdek reached out and pinched little Peter's cheek, sat up from the bed, put his hands under his armpits, and raised him above his head, facing the rising sun in the morning. Serdek held up the cheerful little Peter and walked to the yard outside the house. Rita was cutting hay in the yard. Natasha was making breakfast in the kitchen, and old Sheila was squatting on the cow, squeezed milk from underbelly. A layer of light green mist filled the mountains and fields, and some brisk footsteps came from the village. "Serdek! Serdek! The 4 carriages you ordered have arrived!" As soon as Charlie shouted, the man appeared at the gate of the courtyard. "The carriage I ordered? When did I order the carriage? I was about to go to Helensa city to order some ordinary axles. But this was just an idea." Serdek was confused for a moment and said in confusion. Just when Serdek was puzzled, a businessman came out from behind Charlie. He was covered in wet dew. He had obviously traveled day and night to Wall Village. He said to Serdek, "Okay." He gave a salute and said, "Night, Serdek. Baron Karl asked me to send it to you." He said you just need these now, and Baron Karl has already paid the purchase price for the 4 carriages on your behalf.
Chapter 292 Dumplings. Although Natasha also wanted to watch the fun, she didn't know how to face Soldak. So she hid in the kitchen and refused to come out.
Natasha, let's go first.
Rita stood in the yard and said loudly without caring about Natasha's feelings. Natasha was wearing an apron and wanted to follow her to have a look. But she hesitated and gave up. Seeing Soldak, Rita, and Shibi follow the businessman out of the courtyard, Natasha secretly touched her hot face, feeling anxious and worried about gain and loss. Although she inserted the relationship between Soldak and Ko has been broken to the last level. But Natasha is more concerned about what Soldak thinks of her. Hearing that the yard became quiet, Natasha hurriedly walked out of the kitchen and saw Soldak and Rita leading little Peter away talking and laughing. She exhaled softly, and old Sheila carried half a bucket of milk walked up to Natasha. And Natasha suddenly had the urge to hug old Sheila and suffer.
Only by experiencing suffering can we know the beauty of life. Cherishing the current life is the greatest comfort to the deceased.
Old Sheila was chattering in a low voice while gently comforting Natasha's shoulders. She could feel Natasha's whole body shaking slightly. Old Sheila knew best in her heart that a family that should have been torn apart was still maintained because of this man who walked off the battlefield and showed its best side to others. From being strangers to each other, everyone began to slowly accept each other. Everyone seemed to be tightly bound together by some kind of emotion. Life was slowly getting better, and the smiles on everyone's faces were constantly increasing. Old Sheila kept saying to herself in her heart, what else is there in this kind of life now? What about those who are not satisfied? For ordinary style 4-wheel trucks were parked at the entrance of the village. The axles were made of black iron, and the 4 wheels were made of solid oak boards. The entire carriage had a steel frame, and the frames were covered with dense, hardwood boards. A tall wooden board surrounded the carriage. It looked like one carriage could hold a lot of supplies. The horse pulling the carriage had been unloaded, and the 4 drivers, who were transporting the truck, reinstalled the saddles on the horses. They just waited for the merchants to hand over the 4 carriages, and then set off to rush back to Helensa city. If everything went well, they could rush back to Helensa city before the city gate closed in the afternoon. Hearing that the 4-wheel carriage was parked at the entrance of the village, Rita rushed over with little Peter and Soldak to see the 4 carriages. Charlie looked at the 4-wheel carriage with gleaming eyes. This kind of 4-wheel carriage carrying cargo is considered a rarity in the deserted land. Usually, such carriages can only be seen in some caravans. Unexpectedly, Serta the friends in kitchen were actually so wealthy. When they heard that Soldak wanted to buy a carriage, he sent 4 of them over. After the businessman introduced the specific parameters of the 4-wheeled carriage to Soldak at the entrance of the village, and also explained the precautions and daily maintenance, he left Wall village with the 4 carriage drivers. Hearing that there was a group of bandits roaming the deserted land of Paglos Mountain, the businessman felt that it would be safest to leave here as soon as possible. However, what the businessman did not expect was that the delivery of 4 carriages was just the beginning. Then Serdak ordered 20 sets of ordinary carriage axles from the businessman. With these 4 carriages, Serdak's trip to Helensa city was not so urgent. He thought that these 4 carriages could be used to transport sulfur ore, and also to haul volcanic ash back from Pudu Mountain. Of course, in addition to volcanic ash, cement needs to be mixed with a certain proportion of quicklime powder. These limestones are everywhere in the mountains. Just how to calcine these sparse limestones and grind them into powder has always puzzled Soldak. The village of Wur lacks the corresponding coke and kilns. Natural quicklime is not in short supply in Paglos Mountain. Seeing the mill above the Grand Canyon in Digo village, Soldak had some new ideas. He thought that a larger mill could be built on the stone cliff of the Grand Canyon, specifically for grinding quicklime. As for the current lack of conditions for calcining quicklime, this is not a big problem. In the area near Pudu Mountain, some limestone is covered with thick volcanic ash, and many of them are quicklime. Thinking of this, Soldak felt that he should discuss it with the old village chief. However, the first group of people to enjoy the 4-wheeled carriage were not Soldak, but the villagers in the village, who went into the mountains to collect mountain products. Charlie, Luke, Val and other young people each drove a 4-wheeled truck and pulled all the villagers, who were going to the mountains to collect chestnuts. The 4 carriages set off on the road again facing the rising sun in the morning. Some village women sitting in the carriage were chattering away. In the past, Rita, Hao and Natasha couldn't get in a conversation. But now many topics revolve around Rita and Natasha. The villagers got into these carriages and staggered through the mountain pass. There are a few more wooden crosses on the top of the mountain on the right side of the mountain pass. They were not there last night when I passed by here. And from a distance, the robbers hanging on the 4 brand new wooden crosses still have not turned into bones. There are more wooden crosses in the sky. There are scavenging birds constantly lingering, ready to alight when no one is around. Surdak knew that the 4 corpses of the robbers and the wooden cross should have been erected on the mountain by the villagers of Digo village. Hanging the robbers on the wooden cross at the mountain pass was said to be a kind of salvation for the robber's soul. On the eve of the harvest festival, all villages are basically busy with winter storage matters. In addition to harvesting wheat and cassava, going into the mountains to collect chestnuts and mountain products is also a supplement for winter supplies. The annual harvest festival is coming as scheduled, which is almost the most important festival in the Green Empire. This year, Wall Village is much more affluent than in previous years. So in the days leading up to the harvest festival, caravans are always arriving. The old village chief ordered some winter storage supplies that Wall Village did not have, such as some ham and dried meat, air-dried chicken, in addition to some miscellaneous grains and beans. These grains can be used to cook porridge. In the winter when the door is closed by heavy snow, the family sits around the fireplace and cooks it in a hanging iron pot. Serving a pot of broth or a pot of soft multigrain porridge is a rare delicacy. The old village chief rushed to distribute the replenished winter supplies in the village before the harvest festival. The villagers no longer had the sorrow of lack of food in the eyes of previous years, and there were more smiles in their eyes. Every year during the harvest festival, Wall Village holds a grand dinner party. Each household prepares some different delicacies and moves them to the central square of the village. Everyone lights a bonfire in the square, eats and drinks together, and gathers around the village, dance together around the campfire. However, this year's harvest festival has something new that was not available before. Surdak bought 2 large oak barrels of ale from the caravan. The traditional delicacies in Wall Village are roasted wheat cakes stuffed with meat, stew, and mutton soup. In addition, you can occasionally see some barbecued meat. But barbecued meat will lose a lot of fat during the cooking process. The villagers of Ur would rather throw the animal fat into the soup pot and drink a bowl of fat broth than eating it. A dry piece of barbecue is more appetizing. With the help of Rita and Natasha, Surdak prepared some steamed dumplings. There is no word for this in Wall Village, and Surdak didn't know if it was the right way to pronounce it. In short, that's what steamed dumplings mean. The stuffing is made of beef shank and onions mixed together, and the dough is rolled out into a thin dough. Fortunately, Rita is more dexterous and quickly mastered the skill of rolling out the dough. She rolled out the dough into a large, thin sheet, and then cut into small square pieces with a dagger. Although they look a bit nondescript, this is the first dumpling meal that Surdak eats when he comes to this world. Chapter 293: The Night of the Harvest Festival. At the dinner party on the night of the Harvest Festival, the old village chief drank too much and was carried home by his youngest son Charlie. The bonfire was almost burned out, and only when the night wind blew, some faint light would shine through the ashes. Selena and several village women cleaned the pots and stoves next to the central square of the village, pulled out the large iron pots from the stoves, and moved them into the village warehouse. There were still a few drunken villagers in the square, sitting next to the campfire, picking out pieces of burnt cassava from the ashes that were about to go out. There was still the last remaining ale in the wine glasses beside them. It seemed that they wanted to drink up the ale before going home. The drunken villagers chatted incessantly. I said the taste of this ale is really good. I have tasted it in Helensa city before, but this one tastes better. I think it is the most delicious when paired with meat-filled wheat cakes. City, those people here just like to eat chickpeas and peanuts. This is all thanks to Knight Surdak. An elderly village man said casually. This year has been a good year, and I have harvested a lot from the mountains in the past few days. In the past, even if I saw the wild radishes, sour pears, jujubes, and hawthorns in the mountains, I would not dare to pick them. I was afraid that I would not be able to get them from the mountains. Memorize it. And if you have the strength, who wouldn't pick tree rice and mushrooms? Now that we have four-wheeled carriages, we have to load mountain goods into the carriages with great effort. For carriages have to run back and forth to the mountain pass several times every day. Four-wheeled carriages are precious things. If they are loaded too hard, they will break. But it's troublesome because everyone in the village knows how to repair it. The nights in Wall Village are exceptionally quiet. Many villagers are reluctant to light oil lamps in order to save money. If there is no such dinner party at night, everyone usually goes to bed early. Soon after all the villagers are gone, there is only one person left in the village square. Next is a mess. In the past, Selena would hurriedly clean up and go home early.
She would rather leave the cleaning work until tomorrow than stay too late in the square, because there are always some idle people who can't sleep in the middle of the night. Wandering in the village square, he would occasionally glance at her secretly, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Some of the bolder ones would follow her all the way to the door of her house. After the Harvest Festival dinner this year, Selena deliberately delayed it until the end. She wiped the wooden square table clean with a rag. Her eyes occasionally glanced at Cerdak, who was drinking with a group of young people. Signa was already leaning on the stove. Bien was fast asleep. She had eaten a little too much tonight. Selena was worried that she would accumulate food and gave her a glass of hawthorn water. But now she was in no hurry to return to the deserted stone house. When little Peter started to feel sleepy, old Sheila carried little Peter home with Rita and Natasha. Soldak, on the other hand, has been discussing the construction of a cistern with young people such as Charlie and Luke. After the Harvest Festival, bricklayers from each village will arrive in Wall Village one after another to build the cistern. Construction is about to start. Tomorrow we will organize manpower to pull volcanic ash from the edge of Pudu Mountain and grind the loose limestone. All of this requires organizing some manpower and material resources. The old village chief was drunk, and Charlie carried the old village chief home. Only Luke, Val, and a few others were left here. Cerdak found that Selena was still there, so he waved to her. Lena tucked the blanket around Signa, straightened her somewhat scattered hair, took off the long skirt tied to her body, and walked over quickly. Selena wore a thick woolen skirt and a woolen sweater. She walked briskly and tried to avoid swinging her waist, because she felt that only women with a loose personality would twist their hips vigorously when walking. She did not want to be sued. Erdak wanted to be that kind of woman. Cerdak was only wearing a linen shirt, tight-fitting breeches and riding boots. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his thick arms, which were covered with hideous scars. He took the initiative to stand up and go around behind her to pull her hair, open a chair with a backrest, and ask her to sit down.
You happen to be here too. We were just discussing the construction of a reservoir in the village. The specific construction plan has been finalized. But now we need people who specialize in statistics and salary distribution. I think you are qualified for this task.
Selena raised her head, raised her fair chin, and looked at Soldak with admiration. At this moment, she felt that the way he discussed things was so charming. She didn't even hear what Cerdak was talking about. He said something. Anyway, he was telling her to do something tomorrow, and she was willing to do anything for him. Several young people felt that it was not suitable to continue talking about the reservoir in this atmosphere, so they all found excuses to leave and hastily ended the discussion. The soft moonlight shines between the mountains, on the fields of Ware Village, and on the reed-covered tidal flats below Wall Village. Along the path in the village, Cerdak fell asleep on his back. Signa walked in front, and Selena followed Soldak. The moonlight left a dark shadow on the ground. She stretched out her foot and stepped on Soldak's shadow. The shadow kept moving forward, and she chased after it happily. In the past, Selena always felt that the road from the village square to her home was too long, and it would take a long time to walk back home. But now she found that the road was too short. When Soldak stopped, she nearly knocked him onto his back. Soldak handed the sleeping Signa to Selena, then held Selena's smooth face with his hands and kissed her sexy lips. Selena hoped that Cerdak could stay, even if he was very domineering or couldn't wait to pull her into the stone house. But Cerdak said to her softly, "Good night. Good night." Selena's voice was thin and weak. Soldak stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching Selena enter the stone house, and then turned around and left along the village road. Selena carried Signa back to the stone house and put her back on the wooden bed on the upper floor. Signa licked her soft lips and turned over on the bed. Selena casually covered her with a quilt. The moonlight outside the window was like snow, and Selena was sitting on the wooden bed filled with despair. At this time, she suddenly heard a knock on the door of the courtyard. Her heart suddenly moved, and she ran out of the stone house quickly. She happened to see Sue Erdek leaned outside the courtyard wall and said to her with a faint smile, "Kind lady, would you like to take one in?" Before Soldak could finish speaking, Selena rushed out of the door quickly, wrapped her hands around Soldak's neck, and hung herself on him. Selena closed her eyes and smelled the faint scent of soap on his lips. "Hey, do we have to stay at the door like this all the time?" Soldak's voice rang in her ears. Chapter 294 Shadow Word. When he woke up in the morning, the first thing he saw was Signa carefully looking down from the upper bunk. This made Cerdak have the deepest feeling that he really should own a big castle-like house. Otherwise, every time Selena and Selena lie together, there will always be a little guy disrupting the situation after waking up, which makes Serdek feel a little embarrassed. And every time Zigna saw those horrific scars on her body, she always had a look of fear. Serdek's memory of the origin of these scars is a bit vague, and he can only see some fragmented scenes in his memory. He was struggling in a sea of fire, and outside the sea of fire, a magician riding a magic harpoon, the wizard is chasing another female magician with a child. Every time the scene pauses here, there will be a deep sting in my heart. The black tattoo of the goddess Selene on Selena's back doesn't always show up. For example, right now, her back was white and smooth, showing off her soft curves when lying next to her. Serdek told Selena about these changes. Selena curled up in his arms, like a lazy cat, and whispered, "The goddess does not come and bend down all the time. Of course there won't be any tattoos on the back when the goddess is away. Can it still be like this?" Serdek said with some surprise. He didn't expect that the magic patterns on her body could be hidden. Selena and Zigna nodded in affirmation at the same time. Seeing the determined looks on their faces, Serdek was completely convinced. With a topic to talk about, at least the atmosphere would not be too embarrassing. So Serdek Dark said to Selena, "When the dark goddess came, did she give you any abilities?" Probably because of this level of intimacy. Selena blinked and said, "Actually, it's a very weak ability. It doesn't matter if you say it. It's like a verbal curse." "Language curse?" Serdek repeated in his mouth. This reminded him of his own whisper of death. Isn't that a language curse? He remembered the power of whisper of death, which seemed to be able to kill the enemy instantly on the battlefield. But he still hadn't figured out how to use whisper of death. Selena raised her upper body from the simple wooden bed, smiled slightly at Serdek and said, "It's almost the same, but it's useless. Do you want to feel it?" Serdek did not expect that Selena would make such a proposal, and asked again firmly, "Me? Are you going to cast that curse on me?" Selena kept nodding and said, "It's okay. It's just a feeling anyway. It won't cause much damage. Sometimes when Zigna makes a mistake, I will cast that curse on her. But it's of no use now. She is now more proficient than me." Hearing Selena say this, Serdek became even more curious about what kind of spell it was. But he caught another point in Selena's words. "You mean Zigna can do that too? A language curse, and a believer of the dark goddess?" Selena stared at Serdek with a strange look, as if to say, "Is there anything wrong with this?" "Okay. What I want to say is that you should let her choose what she wants to believe in." Serdek felt that Zigna should be given a better faith from an early age. After all, almost everyone in the Empire believed in the Statue of Liberty. How can the Dark Goddess survive in the Green Empire? If you don't like the Goddess of Liberty, it would be better to believe in the God of Magic or the Lord of Elements, such as the Fire God Paglio and the Water God Eva, rather than the Dark Goddess Selene. This is her choice. Selena glanced at Zigna hiding in the upper bunk and said to Serdek. Serdek could only sigh in his heart. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. After all, it was difficult to say whether Faith was right or wrong. Selena put on a nightgown, then half knelt on the bed, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and prayed devoutly to the Dark Goddess. This time, Serdek did not open the eyes of reality, and could not see what was around Selena. Such a change. She felt that the portrait of the goddess with one hand raised in the well appeared again behind her. And then Selena's closed eyes suddenly opened. Her light green pupils turned as dark as ink, and what she said in her mouth was just say a brief syllable. Pain. Selena stared at Serdek's left hand. Serdek felt as if his left hand had been hit by a blunt object. There was a pain from the joints, but there was no change in his hand. He tried clenching and stretching his fists, but there was no inconvenience at all. The only thing was a tolerable pain in his hands. "Is this your language curse?" Serdek asked in shock. "Well, it is said that this is a kind of secret word technique." Selena nodded and replied. It seems like what Selena said. It only has the function of punishment and is of no use in real battles. Serdek looked at Selena, who was a little frustrated, felt soft, and comforted her and said, "Actually, it's still if it's somewhat effective. It can at least prevent people from focusing on something. But that's all, isn't it?" Selena forced out a forced smile. She knelt on the bed and used her hands to gather her long chestnut hair behind her head and tie it into a ponytail. A breath of youth hit her face. "Come on. I feel like I am 5 or 6 years younger all of a sudden." "This kind of spell is indeed a little weak," Serdek said truthfully. "That's not a little bit. After all, I said it represents the goddess of darkness," Selena said casually,
as she got out of bed and started to prepare some breakfast.
It may be that the dark goddess has forgotten you in this corner as you said,
Serdek said. Selena squatted by the fireplace and was about to light a fire. Her eyes dimmed and she said,
Okay, I admit it.
After the harvest festival, Wall Village quickly recovered from the festive atmosphere. Most of the villagers had finished harvesting the wheat, and there were only a few wheat stacks left on the threshing floor. The men in Wall Village began to prepare to rush to the sulfur mine in Pudu Mountain. This time, everyone had experience in living in Pudu Mountain and knew what supplies should be brought in more quantities and what supplies were not needed at all. For example, water-gathering scrolls are indispensable. There are no water sources around Pussy Mountain. Everyone relies entirely on water-gathering scrolls for drinking water. The 3 water-gathering scrolls that Serdek carried with him have all been used up. The villagers, we only have the last one in our hands now. This kind of life magic scroll can only be bought in the magic shop in Helensa City. The 22 pairs of leather boots and cotton masks prepared by Serdek also played a great role. In the environment of Pudu Mountain, the rocky ground in many places is hot, and some rocks are still flowing under the magma. Wearing this kind of long leather boots can prevent your feet from being burned. The young people in the second echelon did not wear long leather boots. This time, several young people in Pudu Mountain had their feet burned to varying degrees. The old village chief asked Serdek to bring a batch of sulfur to Helensa City. After selling it, he can exchange it for some water-gathering scrolls and customize some thick-soled long leather boots and pickaxes. These necessary labor items still need to be prepared. Of Chapter 295 Change. With the end of the rainy season, the weeds on the Bago pasture gradually wither and turn yellow, and the water level in the Bago pool drops significantly every day. The villagers in Wall Village must store enough forage here before winter comes. This pool will eventually dry up and bottom out, and some finger-long silver-scaled small fish swim in the water in groups. At this time every year, young people from Wall Village will run to the edge of the pool to build a dam. As long as the inside of the dam is scoop out the water, and you can easily pick up this annual silver-scaled fish in the muddy water with your bare feet. The surface of Pagalos Mountain is a huge limestone rock formation. Because of this special rock formation, rainwater quickly seeps into the ground when it falls. Almost no vegetation can grow on this rock formation. So this place is called the Pagalos Mountain, a deserted place. Although some silt has gathered at the bottom of the Bago grassland pool, it still cannot prevent the pool water from seeping into the ground. A group of yellow sheep gathered at the edge of the pool to drink water. A 4-wheeled carriage filled with volcanic ash drove slowly along the edge of the Bago pasture. The carriage driver waved his whip to startle a group of copper-billed sparrows hiding in the grass. 5 or 6 older children were catching fish at the edge of the pool. One of the older children saw the coachman on the 4-wheeled carriage and quickly pushed his companion beside him and whispered, "Hey, Conan! The man driving the carriage is your father." Another child who was fishing in the mud quickly raised his head and saw the figure on the ravine. He showed a very surprised expression and said quickly, "Ah." He seems to have said that he will drive to the mountains today to pull volcanic ash. Several older children stood in the quagmire, waiting to the coachman above the ravine. At this time, the carriage driver also noticed a few older children fishing at the bottom of the ravine. So he stopped the 4-wheeled carriage, stood on a high place, and shouted to the older children at the bottom of the ravine, "You guys must pay attention to safety." "I know." The older children responded enthusiastically. In the view of the coachman, several people from neighboring villages carrying simple luggage were rushing towards Wall Village along this road. When they passed Bago pasture, their eyes were full of envy. This kind of pasture where livestock can be grazed is here. It's rare in this desolate land. Old Conan drove his carriage past people from neighboring villages. Because this road led to Wall Village, he couldn't help but ask, "Everyone, are you going to Wall Village?" These people from the neighboring villages stopped and replied cheerfully, "Yes. We heard that Chief Bright of Wall Village is recruiting bricklayers to build a reservoir in the village, and we will pay them every day. So we are going to Wall Village. Try your luck in the village and find a job here, which is better than walking to the city of Helensa." Seeing the wrinkles on their dark faces, old Conan was a little hesitant, wondering whether to take them in a carriage for a while. But the carriage was already filled with a full load of volcanic ash. Old Conan hesitated. Then he said nonchalantly, "Oh, we really need to build a reservoir." He hesitated for a moment. But after all, he did not pick up those people from neighboring villages. Facts have proved that old Conan's choice was very wise. The carriage walked forward for a while, and actually saw 4 or 5 groups of villagers from neighboring villages, who went to Wall Village to find odd jobs.
These people would ask old Conan for information. The matter of building a reservoir. The masons from Wall Village rode horses directly to the sulfur mine in Pudu Mountain. The remaining young people will walk first. Wait for the masons to arrive at Pudu Mountain. Then send their horses back. And then these young people will ride their horses to Pudu Mountain. The sulfur mine alone occupied almost all the men in Wall Village. So almost all the craftsmen who built the reservoir came from several surrounding villages. The specific candidates were personally selected by the old village chief. Just after the harvest festival, these craftsmen came to Wall Village carrying simple luggage. The old village chief made simple arrangements for these craftsmen. The craftsmen, led by the old village chief, went to the place upstream of the village where they were going to build a reservoir. The rough outline had been planned with white lime in advance. And there were still white stones on the ground. The line is still clearly visible. And then the old village chief described the approximate size of the reservoir to the bricklayers. There is already some volcanic ash and limestone powder piled on the construction site here. The laborers will first sift the volcanic ash and limestone powder, and then mix them together according to the ratio required by the old village chief, and mix them into cement. Another part of the laborers will then we began to dig a deep trench around the white-gray marking line of the reservoir. Next, we had to make the steel bars bought by Soldak into a ground cage, put it into the trench, and then pour cement to lay the foundation. Selena's notes clearly recorded the specific requirements and procedures for each step. The old village chief was the organizer of building the reservoir. He had to direct nearly 150 craftsmen to operate it efficiently. Sue Erdek needed to pay these bricklayers and laborers a salary of 85 silver coins every day. So he wanted to utilize every labor force. And the entire reservoir construction site became very lively for a while. Unforeseen problems came one after another. For example, the quantity of volcanic ash and lime powder originally stored was seriously insufficient. The craftsmen who weaved the ground cages had conflicts with the laborers who dug the trenches. The trenches dug by the laborers were not wide enough, and there were the limestone dug out of the trenches needs to be ground into stone powder, etc. Even if the old village chief is accompanied by his capable assistant Selena, these trivial tasks keep him busy almost without touching the ground. The old village chief held his waist with one hand, almost shouting that he was hoarse at the busy construction site. At this moment, Soldak was riding through the mountain pass, and the number of corpses of robbers hanging on the cross on the top of the mountain was obviously increasing. The surrounding villages have a very firm attitude towards bandits, and the effect is very obvious. Although these bandits are a group of ruthless characters who are used to licking blood from the edge of their knives, they have disrupted the inherent rhythm of life of the villagers living in the deserted land. Although here most of the villages are impoverished, and the villagers are struggling to survive on food and clothing. But this does not mean that they are a group of lambs to be slaughtered. On the contrary, the mountain people who can survive in this desolate land have a kind of ruthlessness in their bones. And the bandits are foreign invaders after all. If they gather into a team, they may be able to massacre these natural villages with the scimitars in their hands. However, because Surdak killed a group of bandits with one person at the mountain pass before, these bandits were scattered into various natural villages. Now they are slowly found by the villagers, defeated one by one, and the killed bandits will be sent to the top of the mountain here. Suddenly, the wooden cross on the top of the mountain pass has turned into an artificial jungle. Surdak never expected that the villages could be so effective in stopping the bandits. Chapter 296 Tavern. Every time I come to Helensa city, I will have a new understanding of this mountain city built halfway up the mountain. At dusk, a faint twilight enveloped the entire city, and the sky and mountains seemed to be burning with a ball of sky fire, and the sky was filled with red clouds. The guards at the city gate were far from being as sleepy as they were at noon. At this time, they were discussing whether to go into a tavern for a drink or two. After the harvest festival, various festive ribbons and street lights had not been removed, and the streets and alleys were full of people, in festive colors. Although the city looks small, it is full of rich flavor of life. Looking at the warm lights reflected from the glass windows of those houses, Soldak wanted to sit in a restaurant and eat some roast goose and drink a glass of cold ale. Soldak was still living in the hotel opposite the square garden. The coquettish landlady was leaning against the front desk, watching Soldak open the door and walk in, and glanced behind him subconsciously. Seeing him walking in alone, a half smile appeared on his face. The hand on the counter secretly pulled down the loca dress, making the silk loca dress look like it couldn't hold it up. The huge chest, with a confident smile on his face, he said to Soldak, "There is a room facing the window on the 3rd floor. Would you like to prepare a dinner for you
Soldek placed his luggage at the front desk and said to the proprietress at the counter,
I want the room, but dinner is not necessary. It's still early, and I plan to walk around the city. Dinner may be settled outside.
The landlady looked away with some disappointment, threw a bunch of keys on the wall behind her to Soldek, and ignored him. When entering the city this time, Soldek planned to sell a batch of sulfur ore in the underground market and buy a few water-gathering magic scrolls and fire-gathering magic scrolls. The main purpose of selling these sulfur mines is to purchase some thick soled boots and rawhide felt tints for the sulfur mine. It is also best to buy some low-priced fire resistance potions in the magic potion store. According to the old village chief's idea, sell these after the sulfur mine is mined. The money can be used to pay the bricklayers and laborers who built the reservoir. The old village chief believes that building the reservoir is a welfare for the whole village. If it were changed to the past, the village did not have such capabilities, then there would be nothing to say. There is nothing wrong with Soldek paying for it out of his own pocket. But now there is a sulfur mine in the village. With these sulfur mines, Wall Village can easily build a water storage chilai. That's why the old village chief was so eager to sell a batch of sulfur mines. No matter how well the sulfur mine sells, the leather boots must be bought back. So Soldek walked out of the hotel and went to the leather shop where he was last time, and then asked the shopkeeper to buy 50 pairs of leather boots. The requirements are long leather boots, and these leather boots are required to have fire-resistant thick soles. I originally thought that felt tints could only be bought in grocery stores, but I didn't expect that this leather shop actually had raw cowhide felt tints. Soldek bought 5 raw cowhide felt tints from this shop. The owner of the leather shop realized that Soldek was obviously a big customer, so he gave 10 cowhide belts to Soldek for free. For the stonemasons in the sulfur mine, these belts were really useful. Unfortunately, he walked up and down the busiest shopping street in Helensa city twice, but failed to find a magic potion shop. Finally, he saw a magic potion shop on the corner of the street. Unfortunately, this magic potion shop was still closed. Door. There was a spider web hanging on the iron lock at the door. It seemed that it had not been open for a long time. Since the magic potion store could not be purchased, naturally there was no fire resistance potion. Soldek thought that he should wait until tomorrow morning. Try your luck at the underground market. The sky was completely dark, and the streets and alleys in the city were lit up with streetlights. Soldek stood in front of a tavern with a huge ale cup on the door sign. He wanted to drink a glass of ale, but he was a little hesitant about where to go in the tavern. Drink. It's better to find a better restaurant. After thinking for a while, I felt that I should try the tavern in Helensa city, and it seemed that this tavern was very popular. Soldek only stood at the door for a short while. More than a dozen people walked into this noisy tavern one after another. After a moment of fire, Soldek pushed open the door of the tavern and walked in. The entire tavern had a large interior space, filled with oak tables. A group of drinking guests were shouting in the tavern, holding wooden heads on their heads. The wine girls with trays shuttled among the crowd. They wore close-fitting and sexy long skirts, as long as they were willing to sell the ale in their hands. They didn't mind the drinkers rubbing oil on their bodies. Most of the time, they would laugh, curse, or say something flirty. Use ambiguous words to flirt with love. Soldek witnessed a drunken bearded man drop a silver coin into the heart-shaped neckline of the bartender, and then take 4 large glasses of wine from the wooden tray above her head. This is probably the first time that Soldek has seen a half-elf with a pair of pointed ears. His face is definitely still a human face, but his eyes are a bit too delicate. He is obviously a male elf. But that beautiful face, he was more coquettish than all the women in the tavern. His ears were translucent. Through the light behind the bar, you could clearly see the fuzz on the back of the ears. His slender hands were flexibly wiping the wine glass in front of him. There is a high platform opposite the bar, and now there is a bard holding a harp standing on the high platform. He compiled some of his experiences into some songs and sang them. The melody of the songs is not fixed. It is completely improvised performance, but the sound of the piano was not drowned out by the noise in the tavern. Soldek asked for a glass of ale with ice at the front desk. It only cost 15 copper coins, which was cheaper than expected.
Has anyone ever told you that it is very impolite to stare directly at a half-elf?
The half-elf bartender said angrily to Soldek, without concealing his dissatisfaction. Soldek shook his head.
Do you understand now?
The half-elf bartender handed a round wooden tray into Soldek's hand. Soldek nodded quickly, took the ale, and left the bar. He couldn't help but glance at his chest again. His chest was particularly flat, and there was an obvious Adam's apple in his throat. He looked like he was a male half-elf. Serta, who was worried about angering the bartender. So he held the glass and was about to leave. The bartender's voice came from behind him again.
If you only buy ale, try those ale girls. Maybe you will get some unexpected results. If you want to drink rum or golden cider, come to my place.
The half-elf bartender said unceremoniously. Serdak turned his back to him and raised his glass to indicate that he heard. In addition to the ale girls in the tavern, there are also some small vendors selling fruits and glutinous rice occasionally. These vendors are only allowed to walk around the tavern, no matter whether anyone buys or not. They have to go out immediately. Soldak found a corner in the tavern and sat down. Chapter 297 Auction. The smell of alcohol was mixed with tobacco and perfume, and the drunken drinkers were twisting their bodies to the tunes of the bards under the high platform. If you want to dance with a dancer in the audience, then buy her a glass of wine. But a glass of such wine costs 3 to 5 silver coins. Of course, you will get more than just a glass of wine. Soldak asked the bartender for a plate of nuts. Perhaps only by being in the commotion can he feel how real this fantasy world is. He took a sip of the slightly sour and mellow ale, which was not bitter at all. After the bard sang this long song, he left the stage happily amid the countless flowers scattered in the audience. This kind of people have no fixed place in their lives. They only need to collect the travel expenses to the next destination, and they will set off rain or shine. Then resolutely and decisively cut off everything in this city. The noise in the tavern dropped a lot, and many drinkers returned to their seats. They picked up their glasses again and chatted and laughed with the people around them. Soldak thought there would be another one right after. There was a performance by a minstrel or a dance troupe. But what came up to the high platform was a short and fat businessman. The dress on his body was open because it could not cover the fat belly, and his round face was full of blood, full of smiles. He stood on the stage breathing heavily. He shouted to the guests in the audience.
Everyone, it's time for the weekly sale of special goods again. This time we bring to you the orcs from the New Siakis Mountains and the ashes from the Pi Plateau. Dwarves, lizard people of the wild swamp.
For a while, the audience was agitated again, but there were not many cheers. On the contrary, there were boos all around. But these drinkers seemed to have known that there would be such a show, and they all stared at the high platform. Then, someone stood up from the audience, raised his head, and shouted to the businessman on the stage with great dissatisfaction.
Con! These mountain people from the extreme north and south again. I said, Kegel, you are also one of us. Why do the big slave owners in Helensa city always sell these unworthy guys? Why don't you bring back some half-elves and Jana beauties?
The man who spoke loudly was a stalwart nobleman. He was wearing a tuxedo, with a sword hanging on his waist, messy curly hair, and sharp and arrogant eyes. His words resonated with the surrounding drinkers. Kegel, the businessman on the stage, said unceremoniously and angrily.
Now His Majesty Charles has concluded a trade of cloth for herbs with the Silver Moon Elf world. Who else in the entire Green Empire dares to openly sell elf slaves? Aren't you afraid of being sent away?
Go to the guillotine? I just came back with some Jana mermaids. Can you afford to build a seawater pool to raise them? Do you think that the bathtub at home can support Jana mermaids?
The crowd around him burst into laughter. Someone in the crowd laughed and said,
Yuga, can't you be more ambitious and buy the Earl of Fornax Manor outside the mountain city to stop Kegel's foul mouth?
The strong man named Yuga cursed unceremoniously at the critic.
Bart, that manor has been robbed by bandits outside the city twice in 3 years. Let me buy that manor unless I'm crazy. The unscrupulous conversation between the stage and the audience ignited the cold atmosphere in the tavern again. Serdek did not expect that the tavern he came to actually had a slave trading business. The businessman on the stage saw the crowd becoming active and hurriedly raising his cane high. He shouted,
"Okay, please be quiet."
Then the curtain behind the high platform was lifted up, and several dwarves filed out from behind the curtain. Their hands and feet were tied with black iron chains. These gray dwarf slaves were bare-chested, with messy hair on their chins. He also has a long beard. The skin of the dwarves who filed out showed the color of limestone, just like their name. They were gray dwarves. However, these dwarves looked a little sluggish, and their faces were full of wrinkles. They also had some scars on their bodies, and there was a fierce look in their eyes. Light. Kegel, who was standing on the stage, circled around the 4 gray dwarves several times, pinched the tight muscles of the gray dwarves with his fingers, and said with a proud face,
"These gray dwarves came to the northeast of the Pi Plateau. They were captured in a battle with the orcs. They are good at forging, metallurgy, and mining. After traveling thousands of miles to the Green Empire, they now come to our city of Helensa in Bina province. Who is willing to transfer these superb casting skills to the Green Empire? Will the Grey Dwarf craftsman buy it back? The nobles in the audience were already a little impatient and shouted to Kegel. Stop being so nagging. Tell me their bidding price quickly. Kegel pressed his cane against the solid muscles of the Grey Dwarf. With a confident smile on his face, he said to everyone in the audience, Well, the starting price for each Grey Dwarf is 10 gold coins. Hearing Kegel's offer, the tavern suddenly became quiet, and someone shouted in the audience, They look very old. When Kegel heard someone say this, he waved his hand and said, The lifespan of Grey Dwarves is usually 200 to 300 years old. In my opinion, they can still work for at least 50 to 100 years. This is the reason why I sold them for 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Someone in the audience rushed to say, The first person to make a bid will immediately be followed by followers competing for it. 12. Another noble raised his hand and said, 13. In fact, Cerdak was also very tempted by the price of this dwarf slave. After several rounds of fighting, it only reached 30 gold coins. Considering the lack of experienced miners in the sulfur mines, these dwarves were born with such abilities. Cerdak thought that it was not unacceptable to spend about 50 gold to photograph a Grey Dwarf. At this time, someone in the audience had already raised the price to 47 gold. Suddenly there was no more bidding in the audience, and the bar was silent. Cerdak reached out and touched his money bag. He was about to raise his hand and shout out the price of 48 gold. But at this time, his hand was grabbed by someone. Cerdak was startled, thinking that Carl was in the bar. He had no other acquaintances in the city of Helensa. He turned around and saw a magician wearing a grey robe sitting opposite him. Cerdak suddenly remembered that this magician was the same grey-robed magician who had helped him enter the underground market when he came to Helensa city last time to sell sand wolf meat. The magician did not speak, but shook his head slightly at him. Cerdak wisely gave up bidding on the Grey Dwarf. When the Grey Dwarf slave bidding ended, Dal stood up and left the tavern. Cerdak quickly stood up and followed him out of the bar. The tall magician stopped on the street, turned around and said to Cerdak, The Grey Dwarfs are the most notorious bandits among the dwarves. Their biggest characteristic is digging holes and robbing everywhere. You can't expect them to master it. If you buy the dwarves' forging craftsmanship, of course, they won't be able to send it to the battlefield. So these Grey Dwarfs have absolutely no value. After hearing the magician tell the reason, Cerdak realized that not all dwarves were proficient in forging, metallurgy and quarrying. You saved me from loss. Thank you, Master Magician. He expressed his inner gratitude to the magician. The magician smiled slightly and said, My name is Dal. You look like a northerner, so I feel particularly friendly when I see you. Just don't think I'm nosy. Chapter 298 Letter of Recommendation. Although it was a bit regretful that he did not see the orcs and lizards at the tavern auction, Cerdak did not return to the tavern with the huge wine glass hanging at the door. When we returned to the hotel, there was only one candle lit at the front desk. The hotel owner was lying on the front desk and dozing off. The hall was very quiet. Perhaps the sound of Cerdak's footsteps woke up the half-asleep hotel owner. When he saw Cerdak coming in from outside, he quickly stood up straight and cheered up to say low to Cerdak. When Cerdak went upstairs, he found that his stomach was still growling, thinking that he had gone out for most of the night and had nothing to eat except a glass of ale. So he asked the hotel owner if there was anything left in the kitchen. What? The hotel owner recommended honey-glazed barbecue steak and chicken rolls to Cerdak, but they were a little cold. At this time, Cerdak didn't care about this anymore, so he directly asked the hotel owner for a share. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on the door, and Cerdak walked out of the bathroom in his shirt. When he opened the door, he saw the proprietress in sexy pajamas standing outside the door holding a dinner plate. He looked at her with provocative eyes. With such a look on his face, Cerdak thought again of the hotel owner in the lobby downstairs. He looked away and took the dinner plate. He casually took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and stuffed them into the hands of the landlady. He said a quick thank you. Boom. The oak door was closed by Cerdak, since he decided to use this hotel with good conditions as a place to stay in Helensa city in the future. He didn't want to make the relationship between these people too complicated. And although the boss was old, she is quite charming, and her skin is usually well maintained. But she is not the kind of beautiful girl who exudes a youthful atmosphere, so she is not very attracted to Cerdak. Cerdak brought the dinner plate to the round table on the balcony. Sitting on the balcony, he could still see the streetlights lighting up in the garden square. Although it was very late, there were still people coming out of the quiet part of the garden in pairs. The next morning, Soldak had breakfast in the hotel. He avoided the resentful look of the landlady, who was looking at her heart-eatingly, and just pretended that he could not see her. He said low to the hotel owner in the lobby and left the hotel. When Serdak came to the underground market, the giant guard at the door did not stop him. According to the leader of the caravan, the sulfur could have been sold to the Material Logistics Department of Helensa City. The Green Empire had official rights to sulfur. The purchase price was unified. But Soldak did not go there. Instead, he habitually went to the underground trading market. This time, he could be said to be familiar with the process and set up a stall in the hall. A piece of hard cowhide was filled with large items. Large and small yellowish sulfur mines. These sulfur ores are all installed in his magic waste bag. I have to say that this kind of space storage magic item is quite convenient to use. It is just a little expensive, but it is definitely worth the money. This time all the sulfur ore brought was placed in a magic belt bag. I thought that these sulfur mines would not be as popular as those Warcraft ingredients. But I had just put the sulfur mines on display for a while, and many magicians came over to inquire about the price. They expressed great interest in these sulfur mines. Serdak followed the price quoted by the caravan leader and raised it by a slight 10%. So that he could use it to pay taxes in the underground trading market and still have a slight surplus. The people who came over to inquire were all magicians wearing robes. Normally, you rarely see magicians on the streets. Unexpectedly, they all gathered here. As long as these magicians ask the price, they will buy more or less. It is in this free trading atmosphere. Next, Serdak quickly sold out the sulfur mines. This time Serdak brought 3 whole wooden boxes of sulfur ore, which almost filled the magic belt. After weighing it out, it weighed about 800 pounds. In exchange for it, he received nearly 26 gold coins. But then Serdak bought 5 more water-gathering magic scrolls and 3 fire-gathering magic scrolls in the underground trading hall. Just these 8 scrolls cost nearly 5 gold coins. And the remaining money still had to be paid for those long leather boots and other funds. The old village chief hopes to use the money to pay the bricklayers and laborers after selling part of the sulfur mine. Now it seems that the money on hand may not be enough to last for a month. If I had known this earlier, I would have brought more sulfur ore, Serdak thought to himself. After leaving the underground trading market, Serdak went directly to Casement Mansion to find Carl. Unfortunately, Carl was not at home. The old housekeeper told Serdak that Master Carl happened to be out. If he had anything to do with him, it would be best to come to him tomorrow. Next, maybe you can leave him a note and agree on a time to meet. Only then did Serdak remember that visiting noble families often required them to write a letter in advance. This was part of the social etiquette of the nobles. However, Serdak forgot about it and quickly asked the old housekeeper for help. Wrote a supplementary letter to Carl on the spot. The letter said that he would return to Wall Village tomorrow morning and hoped to have a drink together before returning to the village. After leaving this letter, Serdak used his vague memory to find the knights in the corner of Helensa City. The old knight wearing only half armor was still lying alone in the small building with a pipe in his mouth, sleeping on the office chair. He saw Serdak push open the door and walk in, and asked him without surprise, "Have you decided where you want to go?" Serdak nodded politely and said, "I have thought about it. It will be at Helensa Knight Academy." The old knight laughed and said, "At this time, there is only Helensa Knight Academy. It has been open for almost a month. Other knight academies will not look at the old man's face. If you want to go to other knight academies through your admission application, academy at least until next spring." As the old knight spoke, his hand did not stop. He took out a piece of printed parchment from the roll cabinet. He just asked Serdak to write his name on the parchment, and then stamped it on the parchment. He used the red oil seal and checked the identity information on Serdak's reserved knight badge before waving Serdak away. "You must report to the Knight Academy within half a month. Otherwise, this letter of recommendation will be invalid. Next time you apply for the admission application form, I won't be so easy to talk to." Before Serdak left, the old knight warned him. Serdak quickly saluted the old knight, then said that he would definitely report to the Knight Academy, and then left the knights. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Serdak rushed to the leather shop and took away 50 pairs of thick-soled leather boots that had been modified overnight. He ran to the blacksmith shop and bought 10 black iron or pickaxes. He was busy until the afternoon, only then returned to the hotel. Chapter 299 Dinner. Serdak pushed open the hotel's thick oak-carved glass door, and was shocked to see Carl Casement sitting on the sofa in the lobby lounge area wearing a sophisticated dress.
The hotel's proprietress was sitting opposite Carl, with a smile on her face, chatting with Carl. It seemed like the two of them were very familiar with each other. But when you think about it, this is not surprising. Carl recommended the hotel in Garden Square to Soldak in the first place. Seeing Soldak push open the door and walk in, the charming proprietress said hello to Soldak casually, then returned to the bar with her plump round hips. Carl stood up and gave Soldak a solid hug, and said enthusiastically,
I thought you wouldn't dare to come to Helensa City so soon. What? Are you here to go through the enrollment procedures?
Soldak sat down on the sofa in the rest area, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip to moisten his dry throat, and said to Carl,
The construction of the reservoir in the village has begun. This time, I came here to sell a batch of sulfur mines in exchange for some silver coins, and then go to the knights to get a letter of recommendation.
As he spoke, he took out a parchment scroll from his arms and said,
I've got it.
Standing in front of the counter, the hotel proprietress heard Serdak's words, leaned against the counter and interjected,
Does Knight Serdak want to teach at Helensa Knight Academy? Then you must consider choosing a permanent room in our hotel. The price is also very good.
Carl sat on the sofa, raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and said loudly to the hotel proprietress,
Mrs. Cohen, the Knight Academy provides free accommodation, and there is no reason for Knight Serdak to pay high room rates.
The hotel proprietress's eyes widened, and she said in a joking tone, pretending not to know,
Is that really true? I know that many instructors from the Knight Academy have long-term private rooms in hotels outside, and occasionally they bring some young women with them. The child comes to stay for the night.
Carl glanced at the proprietress speechlessly, and didn't want to pay attention to her anymore. God knows what kind of secrets she would reveal if she continued. The hotel proprietress, Mrs. Cohen, never lacked news in Helensa. Carl asked Soldak seriously,
You came to Helensa City to sell sulfur ore?
Serdak nodded in agreement. Carl frowned and thought for a moment, then said,
There are specialized personnel in the Material Logistics Department of Helensa City who are responsible for purchasing this thing. If the quantity is small, I still recommend that you go to the underground trading market to sell it at a higher price.
Soldak whispered to Carl,
I just came back from the trading market over there.
After speaking, he patted the money bag on his waist proudly, indicating that he had sold the sulfur mine for a good price. Serdak turned his head and looked outside at this time. The sky was getting dark. Some old people were sitting on the benches in the square garden across the street. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on them. In the woods and on the grass, among the bushes, a faint golden color is left. The mountains in the distance are also reflected in the evening glow, making this mountain city look particularly beautiful. Since the sulfur mine was mentioned, Carl felt that it was still necessary to popularize this knowledge to Soldak. So he said to him,
The Green Empire has strict control regulations on sulfur mines, but in the Magic Guild, many alchemists also use sulfur ore, and the magician nobles have a transcendent status in the Green Empire. So the sale of some sulfur ore to magicians is not under control.
Soldak nodded to show that he understood. Carl sat there and asked again,
Then when are you going to take classes at Helensa Knight Academy?
Serdak thought of the reservoir being built in the village. After the foundation was laid, he rechecked the design plan for the reservoir. Moreover, the sulfur mine also needs to be investigated personally. After all, salamanders have appeared there before. Soldak thinks that the surrounding area of the rocky area should be carefully inspected to prevent any more salamanders from emerging. After all, those masons, they are all villagers of Wall Village. Once they encounter a second-level monster like salamander, the situation is still quite dangerous. Soldak said to Carl,
I have to go back to Wall Village tomorrow. I can't escape until everything in the village is on track.
Soldak did not plan to enter the Knight Academy right away. Carl leaned back on his chair and warned,
Don't delay for too long. Applying for a replacement letter of recommendation is more troublesome than you think.
Recalling the old knight's reminder during the day, Serdak said with deep understanding,
The knights gave me a half-month deadline, and I will come back within the deadline.
At this time, a gorgeous carriage heard the door of the hotel, and an entourage came in from the outside, came to Carl's side, and whispered a few words to him. Carl nodded slightly, and then said to Soldak,
Since you have come to Helensa, you must follow my arrangements for the night. Since you have become a knight, your social circle must change. You need to know some new friends.
Serdak asked a little worriedly,
Are you going to attend the dance again?
Carl stood up, patted Soldak on the shoulder and replied,
This is just a small gathering, and it's just some friends you know.
After saying that, He hugged Soldak and walked out of the hotel. The attendant quickly walked to the door first, opened the hotel door for the two of them, then ran to the magic caravan, opened the carriage door for the two of them, and faced the coachman. With a wave of his hand, the magic caravan quickly merged into the street. Helensa city is a mountain city. The streets are undulating, and sometimes the gap is very large. The slope of some streets is very steep. Horse-drawn carriages must be strong to avoid problems. Therefore, there are not many carriages on the streets, and many nobles go out, choose horseback riding. The setting sun stretches the carriages and figures on the street so long. Sure enough, this gathering was a very small circle. The gathering place was in a pretty good-looking restaurant in Helensa city. This restaurant has a very special name. The plaque has a row of elvish words on it. If green in the imperial language, it's called the restaurant on the observation deck. The owner of this restaurant is said to be a half-elf, but he usually keeps things to himself. Even in the city of Helensa, very few people have seen him. What this restaurant is famous for is not the food here. For example, sap wine, elf biscuits, and Alun strawberry jelly are popular delicacies in the elf world. But few people in the empire like to eat them. To be more specific, that is, the people of Helensa don't like to eat it at all. Just like the special food here. The scenery of this restaurant is also very unique, because this restaurant was transformed from a watchtower. So everyone who dines in this restaurant can have a beautiful view of the city of Helensa. The table Carl reserved was by the window on the west side. When the whole city was immersed in night, you could still see the beautiful sunset from here. Cerdak approached the window and looked down, feeling that the entire city of Helensa was under his feet. Several of Carl's friends sat together around a long table. The table was filled with Elven-style food. However, few people touched the seemingly exquisite food. The only thing that was popular with everyone was honey juice, smoked fish and green apples. But Soldak tried a little of each. It was not as bad as he thought, but the taste was a bit bland. Several waiters in the restaurant are also half-elves. In addition to their long pointed ears, each half-elf girl has a slender figure and delicate face. Each elf girl has a pair of big, watery eyes. They were wearing Lolita dresses, and their smiles were subtle. This made Cerdak sigh. If these half-elf girls lived in his previous life, they would all have very photogenic celebrity faces. An arm as delicate as a white lotus root stretched out from behind Cerdak. And with a sari, a beautiful golden dinner plate was placed in front of Cerdak, with 3 fried silver-scaled small pieces inside. Fish. Small fish are sprinkled with a layer of herbs that have a strange fragrance. Carl's friend Baron Llewellyn looked high-spirited. He was wearing an exquisite dress, with 2 rows of exquisite gold buttons on his chest. His hair was meticulously styled, and his young face showed a kind of confidence and publicity. He raised his hand. The wine glass smiled at Carl Casement and said, "Carl, I heard that you defeated that boy Jasper this time, and was promoted to squadron leader of the support team? Congratulations." The tall girl with a beautiful face, who had met Soldak at Viscount Emmett's ball, was now sitting very quietly next to him. When he raised his glass to toast Carl, the tall girl looked at him. It also fell on him. And it goes without saying that the two of them must be in love. The young lady next to Carl was also the one from the last dance. She was Carl's lover, and Carl called her Mrs. Christie, wearing a palace-style dress. She sat demurely next to Carl, her eyes falling on Soldak from time to time, and she seemed to be very interested in Soldak. Sitting across the long table were Carl's other 2 friends, Jonah and Brooke, who also came with their female companions. These 2 young men were also barons, and they were very polite to Soldak. You can't see the arrogance in the bones of the nobles, but it makes people feel as friendly as a spring breeze. Carl was very satisfied with the atmosphere. His wine glass was filled with bitter sap wine. He raised the glass to the young Baron Llewellyn and said, "This is not due to me alone. Today's results are achieved only because of everyone's help. Here, I first want to solemnly thank you all again." Mrs. Christie turned to Carl with a happy face and asked, "In that case, you are also qualified to inherit the position of Earl Casement?" Carl smiled implicitly, nodded slightly, and then said, "Actually, this is not what I want. No matter who is given this title in the family, or not to whom, it will be very troublesome, and in the end it is very likely that the blood ties will be diluted. I prefer to establish my own achievements in plain wars and create a title for myself." Carl spoke calmly, but his tone was full of yearning for plain war, and Cerdak could feel the blood in his body boiling and burning. "You want to participate in a plain war?" Cerdak asked in surprise. "Don't your family disagree?" At the same time, Mrs. Christie, who was sitting next to Carl, also asked very worriedly, her tone not wanting Carl to participate in the plane war. Carl nodded to Soldak, and then said to Mrs. Christie with some melancholy,
Yes, but this time I performed well in the guard camp. Obviously not everyone wants to see me. It won't take long for me to see you again.
Someone takes the initiative to help me convince those who disagree, and maybe it will facilitate my trip to the plane.
It seemed that he was born in a noble family, and although he had no worries about food and clothing and had a prominent status, he still had a lot of worries every day, and there was nothing to envy. Cerdak thought silently in his heart. The tall girl sitting next to Baron Llewellyn laid her eyes on Cerdak. She opened her red lips and said,
I heard that plane wars are very dangerous. By the way, I heard that Knight Cerdak participated in the plane war.
Facing war?
Her words attracted everyone's attention. Soldak said frankly,
In the Warsaw Plain. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Moyling before I retired, the 57th Legion I was in was defeated. It happened that I was here.
When his term of service expired, he retired from the battlefield.
The young Mrs. Christie took a deep look at Carl and said, as if pointing out,
Returning safely is the greatest luck. That's right.
Carl could only bite the bullet and replied with a smile. And he grabbed Mrs. Christie's soft little hand under the table. Mrs. Christie's eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness like water waves.
Knight Cerdak, how come you have time to come to Helensa city? Aren't you too busy recently?
The tall girl obviously didn't want to let Cerdak go easily, and asked with a smile. Cerdak smiled bitterly in his heart and couldn't figure out where he had offended her. He could only say,
I have been busy with the autumn harvest recently. In fact, I came to Helensa city this time specifically to purchase some supplies.
The tall girl squinted her watery almond eyes, glanced at Baron Llewellyn, and laughed softly.
Soldak, you came to the city of Helensa this time. It's a coincidence that you came to the city. The group of bandits, who were making trouble a while ago, as if they were all hidden suddenly.
There was obvious sarcasm in the words of the tall girl, so that everyone else at the table didn't know what to say. After all, everyone was Carl's friend, and there was no need to tear each other down. Cerdak smiled disapprovingly and said,
It seems like I'm pretty lucky.
Baron Llewellyn raised his long sword eyebrows and said,
It's all thanks to Carl. If he hadn't wiped out a group of bandits in the suburbs, how could the suburbs be so quiet now?
Carl secretly gave Soldak an apologetic look. At this time, he couldn't stand up in public and admit that those bandits were actually killed by Cerdak. After all, he was promoted to the squadron leader of the security team outside the city with this honor, so he could only let Cerdak feeling aggrieved. The attentive Mrs. Christie seemed to see a trace of displeasure in Carl's eyes, and thought that he and Soldak had a deep friendship. So she quickly dropped the topic.
I heard there was news that the bandits were looking for a maid from Hull Manor.
Sure enough, no matter what time of year, the gossip from the grapevine is the most attractive, and it comes from the most well-informed Mrs. Christie, who is standing behind this young lady. The group of people here are all except Soldak. I know it.
So I listened with great interest. However, Mrs. Christie's news seemed to involve some secret information. Carl could only cough slightly and said,
This kind of baseless news cannot be spread casually.
The young Mrs. Christie rolled her eyes at Carl and said,
You are unwilling to reveal some information to me. I heard it from Miss Hoyle.
Chapter 300 Who helped Carl? The early morning sun shines into the city of Helensa along the city gate. The guards at the top of the city are changing their defenses. The guards who have stood hard all night yawn, lazily walk down with their spears, and walk up the city wall facing the rising sun. The guards brought breakfast and kettles, and would stay on the city for a whole day. Helensa city had not suffered any form of attack for decades, so the city's defense seemed somewhat lazy. Soldak was riding a horse and waiting in front of the city gate. Next to him was Carl Casement, who came to see him off. The city gate seemed a bit deserted so early in the morning, and there were no people leaving the city. A few guards were leaning against the wall and talking quietly. With the sound of a series of sliding chains of the suspension bridge, the large winch at the city gate began to rotate. The suspension bridge slowly lowered. 10 guards pushed the gate of Helensa city open. Cerdak and Carl walked out first. Go to the city. Carl did not go far out of the city. He rode with an entourage and stopped under a fir tree. The view here is wide, and after making sure that there was no one around, Soldak asked Carl,
Are you saying that someone in Helensa city is secretly colluding with the bandit group?
Carl nodded with a wry smile and said to Soldak,
Maybe. Those bandits can't appear without reason and disappear without warning at a certain moment. The clues we have worked so hard to find are always it would come to an abrupt end at a critical moment. And it felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at me from behind. No matter how secretive I was, I always felt like I was being watched.
Cerdak grinned, and he couldn't help but look up at the sky above his head, which was blue.
I have been working hard to find the hiding place of this group of bandits on the outskirts of Helensa city. Every time I make some progress, those clues will be destroyed. This is enough to prove that there are people in the city colluding with a group of bandits to provide the bandits with various means. This is a convenient condition.
He looked a little angry and said excitedly. Cerdak tried his best to calm him down and said,
"But you don't have evidence yet, do you? I will find these guys sooner or later."
Carl vowed, clenched his hand into a fist and hammered Soldak on the shoulder, and then said with some joy,
"But it's too much for you to come to Helensa city."
"Okay, I want you to help me."
Cerdak looked distressed. He didn't have any good impressions of a place like the Knights of the Guard camp, which raised uncles. Thinking of his half-year college life and having to run around outside the school in his spare time, Cerdak felt that this must be the case. It was very boring, and he said with some embarrassment,
"But I have to take classes at the Knight Academy. How can I help you?"
In Carl's view, Cerdak was able to defeat more than 20 bandits on his own, and his combat power could be said to be off the charts. That's why Carl had expectations for Soldak. He said,
"You will help me when I encounter something difficult, right?"
Cerdak nodded without hesitation. Thinking about it, when he just came to Helensa city and was at a loss about this strange city, it was Carl who enthusiastically ran out to give him a lot of help. When he wanted to find the magic trading market, it was Carl who helped him. Next, I walked into the underground trading market. It seemed that I had only Carl as a friend in Helensa city.
"Okay, the help I can give you is limited to what I can do."
Cerdak could only agree like this first. He didn't dare to say too much. He would be the only one who would be embarrassed if he couldn't do it.
"It sounds like you're showing off your abilities."
Seeing that Soldak agreed, Carl joked to him. Seeing Soldak riding upright on the horse, but knowing nothing about his strength, Carl said to Soldak,
"By the way, didn't you say you wanted to know your strength level last time? Do you want to go to the Knights for evaluation?"
Cerdak looked up at the sun climbing into the sky and said, "Next time. If it's too late, I might not be able to make it in time for dinner."
As he said that, he rode up the forest road.
"It's up to you. See you in half a month."
Carl waved to Soldak and said,
"See you in half a month."
The people of the Green Empire have a very detailed hierarchy for warriors. Warrior apprentices, junior warriors, intermediate warriors, and senior warriors are each divided into 9 smaller classes. Generally speaking, strong civilians usually only have the strength of level 8 or 9 warrior apprentices. Only after their strength, agility, and physical measurements meet the standards can they register with the warrior union to become real combat professionals, such as warriors, rangers, martial artists, and archers, sword dancer, and a wide variety of professions. It is very simple to become a combat warrior, as long as you meet the standards of physical fitness and combat skills. However, it is definitely not an easy task for any combat professional to cross a large level and become a first-level intermediate warrior, because the basic condition for crossing the threshold for the first transfer is that it requires a combat profession, those who can understand their own potential. Of course, the power of each first-class warrior is mostly different. Some may be a wall, a mountain, a sword, or the shadow of a guardian great swordsman, just like Cerdak's. Sure is a two-faced and four-armed demon. Warriors who cross the threshold for the second job transfer must temper themselves to a certain extent. They will usually sense the existence of certain elements around the body, understand and guide these chi, and be able to protect the body inwardly and kill outwardly. Enemy. This is considered a second-level advanced warrior. On an arrow tower a few hundred meters away from the head of Helensa city, Jasper was wearing a set of silver armor, holding his hands on the wall and looking at Carl in the shade of the trees outside the city with a pale face. Behind him stood a group of knights from the guard camp. These knights stood cautiously behind the blond young man. The eyes of the people standing in front also fell below the city head. There was no doubt that these were Jasper's cronies. They did not dare to breathe in front of Jasper. Jasper punched the bluestone of the city wall hard, turned around and angrily yelled at a group of men behind him.
"Those Carl's men? It's not like you don't know the combat prowess of the knights in the guard camp. How could it be possible? In this operation to investigate and apprehend the bandits outside the city, as Carl Casement's opponent, Jasper lost a bit inexplicably. What annoyed him the most was that he didn't even know where he lost. There was a burning fire in his heart, and he wanted to vent it out to the knights in the guard camp behind him. But his father's words of warning in the study last night made him suppress the anger in his heart. And he stood like this on the archery tower of the high tower, beside the wall, until the strange knight in his sight rode away. Carl still stayed under the oak tree and watched him go away. He stood for a while before returning to the city of Helensa. Jasper was newly alert. According to Carl's lazy and casual behavior, personality. When did you actually say goodbye to a friend so solemnly? And the other person's identity is not prominent. He is just a knight. Jasper stretched out his hand to hug the person next to him, pointed at Soldak, who was about to disappear into the forest road, and asked, "Did you see that? Who is the knight next to Carl?" The follower only saw a simple silhouette of Soldak, and then disappeared into the forest road. There are at least hundreds of such knights riding ancient Bolai horses in the city of Helensa, and it is impossible for him to do it every time. Everyone knew them, so they shook their heads at Jasper with a grimace, indicating that they didn't know. Jasper raised his eyebrows, looked at his entourage with confusion, and shouted, "Why? Are there any knights in the city of Helensa that you don't recognize?" Seeing Jasper's stern expression, the attendant did not dare to answer casually, and could only stand in front of Jasper obediently. Seeing Jasper getting furious at the top of the city, a group of knights behind him suddenly separated to both sides. A knight from the guard camp walked through the crowd, walked over quickly, and said to Jasper, "I'll treat Jonah to a drink tonight. One drink. He has the best relationship with Carl. Maybe I can get some news from him." When Jasper saw the young knight, the displeasure on his face softened. He walked up to the young knight and said with a somewhat sarcastic expression, "Although the position of captain of the support group is not a big deal, we must do it. Figure out where we lost. If we can't even figure this out, we will always be so passive. Everyone in the nobles and the entire city of Helensa knows that someone must have helped Carl Casement before you let him go. He made a comeback at the last minute, and if I want to find out who it is, I must find out who helped Carl." The young knight did not speak, but looked through the walls towards the city. At this time, Carl had also returned to the city, and there was only a lone carriage on the road outside the city. The young knight withdrew his gaze. He turned around and looked at Jasper seriously, feeling that he really had the same irritable character. The young knight looked at Jasper and asked, "Could it be that Mrs. Christie was secretly helping? After all, the consul is her brother. It shouldn't be too difficult for her to mobilize a few construct knights to help Carl eliminate those bandits." Bar. Hearing Mrs. Christie's name, Jasper's gloomy face became even more ugly. But then he shook his head firmly and said, "The search for the thieves group outside the city can be regarded as one of the tests for the two of us. What's more, the consul does not agree with the relationship between Carl and Christie at all. And he does not agree with it at all, probably favoring Carl." The same words echoed in the castle. "No matter who it is, I just want to know who helped Carl." Baron Grenfell sat at the end of the long table in the castle hall. This long table was at least 30 meters long. It was made of a thick wooden table cut from the middle of a whole fir tree. There are 50 chairs on each side. At this time, the chairs are full of rough-looking bandits. They are eating the meat on the table. Chewing food and drinking heavily make the hall seem a little noisy. Their weapons are placed beside the chair. There were various costumes on their bodies, and they didn't even listen to what Baron Grenfell was saying. The dark red knight standing next to Baron Grenfell said calmly, "Yes, Lord Grenfell." Sitting next to Baron Grenfell were several bandit leaders. Their appearance was not that ugly, but the faces of these bandit leaders were not that good. When they heard that Baron Grenfell, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, they all turned their gazes over. Baron Grenfell sighed softly and said, "I know this kid Carl to some extent. I thought he had a lazy personality at the beginning, so I recommended him and Jasper to join the foreign aid group of the guard camp at the same time. But now it has become the biggest obstacle preventing us from mastering the suburbs of Helensa city, which is really a headache." He tapped his forehead with his hand in distress, and his eyes gradually turned cold. "Your Majesty, Baron, how about I get rid of Carl?" A leader of thieves sitting on the left side of Baron Grenfell said loudly and angrily. Grenfell suddenly raised his head and stared at the thieves' leader with fierce eyes. He leaned over and reached out to grab the collar of the thieves' leader. He said to him sullenly, "Isn't Taylor doing this stupidly? Does it make you think that killing a nobleman at random is nothing? Or do you think that the Casement family is completely lonely? Are you indifferent to the death of family members for no reason? If Baron Hole hadn't died,
Would the knights in the guard camp have come out of the city to kill you? What if the knights in the guard camp hadn't been running around and used you to break up into pieces to infiltrate the Paglos Mountains?
Baron Grenfell, he punched the bandit leader in the face, sending him flying out of his seat. The bandit leader's heavy body fell to the ground along with the heavy wooden chair. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and several teeth spit out from his mouth. The bandit leader had a ferocious face. He struggled to stand up and pounce on Baron Grenfell, but the dark red knight behind Baron Grenfell stepped on his chest first, and then trampled him firmly on the cold floor of the hall, until his face turned red. The dark red knight did not take his feet away. The other robbers were so frightened that they immediately stopped eating and looked at the scene in front of them in surprise and panic.
But no one dared to move at this time. The hall suddenly became silent. Baron Grenfell stood up directly, hammered his fists on the wooden table, and roared loudly.
Look at this mess now. I guarantee that as long as you leave my manor now, go out, and in no more than half a day, your whereabouts report will be submitted to the guard camp in Helensa City, and waiting in front of you will be the most elite knights of the Helensa guard camp.
As he spoke, he walked up to the bandit leader lying on the ground, pushed aside the dark red knight beside him, bent down and stretched out his hand to pull the bandit leader up from the ground. Regardless of the frightened expression on the bandit leader's face, he just ordered the dark red knight.
Let them hide in the basement of the manor for a month. Go and keep an eye on Carl to see who is helping him. I will find a way to get close to Miss Hoyle. She is probably the only one who knows where the woman is hiding now. As you command, Your Majesty the Baron.
The dark red knight replied to Baron Grenfell calmly. After Baron Grenfell said this, he strode out of the hall with his hands behind his back. Seeing that these bandits did not make any move, the dark red knight waved his hands to both sides expressionlessly. The window of the hall immediately became full of people. A group of soldiers in bright armor left one after another, and the dark red knight also looked indifferently, staring at the robber in the hall, with a weird smile on his face. He turned around and walked out of the hall. It wasn't until the figure of the dark red knight left the hall completely that the robbers felt that the pressure on their bodies disappeared inexplicably.